World of Immortals Chapter 274 to Chapter 308. The cycle of reincarnation shattered, and Xianxia charged out of hell. If others saw such a body full of holy tools, they would definitely be dumbfounded. He wore the Tai Chi diagram, the 3 Holy Spirit crown on his head, the immortal slaying sword diagram on his back, the 4 immortal slaughtering swords on his waist, the Sun Saint stone in his bosom, the 7 wonders tree in his left hand, the Satan's magic staff in his right hand, and the 12 lotus platforms under his feet. Together with the Bible and other holy objects, this outfit could be considered the best in the world. I seem to have become a nouveau riche. Xianxia smiled self-mockingly. However, he had no choice but to do so. Right now, he was the enemy of the entire world. If he didn't protect himself well, he would probably die a horrible death the moment he was discovered. After all, the cultivation of his enemies was unfathomable, and he couldn't fight against them at the moment. Yeah. I really can't open my eyes, the snow-white little critter's spiritual fluctuation fluctuated. This was the main reason why Xianxia left the underworld. The lost paradise could no longer protect him. After the radiance of the lost paradise rushed into Keek's soul, it actually wanted to forcefully reconstruct its physical body. The little critter was about to fall into a deep sleep. Sleep quietly, Xianxia could only let nature take its course. But, what will you do when those bad guys come? Ku asked softly. Although it was young, it was not very muddle-headed. Don't worry, little thing. As long as a half-martial ancestor doesn't appear, I'm afraid that no one will be able to kill me. I have sacred artifacts all over me. Even if a magnificent army comes, they will not be able to do anything to me. Besides, even if I can't afford to provoke them, can't I just hide? These were Xianxia's true thoughts. The world was filled with enemies. Now, he could only choose to flee far away. Oh, but I'm still very worried. I don't have a father anymore, and I don't have a mother either. I don't want to lose another family member. Speaking of this, the little fellow was incomparably sad. Don't worry. No matter what, I have to raise the gluttonous you. There won't be any accidents. I'm not greedy. I just like to eat. The little beast wrinkled its cute nose and muttered in dissatisfaction. Then don't waste time. Hurry up and rebuild your body. I'll wait for you to come back. Alright, leave those Inwood ginseng fruits for me. I haven't had enough. Greedy little thing, no way, I'm sleepy. At this point, Ku turned into a beam of colorful light. It charged into the rainbow-colored sacred tree floating above Xianxia's head. The rainbow-colored holy tree shone brilliantly. Finally, it slowly entered Xianxia's body. Xianxia brought out the corpses of the half-step martial ancestors and sealed them in their respective holy tools. He felt that they might come in handy in the future. The holy tool that had been stained with the blood of a half-step ancestor became Xianxia's personal item. The world is so big, where can we go? Ku fell into a deep slumber and slowly reconstructed her body. Xianxia sighed ruefully. The devil plain was quiet and deathly still. The vast sea of bones had already disappeared. At this moment, there was nothing left on the plain, only desolation and desolation. Find a place to live in seclusion, Xianxia decided to hide in the wilderness and never appear in the world again. However, how could all of this go as he wished? Handsome big brother, crisp and sweet shouts resounded in the distant sky. 2 pink and tender little Lola's beautiful hair fluttered in the air. Their jade-like little faces had excited smiles on them as they rushed forward like 2 rays of jade light. It's you guys, we caught you, the 2 little Lolas giggled. They were exceptionally cheerful and lively. They circled around Xianxia twice like fairies and said, handsome big brother is handsome again. I'm drooling. Now that Xianxia had all kinds of holy tools on him, he was not afraid even when facing the experts of the older generation, not to mention 2 cute little Lolas. He asked, what's the matter? Uncle Ancestor told us to tell you, kill them well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Speaking until here, they giggled and said, there's also, what else? Ancestor and my father don't want you to die young. Don't glare at us, it's them who said that they don't want you to die young. They are going to help you erase the spiritual imprint on these holy tools, so that you won't be controlled by the disciples of the old handsome big brother, so that you can truly use these holy tools. The two Lolas looked at the holy tools on Xiaochen's body. Their big eyes blinked unceasingly, flickering like little stars in the sky. Their big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, as if they really wanted to pounce over and hug those holy tools. I'm drooling, there are so many treasures. Speaking until here, they really pounced over together. I want the 7 Wonders tree, it's so pretty. I want the Satan wand, it's so cool. I really want the 4 immortal execution swords, I like the 12 lotus throne, it's sparkling and translucent, it's so pretty. The two little Lolas looked like they wanted to divide the treasures among themselves. At a distant place, a butterfly seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Seeing the two naughty little Lolas, it lightly flapped its wings and flew over. The ripples caused the space to distort. A bizarre space enveloped the heaven and earth, enveloping this place. Uncle Butterfly, please don't turn us into butterflies. The two little Lolas immediately became obedient and called out timidly. Please ask your father and Chiyu to make a move. The butterfly fluttered gracefully, and its spiritual fluctuation rippled out. It said to Xiaochen, I'll help you erase the spiritual imprint on the holy tools, so that you can protect yourself. Why help me? Xiaochen asked calmly. Because the 16 swords have fused with you. I don't want you to die now, so properly fuse with the swords. Zhuangzhou lightly flapped its butterfly wings. The two little Lolas suddenly straightened their bodies. They closed their eyes and opened them again in an instant. Both of them emitted an unfathomable pressure. That was a power that didn't belong to them. Divine radiance shot out from their 4 eyes and rushed into the various holy tools on Xiaochen's body. At the same time, Zhuangzhou's wings flapped and swept out one after another brilliance that enveloped Xiaochen. The 3 experts made a move at the same time to erase the spiritual imprint left on all the holy tools. It was like a dream. That butterfly had already gone far away, and the two little Lolas had already disappeared. Only now could he truly use the holy tools, and he didn't have to worry about them being recalled. Whoosh! With a flash of light, all the holy tools merged into his body. They could be controlled by Xiaochen as he pleased. This way, he wouldn't have to tell others clearly like before, that his whole body was a holy tool. Xiaochen rode the hidden 12 lotus throne and soared into the sky. In that instant, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure sweeping over from the distant sky. It turned out that someone had been lying in ambush for him. Because of Zhuangzhou just now, no one noticed him. You finally came out, an old Taoist led a group of people to intercept Xiaochen. Who are you? This humble Taoist is Guangqingzi. Everyone gasped, he was a famous immortal. How could Xiaochen not know him? That was the proud disciple of the primordial land. He met such a person as soon as he rushed out of hell. If he didn't use the holy tools to strengthen himself, he was sure that the other party could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. Because he was an absolute powerhouse in the world. I've long heard of the sage deity of the Chan sect. Xiaochen stood in the air. There's nothing to say. The patriarch asked me to pull out the tendons and bones of this evil creature who killed his ancestors. Let him be imprisoned in the blood prison forever. Let him suffer for the rest of his life. Let him suffer all the time. A young man walked out from behind Guangqingzi. Although he looked young, Xiaochen didn't dare to treat him as an ordinary person. Take him down. Guangqingzi nodded. Kill him like slaughtering a dog. The young man was very conceited. He glanced at Xiaochen with an almost disdainful gaze. He said in an incomparably cold voice, You little bastard, you actually went against the heavens. This is really fate. Today, I'll make you beg for death. Whoosh, the young man turned into a ray of light and rushed over. He stretched out his right hand, which kept enlarging in an instant. In the end, it was as big as a mountain, covering the sky and covering the earth as it grabbed at Xiaochen. When facing a group of experts, Xiaochen was extremely careful. Even though he had the holy relic on him, he was still very cautious. Even though he had the holy item, he might be consigned to eternal damnation if he was not careful. Therefore, the 4 immortal extermination swords were drawn as soon as he made his move. 4 murderous auras rushed into the sky, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster and the sky to change color. Damn it, the young man opposite had the urge to curse. How could he fight this? Those were the 4 swords of the sect leader of Tongtian. Who dared to fight against them? If one wasn't a half-step ancestor, no one would dare to fight against these 4 peerless murderous swords. He turned his head and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The 4 swords Qi shattered the mountain-like palm in the sky as expected. Then, the 4 swords stirred together, and the misty chaotic sword Qi shot out. Chi, the light rushed into the sky. The 4 murderous swords shattered the young Chan school disciple immediately. His body and soul were destroyed, not even a drop of spiritual sense was left. Damn it! A middle-aged man at the side shouted angrily. He wanted to rush over, but he sucked in a breath of cold air and stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Xiaochen had already taken out the immortal extermination sword formation. The primal chaos sword formation spun continuously above his head. The 4 swords, extermination immortal, slaughter immortal, trapping immortal, and ending immortal, guarded the 4 directions. They flickered with a piercing cold light, and streaks of chaotic sword Qi circulated, frightening people. At this moment, everyone had the urge to curse. This, one of the strongest killing formations in the world, the immortal extermination sword formation, was actually laid out so easily. Although they knew that Xiaochen couldn't bring out much of its power, who dared to fight against it, what made people want to vomit blood was that with a flash of brilliance, a 12th grade lotus platform appeared under Xiaochen's feet. Wasn't that the treasure of the Buddha? It was a sacred tool for defense. There was the immortal extermination sword formation for killing outside, and the Buddha lotus platform for defense inside. Who could break in? This was simply abnormal. Humph. Guangchengzi snorted coldly. With a flip of his hand, a seal appeared in his hand. He looked at Xiaochen coldly. Without saying a word, he was about to launch the legendary sky-flipping seal. Xiaochen was shocked. The power of the sky-flipping seal was famous throughout the ages. It really had the power to flip the sky and shake the earth. Although he had all kinds of sacred tools on him, he still didn't have much confidence against the legendary Chan school's golden immortal and the sky flipping seal that primordial origin personally refined for Guangchengzi. Therefore, with a flash of light, the wondrous tree of 7 treasures appeared in his left hand, the Satan's magic staff appeared in his right hand, and Laozi's Taiji diagram also appeared in front of him. The holy sunstone floated in the air, ready to smash at any time. At the same time, the ancient scripture started to flip on its own in the sky, and the 3 holy spiritual crown also appeared on Xiaochen's head. Everyone opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded, as if they were half dumbfounded. Everyone present, including Guangchengzi, was stunned. If so many sacred tools were launched at the same time, this space would probably be annihilated. Not many people could escape. Everyone had the urge to curse. This was simply too abnormal. With all kinds of sacred tools on him, this was probably the most luxurious and extravagant battlesuit in history. Xiaochen's entire body was radiating resplendent light. With so many sacred tools on his body, it was really dazzling, making people feel dazzled. Too extravagant. It was not that they couldn't guess that he had obtained these sacred tools, but seeing so many treasures on his body with their own eyes, it was like a dream. Such top-quality sacred tools were worn on his body like clothes. It could only be described as freakish. What was a sacred tool? It was a magic tool with power not inferior to a half-step ancestor. All sacred tools had their own consciousness and could be seen as an independent life form. If not for their original spiritual consciousness being sealed by their previous masters, they could be said to be a special kind of life form. Of course, the other sacred tools did not have spiritual consciousness. That was because they were completely erased, but their power was still not inferior to a half-step ancestor. If Xiaochen could bring out the full power of so many sacred tools, perhaps he would not lose even if he encountered a true half-step ancestor. But was it possible? Obviously, it was not realistic. He had not reached the half-step god realm yet. It was impossible for him to control any of the sacred tools. He could only bring out a portion of their power, but this was already scary enough. Just at this time, more people came from the sky and surrounded Xiaochen. Many people were already chanting incantations, wanting to summon the sacred tools of their ancestors. Merciful Lord, Omnipotent Holy Spirit, Holy God of the Sun, Lord Skirich, Primordial Saint, out of everyone's expectations. Those sacred tools hanging on Xiaochen's body did not have the slightest reaction. They could not be summoned back. Xiaochen broke out in a cold sweat. If it was not for Zhuangzi helping him to crush the remnant spiritual imprints left on the sacred tools by Skirich, Buddha, Primordial, and the three holy spirits. At this moment, the sacred tools might have already left his body. It was very likely that his body and soul would be completely destroyed. Not a single drop of spiritual consciousness remained. Little bastard, what did you do? Why is the spiritual imprint of the ancestor god gone? Those older generation people looked at Xiaochen coldly. Those youngsters could not bear it any longer. They cursed Xiaochen continuously. The ancestors were accidentally killed. They hated Xiaochen bitterly. They slowly calmed down. Xiaochen looked at them coldly and said, "Don't pray, it's useless. Your ancestor was killed by me, and the spiritual imprint in the saint artifact has been completely crushed. Little bastard, hurry up and hand over the patriarch's sacred body and the sacred artifact. Vile spawn, hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, I'll suppress you for eternity. I'll make you suffer for eternity in the blood prison. Are you guys sick?" Xiaochen was very unhappy with those middle-aged people who were cursing loudly. He said indifferently, "I even dared to kill your ancestor. Why would I return the sacred tool to you? Asking me to surrender without putting up a fight was even more of a joke. It was as ridiculous as asking you all to commit mass suicide. Your patriarch's remains are indeed with me. Originally, I had wanted to return it to you. However, I have changed my mind. I have decided to use it to refine a prized artifact. If you want it back, then come and get it." Xiaochen threw caution to the wind. How could he care about a half-step martial ancestor? Moreover, he was being besieged by experts from all over the world. Right now, there was no difference between an additional 1,000 enemies and an additional 10,000 enemies. Courting death. Kill him. Many hot-blooded experts of the younger generation couldn't help but rush over. The older generation experts were frowning. They were afraid that Xiaochen would really brandish the holy artifact. In that case, everyone here would suffer a calamity. Without saying anything unnecessary, Xiaochen shook the 4 immortal exterminating swords. Chi! Chi! The sound of air tearing rang out endlessly. Strands of primal chaos sword chi swept through the surroundings, sweeping away all obstacles. Nothing could block them. The 20 figures in the sky were cut in half at the waist. They didn't even have time to scream before their severed bodies shattered into pieces. When the immortal slaying formation activated the 4 swords, their power was unimaginable. The 4 swords guarded the 4 directions, and no one was able to take even half a step forward. "Back off, everyone back off." At this moment, Guangchengzi, who was the leader, spoke. He was an immortal with extremely high seniority and skills. He was a top-notch expert below the half-martial ancestor. Naturally, the middle-aged and younger generations did not dare to be disrespectful. Guangchengzi held the heaven-flipping seal and shouted towards the sky, "Fellow Taoists, why aren't you showing yourselves? Greetings, Senior Guangchengzi." Figures swayed, and 3 gorgeous women with veils on their faces appeared in front of Guangchengzi out of nowhere. "Greetings, Lady 3 Firmaments." Guangchengzi returned the gesture. Beside him, great waves stirred in Xiaochen's heart. He had not expected to see legendary people one after another. Guangchengzi was the proud disciple of Primordial Lord, while Lady 3 Knights was the proud disciple of Tongtian Lord. With Guangchengzi and the sky-throwing seal in hand, they could shake the world. The 3 Knights goddesses were even more terrifying. Not only were their mana profound, but they also gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gathered the essence of the sun and moon. They were compatible with the 2 supreme treasures bestowed by Tongtian's sect leader. One was the golden flood dragon scissors. It could effortlessly sever the immortal body and Buddha body. The other Dharma treasure was the primordial chaos golden chalice, which could contain everything in the world. It was refined into sand. Following that, a few old monks also flew through the air, chanting the name of Buddha as they lined up in a row. Swish swish, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as more than 20 Western race experts appeared on the scene. Although Xiaochen did not know the exact origins of these people, He could guess that they were likely the personal disciples of a half-step martial ancestor. They were incredible people that he had to stand on tiptoe to look up to. In the past, not to mention becoming enemies with these people, he was far inferior to their disciples and grand disciples. However, today, he actually had to face such a person. Fortunately, only a limited number of the personal disciples of the half-step martial ancestors' land had come. If all of them had come, even if Xianxia had the various sage tools, his body and soul would have been destroyed. Fellow Taoists, please surround the surroundings. I will subdue him, Xianxia said emotionlessly. Xianxia said emotionlessly. He took a step forward and raised his hand to strike out the sky-throwing seal. This legendary treasure was far more terrifying than Xianxia had imagined. It spread out in the wind and turned into a huge mountain, covering the sky and casting an incomparably terrifying shadow on the ground. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Bolts of purple lightning danced around the huge mountain, and berserk energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. The ground of the Devil Plain below cracked, and large cracks extended for dozens of kilometers. Each crack was several dozen meters wide. Indeed, the sky-throwing seal had the power to shake the world. It shattered the void, and the energy waves covered the sky and the earth, smashing towards Xianxia. The terrifying energy fluctuations shattered everything tangible. If not for the various sage tools, Xianxia would have turned into ashes already. Yes, the ground. Just that kind of astral wind was not something he could resist. There was nothing to hesitate about. Even if an ancestor god wanted to kill him, he had to resist. Xianxia controlled the immortal killing sword formation. The four swords vibrated continuously, sending out terrifying primal chaos sword chi to block the mountain-like sky-throwing seal. At the same time, the 12th lotus platform shone brilliantly, filling Xianxia's surroundings with brilliant lights. The defensive sage tools were fully activated. They protected him from the horrifying energy fluctuations of the sky-throwing seal. Xianxia was extremely cautious. How could he only use 2 sage tools? At the same time, the ancient scripture flipped continuously. Golden talismans rushed out of this ancient scripture and swept towards the sky-throwing seal. They were as bright and resplendent as stars. At the same time, the Taiji diagram appeared in front of him and slowly spun, emitting an overwhelming energy fluctuation. Although he could not bring out the true might of the sage tools, the power of 4 or 5 sage tools activating at the same time was not something ordinary people could withstand. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded in the sky. The immortal killing sword formation activated the misty primal chaos sword chi. Constantly sweeping on the sky-turning seal that was pressing down, the ancient Bible flew out a star-like golden character, and one after another slammed into the giant mountain in the sky. Even someone as strong as Xianxia changed his expression. The sage tools were indeed terrifying. They could not be measured with common sense. At this moment, the Taiji diagram soared into the sky and slashed at the sky-throwing seal. Along with the misty primal chaos energy, the entire sky was shattered. Rumble, the sky-throwing seal was knocked away. The Taiji diagram returned to Xianxia, and the 4 immortal killing swords revolved around him. The 12th lotus platform shone brightly. It was impossible for Xianxia to be injured. His magic power was extraordinary. He might not be able to break the defense of the sage tools, but it was impossible for him to be injured by a controller like Xianxia. However, he did not look good. The original direct disciple of the Chan school was actually unable to take down a weak junior. Senior brother, let us do it. The 3 sky fairies spoke at the same time. The 3 beauties all wore veils. The golden flood dragon scissors shattered the void. They leaped up. They turned into 2 golden flood dragons and intertwined. The scissors headed for Xianxia. They were genuine weapons that could kill gods and exterminate immortals. If not for Tongtian's accidental death, the 3 sky fairies would not have appeared in the world. Earlier, Xianxia had blocked the heaven-flipping imprint. Now, he felt more confident, so he no longer feared it. The wondrous 7 treasure tree in his left hand swung out, and a multicolored light flowed around it. When it struck the golden flood dragon's scissors, its light immediately dimmed. Then, the Satan magic wand in his right hand swept out. Demonic chi surged, and a black light flickered. Black clouds surged like a raging sea and rolled towards the golden flood dragon scissors. Of course, the 12th Lotus platform was Xiaoqian's main defensive magic tool from the start to the end. Bang! The golden flood dragon scissors were knocked away by the power of the wondrous tree of 7 treasures, the Satan magic wand, the immortal killing formation, and many other sage tools. The 3 sky fairies' expressions changed suddenly. At the same time, they sent out the primal chaos golden dipper. The primal chaos golden dipper grew larger as the wind blew. It was like a huge copper cauldron in the sky. A strange energy surged out, making one's heart palpitate. Then, it wanted to swallow Xiaoqian up. A strong gravitational force came from the sky. The primal chaos golden dipper could turn immortals, gods, and Buddhas into a bloody mess. Its might was incomparably horrifying. Xiaoqian had heard of its great name long ago in the mortal realm. He had never thought that he would have to fight it personally one day. Furthermore, he was using a half-step martial ancestor's holy tool. The immortal killing formation spun slowly, and the 4 swords gave off primal chaos essence energy. The ancient scriptures flipped rapidly, and resplendent golden characters flew out like stars and crashed into the primal chaos golden dipper. Xiaoqian controlled the 12th Lotus platform and soared into the sky. The wondrous tree of 7 treasures in his left hand swung out 7 times. The rainbow-like divine light landed on the primal chaos golden dipper. The Satan magic wand sent out 9 black waves. The holy sunstone was also thrown out at this time. With a dang sound, it hit the primal chaos golden dipper. Compared to the 3 knights concubine, Xiaoqian's magic power was indeed weak. It was hard for him to bring out the true power of the holy tool. However, there were so many holy tools. Every one of them could only bring out a portion of its power. The holy tools were activated to attack and defend at the same time. Xiaoqian was like an impenetrable fortress. Dang! He used the wondrous tree of 7 treasures, the Satan magic wand, the immortal killing sword formation, and the holy sun stone as the main attack to send the primal chaos golden dipper flying. The sky was deathly silent. Everyone was looking at Xiaoqian coldly. The experts of the younger generation had already retreated to the distant sky. Those who remained at the scene were all truly terrifying figures. However, they discovered that they actually couldn't do anything to Xiaoqian. This was really a huge irony. They had the magic power to transcend the heavens, but they were stumped by a junior who was armed to the teeth with the holy tool. Haha, there were many experts watching from the distant sky. The laughter came from 3 colossal creatures. They were all more than 100 feet long. One of them looked like a jackal. Its whole body was covered in black scales. Bloody mist lingered around it. Its baleful aura soared to the sky. It was actually the Yazi recorded in the history books. The other one looked like a furious lion. Mist lingered around it. Its whole body was covered in dense scales. It was actually the Swanee recorded in the history books. The third one had the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, and the legs of a unicorn. Its whole body was covered in dense white scales. It was ferocious and mighty. It was actually the Pishio recorded in the history books. Yazi, Swanee, and Pishio were all legendary beasts. Their origins were very strange. They rarely appeared in the world. Rumor had it that they were the sons of the ancestral dragon. They were the descendants of the ancestral dragon and other races. It was unknown whether those 3 beasts were the real sons of dragons or the descendants of the Yazi, Swanee, and Pishio. They were not afraid of Guanqingzi, the 3 knights concubine, and the others at all. On the other side were 7 or 8 winged dragons. All of them were dozens of meters long. Their whole body was covered in shining scales. They were dazzling and emitting draconic aura, forming a huge pressure. In the distance, there were even traces of the fallen angel and the phoenix. It was very obvious that there were many experts watching from afar. They all had different purposes. Some people came purely to watch the show, while others wanted to fish in troubled waters. Xiaoqian, come to us. We will guarantee your safety. Yazi, Swanee, and Pishio spoke at the same time. The 3 beasts' loud voices shook the entire sky. Yazi, you guys mind your own business. Yun Xiao of the 3 knights concubine rebuked. We can't stand you guys for helping when you see injustice on the road. Xuanni's voice was like thunder. Yunxiao said coldly, don't get any crooked ideas. If you want to forcefully take the sacred artifact of the half-step ancestor, then don't find such a clumsy excuse. Pixiu's voice was like thunder. You are gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Xiaochen felt a little helpless. So many people came for him. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be in the future. One must know that Guangqingzi had just arrived among the legendary 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Only the 3 knights' concubine had appeared among the Tongtian sect's proud disciples. If they all arrived, even if he had the sacred artifact on him, it might not be easy to escape. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The most important thing right now was to rush out and find a place to live in seclusion. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Xiaochen rode the 12th rank lotus platform and soared into the sky. He wanted to break through the sky and leave. The eightfold divine speed had already fused with the lotus platform. It could be said to be extremely fast. However, there were too many people surrounding him. A few old monks happened to be blocking his way. They chanted, "Stop him." Human figures swayed. 500 arhats suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if they had stepped out from some illusory world. The arhat formation took shape and trapped Xiaochen. At the same time, the people on the other side also shouted, "Merciful Sacred Lord, bestow upon your disciples the power to destroy the heaven and earth." Dozens of Western clansmen rushed over. "Sun Sacred God, your servant is going to avenge you." More than 100 solar sect experts moved out. Roar. Xiaochen, I will destroy your body and soul. The tiger roar shook the sky. The descendants of the White Tiger Divine Emperor appeared. Dozens of white tigers appeared in the sky. He said, he may be able to escape today, but what about tomorrow and the day after? Even with the protection of the sacred tool, I'm afraid he won't live long. A butterfly was flapping its wings beside him. It emitted a bit of spiritual fluctuation and said, there's no turning back. Sun Wu's eyes were incomparably deep. He swept his gaze across the battlefield and looked at the distant horizon. I'm afraid the 16 swords will really be snatched away by the people of that world. The risk is too great. The butterfly flapped its wings. After a long time, it said, it needs to be like this. Willing, to, get. Figures flew everywhere. All the forces rushed toward Xiaochen. Of course, they couldn't use the heaven-flipping seal, the golden flood dragon scissors, and the primal chaos golden chalice at this time. Otherwise, there would be no distinction between friend and foe. Xiaochen didn't have so many scruples. The sword diagram above his head and the 4 immortal execution swords guarded the 4 directions. The people rushing over were slashed horizontally and vertically. The misty primal chaos sword chi swept through the people. The wondrous tree of 7 treasures waved again and again. The treasures in many people's hands were all swept away. The Satan magic wand swept across, the overflowing demonic aura wreaked havoc in all directions. Groups of people were shattered. The ancient scriptures were flipped and golden incantations filled the sky. Many people's souls were separated from their bodies. Even the 500 arhats formation couldn't trap Xiaochen, who had so many sacred tools. He finally rushed out of the encirclement. However, more than 10 fallen angels blocked his way. Leave the Satan magic wand and the sun sacred stone. Leave your head. Xiaochen shook the 4 immortal execution swords. The Satan magic wand swept across. The 3 divine spirit crown, the Taiji diagram, and the 12 lotus platform protected his body. Xiaochen didn't have any scruples against those who came to take advantage of the situation for the sake of the sacred tools. He attacked mercilessly. The primal chaos sword chi and the overflowing demonic aura swept across the sky. Black feathers swirled in the air, blood splashed everywhere. The corpses of the fallen angels were scattered in the sky. Very soon, the corpses also shattered and disappeared like specks of light. Intimidating on the spot, even the distant Yazi, Xuanni, and Pixiu revealed a hint of astonishment. They didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. At this time, Xiaochen picked out a ruler from among the sacred tools. He didn't know the use of this sacred tool all along. With a wave of his hand, a passage appeared in the space. He took a step out. The moment he appeared again, he was dumbstruck. Because, he was already in an unfamiliar environment. The world's end near at hand, he suddenly recalled the sacred tool mentioned by the solar denomination's saintess, the world's end near at hand. He once wanted to borrow the power of this sacred tool to return to the mortal world. However, ever since he talked with the demon, he knew it was impossible to do so within the next 10 years. Where is this? Why does it look so familiar? Xianxia stood in the sky doubtfully. He swept his eyes over the desolate mountain range in all directions. This is the southern wasteland. He recognized it from the vegetation and the desolate mountain range. This seemed to be the southern wasteland. If that was really the case, then it was too scary. He actually arrived at the southern wasteland from the Middle-earth's Sanskrit plane. This world's end near at hand really lived up to its name. Isn't it a pleasure to have friends from afar? An aged voice resounded in the desolate mountain range. The southern wasteland's old dragon and Xianxia are here. The dragon vein is opening. Xianxia Empire. The purple aura comes from the east. The child who was just born, his eyes were as deep as the ocean. He looked at the distant horizon through the window in silence. Shang dynasty, the infant who was born from congealed blood was in his hand. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. There was no one in the room at the moment, he muttered to himself. When are they coming? Roman Empire, the illegitimate child of the declining royal family, Todi. His golden hair was flickering, his eyes were as beautiful as sapphires. He clenched his teeth and said, I hate being dragged into a trap. Sanskrit nation, in an ordinary family, that child who was born with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the earth. He walked around and muttered to himself, under the heavens, under the earth, only I am supreme. He was like an old monk, silently reciting the scriptures. Once in a while, his eyes would emit 2 rays of light and shoot towards the horizon outside the window. The desolate mountain range of the southern wasteland was filled with dense forests. The towering trees covered the sky, each tree needed dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. No one knew how many years they had lived here, many of the ancient trees had already become monsters. Between the endless primitive mountain peaks, there was an unceasing surging river that turned many valleys into lakes. This endless mountain range was filled with spiritual energy, there were countless spiritual essences. And in the deepest part of the endless desolate mountain range, there was a taboo existence that made many practitioners not dare to take a step inside. That's right, this was the legendary forbidden land of the dragon race. During the ancient war, the heaven-descending monolith sealed the Dragon Island. Other than a few experts who managed to escape, the rest of the dragons on the island were completely sealed and lost their divine power. And after a few heavily injured dragon kings escaped, they established the second homeland of the dragon race in the southern wasteland. Even though the number of dragons here was pitifully small, it still represented the inheritance of the strongest race. Moreover, one of the heavily injured dragon kings survived in the end. It was comparable to a half-step ancestor-level expert. Who would dare to look down on it? The primitive mountain was moving, the rumbling sound shook the heaven and earth. It was as if dozens of huge gates were opening. Dozens of huge mountains moved to the 2 sides, a dazzling jasper lake appeared in front of him. This was the forbidden land of the dragon race. The periphery was blocked by the dragon vein, but the inside was a fantastical and magnificent world. All the plants were overflowing with colorful lights, it was dazzling and threatening. There were even flowing springs and waterfalls, pavilions dotted around, many palaces were floating in the air, it was like a dream. A 7-colored rainbow bridge was hanging in the sky, it was connected to a majestic dragon palace. Everything that Xianxia saw was beyond his imagination. He did not take a step forward. After all, the southern wasteland old dragon was very famous, even if he was not a half-step ancestor, he was not far from it. Even if his whole body was filled with sacred tools, it was still very dangerous to approach such a character. Esteemed guest, I have been waiting for you for a long time, why did you stop? The voice of the azure dragon came from the magnificent mountain forest in front. Swish, a light flashed. A mighty old man wearing a black divine armor appeared in the sky. His whole body was flickering with black light, he was precisely the famous southern wasteland old dragon. Very few people could see his real body. Soon after, one had a scholarly temperament. A scholar who was more than 50 years old. He flew out as light as a feather. He was the legendary Xianxia. Xiaochen instantly retreated far away. He stood 10,000 feet away. He looked at them quietly. Goodbye. I still need to make a trip to the Phoenix Palace. The elegant old man cupped his hands towards the old dragon. Then, he nodded at Xiaochen in the distance. Forgive me for not seeing you off. The old dragon cupped his hands politely. Whoosh, light flashed. Kongxing disappeared into thin air. Are you prejudiced against me? The southern wasteland old dragon was tall and sturdy. The dark golden armor he was wearing was shining with a dazzling light, making him look as if he was cast from iron. No. Xiaochen replied indifferently. I've come to the wrong place. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll take my leave now. It was hard for Xiaochen to forget about what happened 3 years ago. If it wasn't for the old southern wasteland dragon leaving it alone, the little critter Kiki wouldn't have died a violent death. He really didn't have a good impression of the southern wasteland dragon race. Hee, you say you don't have any, but you actually want to pull out my dragon tendon in your heart, right? The southern wasteland dragon didn't show any anger, but his aura was still extremely oppressive. He said, let's not talk about the past first, but I really don't have any evil intentions towards you right now. Someone has already taken care of you, your life is very precious now. Who is it? Xiaochen revealed a doubtful expression. You will know when the time comes. When exactly will it be? Maybe 10 years, it won't be more than 20 years. Speaking until here, the southern wasteland dragon smiled and said, don't you want to meet a certain little guy? Yes. Xiaochen knew who he was talking about, he really missed his old companion. Clap. Clap. The southern wasteland dragon clapped his hands, a magnificent palace in the distant mountain forest suddenly opened up. A figure of light rushed out and flew over in a flash. It was a 7 or 8-year-old child. His long hair hung down to his waist like a black waterfall. His jade-like face had a pair of clear eyes. Although he was still very young, his cheeks looked as if they were carved by a knife. He appeared to be resolute and courageous. His temperament was a little proud and aloof, just like that war dragon among the beasts. He stood out from the masses. That's right, he was a dragon. He was precisely the tough little dragon from before. Under the southern wasteland dragon's guidance, he had already successfully transformed into a human. Xiaochen, the tough little dragon, was still as taciturn as before. When it got closer, it only spat out these 2 words. Xiaochen laughed heartily. He rubbed its head and said, I haven't seen you for almost 4 years. Other than your appearance, the once stubborn little guy's temperament is still the same as before. Where's Kiki? I've gathered a lot of spiritual essence for it. Hearing that, Xiaochen laughed again. He patted the tough little dragon's shoulder and said, leave it for it. When it wakes up, it will naturally ask you for it personally. Where did it go? It's a long story, let's talk about it slowly. Here you go. Speaking until here, the tough little dragon's hands flickered with radiance and a big bag appeared. Waves of multicolored light emitted from it, and a refreshing fragrance drifted out. It was a big bag of peerless spiritual essence. I've also prepared a lot of natural treasures for you. It's enough for you to divinize many of your acupoints. Xiaochen didn't refuse. He rubbed its black hair with a smile and said, I'll accept it. He didn't enter that magnificent and bizarre dragon's sacred land in the depths of the southern wasteland. Instead, he brought the tough little dragon and flew to the remote desolate mountain range. 1 man and 1 dragon talked for half a day. Of course, most of the time, it was Xiaochen talking and the taciturn tough listening. Go back, I'm leaving. Xiaochen patted the tough little dragon and said, I'm looking forward to seeing you defeat all the dragons. Next year, I will leave the southern wasteland and go to the outside world to train. The taciturn tough said this before it left. The tough little dragon went far away. With a flash of light, the southern wasteland dragon's tall and sturdy body appeared. He said, the world of Immortals is going to be in chaos in the future. You, live well. What do you mean? Xiaochen looked at him indifferently. The half-step ancestor level won't make a move against you, but those below half-step ancestor level will come looking for you for revenge. I hope you can survive. Otherwise, someone's scheme will fail at the last step. Which bastard is scheming against me? Xiaochen was a little angry. Scheming against you? You think too highly of yourself, you were just dragged into it by chance. Xiaochen was very resentful. He said in a cold voice, I will not be manipulated by others. Hee, the southern wasteland dragon laughed. His figure gradually faded away and disappeared without a trace. But the moment the old dragon disappeared, Xiaochen discovered an artifact was hanging on his body. After a careful look, he realized it was actually a dragon horn. Southern wasteland dragon, what do you mean? Xiaochen didn't think the other party was kind enough to give him a sacred artifact. He took it off from his waist and threw it away with all his might. At the same time, he activated all the sacred artifacts on his body to resist the dragon horn. Without any sound, the dragon horn flew back again. At the same time, it was accompanied by the old dragon's voice, I don't want you to die early. I'll lend you my magic artifact for the time being. Xiaochen's sword-like eyebrows immediately furrowed, but he relaxed in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out a single word, all right. He put away the dragon horn. Swish! With a flash of light, the 12th rank Lotus platform broke through the sky. While flying in the boundless southern wasteland mountain, Xiaochen silently thought about the recent events. After that, he let out a heavy snort. A phoenix cry transmitted over. In the beautiful parasol forest ahead, a 5-colored phoenix soared into the sky. A 5-colored divine flame was swept up as it flew over. A young phoenix was following beside it. It was looking at Xiaochen curiously while blinking its big eyes. It's you? Xiaochen was startled as he recognized the other party. At that time, Kiki and 10X had once stolen this phoenix girl's spiritual item and were caught. The other party had once gifted him a phoenix feather and said that she would lend him a helping hand in the future. Every time we meet, you give me a novel feeling. It's even more this time. You killed so many half-step ancestors and became the public enemy of the entire Immortals mainland. You are really good at stirring up trouble. The phoenix girl teased. Is he the rumored big villain? The little phoenix at the side blinked its big black eyes and looked at Xiaochen with interest. Little kid, don't talk nonsense. Oh, got it. Aunt. The little phoenix shut its mouth obediently. I just returned to the southern wasteland from the Phoenix Palace not long ago. I have a gift for you. You must accept it. The phoenix girl smiled lightly. With a swish, she shot out a ball of dazzling multicolored flame. Xiaochen wanted to refuse, but he still accepted it in the end. He asked, why? Because someone doesn't want you to die early. Xiaochen became more and more suspicious. He said, don't tell me it's a gift from your Phoenix Palace's ancestor? You guessed it right. It's a gift from my grandmother. The phoenix girl smiled. The little phoenix at the side pursed his lips and muttered discontentedly, the ancestor is so biased. But you didn't give it to me. I understand. Goodbye. When he was far away, Xiaochen cursed angrily, damn it. Right now, his whole body was a treasure. He was like a moving treasure house. The celestial city was in sight. Xiaochen had lived here for a long time. A lot of things had happened here. After hesitating for a moment, he swooped down and arrived at the familiar street. The Amber Warbeast Castle, the great desolate Warbeast Castle. Suddenly, he saw a magnificent spiritual treasure palace. It seemed to have opened not long ago. Moreover, just at this time, he saw a familiar person. A chubby figure. It was actually that Zhuge Fatty. The moment he saw Xiaochen, Zhuge Liang almost cried out involuntarily. He hastily covered his mouth and pulled Xiaochen in as he said, Ancestor, you are my ancestor. After committing such a big crime, you still dare to swagger in front of the world? You killed so many half-step ancestors. The practitioners all over the world want to kill you. It's useless to be afraid. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, how have you been for the past 3 years? Haha, I'm already numb. I don't want to fight for the authority of the clan anymore. I made a lot of money using the gold coins you left behind. I feel that I can start my own business. Not long ago, I went to the outside world for a stroll. I decided to expand from the southern wasteland. Speaking until here, Zhuge Fatty walked into the inner room and took out a big package. He said, "Here are all peerless spiritual herbs. Take them and run away quickly. It seems like a lot of people came to the celestial city these past few days. I suspect they are waiting for you." Xiaochen put away that huge package. This was what he needed. If it was all peerless spiritual herbs, then his divine acupoints might increase by more than 10, or even 20. He couldn't help but admit that everyone's talent was different. The fatty had his ways. He had earned so much money in these past 3 years and bought so many peerless spiritual herbs. He was indeed an extraordinary person. Wait for me to come back. When I have the chance to make a name for myself, I will help you become the lord of the southern wasteland. Xiaochen left with large strides. Zhuge Fatty opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Xiaochen looked at the street. Everything was very calm as he walked aimlessly. Just at this time, a wailing voice suddenly transmitted from the street in front of him, "Hoffman, you bastard! Let go of my granddaughter." Hoffman, Xiaochen looked over with rapt attention. It was indeed that Zhen family's young thug. He had slapped him dozens of times before. Who would have thought that they would meet again today? The young thug's nature hadn't changed. Not long ago, he went out to wander around. He was still as arrogant and despotic as ever after he came back. With a flash of light, Xiaochen appeared in front of Hoffman and slapped him. "Pa!" The sound was exceptionally crisp. "Fuck, who?" The furious Hoffman suddenly stopped speaking. After that, he shouted in fright as if he had seen a ghost, You are back." Xiaochen had killed many half-step ancestors. His name had already spread throughout the continent. When Hoffman saw his former enemy again, he was scared to death. "Pa! Pa!" Without any words, Xiaochen slapped him dozens of times. He really didn't have any good impression of this young thug. Every time he saw him, he would always commit crimes. Chi! A ray of light flickered on the tip of his finger. A sword chi came out from his body. Xiaochen wanted to kill him. Right now, he was already the public enemy of the world. He didn't care about the wrath of the Reagan family at all. Not to mention that they were originally enemies. On that bloody night in Celestial City, this young thug had trampled on him and humiliated him. Now was the perfect time to settle the score. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. A lot of people have come to Celestial City to kill you. It's within my expectations, there's no need for you to say too much." With a light slash, a head flew diagonally. Xiaochen walked forward with large strides. The commoners on the street scattered in all directions. Murder on the street. Furthermore, it was the young master of a major power in the city who was killed. If he didn't leave now, he would definitely invite a disaster. Xiaochen walked straight down the street because he could already feel that there was an expert waiting for him in front. It was a beautiful woman. The beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, the beauty that could put the moon to shame, the beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. It was precisely that Fares now. She looked at Xiaochen with an incomparably complicated expression. She didn't say a single word. Around her were dozens of white tigers. Not far away, there were even dozens of Taoists. A group of people came forward and surrounded him. "Who are you people?" "This humble Taoist is the Taoist of many treasures. This humble Taoist is Yun Zhongzi, the third son of the White Tiger monarch." Xiaochen took a deep breath. He was deeply aware of how powerful the other party was. The Taoist of many treasures was the eldest disciple of the Tongtian hierarch. He had obtained the true inheritance of the half-ancestor. His cultivation was unfathomable. Yun Zhongzi was the direct disciple of the primordial lord. His cultivation was also unfathomable. As for the third son of the White Tiger monarch, there was no need to even mention it. He was the true inheritor of the White Tiger's bloodline. Xiaochen looked at Fares now through the crowd and said, "You are so scheming. You predicted that I would appear here and waited for me to fall into your trap in advance?" Fares now was as beautiful as the bright moon in the sky. Especially that faint smile, it was exceptionally moving. Xiaochen had brought her too many surprises. It made her incomparably calm and realistic heart ripple. She once thought that if the choice she made back then could be changed, perhaps their current situation would be very different. She had truly seen Xiaochen's potential. However, it was impossible to turn back. She could only move forward. Only by thoroughly killing Xiaochen would she be able to calm her mind. She risked her life to suggest to the older generation of the Tiger clan to join forces with the experts and wait for Xiaochen to walk into the trap. Everything was really as she predicted. Fairs now put away her complicated emotions and looked at Xiaochen calmly. Then, she revealed a charming smile and said, "It seems like we are born to be at odds. Today, I will kill you to settle this once and for all." Even when facing the Tong Tian hierarch's eldest direct disciple and the others, Xiaochen still couldn't hide his laughter. "You are indeed very accurate, but what's the use? Perhaps you guys still don't know. I was still in the Devil Plane an hour ago, but now I'm already here." Hearing this, even the expressions of the Taoist of many treasures and Yun Zhongzi changed. The two places are more than 100,000 miles apart. How is it possible? Quickly kill him. Fairs now shouted. Needless to say, the Taoist of many treasures, Yun Zhongzi, the third son of the White Tiger monarch, and the other experts had already made their move. "Goodbye, until we meet again." Xiaochen sneered. He took out the sacred tool World's End near at hand and a spatial tunnel appeared. He took a step inside and disappeared before everyone's eyes in an instant. Xiaochen's next stop was the southwest Pure Land. He arrived at the Holy Land of the Forest Tribe and the Barbarian Tribe. This was the seclusion of a group of aloof elders. The moment he appeared here, Xiaochen asked himself in bewilderment, "Why do I feel like I'm bidding farewell? I seem to be waving at the place where I used to live. Could it be that this is my instinct? Could it be that my instinct has a premonition, and my subconscious is leading everything to bid farewell to the past?" Thinking of this, Xiaochen didn't know why he suddenly felt some fear. He believed in his spiritual sense. Could it be that his subconscious had really felt something? But why didn't it appear clearly in his heart? The Pure Land was still very warm. The elders still treated him like their own child like before. Unfortunately, the intelligent Qing wasn't here. She had already gone to the outside world to temper herself. Xiaochen was afraid of bringing trouble to the Pure Land. After a short gathering, he resolutely left. "Where am I going? The world is so big, where is my home?" Xiaochen felt that there was really no place for him in the world anymore. At this moment, the world of Immortals was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing Xiaochen's name. He killed a half-ancestor, killed many practitioners on the demon plane, and broke through the encirclement. Almost all the experts in the world were searching for him. That's right, the disciples of the half-ancestor were all over the world. Xiaochen had already become the public enemy of the world of Immortals. In the end, Xiaochen decided to go far away from the uninhabited region. He wanted to enter those regions that even deities couldn't cross. The mainland of Immortals, north of the northernmost ancient god desert, west of the westernmost bronze mountains, east of the easternmost boundless eastern sea, south of the southernmost uninhabited islands, what kind of unknown world was there? No one could say for sure. Even deities would find it hard to enter. They couldn't guess the situation inside. In the end, Xiaochen used the World's End near at hand to open a spatial passage and entered the legendary northernmost ancient god desert. He decided to use all kinds of sacred tools to open up a path. He wanted to see what was in the north of the ancient god desert. He left for 3 whole years. On the 3rd year, martial sage Sun Wu suddenly opened his eyes in his secluded place and said, "Could it be, they are here?" At the same time, butterflies fluttered gracefully. Zhuangzhou flapped his wings and soared into the sky. In the Great Xia Empire, a 3-year-old child's eyes were as deep as the starry sky. The purple aura passed through the window lattice and pervaded the horizon. In the Shang dynasty, a child with congealed blood in his hand. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he quietly floated in front of the window. In the Roman Empire, a golden-haired child suddenly opened his eyes. The vast desert stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiaochen forgot about the passage of time and the vastness of space. He advanced alone like an ascetic, exploring this desolate uninhabited region. No one dared to go deep into the Immortals' mainland. These were the famous forbidden lands of the 4 extremes. If one were to ask which part of the Immortals' mainland was the most dreadful, and which part was the most dangerous place. As long as a practitioner had some understanding, they would definitely say the forbidden lands of the four extremes. To the north of the ancient God Desert in the north, to the west of the millions of copper mountains in the west, to the east of the waves of the vast East Sea in the east, and to the south of the tens of millions of deserted islands in the south, no one could say for sure what kind of unknown world there was. This was because no one had ever come out alive after entering the depths of the world. Because of the unknown, everything was terrifying, even heavenly deities found it difficult to enter, unable to guess at the situation inside. In the vast desert of hundreds of thousands of miles, yellow sand was blown up, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was as if a golden rain was falling from the sky. From time to time, golden sand dunes would disappear, and new sand dunes would form in an instant. One could easily imagine how strong the astral winds were. If Xianxia did not have many holy tools protecting him, he would have turned to dust long ago. Yes, the astral energy here was exceptionally terrifying. It could even tear apart the body of a god. The violent winds finally calmed down. The golden desert looked like it was carved out of gold. The golden sand was dazzling, but the temperature was terrifying. The sunlight that sprinkled down from the sky only raised the temperature by a few dozen degrees, but the golden desert itself seemed to contain endless energy. Xianxia saw a half-melted divine weapon. The name of a certain deity was clearly engraved on it. Even such a divine weapon was unable to withstand the terrifying temperature of the desert. One could imagine how terrifying the golden furnace was. Thus, he had many sacred artifacts to protect himself. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive here. The midday sun was blazing. The astral wind had stopped. The desert was exceptionally calm and peaceful. Xianxia sat alone in the dazzling golden desert. No matter what, he toiled hard every day. He persisted in his cultivation. The heavenly diagram of the ancient tablet was further improved. This made him feel more and more that this mental cultivation method was broad and profound. The divinized acupoint path shone even more resplendently. The real divine veins continued to extend. It became more and more condensed. Compared to the natural meridians. Even more mysterious. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. The 12th grade lotus platform carried him. The beads of sweat were constantly refined and evaporated. The four immortal slaying swords guarded the four directions. A misty primordial energy was shaken out. The ancient scriptures flipped back and forth. Golden stars jumped out from within. Let the starlight shine around him. There was also a Taiji diagram floating up and down. The two energies of yin and yang rotated back and forth. The holy sunstone froze in the air. Under the dazzling rays of light, yes. At this moment, Xianxia's entire body was overflowing with colorful lights. He was using the saint artifact to refine his body. At the same time, he operated the mental cultivation method of the ancient tablet heavenly diagram. At the same time, he took out all sorts of saint artifacts. He allowed the divine radiance to bathe every inch of his flesh. More than half of the bag of spiritual items given by 10x had already been consumed. How much time did it take? He had long since lost the concept. All he knew was that it seemed to be very long. Maybe it took a few months. Maybe a year or two. Now, there were 12 more divinized acupoints on his body. Every one of them was like the morning star. It shone brilliantly in his body. A total of 28 acupoints were completely divinized. This made him sigh. Just how many rare spiritual herbs were there in the southern wasteland dragon tribe's sacred land? It was hard to imagine that 10x was so generous to him. A whole 12 divinized acupoints. If he followed his previous speed, who knew how many years it would take to gather so many spiritual herbs? When the peerless immortal ginseng that looked like an infant was completely refined by Xianxia under the scorching sun, the 29th acupoint was divinized. The wondrous seven treasures tree continuously emitted seven-colored divine radiance to refine his body. The holy sunstone also emitted waves of divine radiance. It cleansed his meridians. Every inch of his flesh was cleansed. One after another tiny multicolored light could be seen roaming around. This was equivalent to cleansing the marrow. Under the circumstance that he ignored the passage of time, even Xianxia himself couldn't estimate just how strong his body had become in the desert this time. However, there was one thing that made Xiaochen very vexed. The imprint of martial arts and the divine ability were clashing more and more. Even using the heavenly diagram ancient monolith to refine the spiritual herbs and divinize the acupoints. It also conflicted with the imprint of martial arts. It was an extremely painful process every time. Refining the spiritual herbs and divinizing the acupoints. After enduring it, they will merge. If that's the case, can the divine ability and the imprint of martial arts also merge? No matter what, he wouldn't cripple the eightfold world. At present, he could only think of a way to merge the two. Time was like the flowing river. Xiaochen didn't know how long he had been in the ancient god's desert. He was doing his best to search and search. He saw a lot of broken walls and ruins in the golden desert, but this couldn't prove anything. He couldn't find any clues. Maybe another half a year had passed, or maybe 2 years had passed. On this exceptionally peaceful night, Xiaochen found it hard to stay calm. He sat alone under the cold moonlight, silently clenching his teeth as he tried to break through. That's right, he was about to break through to the Zephyr realm, which was also the legendary demigod realm. The ancient god's desert was really a bizarre place. The temperature during the day could melt divine tools, but at night, it was so cold that it could freeze and crack iron. Under the protection of the sacred tools, the temperature that could freeze one's body couldn't do anything to Xiaochen. However, the sacred tools couldn't help Xiaochen break through either. That was because it wasn't something that could be done with just strength. This was a mysterious process to unlock the treasures in one's body. It required an extremely mysterious opportunity. Under the cold moonlight, the desert was exceptionally quiet. Xiaochen sat cross-legged in the sky. The blood vessels in his body felt like they were about to burst. All the blood vessels in his body were swelling up. He faced upwards and let out a long roar. His hair fluttered in the wind. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence. After it circled around his body 3 times, that gentle life essence rushed into his body once again. Boom! A loud sound came from his body. It was as if some kind of shackle had been broken. Divine power surged violently. Xiaochen's body was surrounded by thousands of rays of multicolored light. At this moment, he had entered the Zephyr realm. He was already a young demigod. Sweeping his gaze across all directions, Xiaochen soared up and stood in the sky. His pupils were even more resplendent than the stars in the sky. His resolute face appeared confident and calm. He had finally made a breakthrough. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Demigod, this was a watershed. It laid a solid foundation for advancing into the Immortalis realm. Stepping into the Immortalis realm was no longer a dream. Every time he made progress, he would advance into the God realm. Suddenly, a bizarre feeling welled up in his heart. His body trembled violently. His sea of consciousness was peaceful. It was as if the surrounding space was pressing down on him. The space seemed to have collapsed. After that, it condensed into a single point. It transformed into a spiritual light and rushed into his sea of consciousness. Soon after, the space collapsed and formed a black hole. Endless dense black fog drifted out and transformed into a gloomy fog that rushed into his sea of consciousness. Illusion. Misconception. The moment Xiaochen opened his eyes again, he discovered that no matter if it was the condensed point of nothingness or the space that collapsed into a black hole, none of them existed anymore. It was as if he was in a trance for a split second. However, just at this moment, Xiaochen truly felt something different from before. It was as if he could become one with the entire heaven and earth. To be exact, he was indistinguishable from the space. A split second of realization, he had grasped a new divine ability, the divine law of space. Space is king, time is venerated. These were the words that Lawrence had once said. Among the practitioners of the same level, the practitioners who had grasped the divine law of space and time were the supreme ones of the same level. They could already challenge those of a higher level at the Exuvia realm, let alone the Historia and Zephyr realm. Grasping the divine law of space meant that they could challenge those of a higher level. Space is king, time is venerated. After breaking through to the Zephyr realm, the treasures in his body were unlocked. He had grasped a kind of divine ability that all practitioners yearned for even in their dreams. However, trouble also came at this moment. The martial imprint was restless. Although the martial body was unimaginably powerful, it actually showed signs of collapsing at this moment. Xiaochen's body was seriously injured. It was actually, slowly cracking. The scene before his eyes was extremely terrifying. Under the clear and cold moonlight in the sky above the boundless desert, Xiaochen seemed to be disintegrating. His body could collapse at any time. The divine ability and the martial body clashed, clenching his teeth. Xiaochen endured everything with great willpower. He silently analyzed the martial imprint and secretly suppressed the newly obtained divine ability of space. At the same time, he took out many sacred tools. He wanted to use the power of the sacred tools to protect his physical body. However, he discovered that it was useless. The destructive power came from inside his body. The sacred tools couldn't help him at all. On the contrary, they almost had the opposite effect. Fortune and disaster were interdependent. He had just obtained the divine law of space, but the martial body had such an intense reaction in an instant. Crack! He could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. Immediately after, Xiaochen felt his soul floated out of his body. After that, he saw his physical body was torn into pieces. Something's wrong. At this moment, Xiaochen suddenly discovered something to his shock. Although there was a split body in front of him, he was not floating outside in the form of a soul. He was still in the form of a physical body. How was this possible? How could there be two physical bodies? However, Xiaochen was shocked to discover that this seemed to be real. He pinched himself with all his might. He could really feel the reality of his flesh and blood. At the same time, he discovered that his body was glowing brilliantly. It was the divinized acupoints and the extended divine veins. This was a body with divinized acupoints and divine veins. A divine body reborn from the original body? Xiaochen was incomparably shocked. Was this the initial manifestation of the heavenly diagram of the ancient monolith? Before he could think too much, the split body in front of him slowly gathered together. After that, it burst out with an extremely glaring radiance and reassembled. Swish, with a flash of light, he discovered that the two bodies had merged into one. Only at this moment did he feel at ease. Because no matter how he transformed, he felt that the original body was the most important. The spatial divine ability emerged. This time, it didn't clash with the martial body. It seemed like the split body just now allowed the divine ability and the martial body to merge temporarily. Demigod, Xiaochen had truly stepped into the demigod realm. Furthermore, he had grasped a new divine ability. Time flew by. He continued to advance in the ancient god desert. It seemed like another year had passed. During this process, he had refined all the spiritual items given to him by Tenex and the heavenly treasures given to him by Zhuge Fati. At this moment, he felt that the life essence in his body was surging. It seemed like he possessed an inexhaustible power. Now, all 49 major acupoints were completely divinized. The divine veins extended to every part of his body. Not only were all the divinized acupoints connected, even those acupoints that weren't divinized were also connected. The boundless life essence was Xiaochen's most robust capital. Now, he no longer doubted that if he waited until all the acupoints were divinized and all the life essence in his body was at his disposal, his power might be unparalleled. He might have the power to destroy heaven and earth with just a wave of his hand. And the power was definitely only the most basic manifestation of the power. It was basically impossible to guess what kind of astonishing transformation it would bring. The progress of the martial body training was very smooth. His body was as strong as a divine weapon. It was basically impossible for ordinary weapons to injure his body. This kind of physique didn't seem to be something that a demigod could possess. Xiaochen didn't know that 3 years had already passed in a flash. He trained bitterly in the ancient god desert alone, and the people outside were also constantly searching for his whereabouts. However, without the support of a sacred tool, even an immortal would find it difficult to enter the depths of the ancient god desert. Xiaochen advanced on foot. Because the sacred tool, so close at hand, seemed to be restricted in the ancient god desert, it was difficult to bring out its original might. It could only travel 1,000 meters at a time, and it would take a long time. Xiaochen flew on the 12th stage lotus platform, but his speed also decreased rapidly. The deeper he went into the ancient god desert, the slower his speed became. However, even if he spent most of his time cultivating, Xiaoqian still advanced more than 200,000 miles into the depths of the ancient god desert. Such a depth somewhat exceeded his imagination. The vast desert seemed endless. Time passed mercilessly. Xiaoqian had already forgotten everything about the outside world. Aside from cultivating every day, he was advancing. He wanted to take a look at the secrets in the depths of the ancient god desert. On this day, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell ringing. It gave him a surreal feeling. Xiaoqian soared into the sky and took out his various sacred tools. He stood in the void and looked ahead. In the depths of the golden desert in the distance, a temple sat there quietly as if it had existed since ancient times. Xiaoqian soared into the sky and walked forward step by step. Under the setting sun, the ancient temple gave off a divine glow. The ringing of the bell had already died down. In the sunset, the ancient temple gave off an incredibly mysterious feeling. Xiaoqian finally approached the temple. However, he could not get close. A strange energy isolated him outside the ancient temple. Xiaoqian casually turned his head and was startled. A Taoist temple sat quietly far away from the ancient temple. It was filled with the vicissitudes of time, like it came from the immemorial era. That is, suddenly, Xiaoqian looked into the distance and discovered an extremely small divine island floating quietly in the air. It looked like it had been sealed for a very long time. There were no energy fluctuations at all, it just remained there alone. Everything in this world should be destroyed. This is just a projection of the real world. It is all an illusion. The immortal realm should not exist, a vast voice reverberated throughout the entire ancient god desert. It was ear-splitting, and the vast and boundless golden desert trembled. The projection of the real world will eventually return to nothingness, and the illusory will eventually be destroyed, the vast voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It was extremely dignified and filled with a soul-stirring power. Xiaoqian was incomparably shocked. The world of immortals was the projection of the real world. Was the entire world fake? Then, what was he? The voice faded away, and the entire desert became incomparably silent. It was as if that voice had never appeared. The vast and boundless desert was dyed with a layer of fiery red luster in the sunset glow. The golden sand flowed with specks of red light, and the burning clouds on the horizon gave the desert and the sky a golden edge. There was a deathly silence. The vast desert was silent, desolate, and remote. At this moment, Xiaoqian's emotions were fluctuating like a raging sea. However, in an instant, Xiaoqian quickly calmed down. He was real. He only needed to understand this point. On the vast and empty desert, there was no sign of life at all. However, on this very day, at this very moment, a divine temple, a Taoist temple, and a divine island appeared. Xiaoqian looked at them calmly, but it was difficult for him to walk forward. A mysterious power was preventing him from approaching. The clear and cold moonlight sprinkled down, and the stars that filled the sky twinkled. Was all of this an illusion? Was all of this a projection of the real world? Xiaoqian did not dwell on it. He only had one self in his heart. Under such circumstances, he cultivated silently. The moonlight was like water, but the temperature in the desert dropped rapidly. Even fine iron would freeze and crack under the rapid drop in temperature. In this lonely desert that was shining with starlight, a creaking sound was suddenly heard. The door of the ancient temple was pushed open. The vast desert was originally silent, but this voice was exceptionally abrupt, like a divine fish leaping out of a calm lake. Xiaoqian's eyes snapped open. In the moonlit night, it was as if two bolts of lightning shot out from the void. After the temple door was pushed open, a young figure calmly walked out. He was dressed in loose monk robes. She was only 3 or 4 years old. Most of his monk robes were dragged to the ground. It was a young child. Or rather, it was a little monk. She was only 3 or 4 years old. But it could resist the extreme cold of the desert. He calmly walked out of the temple. He has a fair complexion. His forehead was full. His eyes were big and full of spirit. Long eyelashes. The bridge of his nose was straight. Thick lips. He looked like an honest and kind-hearted child. Among the 5 senses, the ears were the most special. Although he was not big. But his ears were very big. He was very blessed. His thick earlobes were almost touching his shoulders. Although he saw Xiaochen, he did not know what to do. But he didn't look surprised at all. He strode past it. He circled around the entire miraculous fort and headed deeper into the desert. Xiaochen was very surprised. But he didn't make a sound. She quietly watched him leave. At this moment, the door of the Taoist temple in the distance was also pushed open. A little Taoist priest of 3 or 4 years of age calmly walked out. Although he was just a child, he looked exceptionally mature. Especially his pair of eyes were incomparably deep, as if he could see through everything in the world. He calmly walked into the depths of the desert. It was an extremely strange feeling. He was just a 3 or 4-year-old child. However, his expression and actions were as calm as an antique that had lived for countless years. Whoosh, a child gently floated down from that very small divine island in the sky. His jet-black hair flowed down like a waterfall. His eyes were filled with spirituality. No, it was more like a murderous aura. It made Xiaochen feel a bone-piercing chill. He calmly walked into the depths of the desert. It was an extremely absurd feeling. The 3 children were so mature. They didn't even look at Xiaochen as they walked into the desert. Xiaochen stood up and followed their footsteps. He did not know how fast the 3 children's speed was. Xiaochen raised his speed to the limit, but he was unable to catch up to them even after chasing for several hundred kilometers. The footsteps completely disappeared in front of him. However, he had a new discovery. In front of him was an incomparably dark region. He couldn't see the end at all. Could it be that he had reached the end of the ancient God desert? After looking carefully, Xiaochen discovered that place seemed to be a spatial fault. He returned to his original spot silently. He only discovered that the 3 children had returned one after another in the middle of the night. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight illuminated the desert. A new day had arrived. Although the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, there seemed to be an extremely oppressive aura in the sky. It was as if an immemorial demon was about to come into being. The illusory world will eventually be destroyed, that loud voice from yesterday appeared once again. Immediately after, the sky was covered with dense black clouds, completely suppressing the rising sun. The rolling black clouds in the sky above the desert were like a heavy lead mountain. The pressure made it hard for people to breathe. Rumble, lightning struck down. There was actually a golden chariot moving in the black clouds. It was the one that struck down the world-destroying lightning. Under the vast and mighty energy fluctuation, the sky was overflowing. Swish, with a flash of light, that ancient temple in the middle of the desert rose from the ground. It was like a meteor as it crashed into the gloomy sky. In an instant, it rushed into the lead-like black clouds. After that, with a loud rumble, it crashed into that golden chariot. Rumble, the sky seemed to have shattered. With a deafening sound, the huge golden chariot was knocked down from the clouds. Immediately after, the human figure disappeared. The black clouds rolled over violently. A mass of dusky fog and a small monk continuously collided in the sky. One after another, the destructive cracks in the space actually extended all the way to that distant starry sky. That's right, the overflowing lead-like clouds were scattered. The sun in the east seemed to have fallen. The starry sky appeared on the horizon. The destructive cracks in the space rushed into the starry sky. Illusion? Illusion? Xiaochen couldn't tell. The black clouds finally covered the sky again. That mass of dusky fog let out a loud voice and shouted at the small monk, "Why resist? Even this world is illusory, let alone you. You are nothing. Vanishing into thin air like this is your final destination." The small monk was very calm, without the slightest ripple. He said, "Who can tell the difference between illusion and reality? A world in a flower, a heaven in a blade of grass, a Bodhi in a leaf, a bliss in a grain of sand, a pure land in a corner, a smile in the mortal world. One thought, one tranquility." Similarly, the entire world can also be as empty as flowers and grass. What a good Buddha! You dare to mock me? For us, strength is strength. No matter how lofty your mental state is, it is still an illusion in the end. A loud voice transmitted from the dusky fog, it's time for this world to be destroyed. The 24 war swords will return. Destruction often starts from oneself. The small monk was as calm as a withered tree. Haha, a loud laughter transmitted from the black clouds. This world is no longer protected by ancestral gods. The half-ancestors also fell one after another. How can we resist? In the real world, an ancestral god is enough to destroy everything. Moreover, with more than 10 half-ancestors accompanying us, the illusory world of immortals will eventually return to nothingness. Do you think you, Buddha, Primordial, and Xianxia, can stop all of this? While they were talking, the dark space several hundred miles away rumbled unceasingly. The black fog rolled over and over, and the black clouds covered the sky. More than 10 golden chariots streaked across the vast sky. It shook the whole world. Chi. Chi. One primal chaos sword chi after another pierced through the black clouds. That divine island soared into the sky and ruthlessly crashed into one of the golden chariots. A 3 or 4-year-old child leaped up, his eyes emitted a cold murderous aura. Immediately after, the Taoist temple in the desert also rose from the ground and crashed into the chariots, shattering one of the golden chariots. Below, Xianxia was incomparably shocked. The small monk was actually Buddha, the little Taoist in the Taoist temple was Primordial, and the murderous child on the divine island was actually Xianxia. 3 years ago, he personally chopped off their heads. Destroy. The illusory, within the dark clouds, more than 10 chariots emitted a world-suppressing energy fluctuation. The entire ancient god desert seemed to be shaking. Buddha, Primordial, and Xianxia also released heaven-shaking and earth-shattering pressure, contending against the dozen or so otherworld half-ancestors in the golden chariots. Moreover, at this time, the void kept on shattering. A dazzling sun appeared in the sky. It was that sun divine god. However, his real body was only a 3-year-old golden-haired child. At the same time, a vast demonic aura appeared. A black-clothed child surrounded by demonic fog appeared. It was that great demon venerable Satan. After that, the 3 Western divine spirits appeared in the form of children. Taoist Xianxia also appeared in the form of a child. The void was continuously shattered. The first-generation palace master of the demonic palace, the first-generation fairy of the merciful sword house, and the holy emperor of the white tiger bloodline all appeared in the form of children. The divine tools in Xiaoqian's hand flew away one after another. In the end, not a single one was left. All the half-ancestors who were beheaded by him appeared in the form of children. If it wasn't for the rainbow-colored sacred tree appearing above his head and sprinkling down rainbow-colored radiance, Xiaoqian would have already been burnt to ashes by this blazing desert. After all, even divine tools would be melted here. You guys set a trap to lure us to the world of immortals? However, it's all in vain. The illusory world of the ancestor gods is already gone. It will soon collapse and return to nothingness. The butterfly flapped its wings. Zhuangzhou appeared and transmitted his spirit wave, "Dream butterfly, it's just a dream. What is illusion and reality? Relatively speaking, you guys are also just a dream. Then let's fight." More than 10 chariots emitted a loud voice at the same time. Roar, with a long roar, the holy emperor of the white tiger's 1-foot-long body suddenly enlarged to the size of a mountain. His mountain-sized tiger claw fiercely slammed towards one of the chariots in the sky. The sword diagram above Tongtian's head contained 4 ominous swords in 4 directions. They emitted one chaotic sword chi after another and rushed towards one of the chariots in the dark clouds. The destructive killing intent soared to the sky. Taoist Xianxia waved the wondrous tree of 7 treasures in his hand again and again. Rays of rainbow-colored radiance scattered the dark clouds near him and even overturned one of the chariots. The sun divine god held the sacred stone in his hand. The radiance shone in all directions and shattered the dark clouds. In the end, he rushed towards a golden chariot. Primordial god held a long sword in his right hand and a jade scepter in his left. He hacked apart a golden chariot and started fighting with the hazy mist inside. Xiaoqian's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't calm down at all. This was destined to be a battle between half-ancestor level and even ancestor god level that was unknown to the world. It was related to the fate of the world of immortals. Just at this time, he clearly heard a sigh, the one that should have come didn't come, and the one that shouldn't have come has come. This is a failed plan. A monstrous energy fluctuation came from the spatial fault several hundred miles away. It reached this place in an instant. Buddha, primordial god, Tongtian, Xuanti, and the Sun divine god all changed their expressions. They knew the enemy's ancestor god had arrived, but just at this moment, an indescribably vast fluctuation came from the direction of the Immortals' mainland from the south of the desert of ancient gods. It arrived in an instant. Ancestor god? How can there be an ancestor god in the Immortals' mainland? The originally boundless desert was lonely and desolate, yet at this moment, it seemed as if it was seething. The golden sand in an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers surged while the dark clouds that covered the sky roiled. It seemed as if the entire world was shaking, as if the end of the world had arrived. Rumble, a monstrous energy fluctuation came from the direction of the spatial fault several hundred miles away, shaking the entire world. It arrived in an instant, like a world-destroying hurricane about to destroy everything in its path. At that time, the White Tiger Saint Emperor and the first-generation Palace Master of the Sky Devil Palace had been blasted flying in the sky, and its might was unimaginable. Merely the fluctuation of energy had blasted back experts that were infinitely close to the half-ancestral god realm. An ancestor god of a different universe, its might could shake the heavens and the earth. The White Tiger Saint Emperor let out a long roar. He soared into the sky and once again charged towards his opponent. As his 4 tiger claws moved, the dark clouds in the sky continued to collapse. Countless starlight shot down from the distant starry sky and submerged the White Tiger Saint Emperor. Endless brilliance surged, making him look as if he was completely condensed from stars. The tiger's body grew larger and larger until it was 100,000 feet tall. It pierced through the clouds and into the endless void, as if it was going to pierce into the starry sky. Every small movement of his would shatter the void into pieces. He could truly be called the White Tiger of Destruction. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of white light, instantly destroying the opponent's golden chariot and locking down the area. As his tiger claws moved, a world in his palm appeared in the void. Yes, it was completely formed according to the White Tiger Saint Emperor's wishes. He wanted to quickly trap the half-martial ancestor. The first-generation Heavenly Devil Palace's Palace Master also let out a long whistle and soared into the sky. He once again flew into the battlefield. Perhaps this might be their only chance. After all, they were still not actual half-martial ancestors. If they were to wait for the ancestor gods to descend, they would likely not have the chance to attack. Boom, hundreds of kilometers away, the spatial fault collapsed. A fluctuation that caused even a half-martial ancestor's heart to palpitate spread out. Everyone knew that the alien ancestor god had truly descended. The world in the depths of the ancient god desert was completely destroyed. In an instant, it collapsed and was annihilated. Then, it returned to chaos. Soon, the half-martial ancestors at the border area would be drowned out. But it was at this moment that the ancestral god's ripples spread out from the direction of the Immortals' mainland. The ancient god-barren desert, which spanned over 200,000 miles, was boiling. It was caused by the ancestral god of the immortal continent. The immense pressure caused even the gods to tremble. The golden sand waves were billions of times more terrifying than tsunamis. That was because the golden sand wave wasn't just a dozen meters wide. Not 100 meters. Instead, it was over 100,000 feet tall. The sand waves towered into the sky. 200,000 miles of the ancient god desert was surging violently. Tens of thousands of zhong tall golden waves swept everything in the world. There was nothing that could stop it, no power that could contend against it. The legendary Four Extremes impasse ancient god desert was collapsing and surging violently. The fluctuations of the ancestral gods of the lifelong realm suppressed the entire world. It clashed fiercely with the ripples of the otherworld ancestral gods, tearing apart 100,000 kilometers of the desert. Such might caused the expressions of all the half-martial ancestors to change. Even though they were also capable of such a feat with a single attack, it was impossible for them to create such a frightening outcome with just a single attack. An ancestor god was unfathomable. Without reaching that realm, it was difficult to understand the might of an ancestor god. There was one thing that everyone could infer. The ancestor god's power could truly destroy an entire world. The half-martial ancestors of both sides were protected by the supreme magic power of their respective ancestral gods, and they flew into the sky. This included Xiaochen. Who was it? Who was the ancestral god of the lifelong realm? This was the question in everyone's mind. They urgently wanted to know which ancestral god did not truly perish. There is actually an ancestral god still alive in this illusory world. Unbelievable, the voice of the otherworld ancestral god was incomparably loud, causing the half-martial ancestors to feel their ears buzzing. Xiaochen even nearly fell from the clouds. It's you, Xianxia. Suddenly, the otherworld ancestral god shouted this name, causing everyone's mind to tremble. How can this be? Aren't you already dead? Back then, after an ancestral god of my world died, his corpse turned into a world-destroying ancestral corpse poison that swept into the lifelong realm, wanting to destroy this illusory world. It's you who used your body as a cauldron to refine all the ancestral corpse poison, protecting this illusory world. In the end, you turned into mountains and rivers and perished. The alien ancestral god seemed to be extremely shocked. Even though he didn't reveal his true body in the world. Although he did not reveal his true body, one could imagine his current expression. It was not just Xiaochen who was shocked. Even all the half-martial ancestors were abnormally shocked. This was a secret that even they did not know. This was the first time they heard how Xianxia perished. The merits of an ancestral god were hard to describe. A secret history that no one knew about, a huge contribution that was never mentioned to the later generations. This was the magnanimity of an ancestral god. Xianxia did not say anything. With a schwa sound, he appeared in the ancient god desert from a distant and unknown place in the Immortals continent. Then, he entered the endless leaden clouds of the otherworld ancestral god. The half-martial ancestors all saw that afterimage. Everyone's gaze turned towards Xianxia at the same time, revealing an extremely shocked expression. It's you, ancestral god? Because the so-called Xianxia that the half-martial ancestors saw was actually Xianxia's main body. This was too shocking. It's not me. I only provided a vessel for ancestral god Xianxia. His physical body turned into endless mountains and rivers. Using my body as a guide, I guided his consciousness back. Everyone was speechless. The legend was indeed true. Although Xianxia's combat prowess was not the strongest among the ancestral gods, his mental state was already close to that of an ancestral god. Otherwise, how could he communicate with the remnant soul of a fallen ancestral god? Everyone, are you still not going to make a move? Ancestral god Xianxia had already arrived and blocked the enemy's ancestral god. Let's kill all the half-martial ancestors of that world, don't let a single one escape. Sect leader Tong Tian, who was in charge of killing, shouted. The immortal execution formation above his head, the 4 ominous swords trembled unceasingly. He instantly rushed over. The immortal execution formation was known as one of the 5 strongest killing formations of the immortal realm. It was not without reason that it had such an ominous reputation. Murderous aura rushed up. For long rainbows pierced into the endless starry sky and shattered all tangible matter. Swish swish, for enormous beams of chaotic sword light cut a golden chariot in the dark clouds in half in an instant. It even sent a half-martial ancestor in the chariot flying away. Sect leader Tong Tian, who was in charge of killing and annihilating an army of 1,000, shook his sword formation. 8 mountain-thick primal chaos sword rays swept out for the second attack, directly shattering the clothes of the half-ancestral land expert who bore the brunt of the attack. Heaven-defying Tao, peerless 4 swords. Sect leader Tong Tian shouted. For the third attack, he used a great divine ability together with the immortal execution formation and shot out endless primal swords. The resplendent swords were all as thick as mountains. They actually communicated with many stars in the boundless starry sky. One after another, destructive starlight descended from the sky. Swish swish, the sound of something tearing through the air lingered on the ears. It was as if there was a heaven-piercing death beam flying from the starry sky and directly striking the half-martial ancestor. The terrifying might was hard to fathom. The third strike unexpectedly pierced a bloody hole in the half-ancestral land's chest, which went through the front and back. Waves of blood gushed out. There were even countless streaks of starlight striking down. All of them landed on the half-martial ancestor's body. His entire body was scorched and he was sent flying for dozens of miles. Sect leader Tong Tian controlled the immortal execution 4 swords. When he truly went berserk, he was definitely one of the strongest half-martial ancestors in the world of immortals. He heavily injured a half-martial ancestor right from the start. Kill. At this moment, even the ancestral god made his move. This was related to the future of the immortal realm. How could the half-martial ancestor not display their abilities? Everyone rushed forward. Even the merciful Buddha had the intention to kill, at this moment. None of the supreme experts of the immortal realm had any selfish motives. All of them displayed their strongest power. At this moment, the half-martial ancestor of the immortal realm had the absolute advantage because they outnumbered the other party. Daoist Xuanti held the Tree of Seven Wonders in his hand and waved it continuously. He completely shattered the energy waves summoned by the half-martial ancestor. Then, he broke through and revealed his golden body. He had 18 arms and divine swords. He was either wielding the demon-subduing pestle or brandishing the celestial silk. He stirred up the sand waves in the desert of ancient gods and even sent golden sand waves into the starry sky. They were like huge dragons shattering the void. The great demon Venerable Satan didn't have any misgivings. He held the devil's staff in his hand and summoned endless dark clouds of death from the starry sky. He directly attacked the half-martial ancestor who was fighting with Daoist Xuanti. Boom, that half-martial ancestor was struck solidly. His body almost collapsed on the spot. He was so angry that his hair stood up. He shouted, "Two against me. Don't you find it shameless? Fellow Daoist, you are too arrogant. You want to shatter the immortal realm. You didn't even frown when you destroyed the living beings of a world. Now that you are about to return to nothingness, why are you so stubborn?" Daoist Xuanti's expression was amiable. Swish, swish, swish. The Tree of Seven Wonders produced 108 layers of light screens in succession. The golden body with 18 arms even arrived in front of that half-martial ancestor. It shattered the void and borrowed the power of the stars from the starry sky. It wanted to seal this half-martial ancestor. Satan sneered at the side. He waved the devil's staff in his hand again. The dark clouds of death from the starry sky surged over endlessly. In the blink of an eye, they submerged the half-martial ancestor who was fighting with Daoist Xuanti. He even relied on his tyrannical body to charge over. The devil's staff in his hand ruthlessly smashed down. Bang! It firmly struck the back of that half-martial ancestor. Blood splattered everywhere. His spine almost cracked. That half-martial ancestor roared furiously. He turned around and wanted to soar into the sky and fly towards the starry sky. "Fellow Daoist, please wait." Daoist Xuanti had a benevolent expression. He called out softly with a smile on his face. The Tree of Seven Wonders had already soared into the sky first. Then, it turned into a seven-colored rainbow that pressed down from the sky. The rainbow was several tens of thousands of meters long. It illuminated the entire ancient god desert. Like an indestructible blade, it tyrannically chopped off one of that half-martial ancestor's arms. At the same time, Satan and Daoist Xuanti rushed forward and continuously slashed at that half-martial ancestor. Daoist Xuanti used the Tree of Seven Wonders to trap the injured half-martial ancestor. Satan sneered and summoned endless dark clouds of death from the starry sky. They submerged the half-martial ancestor and began to refine him. Even a half-martial ancestor could feel pain and fear. The half-martial ancestor howled in fear. However, it was useless. No one could save him. All the half-martial ancestors fell into a bitter battle. In terms of absolute numbers, they were inferior to the world of immortals. On the other side, the battle was nearing its end. Sect leader Tong Tian was worthy of being a top-notch half-martial ancestor. He unleashed the immortal execution sword formation together with a peerless great divine ability. He was invincible. With the help of the five-colored divine light conquering the world Kongxian, he left behind 99 sword holes on the body of a half-martial ancestor. He was about to chop off that half-martial ancestor's head. The immortal execution four swords swept out rays as thick as mountains. They were no longer stabbing. Tong Tian was prepared to shatter the opponent. This was the ancient god desert. The north-south line spanned over 200,000 miles. The battlefield was sufficiently vast. Otherwise, if this battle took place in the Immortals' mainland, most of the living beings would have been annihilated. No one knew where Xianxia and the ancestor god were fighting. They didn't know the scale of their battle either. It was hard to guess the level of the battle and determine who was stronger and who was weaker. At this moment, all the half-martial ancestors could only feel an indescribable pressure. They couldn't see the shadow of the ancestor god. It was as if the waters of the four seas and all the mountains in the world were pressing down on their hearts. It made their hearts feel incomparably heavy. They knew that the ancestor god was fighting. It was the pressure of the ancestor god that was affecting their state of mind. Yes, this wasn't a misconception. This was a real feeling. The pressure of the ancestor god's battle enveloped the entire sky above the ancient god desert. The half-martial ancestors guessed that the two ancestor gods might have already charged into the endless starry sky to fight. Otherwise, the Immortals' mainland might have already been destroyed. At this moment, all the living beings in the vast and boundless Immortals' mainland were palpitating. They felt as if the end of the world had arrived. The ancestor gods' battle affected every corner of the continent. Even though they couldn't see the world-shaking battle between the strongest, the pressure of the ancestor gods' battle had truly affected all living beings. It made all the living beings tremble. This was the ancestor god. With a wave of their hand, they made the hearts of millions of living beings tremble with fear. It affected the entire world. The entire Immortals' mainland was speechless at this moment. It sank into a terrifying silence. All the living beings were in a state of anxiety. And at this moment, the battle in the ancient god desert had reached its climax. Perhaps only these half-martial ancestors weren't affected. No matter what, they had to fight. They were also an indispensable force. Boom, the void shattered. A stone dagger appeared in Marshal Saint Sun Wu's hand. He hacked down. It even caused the stars in the sky to tremble. The head of the half-martial ancestor was chopped off in an instant. Blood soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky red. Claps of thunder resounded in the ancient god desert. The death of the half-martial ancestor brought about a bizarre phenomenon. The rumbling sound lingered on endlessly. The might of the stone dagger shocked all the half-martial ancestor. A cold glint shot out from Tongtian's eyes. The four immortal execution swords moved at the same time. Kong Xian at the side shot out a five-colored divine radiance and locked that heavily injured half-martial ancestor in place. Chi, the mountain-thick primal chaos sword Chi instantly shattered that half-martial ancestor. The second half-martial ancestor had fallen. Zhuangzhou, bring the stone dagger to ancestor god Xianxia. Marshal Saint Sun Wu shouted. He knew that this was an ancestor god's treasure. If Xianxia had it in his hands, his chances of victory would definitely increase. The stone dagger and Zhuangzhou became one. The butterfly spread its wings. The sparkling butterfly wings annihilated the space and cut that half-martial ancestor in half. Then, it soared into the sky and disappeared. Wait for me. Xiaoqian shouted in the distance. He had several stone artifacts in his body. If he gave them to Xianxia, his chances of victory might be higher. The most important thing was to eliminate the ancestor god. Otherwise, if the ancestor god defeated Xianxia, even if all the half-martial ancestors worked together, they might not be able to stop him. You stay, one ancestor god's treasure is enough. Marshal Saint Sun Wu shouted, you are an indispensable link. Awaken that snow-white little beast and let it open the lost paradise. You must truly eliminate all the half-martial ancestors. The destruction of the half-martial ancestors' physical body didn't mean that they were truly dead. As long as their spiritual sense didn't scatter, they could still reappear in the world. The lost paradise was the nightmare of the half-martial ancestors. Sun Wu's arrangement could be said to be ruthless. 24 war swords. Lost paradise. The immortal realm's half-martial ancestor fell. He brought the 24 war swords and the lost paradise. The other world came to destroy the immortal realm. Snatch the 24 war swords. The nightmare of the lost paradise. Xiaoqian completely thought it through. Star fall. The sun divine god and the other half-martial ancestors shouted together. They used a forbidden power. Countless stars actually flew over from the starry sky and crashed into the ancient god desert. Summoning the stars from beyond the heavens, this was definitely a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The immortal world's half-martial ancestors really wanted to kill all the half-martial ancestors. Don't let anyone escape. Primordial shouted. Sun Wu said in a deep voice, don't worry, I have already made arrangements. Great Emperor Xianyuan, Laozi, Qi Yu, the Southern Wasteland Old Dragon, Old Phoenix Mother, and the others are already waiting in the spatial fault. No one can escape. Xiaochen was using his heart to awaken the snow-white little beast. The Lost Paradise was going to play a big role today, but just at this time an alarming warning came from the spatial fault. Not good, another expert is about to descend on the immortal world, it seems to be the ancestor god. Another terrifying fluctuation came from the spatial fault, and it was vast and unfathomable, causing even the soul of a half-martial ancestor to tremble. There was only a single possibility for this. Another universe enlightened. Ancestral god had arrived, how could this be? How could this be? At this moment, all of the half-martial ancestors let out a long sigh towards the sky. It was already a miracle for the lifelong realm to have one more ancestral god appear. They barely managed to stop the Otherworld's ancestral god. And now, another Otherworld's ancestral god descended. How were they supposed to stop them? Was the world of Immortals really going to be destroyed? In an instant, everyone's heart became exceptionally heavy. Starfall. The Sun Holy Deity, three Holy Spirits, Satan, True Lord and the other Western half-ancestors shouted together. At this moment, the World Extermination Star Cluster changed its direction. In outer space, a meteor streaked across the sky, emitting a dazzling radiance as it smashed into the ancient god desert of the lifelong realm. However, it was no longer aiming to destroy the otherworldly half-ancestors. Instead, it was aiming at the spatial fault. At that moment, the vast ancient god desert that was more than 200,000 miles long was like a raging sea. Tens of thousands of sand waves rose up. Each sand wave was tens of thousands of feet high. They were like ancient mountains rising up one after another. This was the power of the world-destroying meteor. Even before they arrived, boundless ripples had already spread out. It was sufficient to annihilate the last few otherworld half-ancestors. Now, they changed their direction. There was only a single goal, and that was to stop the otherworld ancestor gods from entering the lifelong realm. The stars were exceptionally resplendent. When they rushed into the sky above the world of Immortals, they illuminated the entire continent, causing the souls of millions and millions of creatures to tremble. Yes, this was an unprecedented and terrifying scene. It was as if suns were falling from the sky. The huge and glaring celestial bodies burned with endless light, drawing out dazzling flames. They were even more blazing than real suns. The Immortals' mainland was brightly illuminated. The real sun was eclipsed. It was completely suppressed by the light of the falling star. At this moment, all the commoners of the Immortals' mainland knelt down. He was terrified to the extreme. Was the ancestor god enraged? Or could it be that an elder god was withering away? This was the fear in the hearts of all living beings in the Immortals' mainland. Dozens, hundreds of meteorites rushed into the ancient god desert. The Holy Sun God, Satan, and the three Holy Spirits shouted in unison. His voice shook heaven and earth. Boom boom boom, the blinding light became the only thing in the world. Over 100 meteorites crashed into the spatial fault. The vast fluctuations caused the world to lose its color. Thunder rumbled one after another. It was like the end of the world. The spatial fault had completely turned into a terrifying danger zone where raging energy waves wreaked havoc. Boundless destructive energy surged violently. In the annihilation space. Humph. A muffled groan came from the absolute domain. His voice was incomparably cold and it caused the hearts of all the half-martial ancestors present to shudder. However, the fluctuations of energy emanating from the alien ancestral god were clearly much weaker. While it was impossible for the meteors to kill an ancestral god, they had effectively stopped his advance. The primordial being shouted, if he wants to enter this world, he has to accumulate enough energy to activate some kind of teleportation formation. We will send the stars into the space fault to destroy his teleportation formation. At this moment, Primordial God, Buddha, Xuanti, Tong Tian, Sun Saint God, three Saint Spirits, and the others all started summoning the stars with their great powers. This time, they didn't rely on spells, they used their great divine powers to forcefully seize the stars. It was as if there was an invisible hand. It was pulling one huge celestial body after another towards the world of immortals. The starry sky beyond the heavens trembled, the vast world of immortals was also trembling. The few surviving half-martial ancestors wanted to stop them, but the number of half-martial ancestors of the immortals' mainland was at an absolute advantage. Martial Saint Sun Wu was watching them coldly from the sidelines. When he saw that they wanted to make a move, he immediately joined hands with the Supreme Killer, Great Celestial Demon, White Tiger Saint Emperor, and the others to attack. And at the spatial fault, Great Emperor Xianyuan, Laozi, Qiyu, Kongsheng, Southern Wasteland Old Dragon, Old Phoenix, and the others began to circulate their great powers to receive the incoming stars. Because some of the stars were too big this time, they needed to refine them first. Otherwise, they wouldn't just crash into the spatial fault, they would directly crash into the ancient god desert. Rumble, 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 as if the heaven and earth were collapsing, the golden desert was boiling. One after another, the stars were refined and all sent into the spatial fault. The ancestral god that wanted to descend to the world of immortals let out a few muffled groans. Boundless killing intent came from the other world, it was bone-piercing cold like the bitter winter. However, that world-destroying fluctuation of the ancestral god retreated like the tide. The otherworldly ancestral god was temporarily blocked. Right now, everyone was placing their hopes on Xianxia. Only this ancestral god of the world of immortals could defeat the otherworldly ancestral god in the shortest amount of time. Only by coming here personally could he stop the otherworldly ancestral god's footsteps. If we don't kill them now, when will we? Tong Tian shouted loudly. The half-ancestors of the world of immortals formed an encirclement and trapped the remaining half-ancestors. The space had already been sealed. Even if they had great magic power, it would be hard for them to pass through the space. Kill! With a shout, all kinds of heaven-defying divine abilities appeared. The immortal execution sword formation, the Buddha's seal, the sacred light of the sun, the primordial jade hand, the golden body of Zhuan Ti, the devil body of Satan, they directly annihilated that part of the world, causing everything to return to primal chaos. Fearing that the otherworldly ancestral god would reconstruct his body, the half-ancestors of the world of immortals directly summoned endless black clouds of death from the starry sky and completely enveloped that shattered space. This was a battle without any suspense. The otherworldly ancestral god had the absolute advantage in numbers. The experts of the world of immortals had completely annihilated the otherworldly ancestral god. However, none of them could relax, because they knew that as long as the ancestral god in the spatial fault successfully descended, all the gains they had obtained would be for naught. The fluctuation in the starry sky that could even make the soul of the half-ancestors palpitate was still transmitted over. This meant that the battle between Xianxia and the otherworldly ancestral god was very intense. It would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. Whether the world would be destroyed or not would be decided soon. The pressure on ancestral god Xianxia was abnormally huge. Seal the spiritual sense of all the half-ancestors. Martial Sage Sun Wu shouted loudly. At the same time, he looked at Xiaochen, who was protected by the rainbow-colored sacred tree. The otherworldly ancestral gods who had their bodies destroyed earlier rushed towards the spatial fault at the first moment. They wanted to escape back to their own world. However, everyone's spiritual sense was sealed by Great Emperor Xianyuan, Laozi, Qiyu, and the others who were lying in ambush there. And the spiritual sense of the otherworldly ancestral gods whose bodies were destroyed later on was sealed by everyone at the scene. None of them managed to escape. Xiaochen's entire body was enveloped by the sacred tree's radiance. His divine sense had already entered the sacred tree. He discovered that 7 rays of light were currently lingering around a sleeping snow-white little critter. He gently called out with his divine sense, "Kiki, wake up, quickly wake up." However, no matter how he called out, the sleeping snow-white little critter did not respond at all. This was a race against time. There was no time to waste. Martial Sage Sun Wu sent a strand of divine energy into Xiaochen's body. Then, he transmitted his voice to Xiaochen, "Try calling out to it." Xiaochen shouted, "Fresh heavenly god fruit, Yinwu ginseng fruit." How? How? The sleeping little critter was instantly startled awake. It rubbed its big eyes and looked around, mumbling in a daze. Even in such a situation, Xiaochen was amused. It was really a greedy little thing. Whoosh, a light flashed, and Keek's soul rushed out of the rainbow-colored sacred tree. It appeared beside Xiao and blinked its intelligent big eyes. It muttered unhappily, "Why did you lie to me?" Suddenly, it saw the primordial lord, the Skirich divine god, and the others in the sky. It immediately widened its eyes. It shouted angrily, "Scoundrels! A bunch of scoundrels!" Even though the appearance of the half-ancestor had changed greatly, the little critter's spiritual sense was very sharp. It recognized them and was about to charge over in a huff. However, Xiaochen stopped it. "Kiki, don't act recklessly. We need your help now." Xiaochen used the simplest words to express the seriousness of the matter. "But I hate them." The snow-white little critter pointed at the half-ancestor in the sky, feeling wronged. It had an unwilling expression, and its big eyes were filled with tears. "But we really need you now." Kiki nodded its head unwillingly. Its immature and aggrieved voice transmitted, "All right." The little critter opened up the lost paradise. A magnificent space appeared in its surroundings. Inside the space, exotic flowers were in full bloom, the jade grass covered the ground, the clear little river was flowing slowly, the rich and fragrant flower fragrance assaulted their nostrils. It was as beautiful as a painting. The many half-ancestors descended. Sun Wu transmitted his voice to Kiki, "We will send the spiritual sense of the half-ancestor into the lost paradise in a while. That way, you can slowly refine them." The little critter's eyes immediately lit up. It stared at the martial sage with blinking eyes. Then, it looked at the surrounding half-ancestors. It had a thought. If it could capture these half-ancestors in the future, it would teach them a lesson. This was a manifestation of its childish nature. "Kiki won't be in danger, right?" Xiaochen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. No, if it can refine those half-ancestors' remnant spirits, it might have a great opportunity. The martial sage sighed, "The lost paradise is a heaven-defying existence." Swish! Swish, swish! Light flickered unceasingly. The half-ancestors sent the remnant spirits into the lost paradise. In the end, Kiki quickly sealed the space. Right now, time was more important than life. Next, the half-ancestors used their great magical ability to shatter the space. Everyone arrived at the spatial fault several hundred li away in an instant. They met up with Great Emperor Xianyuan, Laozi, Qiyu, and the others. Xiaochen didn't have time to observe the legendary Great Emperor, Old Mother Phoenix, and the others. Because the instant Kiki collected the remnant spirits of the half-ancestors, an overwhelming energy fluctuation came from the spatial fault again. They had no choice but to retreat. "We can't stop the otherworldly ancestor god from descending. It's useless for us to summon the stars from beyond the heavens." All the half-ancestors had unsightly expressions. Ancestor god Shenong still hasn't obtained the upper hand? Everyone's heart was in their throats. Just at this time, the disappeared butterfly tore through the void and appeared again. Zhuangzi said anxiously, "Not good. Although ancestor god Shenong has the stone dagger, he is still at a disadvantage. He doesn't have a true physical body. He can't unleash the power he had at his peak." This was not good news at all. All of the half-martial ancestors felt their hearts sink to the extreme. One otherworldly ancestor god was already hard to resist. Now, another otherworldly ancestor god was about to arrive. Was the immortal realm really going to be destroyed? "Let's go and help ancestor god Shenong." Sun Wu shouted, "Maybe we will be annihilated in an instant. But we must go. We must share as much pressure as we can for the ancestor god." Yellow Emperor Xianyuan took a step forward. Although the hazy mist was blocking his body, his imposing aura fully displayed the spirit of a great emperor. He opened his mouth and said, "Leave half of us here and do our best to defend the spatial fault. The rest will go to the starry sky to help ancestor god Shenong." Whoosh! With a flash of light, Great Emperor Xianyuan, the martial sage, Laozi, and Zhuangzhou were the first to rush into the sky. Immediately after, Buddha, Old Phoenix, Kongsheng, and the others also rushed into the sky. Tong Tian, Primordial, Sun Saint, Three Holy Spirits, Xuanti, Old Dragon of the Southern Wasteland, White Tiger Saint Emperor, Great Celestial Demon, and the others stayed behind to stop the otherworldly ancestor god from descending. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation rippled out. It seemed like the otherworldly ancestor god was preparing to cross over again. Originally, it was to lure the half-ancestor from the space that threatened our immortal realm to descend. But who would have thought that it would attract the ancestor god from another world? This is a failed plan. The old dragon of the southern wasteland heaved a long sigh. An ominous glint flickered in Tongtian's eyes as he stared at Xiaoqian coldly. He said in an awe-inspiring tone, "There is only one way now." Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiaoqian. Their gazes were as cold as ice blades, making Xiaoqian feel incomparably cold. At the same time, Tongtian made his move. His speed was beyond imagination. He appeared between Xiaoqian and Kiki in an instant and grabbed Xiaoqian. Squeak! Tongtian scoundrel, let go of Xiaoqian. The snow-white little critter shouted angrily. The 24 battle swords and the heavenly steel conceal the lost paradise and the primordial demon cave below. Obviously, it concealed the spatial fault for a short period of time. Primordial's voice was incomparably cold. It didn't contain any emotion. The Sun Saint God, 3 Holy Spirits, Xianxia, Old Dragon of the Southern Wasteland, White Tiger Saint Emperor, and the Great Celestial Demon nodded in agreement. Xiaoqian felt his whole body was ice cold. He said, "All right, since you need the 24 battle swords, I have 16 swords in my body. I'll give them to you to seal the spatial fault." Everyone's gaze was incomparably cold. They didn't respond to him. Tongtian said in an incomparably cold tone, "There's no need. The ancestor god's supreme treasure I obtained from the Yuchao Heavenly Palace is also in your body. Even the clairvoyant can't inspect it. There is something strange about your body. This is just right. With the 24 battle swords and the ancestor god's supreme treasure, it should be enough to seal the spatial fault for several decades. We need to seal it carefully. Although no one knows how to use the 24 battle swords, if the otherworldly ancestor god obtains it, the consequences will be unthinkable." Daoist Xianxia said. "No worries. We don't need to worry for several decades." Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter became anxious when it heard this. It let out a childish voice through spiritual fluctuation, "Bad guy, you are all bad guys. I won't allow it. I won't allow you to do this." The snow-white little critter had already opened the lost paradise vigilantly and rushed toward Tongtian. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Tongtian disappeared from his original spot. Kiki pounced on nothing. As long as it didn't enter the lost paradise, the magic power of a half-step ancestor was unfathomable. Kiki couldn't catch up to it at all. Of course, as long as the little critter hid in the lost paradise, even a half-step ancestor couldn't do anything to it. Squeak! Squeak! Let him go. Kiki's soft voice carried a pleading tone. There's no time left. Quickly take out the battle swords you obtained later on. Clang! 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 8 battle swords materialized. These were all collected by the half-step ancestor's disciples. They were later offered to the reborn half-step ancestor. PFFF. Tongtian was the first to make a move. A battle sword pierced through Xiaoqian's chest. Blood gushed out. PFFF. Primordial was the second to make a move. The battle sword pierced through Xiaoqian's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. After that, Primordial, Sun Divine God, and Xianxia made their moves one after another. Using the battle sword to pierce through Xiaoqian's body, the great heavenly devil Sun was the last to make a move. He held 2 battle swords in his hands and pierced through Xiaoqian's body. Blood dyed the golden sand red. Xiaoqian's whole body was covered in bright red blood. Blood was flowing out of the 8 bloody holes on his body. Squeak! No! Boo-hoo! I beg you, let him go. The snow-white little critter's childish cries resounded. The little snow-white beast's immature cries could be heard. Earlier, it had tried to attack again and again. However, it was simply unable to catch a trace of the half-martial ancestor. Squeak! Woo-woo! I'm willing to exchange the lost paradise with you. Everyone was incomparably silent. No one replied to it. Kiki, leave quickly. You can't save me. Furthermore, I don't hate them. I don't need your help. Even if this world is destroyed, with the lost paradise, you will be safe and sound. I won't. The snow-white little critter rushed forward anxiously. Just at this time, all the half-step ancestors made a move. They sent Xianxia, who was pierced by the battle swords, into the spatial fault. At the same time, they shouted, "Seal!" 24 sword chi soared into the sky from Xiaoqian's body. Then, they turned into boundless radiance and submerged the spatial fault. All the half-step ancestors made a move at the same time. They used the 24 battle swords to seal the spatial fault. Xiaoqian's body started to petrify from the inside out. Then, he quickly enlarged. Finally, a stone statue that looked like a giant that could hold up the sky blocked the space fault. 8 huge swords pierced through the stone statue that was as tall as a mountain. I didn't expect to seal the spatial fault so smoothly. I think it can be sealed for 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The white tiger sage emperor sighed. There's something strange in his body. He's the best candidate to condense the 24 battle swords. The primordial lord said emotionlessly. The Tongtian sect leader flew around the huge stone statue and said, "Everything has been decided by the heavens. You killed all the half-step ancestors. Now that you're dead and sealed the spatial fault, it's a good time to settle this karma. If we can survive this crisis, you, Xiaoqian, will be a great hero." Daoist Junti held the wondrous 7 treasures tree and flew around the huge demonic mountain-like stone statue. He said, "But no one will know about your contributions. Just guard the spatial fault silently." Squeak. Woo-woo, the snow-white little critter had the rainbow-colored sacred tree on its head. It launched a frenzied attack at everyone, wanting to drag them into the lost paradise. However, it couldn't outrun the half-step ancestors. It couldn't do anything to them. A murderous look flashed in the white tiger sage emperor's eyes. He said, "Should we think of a way to get rid of it? Fellow Daoist, you have an obsession in your heart. You are not fated to be an ancestor god in this life." Daoist Junti said. The white tiger sage emperor let out a cold snort. He said coldly, "Don't tell me you can become an ancestor god?" Although some people revealed their murderous intent, they all rushed to the starry sky in the end. The most important thing now was to help Shenong win. Squeak. Woo-woo. I don't want to be like this. In the depths of the silent ancient god's desert, the snow-white little critter was crying alone. It lay on the huge stone statue with an incomparably sorrowful expression. In the end, the ancestor god Shenong won. The immortal world's imminent destruction was averted. All living beings on the Immortals' mainland were grateful for the ancestor god's kindness. They all worshipped Shenong's golden body. Of course, the half-step ancestors who contributed in the great battle were also famous in the immortal world. All of them were enshrined in the divine palace. Especially those half-step ancestors who returned after falling, they were worshipped by everyone. That's because their disciples were reciting their merits. All the ancestors went against the heavens and reincarnated in order to contend against the otherworldly ancestor god. They were saints who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. They possessed immeasurable merits. No one knew that some half-step ancestors were forced into the trap. Moreover, they were forced into a losing situation. And Xiaoqian was destined to be unknown to the world. He and the 24 war swords sealed the spatial fault, but they were destined to be unknown. They stood quietly in the storm. If someone really remembered the name Xiaoqian, they would only think of his evil deed of killing half-step ancestors. Time flew by. Half a year had already passed. The golden desert was desolate and lonely. The curtains had already fallen on the battle of the ancestral gods. Everyone had already left. There was no life in the desert. There was no greenery. It was spacious and desolate. It was a forgotten land. The spatial fault of the past. Black clouds lingered around. A huge stone statue stood alone under the leaden clouds. It was as tall as an immemorial demonic mountain. It was facing the direction of the Immortals' mainland. It seemed to be looking at it from afar. It seemed to be longing for, it had been half a year. Finally, the wind blew again. The deathly silent desert finally had a trace of vitality. The astral wind cut through the golden desert. Dust and sand filled the sky. It was a vast expanse of yellow. Even that huge stone statue was submerged by it. The yellow sand blotted out the sky and the sun. It made those ribbon-shaped black clouds sway unceasingly. They might scatter at any time. Amidst the sound of the wind, a snow-white little critter whimpered. It was crying in the wind. It had already been guarding this huge stone statue that pierced through the clouds for half a year. 8 huge swords. They pierced through the huge stone statue. It was as if they had nailed him there. The lower half of its body blocked the spatial fault. The upper half of its body stood silently. The expression of the stone statue was no different from the expression Xianxia had when he was sealed. Its expression seemed to be filled with a trace of regret. It looked towards the south just like that. It seemed like it wanted to cross over to the Immortals' mainland. It looked towards the Dragon Island. It looked towards the human world. Boo-hoo. Xianxia, when are you going to wake up? The little critter revealed its true feelings. It wept and fell into a semi-conscious state on the stone statue. It muttered, I already have no parents. You are also dead. Boo-hoo. I want to return to the Dragon Island, and never come out again. The astral wind surged. A silhouette silently appeared on the huge stone statue. Demon, the little critter seemed to have sensed something. He woke up from his semi-conscious state. It was Qiyu. He sighed. Come with me. No. Subsequently, the little critter spoke with a pleading tone. I beg you, please save him. I can give you the lost paradise. He was pierced and sealed by the 24 war swords. I can't help it. I can only blame myself for not being there that day. Let's go help Elder God Xianxia. They were almost annihilated on the battlefield. Xianxia won after we sacrificed our lives to help him. However, all of the half-martial ancestors had withered away. Elder God Xianxia unleashed his vast immortal energy. In the end, only me, the martial sage, Laozi, the great emperor Xianyuan, the Buddha, and Zhuangzhou were saved. The other half-martial ancestors completely disappeared. It was a fierce battle. He was as powerful as a half-martial ancestor. When facing an ancestor god, then, he was completely annihilated. Boo-hoo. I really just want him to come back to life. I don't have any other requests. Let's go. I'll get you out of here. I'm not leaving. The world was full of bad people. They always wanted to kill me and Xiaoqin. That's because some people are afraid of you. Why are they afraid of me? Boo-hoo. I've never harmed them. Because they are afraid of the future you. They feel that you shouldn't have come to this world. Boo-hoo. I want to return to the Dragon Island. Father and mother are no longer here. Xiaoqin is also dead. I can't come out anymore. Kiki cried sadly. She was like a wounded child. In the end, she fainted. The demon shot a black light at the stone statue. Then, he took Kiki and soared into the sky. He muttered to himself, the Dragon Island. Maybe, you really shouldn't have come out from there. This is probably the hope of your parents. Because you don't belong to this world. The astral wind stopped. The great desert regained its peace. Until a month later. An imposing figure descended from the sky with 2 little lolas. It brought some life back to this place. Great Emperor Xuanyuan's body was shrouded in mist. He stood there motionless. Exquisite and Bunny, the 2 little lolas, sighed in despair. It wasn't easy to find an interesting and handsome big brother. He petrified just like that. Dad, help me. Let him come back to life. That's right. Handsome dad is the best. Hurry up and save him. Great Emperor Xuanyuan's tall figure was especially imposing in the mist. He shook his head, I can't save him. After that, he shot a yellow light at the huge stone statue. Disappeared with the 2 little lolas. Then, he disappeared. A month later, the Buddha manifested. Standing on the stone statue. Incomparably calm and peaceful. He said, above the heavens and under the heavens. Only I am supreme. The I and only I am supreme naturally didn't refer to his own ego. Rather, it referred to the greater self of all living beings. Everyone could break free from all kinds of material desires, confusion, and illusions. That was the path of Buddha. At that time, only I would be supreme. A Buddhist light shot out from between his eyebrows. It entered the stone statue. Buddha shattered the sky and left. Another month later, Sun Wu and Zhuangzhou manifested at the same time. The two of them said a few things, but they all dissipated into the leaden clouds. They didn't spread out. In the end, they each pointed out a ray of light. They broke through the sky and left. Laozi was the last to appear on the stone statue. He didn't say anything. He just pointed out a ray of light, then disappeared into thin air. Time passed. An entire year passed. The huge statue was still standing alone. But during this year, the forehead of the stone statue was slowly cracking. Faintly discernible cracks appeared. Another 3 months passed, followed by the sound of something shattering. A huge hole appeared on the forehead of the towering stone statue. A human with a body of flesh and blood walked out from inside. His entire body was glowing with a bronze light. Its body was as sturdy as if it was cast from brass. A dazzling golden halberd appeared in his right hand. But the halberd's blade was already a bit twisted. It even started to crack. A jet black metal seal appeared in his left hand. The metal seal was already deformed. Its original shape couldn't be seen. Tong Tian, Primordial, Zhuanti, Taiyang, Old White Cat, Southern Wasteland Old Loach. I greet your 18 generations of ancestors. The golden halberd let out a loud sound. It shook the entire ancient god desert. Mother Fasterisk Kur. Mother Fasterisk Kur. The jet black metal seal also cursed angrily. The two weapons were almost destroyed. The halberd and the metal seal were cracked. It seemed like they would break at any time. On the contrary, Xiaochen's body was unharmed. He didn't receive any damage. Am I still me? Xiaochen asked this question. He turned his head to look at the towering stone statue. Then, he looked at his naked body. He felt it was unreal. Mother Fasterisk Kur. Why isn't it you? You better live well in the future. Laozi's life is now linked with yours. If you make a mistake, we will also be unlucky. Damn crippled stoneman. What the hell are you? Let us share our lives with you. Mother Fasterisk Kur. The two weapons cursed loudly. Crack, crack. The huge stone statue behind them. The big hole on its forehead was actually healing slowly. Finally, it was as smooth as before. As if it had never been broken. The golden halberd and the jet black metal seal were broken beyond recognition. Specks of light rippled out to protect Xiaochen. But they had used up too much power. The light flickered. It seemed like it would completely shatter at any time. Along with the spatial fault being sealed, the ancient god desert didn't seem that scary anymore. Under the protection of the two weapons, Xiaochen unleashed the eightfold world. He could actually fly at high speed. It wasn't as strenuous as when he came in. At the current Immortals mainland, it was the time when the storm was brewing. Ancestor god Shinnong reappeared in the world. He opened the Shinnong temple. He distributed the treasures. Then he rushed into the boundless starry sky. When he left, he sent a message to the Immortals mainland. Let each sect pick the most outstanding disciple. He would be of great use when he returned. The ancestor god didn't say much. But the message passed by the half-ancestor. It made the entire Immortals mainland boil. The ancestor god was of great use. If he was chosen, that was a blessing accumulated over thousands of generations. For this, the Immortals mainland held a grand practitioner convention. The primitive Chan sect, the heaven-reaching Jia sect, the Buddha's Buddhism, the sun-sacred god's solar sect. Almost all the outstanding disciples of the half-ancestor had signed up. This was an unprecedented event that would never be repeated again. Although it only belonged to the outstanding disciples of the younger generation. But it also attracted the attention of the older generation. There was just one thing that was very strange. Not a single half-ancestor showed up. They seemed to have disappeared at the same time. Even their disciples couldn't find them. When Xiaochen flew to the edge of the ancient god desert, he was shocked to discover a fact that he couldn't believe. The ancient god desert was cut off. That's right. A huge spatial crack appeared between the boundless desert and the Immortals' mainland. It was dark. There was no light at all. Only a small part of the desert was connected to the Immortals' mainland. Two large parts seemed to be about to be completely cut off. What happened? Why is it like this? Xiaochen was incomparably shocked. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the small part that was only connected to a small part. But there was a loud rumble. Endless blood-colored lightning struck down. He was sent flying in an instant. The two weapons in his hands made a crack-crack sound. A few more cracks appeared on the wall. Why is it like this? Could it be that I am cut off here? Xiaochen muttered to himself. Just at this moment, on the Immortals' mainland, the small part that was only connected to the ancient god desert, a graceful figure flew over. She waved her jade-like arms with all her might. She shouted loudly, "Uncle, that was a delicate and pretty girl." Her smile was like the blooming spring flower. Except for her beauty, it was more of a bright and warm feeling. She flew to the edge as light as a fairy. Her beautiful smiling face was filled with joy. She wrinkled her cute nose and said, "Uncle, you really know how to cause trouble." "Ching ching. Why are you here?" "I accidentally received the news. I have been here for almost a year. I want to save you. But I can't rush over." Speaking until here, Ching Ching's face turned somewhat pale. Her slender jade-like fingers hurriedly covered her little mouth. But Xiaochen keenly noticed a trace of blood flowing down from the gaps between her fingers. "Are you hurt?" "It's nothing. It's just a small injury. I know the uncle who caused trouble is safe and sound. I can rest assured." Ching Ching smiled lightly without a care in the world. Speaking until here, she didn't forget to make fun of Xiaochen. She said, "Uncle, you aren't going to cause trouble again this time, are you? I will be your helper this time." Xiaochen felt a warm current flowing through his heart. He shook his head. "I want to cause trouble when I go back. But I can't seem to get over. Hee. I really want to cause trouble." Speaking until here, Ching Ching also frowned. She said, Uncle, you might not be able to return forever." Just at this moment, an extremely strange power suddenly rippled out from that dark spatial crack. After that, the huge crack suddenly swallowed everything in its surroundings like a terrifying eye of the sea. Xiaochen only heard Ching Ching scream, as well as vaguely seeing that graceful figure floating in the air. After that, he felt himself also started to spin. He quickly rushed into that terrifying spatial whirlpool. After an unknown period of time, Xiaochen woke up. He heard a deafening roar. A magnificent scene appeared in his field of vision. In front of him, a huge yellow dragon was galloping and roaring, the Yellow River. He actually saw a huge yellow river, and in the distance was that familiar big place, the human world. He returned to the human world. The furious dragon surged, toppling mountains and overturning seas, pushing mountains and splitting veins, its roar shaking the heavens. The torrential waters of the Yellow River swept across thousands of miles, sweeping up yellow waves and rumbling and shaking the earth. The Yellow River of the past, the familiar surging yellow water, a giant dragon galloping into the sea. How many times had he dreamed of the Yellow River? How many times had he dreamed of returning to his hometown? Xiaochen stood at the bank of the Yellow River. His black hair fluttered about, covering his resolute face. He let out a long roar, causing the water of the Yellow River to churn up huge waves. The huge dragon roared as it rushed into the distance. Xiaochen looked into the distance. That incredibly familiar land was filled with an intoxicating aura. It was like a magical force was summoning him. He soared into the sky and quickly flew high in the sky. He had only one target, a small village by the Yellow River. When he got closer, he really saw the familiar mountain range and ravine. This was not a dream. Xiaochen realized that he had really returned to the mortal realm. He had never thought that he would return like this. He had trained hard day and night, all for the sake of returning to the mortal realm. How many times had he dreamed of returning, and how many times had he woken up in disappointment? Who would have thought that after working so hard for so many years, he would be swallowed back by a spatial eye? What an opportunity! He smiled bitterly and helplessly, but even more than that, he was excited. The hands of fate were so unpredictable. They had actually helped him realize his dreams. Closer and closer. After flying along the Yellow River, Xiaochen finally arrived at his familiar hometown. Looking at the vast land in the distance, Xiaochen's heart fluctuated. His eyes actually turned blurry, but there were no tears to shed. He wanted to roar, but his throat seemed to be blocked. He wanted to say something, but he was rendered speechless. He landed on the bank of the Yellow River. Xiaochen walked forward step by step, following the yellow dirt road towards the small village several kilometers away. Beside the yellow dirt road, there was a huge blue stone that bore many memories of his childhood. He used to climb up and down with his childhood friends. This was the gathering place for the village children after dinner. Every time they went to the Yellow River to play, catch fish, or swim, they all gathered here. There were also ancient trees at the side of the yellow earth road that were planted by his grandfather's grandfather's generation. Now, their roots were intertwined, tall and strong like a horned dragon. The old branches sprouted new leaves. This was the place where the elderly liked to live. The air was filled with the smell of soil mixed with the fragrance of grass. Xiaochen liked this season. It was like this in the past, and it was still like this now. This season always gave people a feeling of hope. He had finally arrived at the village entrance. The rows of willow trees in front of them were fluttering like snowflakes. The tender yellow-green grass, the fluttering willows, the fresh greenery in the fields, everything was filled with the flavor of the countryside. Everything was so familiar, everything was so intimate. Rows of simple houses were hidden behind the weeping willow. Xiaochen's eyes gradually turned blurry. At the village entrance, a pair of white-haired old men were supporting each other as they walked over, gazing at the end of the yellow dirt road. Xiaochen immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. How many times had he dreamt of this scene in the world of immortals? His white-haired parents stood at the entrance of the village in a desolate manner. In their lonely old age, they firmly grasped onto that last bit of hope as they gazed at the dirt road in front of the village. Looking forward to the return of the wanderer who had been far away for many years. Every time he dreamed of such a scene, he would startle awake. Every time, he would feel the corners of his eyes moisten. Xiaochen rushed forward quickly, kicking up a cloud of dust on the yellow dirt road. Lil Chen, an aged voice transmitted from the front. The tone was filled with doubt and disbelief. Xiaochen immediately stopped. Those were not his parents. There seemed to be something wrong with the village. It was already close to noon. However, it was completely silent, as if there was no sign of life. He wiped away the tears that blurred his eyes. Looking ahead, that pair of white-haired old men was actually his uncle and aunt. They were his father's uncle and aunt. "Uncle, Lil Chen, is that really you?" The two old men staggered forward, their hair was as white as snow. They scrambled a few steps forward and pulled Xiaochen's arm. "It's me, I have returned." Xiaochen tried his best to calm himself down. He supported the two old men and asked, "What happened in the village?" "My parents, they?" The two old men were already close to 80 years old. Their skin was wrinkled like the skin of a dried orange. Their bodies were even more so like a bag of bones. They trembled as they touched Xiaochen's cheek. They used all their strength to pinch Xiaochen's palm and said, "It's Lil Chen, it's really Lil Chen. It's good that you are back, it's good that you are back." The old man sighed incessantly and said, "It's been 8 years, it's been 8 whole years." That's right, Xiaochen had already left the mortal world for 8 whole years. He was trapped on the Dragon Island for 1 year, recuperated in the pure land of the barbarians and the forest race for 3 years, and spent 4 years in the desert of ancient gods. More than 8 years had passed. When he left the mortal world, he was already 20 years old. "Child, these past few years, your parents must have been very depressed. They hoped for you every year, every day. Every evening, they would support each other to the village entrance and look at the dirt road in front of the village, hoping for your return. Speaking until here, the two old men couldn't help but sigh. They used all their strength to poke Xiaoqian's forehead and said, "You heartless child, you left for 8 years in one go, 8 years. For the old man, how many 8 years is there?" Their hair has already turned white. Tears flowed down Xiaoqian's cheeks. He forcefully slapped his own mouth twice and said, "It's my fault, it's my fault." The two old men grabbed his hands and said, "I think you must have your own difficulties. Otherwise, why wouldn't you come back? Don't worry, your parents are still here, it's just that, sigh." "What's wrong, what happened?" Xiaoqian's sword-like eyebrows immediately stood up. "It's still the same Lil Chen from before. As soon as you set your eyes on us, all the ruffians in the surrounding villages became well-behaved for 10 days to half a month. Your drive didn't decrease at all." The two old men sighed and said, "But this time, it's not the ruffians in the vicinity that are bullying people. It's the 9 regions orthodoxy that is stirring up trouble. They forced everyone in the village to go upstream to build a huge project. They said that they were going to build something called the Ancestral Dragon Stage, and there was another saying that they were going to build something called the Heavenly Death Bridge." "That's right. Until now. Only the old men like us, who are in our 70s and 80s, and some children under the age of 10 are left. What a sin." The two old men were incomparably angry and anxious as they said, "Many people died during the construction of that troublesome project. In the past, only your parents were watching from the village entrance. Now, at dusk, even the old men in their 70s and 80s will come here to look at the dirt road. They are afraid that their children won't be able to come back. They are afraid that the old will send the young before them. My parents, your parents also have to build that ancestral dragon platform every day, or that damn thing called the Heavenly Death Bridge. Everyone in the village in their 50s is not spared. Damn it." 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from Xiaoqian's eyes. The materialized sharp glint shattered a willow tree at the side. The two old men at the side were dumbstruck. They pulled him back and said, "Child, don't act recklessly. Brother-in-law knows that you know martial arts, but you can't go against the government. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to our village. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I won't act rashly. I will go upstream to take a look." "No way." The two old men firmly held onto his arm, afraid that he would act recklessly. This made Xiaoqian feel very helpless. He said, "I really won't cause trouble. I just came back. I just want to see my parents as soon as possible. The sun is about to set. There is no need for you to go. They should already be on their way. Don't worry, nothing will happen to your parents. They are usually very kind. Also, because of your sudden disappearance, the people in the village are very sympathetic and take care of him. Even if they go to the embankment, they don't have to do any hard work." It could be seen that the two old men were very afraid of the so-called orthodoxy of the 9 prefectures. They were afraid that Xiaoqian would cause a disaster and bring disaster to the village. Xiaoqian felt very strange. In the past, there was no such thing as an orthodoxy. After asking around, he found out that this orthodoxy was actually only established in the past 2 years. In an instant, it became the leader of the world's sections. It was said that there was an immortal in the orthodoxy who used to call the wind and summon the rain in the imperial palace. He scattered beams to form soldiers and even summoned celestial soldiers. The sun was indeed about to set. Xiaoqian didn't want to disobey the two old men in front of him. Accompanied by them, he returned to his home after 8 years. It seemed, it had never changed. Everything in the courtyard was the same as before. It was as if he had only left for a short while. He pushed open the door to his room. The bedsheet was clean, the quilt was folded neatly. The desk and wooden chair were spotless. It was no different from when he left. Xiaoqian felt a lump in his throat. He knew that this must be the result of his mother cleaning the house every day. The mother worries about her son when he travels 1,000 miles. From this, it could be seen how much his mother missed him. When he arrived at his parents' room, it was still as neat and tidy as before. Inadvertently, he saw a few small wooden swords and knives beside the pillow. This is... Xiaoqian felt his eyes were filled with tears. He liked to play with swords and knives since he was young. These were carved by his father for him. When he grew up, they were all kept in the room. He didn't expect that now, they were placed beside the pillow by his parents. This was yearning, his parents deeply missed him. They were looking forward to his return at all times. They even found his childhood playthings and placed them beside the pillow. This was such a deep yearning. His parents, who were lonely in their late years, were looking forward to his return as soon as possible. Tears trickled down his cheeks. Xiaochen could imagine the bitterness and loneliness of his parents in their later years. They missed their son so much that they couldn't believe that an accident had happened to their missing son. They looked forward to it day and night. In the room, Xiaochen picked up a strand of snow-white hair. His parents were really old. Their gray hair was now completely white. His heart was filled with sorrow. I want to see my parents, I want to see my parents now. Xiaochen shook off the two old men who were chasing after him and rushed towards the village entrance. There were already more than 10 old men and children looking at the dirt road in front of the village. Eh? That's Xianxia. Xianxia is back. It really is Xianxia. 8 years had passed, the years didn't leave any trace on Xiaochen's body. He was a practitioner of Zephyr Realm. His lifespan had been extended by several hundred years. His outer appearance was the same as when he was 20 years old. As a result, the old men in the village all recognized him. Some of the children even stared at him curiously. The old men immediately surrounded him and asked him all sorts of questions. They wanted to know where he had been all these years. Just at this time, one of the children shouted happily, "He's back, he's back." At the end of the dirt road in the distance, the old and young people in the village returned. They were covered in mud and extremely exhausted. All of them were supporting each other as they returned. Damn the church. Are you treating people like livestock? The old men in the village were incomparably distressed as they said, more than 10 people have already died in the village. God knows how long the remaining people can last. Woo-woo. At a distant place, a snow-white-haired old woman let out a cry of alarm as she ran over while staggering. Her shoes had fallen off, but it seemed like she didn't even notice. She was barefooted with tears streaming down her face. She fell on the dirt road several times. "Mother," Xiaochen shouted loudly and rushed over. He knelt on the ground with a plop sound and supported the old woman. "Xianxia, my child. Is it really you? Woo-woo. My child, you are finally back. Woo-woo." Her hair was already snow-white, and her face was covered in wrinkles. The gloomy expression on her kind face gradually disappeared. She hugged Xiaochen's head and cried loudly. Her calloused hands stroked Xiaochen's cheeks with all her might. "Child. My child," Xiaochen's mother kept repeating these two sentences. Her tears flowed out unceasingly as she stroked Xiaochen's cheeks with all her might. "Child, child." Xiaochen's father also ran over while staggering. His whole body was covered in mud. An excited smile blossomed on his exhausted and haggard face. His white hair was so eye-catching, and the accumulated wrinkles made him look old. "Father," Xiaochen moved a few steps forward while kneeling. The whole family hugged each other and cried bitterly. In this world, everything could be fake. Only the familial love between parents was not fake at all. After 8 years, he finally returned to the human world. Xiaochen hugged his aged parents tightly. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. His tears fell like rain. His parents were really old, and he wasn't by their side for so many years. Looking at his white-haired parents and feeling the calluses on their palms, Xiaochen felt heartache and anger at the same time. His family's conditions were not bad. They had some assets. They didn't need to work hard at all. But his parents were so miserable in their later years. Their palms were actually filled with calluses. This was all caused by the orthodoxy. He couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. "Xiaochen, is it really you? Xiaochen, you finally returned. Xiaochen, you damn brat. You left for 8 years." However, those who were squeezed in the innermost area were all his childhood friends. "It's me. I'm back." Xiaochen looked at his former friends. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He called out their names one by one: Dazhou, Xiaohu, Erbing, Xiaotsai, Baldi, it's me. It's me. One by one, big hands reached out and held Xiao Chen's hand tightly. Xiao Chen's parents shed tears of happiness. They smiled as they looked at Xiao Chen reuniting with his former friends. Boo-hoo, just at this time, someone started to cry. Xiao Chen, you finally returned. 3 of our childhood friends have already died. If you still didn't return, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to see you again. Speaking up to here, everyone in the village was very sad. This was a small village with less than 100 people. But not long ago, more than 10 people had already died. His companions were covered in mud and extremely tired. There were even whip marks on their bodies. Some people's wounds were ghastly to look at. Do you still remember Dazhuang? He had a straightforward temper. He only talked back to the supervisor at the Yellow River's bank and was beaten to death. There's also Xiaohan. His body was weak and sickly since young. He couldn't work hard at all. Even though we shared most of his work, he still died of exhaustion. And there's also Xiaohai. Dazhuang, Xiaohan, Xiaohai. His childhood friends passed away just like that. Looking at his parents, then looking at his exhausted companions, Xiao Chen's heart was filled with anger. He clenched his fists tightly. If it wasn't for these children helping us move the stones and soil, I'm afraid we would have already died of exhaustion at the Yellow River's bank. Xiao Chen's father had mixed feelings. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's mother was wiping away the tears of the children in her eyes. I'm back, I won't let you suffer anymore. Xiao Chen stood up straight and looked towards the upper reaches of the Yellow River. His eyes emitted 2 cold glints. Lil Chen, don't act recklessly. That is the 9 regions' orthodoxy. Its influence is unimaginable. Not only were the villagers near the Yellow River recruited as coolies, they even brought over hundreds of thousands of slaves from all over the country. No one dared to resist. The elders in the village sighed one after another. That's right, Xiao Chen, don't act recklessly. Even Xiao Chen's childhood friends dissuaded him. We know you know martial arts. You have been training outside since you were a teenager and your skills are extraordinary. However, the people of the orthodoxy are stronger than you can imagine. We once saw with our own eyes, their patrol could actually fly. They know magic. That's right. The most we saw was a dozen youngsters riding on flying swords and traveling upstream along the Yellow River. The men are handsome, and the women are as beautiful as flowers. However, they show no mercy when they attack. I once saw them use their flying swords with my own eyes. It was just a beautiful girl who attacked by herself. A flying sword cut through the sky, and with a gentle turn, she cut off the heads of a dozen martial arts masters. Xiao Chen frowned. What exactly happened in the human world? There were actually such experts. It seemed like there were more than 1 or 2 of them. It seemed like the so-called orthodoxy had a lot of such practitioners. Seeing everyone's worried expression, Xiao Chen had no choice but to promise them that he wouldn't cause any trouble. However, he still made a promise that he would immediately think of a way to help everyone get out of this predicament. How could he let his parents continue to be coolies? How could he just watch his friends suffer? It was impossible for Xiao Chen to not make a move. However, he had to make a plan. After all, the people around him were not like him who could move unhindered in the world. In the future, these people would continue to live by the Yellow River. When he returned home, almost everyone in the village had come to see Xiao Chen return. This was the simplicity of a small village. There were only about 30 households. If one of them was in trouble, everyone would come to help. He only saw off his uncles and friends very late at night. His parents held his hand and had endless words to say, telling him how they missed him all these years. Xiao Chen listened quietly and tried his best not to cry. As they spoke, the 2 old men seemed to recall something and let out a long sigh. Father, mother, what's wrong? Don't you feel that you are missing something? Xiao Chen looked at his parents doubtfully. Ruoxue would come to visit us a few times every year. However, after she came at the beginning of last year, she left behind more than we could spend in a few lifetimes. After that, she never appeared again. Xiao Chen's expression immediately froze. Don't blame the girl. Xiao Chen's father sighed, she is the same age as you. She waited for you for 7 years. An ordinary girl would get married at the age of 14 or 15. However, she is already 27 years old and still hasn't married. In the 9 provinces, she can already be considered an old lady who can't get married. To tell you the truth, we advised her many times to not wait for you. Xiaochen wanted to say something, but he felt that his throat was blocked. She left behind a lot of jewels last year and never appeared again. Xiaochen's mother sighed and said, "What a good girl. She is even more beautiful than the fairies in the paintings. She is also well educated, gentle and virtuous. Even if the moon fairy came, she would not exchange her daughter-in-law for this." Xiaochen walked to the window and silently looked at the starlight in the horizon. He was already mentally prepared for this result, but he still felt somewhat bitter. Was she really only late by a year? Could it be that Ruoxue was destined to be someone else's passing water? Looking at the starry sky, Xiaochen softly said to himself, "I will silently bless you. I will pray for you from afar." The night in the small village was exceptionally tranquil. The moon shone brightly outside the window, and the fragrance of grass mixed with the smell of the earth was carried by the wind. Coupled with the pleasant chirping of the insects, the unadorned but realistic night in the village was exceptionally peaceful. His parents had already fallen asleep. This might be the night they had slept the most soundly in the past 8 years. Xiaochen had a lot of feelings in his heart. What he felt the most was that he had let his parents down. They hadn't fulfilled their filial duties for 8 years and wandered around in another world. How much bitterness did they let the two of them suffer? Looking at their white hair, Xiaochen felt sorrowful in his heart. Time was the most merciless, no one could stop it. How much time did his aged parents have left? Currently, Xiaochen was in the levitation realm. He was a true demigod. If nothing unexpected happened, even if he was not invincible in the mortal realm, he would be close to that. He gently pushed open the door and silently entered his parents' room. 2 gentle rays of light shot out from his fingers, making his parents fall into a deeper sleep. Xiaochen sat on the edge of the bed. Both of his hands moved unceasingly, forcing out strands of life essence from his body. The milky white radiance was like a ripple of water, gentle and holy. It was directed into his parents' body by Xiaochen. After that, he continuously patted the acupoints on his parents' body, allowing the life essence to circulate. The life essence flowed through the acupoints and into their flesh and bones, spreading evenly throughout their entire body and thoroughly fusing with their bodies. After doing all this, Xiaochen gently closed the door and left. When he returned to his own room, he was still unable to fall asleep. In the end, he pushed the door open and gently flew up to the roof, looking at the small village under the moonlight. 8 years had passed, but there was not the slightest change in the village. It was still as simple as before. Xiaochen had a surreal feeling. I came back just like that? The world of immortals. Everything in the past was like a dream. Could he forget that dream? 8 years of dreams. How could he forget? How could he forget? There was one thing in particular. This made him very worried. In front of the great spatial rift. Was Qingqing also sucked into the spatial sea? He didn't know. Xiaochen walked in the void. He looked around the village, listening to the chirping of the night insects. After midnight, he was like a ghost, wandering alone under the moonlit night, roaming the nearby mountains. Finally, it soared into the sky. They flew upstream. On the bank of the Yellow River, a dozen miles away. It was a huge and majestic platform. It covered an area of several li. It's not finished yet. It was already 200 meters tall. It exuded a great pressure. Based on his intuition, Xiaochen knew that the platform was not simple. It wasn't just a grand building that was a waste of money and manpower. It was probably an incomparably terrifying altar. There were probably many arrays carved inside. Sure enough, something was about to happen in the human world. Otherwise, how could this happen? Xiaochen circled around the huge platform once. Then, he continued to fly through the air, going upstream along the Yellow River. Almost every few hundred miles, there would be a huge civil engineering project, with towering platforms and magnificent palaces. The orthodoxy of the 9 prefectures was truly extravagant to have such a huge bridge that connected directly to the sky. Such a large-scale construction project would ultimately require the entire world's strength. And the construction of the so-called ancestral dragon platform and the death bridge to heaven would definitely have a great plan. Xiaochen didn't continue to trace back to the upstream because the sky was about to brighten. He used the eightfold extreme speed to return home. Early in the morning, he once again enjoyed the breakfast made by his mother. Although it was very simple, it filled his mouth with a fragrance that surpassed all the delicacies in the world. And at this moment, there was already a shout coming from outside, urging everyone in the village to go on their way. Every morning, there would be people going to each village to take attendance. If there was anyone who was not on time, they would definitely be punished. His parents looked at him helplessly and said, "You hide at home, don't let anyone see you." The two elders were about to push open the door and go out. "I will go with you guys. Let's go to the upstream of the Yellow River to take a look. At the latest tomorrow, we will completely solve the problem of the villagers." "No way." Xiaochen's mother stopped him. They had just reunited, how could there be another incident? Although Xiaochen didn't say where he had been these years, the two elders could clearly feel that he was different. Their gaze seemed to have become even sharper, afraid that his impulsiveness would cause a disaster. "Don't worry, I know the severity." Xiaochen smiled and comforted the two elders. In the end, the family walked out together. The reason why the two elders agreed to let him go was because they were afraid that someone would tell them that there was still a strong worker at home. They were afraid that it would bring harm to Xiaochen. At the entrance of the village, all the villagers had already gathered and were waiting to set off. A ruffian glared at Xiaochen impatiently and said, "Old man Xiao, are you guys tired of living? You actually dilly-dally and arrived half an hour late. If you want to die, I will throw you into the Yellow River today." The ruffian was a ruffian from the nearby village. He was in charge of this village, so he would come every day to urge and take attendance. He glared at Xiaochen and wanted to whip him a few times with his whip. Xiaochen's eyes immediately widened and two cold glints shot out. The power of a demigod's divine sense was simply unimaginable for ordinary people. A terrifying pressure directly attacked the ruffian's heart. It made his soul tremble immediately. With a plop sound, he softly fell to the ground. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and didn't even look at him. He brought his parents and walked over. The villagers clicked their tongues in wonder. The ruffian basically didn't know why it was like this. He jumped up in anger and shouted, Who are you? How come I have never seen you before?" Xiaochen turned his head around and glared at him coldly. This time, the ruffian truly felt that the person in front of him was too terrifying. That pair of eyes seemed to have a terrifying power that heavily collided with his soul. At that time, he already felt that he couldn't take it anymore. His legs subconsciously went soft and he knelt on the ground. The surrounding villagers were all incomparably amazed. The orthodoxy had recruited a lot of ruffians to manage the nearby villagers. These people were the most hateful on normal days. They were lawless and bullied their neighbors. Today, they were actually kneeling in front of Xiaochen like a mouse that had seen a cat. It was really a strange thing. Why didn't Xiaochen make a move? How did he make this little ruffian so obedient? Those friends that grew up with Xiaochen were incomparably happy as they discussed spiritedly. Although Xianxia has left home for many years, his power is still there. Back then, with just a glare from him, all the ruffians in the surrounding villages had to be obedient for 10 days to half a month. Although this little bastard was still young at that time, he definitely still remembers Xianxia. How could these people know that the little ruffian had been tortured by his divine sense? The ruffian crawled up while trembling with fear. He didn't say anything else and walked away with his tail between his legs. He knew that the person in front of him was terrifying. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. The group walked for more than 10 miles and arrived near the giant platform upstream. Although the sun had just risen, the work here was already in full swing. 150,000 slaves had been chased out before dawn. Compared to them, the villagers nearby were considered lucky. It could be said that the orthodoxy was a waste of manpower and money. When Xiaochen saw the slaves with their upper bodies covered in sweat, he felt sorrowful for these people and sighed. When the little ruffian arrived, he ran away with a swish sound. He quickly arrived in front of a person wearing a military uniform and said, "Big brother, someone insulted me." Throw him into the Yellow River to vent my anger. Although that person was wearing a soldier's uniform, it was difficult to conceal his ruffian aura. He said viciously, "Now. Who dares to provoke my brother? Courting death. Which unruly peasant? That bastard is called Lil Chen. He is very evil. Big brother, I think he is not easy to deal with. Do you want to find more brothers? Lil Chen?" The ruffian wearing a military uniform grabbed his little brother's collar and asked hurriedly, "Could it be that old man Zhao's son has returned?" He is with old man Zhao. Look. They are over there." The little ruffian was a little afraid of his big brother's current expression. He hurriedly pointed to a certain place on the riverbank. "It's him, he really came back." The big ruffian's heart trembled. "Big brother, you recognize him. Quickly go and take care of him. Vent my anger. You must drown him alive." "Drown your ass." The big ruffian ruthlessly slapped the little ruffian's face and cursed, "Do you know who he is? You actually dared to cause trouble for me." He felt that his anger had not been vented. He ruthlessly kicked the little ruffian again. The little ruffian grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to say anything. Just at this time, Xiaochen looked over. The big ruffian braced himself and smiled in that direction. After that, he pulled the little ruffian and walked over. As they walked, he said, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. Do you know who he is?" "How the F***ck would I know?" The little ruffian was very depressed. He retorted in a bad mood. "F***ck your wife." The big ruffian consecutively slapped the little ruffian 3 times, making him dizzy and disoriented. He said, "Do you know who is the most ruthless landlord in our district headquarters? It's him." Back then, with just a glare, all the ruffians on the surface didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Why the F***ck are you provoking him? Are you looking for death? Are you tired of living?" When he was 13 or 14 years old, he already dared to. The big ruffian suddenly stopped talking because he was already not far away from Xiaochen. He kicked his younger brother over and said with an apologetic smile, "Brother Xiaochen, you are back. This brother of mine is not sensible. You are a magnanimous person. Don't lower yourself to his level." Xiaochen felt very helpless. Seeing that the ruffian from back then had become a supervisor, he knew that this national religion was not a good thing. Using this kind of evil force to suppress the nearby villagers, it was easy to imagine that they were definitely not good people. "You are the big baldy from the neighboring village, right?" "Yes, it's me. After not seeing you for so many years, the brothers in the surrounding villages all miss you very much." "Miss me? You must be hoping that I won't come back for the rest of my life." Back then, Xiaochen was young and hot-blooded. When he was in his teens, he once threw the 10 biggest bullies into the Yellow River to feed the fishes in one night. Normally, he could scare the ordinary ruffians with just a glare. Not at all, not at all. The big ruffian denied it while kicking his younger brother who was lying on the ground. The little ruffian grimaced in pain as tears and snot flowed down his face. He cursed in his heart, "Brother, I know that the ancestor of the ruffians has returned, okay? Can you F***king stop kicking me? Even if you are F***king putting on an act, don't be so real. Ouch, it hurts." It was unknown how the news spread, but many supervisors ran over to see Xiaochen. These were all the ruffians from back then, but now, they had become the supervisors of the government and the claws of the national religion. This made Xiaochen quite speechless. He had just become the leader of the ruffians. A large group of ruffians and bullies had gathered around him. He swore that he had never been in this line of work before. It was all because he was young and impetuous in the past. The old and young villagers of Xiaochen's village were all dumbstruck. Lil Chen. This made Xiaochen unable to explain himself. Finally, those friends who had grown up with him knew some insider information and explained it clearly in front of the villagers. The power was still there, but Xiaochen was quite unhappy. Why did they make him seem like the ancestor of the ruffians? Looking at these people in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "I heard that our village's Dazhuang was beaten to death by the supervisor." This group of ruffians and bullies immediately patted their chest and said, "Although we are not good people, we are not such bastards." We definitely did not force the people of our village to death. Dazhuang was beaten to death by the guy called White-Eyed Wolf from the neighboring county. We actually wanted to stop him, but the White-Eyed Wolf was too powerful, no one dared to provoke him. Then how did Little Han and Little Hai from our village die? There were also more than 10 villagers who died mysteriously. The 3 names mentioned were all Xiaochen's childhood friends. He didn't expect to hear their grievous news when he came back this time. That was also done by the supervisor from the neighboring county. It can't be helped, they are too powerful, they often bully and force the people from the neighboring county. Xiaochen was silent for a while, then he said, "Let me ask you guys, is there any way to exempt my parents and friends from hard labor? Leave it to us, uncle and auntie don't need to come anymore." One by one, the ruffians patted their chest and guaranteed. "I am talking about our entire village. This is really making things difficult for us. It's fine if it's 1 or 2 people, but it's an entire village, where do we have that much authority? We are going to jump into the Yellow River together tomorrow. Unless what?" Xiaochen coldly swept his gaze over this group of ruffians and bullies. "Go and make some arrangements, it's not like there are no exceptions, some villages are exempted from hard labor." "Oh." Xiaochen nodded his head. He waved his hand to make these ruffians withdraw. After the ruffians and bullies dispersed, the villagers in the vicinity were dumbstruck. They mistakenly thought that they had just held a hoodlum meeting. They looked at Xiaochen, the ancestor of the ruffians, with a strange gaze. The ruffian who was beaten up by his big brother was extremely angry. He couldn't help but complain, "Big brother, you are too afraid, what's the use even if he is powerful? Now is not the same as before, we can look for the higher-ups to take care of him." When the big ruffian heard these words, he couldn't help but get angry. He gave the ruffian a backhand slap. Clang! Clang! He kicked the ruffian 4 more times and cursed, "You better scram as far as you can, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Didn't you see that all the ruffians came to see him just now? Unless you can find a backer who knows how to play with flying swords, you better stay here obediently. Otherwise, I will personally kick your mother down the Yellow River." Just at this time, someone said in a low voice, "The ingrates from the neighboring county are here." That group of ruffians walked over while cursing. From time to time, they would use the whip in their hands to ruthlessly whip the nearby villagers who were doing hard labor. But just at this time, something that made everyone dumbfounded happened. The leader of the ingrates acted as if he was possessed. He suddenly plunged into the Yellow River and disappeared with a splash. Something even more sinister had yet to happen. The ruffians behind him all jumped into the raging waves of the Yellow River one after another as if they were possessed. A whirlpool flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. In front of everyone, no one pushed them. No one threatened them. The ruffians from the neighboring county all jumped into the river together. This immediately caused a sensation. All the villagers and slaves were clapping their hands and cheering. And Xiaochen, the ruffian from the district headquarters, was sucking in a breath of cold air. His heart was trembling non-stop. The ruffian who was beaten cried out involuntarily, "It's him, it must be him, he is the devil." As a result, the big ruffian slapped the latter part of his words back. "Shut the *CK up. Now you know fear?" This kind of thing happened more than 10 years ago. It's not the first time, the second time, the third time. Just at this time, Xiaochen's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "In the past, I was getting rid of the tyrants and bringing peace to the people. Now, I am just watching the show. I don't know anything. Speaking carelessly will kill people." The ruffian nodded his head mechanically. He almost peed in his pants. Yes, 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 the big ruffian also nodded his head vigorously. Xiaochen looked at the big ruffian and said, "Baldy, you have good eyesight. Do a good job and don't bully your neighbors anymore." All right. Xiaochen's parents were sent back home. If they didn't leave, the group of ruffians would have cried. They would have knelt down and kowtowed. As for the people in Xiaochen's village, although they still stayed at the bank of the Yellow River, they didn't need to do hard labor anymore. It was fine as long as they were here. Why doesn't our village have a ruffian ancestor? This was the voice of the villagers in the other villages. Seeing this, Xiaochen sighed. Currently, he could only save the people in his own village. The overall situation couldn't be changed immediately. With a sway of his body, Xiaochen disappeared from the bank of the Yellow River and quickly appeared in the prefecture government. He flew past the famous treasury of the prefecture government and collected a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. Then, he appeared in the backyard of the government office. When Xiaochen came out, the government office issued an order to exempt the ancestral dragon village from labor. When the news came back, the villagers cheered thunderously. They simply couldn't believe this fact. After Xiaochen returned, he went to the bank of the Yellow River again. After seeing the ancestral dragon platform and the heavenly death bridge with his own eyes, he felt that this matter wasn't simple. An astonishing conjecture appeared in his mind. Could it be, the Yellow River was an ancestral dragon? He felt that his idea was a little crazy. If the 5,000-kilometer-long Yellow River was an ancestral dragon, it was simply unimaginable. The human world didn't seem to be as simple as he imagined. Xiaochen felt that the seemingly ordinary human world was filled with many unknown secrets. If the Yellow River was an ancestral dragon, then the heavenly steel that suppressed the Yellow River. Xiaochen felt that it was necessary to take a look at the heavenly steel that sank to the bottom of the river. It was precisely that heavenly steel that made Xiaochen who he was today. If it wasn't for the ancient heavenly map on it, he wouldn't be able to achieve what he had today. In addition, he still had a little doubt. Why was their village called the Ancestral Dragon Village? Xiaochen flew along the Yellow River and quickly arrived at the section of the Yellow River in front of the village entrance. Then, he rushed into the surging yellow water from the sky. At this part of the Yellow River, the current was especially rapid. The yellow water was surging violently, the waves were several meters high. If a human or an animal fell into the river, they would disappear without a trace with just a wave. However, the current Xiaochen was no longer that child who could only play at the edge of the Yellow River. As a demigod, he was equivalent to a god in the mortal world where spiritual energy was extremely scarce. Not to mention sinking into the Yellow River, he could even move freely in the raging sea. Plop, he dove into the surging yellow water and dove down according to his memory. He didn't know how deep he was in the Yellow River. It was so dark that he couldn't see any light at all. Finally, he touched the bottom of the river, but there was no trace of the divine monument. Xiaochen was very suspicious. He clearly remembered that the heavenly steel was at this place. There was no doubt about it. He was filled with a peculiar feeling towards the heavenly steel that had helped him achieve his cultivation. He clearly remembered the location where it sank into the Yellow River. He searched carefully and opened his third eye. The bottom of the Yellow River was as bright as day. Everything was in front of him, but he still could not find any trace of the divine monument. How could this be? Xiaochen was filled with confusion. It was impossible for such a huge steel to be washed away by the river. It had been here for countless years and had not moved at all. How could it have disappeared in just a few years? One had to know that the huge heavens monument only occupied a very small part of its surface. It was firmly inserted into the ground, and the river could not move it at all. Xiaochen continued searching but still found nothing. He had to admit this fact. The heavenly steel was gone, it was no longer in its original place. He was filled with doubt and confusion. He followed the flow of the Yellow River downstream. His body was under tremendous pressure. He dove at the bottom of the Yellow River, following the current all the way. They didn't find any clues either. After diving for more than 50 kilometers, Xiaochen finally surfaced. He accepted the fact that the heavenly steel had disappeared. With a splash, he broke the surface of the water and rushed out of the Yellow River. This part of the water was relatively flat. It was as if a huge piece of topaz was embedded here. On both sides of the river were towering green mountains. Emerald green. The cries of apes and the roars of tigers lingered in the air. This didn't look like a section of water. It was more like a reservoir. Into this long valley. The surface of the water was much wider. At this moment, Xiaochen keenly felt the energy fluctuation in the air. There seemed to be a figure flying over from afar. Xianxia that could fly? This was very rare in the human world. It was almost extinct, it was too late to dodge. This was because two figures had already appeared in Xiaochen's vision. The other party had obviously seen him. It was a man and a woman. They are all very young. The man could be said to be handsome and confident. The woman was as beautiful as a flower. They were all standing on flying swords that were more than a foot long. He rushed over quickly. Experts of the orthodoxy, Xianxia was astonished. He recalled the words of the villagers. The practitioners of the orthodoxy all rode on flying swords. Someone who could fly in the air. Who would have thought that they would meet again so soon? Swish swish, the two of them quickly rushed over and blocked Xiaoqian's path. The man could not be said to be as handsome as Jade. The women were even less beautiful, but they exuded a special aura. They were dressed in white and stood on flying swords. Their long robes fluttered in the wind, making them look like immortals. "Who are you?" the young man shouted. These words destroyed his otherworldly temperament, and a wave of conceited arrogance flowed out. The pretty girl also stared at Xiaoqian, revealing a doubtful expression. "It's none of your business," Xiaoqian said indifferently. His tone was even more aggressive than the other party. "Impudent." The man's eyebrows stood erect, his eyes emitted two cold glints as he shouted, "This investigator is asking a question, you dare to contradict me? You are too much." The woman also shouted, "Quickly tell us your identity, why are you here?" Xiaoqian gave them a sidelong glance, then landed on a reef exposed on the water surface. He pointed at the horizon and said, "Do you see that?" The man and woman who were riding on flying swords didn't understand. The man asked angrily, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you better scram as far as you can." "Who do you think you are, shouting at animals? This world doesn't belong to your family. Do you really think you are the master of this world?" The young man let out a cold snort, his eyes emitted two murderous auras. He didn't conceal that kind of murderous intent at all as he said with an incomparably cold voice, "You seem to be an expert, and you know some flying techniques, but, opposing the orthodoxy, you are courting death. You will follow in the footsteps of many pugilistic figures." Swish, a white radiance shot out from the man's mouth. It shot over like a waterfall and circled around Xiaoqian's neck. At the same time, it was accompanied by the man's cold sneer, "I will behead you." However, his smile quickly froze because the white radiance missed. The image just now was nothing more than an afterimage. Xiaoqian's eightfold metamorphosis was faster than their imagination. He had already teleported away a long time ago, and was currently standing not far away, sneering at them. The man and woman looked at each other and revealed a shocked expression. The woman also spat out a white radiance from her mouth, and with a swish, it shot towards Xiaoqian's heart. Her attack was incomparably ruthless, aiming for the vital point. "Aren't you two a bit too vicious? You want to take my life just because of a disagreement?" With a swish, the white radiance flashed past Xiaoqian, and he appeared high up in the sky. He looked down at them and said, "Seeing your handsome appearance, I originally thought you two were some big shots, but I didn't expect you two to be so vicious." The young man and woman looked at each other and revealed a shocked expression. They knew they had met an expert. This seemed to have exceeded their imagination. How could there be such an expert in this world? Each of them controlled two white radiants to slash at Xiaoqian. "Humph." Xiaoqian snorted coldly. This time, he didn't dodge at all. He stood in the sky as steady as Mount Tai and flicked lightly with both of his hands. Clang! Clang! Two melodious metallic sounds resounded between heaven and earth. The two white radiants revealed their true appearance. It was actually two palm-sized flying swords. They were sparkling and translucent. The radiance was resplendent. That young man and woman seemed to have a close connection with the flying swords. The instant the flying swords were repelled by Xiaoqian, their bodies shook violently, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouth. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Xiaoqian in disbelief. How could a martial artist block their invincible flying swords? Suddenly, their eyes revealed a murderous intent. The distance between the flying swords that were repelled and Xiaoqian was less than 2 meters. They suddenly controlled the flying swords to shoot towards Xiaoqian. One sword was aimed at Xiaoqian's throat, and the other was aimed at his heart. Historia realm. You two are still far from it. Clang! Xiaoqian's speed was as fast as lightning. He stretched out both of his hands. His index finger and middle finger caught the two flying swords by a hair's breadth. With a ruthless sneer, Xianxia increased the strength between his fingers. Clang! Clang! The two flying swords were actually snapped by him. PFFF! PFFF! This handsome man and woman vomited a large mouthful of blood. Their complexion was incomparably pale. Their faces were filled with horror. They looked at Xianxia as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with inconceivable expressions. Underestimating the mortal world, you too will die without a burial ground. Xianxia held the delicate broken sword between his fingers and said, "This kind of sharp blade can't injure my body at all. Even if I don't move, you too can't injure my body no matter how you attack." After saying that, he held the broken sword between his fingers and slashed at his own body. Clang! Clang! The delicate sword snapped. The young man and woman's faces immediately lost all color. They really couldn't understand. How could a martial artist in the mortal world have such power? How could he shatter their flying swords with his physical body? This was beyond their imagination. Perhaps other people couldn't do it in the mortal world. But Xianxia definitely could. Even in the original world of Immortals, among the practitioners of the same level, no one was stronger than him in terms of physical body. At that time, his first divine ability was the weapon fusion body refining technique. Even though it was crippled later on, the new martial body was even stronger than before. It was more or less appropriate to call it the strongest body technique. Until now, no sword in the mortal world could injure his body. This was the most realistic portrayal of him. The young man and woman were completely subdued. They no longer had the overbearing attitude from before. They looked at each other and without saying a word, they quickly drove their flying swords to escape. Want to leave? What a pity, it's too late. Xianxia was like a ghost. He appeared in front of the two out of nowhere and blocked their path. The two were greatly shocked. They were flying on their flying swords. It could be said that in terms of speed, it was impossible for a flying martial artist to catch up to them. But now, everything was beyond their imagination. What do you want? To kill you too. Xianxia said these three words very calmly. The handsome and beautiful young man and woman revealed a frightened expression. They said with a trembling voice, "No, no. If you kill us, you won't be able to live either. Do you know where we came from? You can't fight against the forces behind us. Let us go, and we will pretend we never met. This way, everyone will be better off. I want to let you two go, but unfortunately, I can't. If I let you two go, many people will be implicated along with me. Moreover, even if I kill you too, it won't be an injustice. Who told you to be so vicious and take someone's life just because of a disagreement?" Xianxia sentenced them to death. You must know that we are not people of this world. We are cultivators. We are not people that you martial artists can contend against. If you kill us, you won't be able to live for long. The man put on a strong front and shouted. "Oh, cultivators? Go on, where are you from? Why are you building such a big project on the bank of the Yellow River?" "We are from the cultivation world." The man said proudly, "The world where the cultivators are the strongest." "The strongest? With just you two?" Xianxia laughed. We are very ordinary. But those old antiques who have cultivated for countless years, even one of them is enough to destroy the entire human world." The girl at the side shouted. Xianxia chuckled and said, "So scary. Then why didn't they come?" Then he asked again, "How did you two come to the human world?" Hearing this question, the two of them immediately shut their mouth. Xianxia keenly sensed something. Wanting to return to the human world from the world of immortals, the difficulty was beyond imagination. And this was the first time he heard of the cultivation world. It should be similar. Otherwise, why hadn't he heard of the people of that world for thousands of years? "Tell me quickly, how did you come here? Also, what are you two after?" The young man and woman looked at each other, then they suddenly exploded. They turned into two balls of blood mist. They were originally afraid of death, but they were actually forced to commit suicide by this question. This was beyond Xiaoqian's expectation. He lightly flicked his finger and the telepathic sword wave was sent out. That corpse that fell to the ground was completely annihilated. Not a single drop was left behind. Xianxia stood in the sky above the Yellow River and sank into contemplation. The cultivation world, this was the first time he heard of such a world. Something was really going to happen in the human world. An incomparably powerful world actually sent cultivators to the human world. Why, this was the first time he heard of the cultivation world. However, this was definitely not the first time he heard of the word cultivation. There were many ancient legends in the human world. According to legend, countless years ago, there were many cultivation systems in the human world. Among them, there were cultivators. This was an extremely mysterious and powerful cultivation system. According to legend, it was far superior to martial arts. However, no one knew why it disappeared later on. Cultivation, the strongest cultivation system? The corner of Xiaoqian's mouth revealed a sneer. Xiaoqian used the octatic extreme speed to travel upstream along the Yellow River. The moment he appeared in the village, everyone, old and young, surrounded him and thanked Xiaoqian for his kindness. None of them had thought that Xiaoqian would really free them from the pain of manual labor and free them from the sea of suffering. Although he was already a demigod now, Xiaoqian still tried his best to keep a low profile in front of the villagers. He didn't want these simple and honest villagers to look at him with a peculiar gaze. He didn't want to be a god in front of the people close to him. He didn't want his friends and companions to look up to him. What kind of familial love and friendship would there be if that happened? He didn't want to be a god in front of the people close to him. He didn't want his friends and companions to look up to him. What kind of familial love and friendship would there be if that happened? A lot of people came to thank Xiaoqian for his great kindness. Xiaoqian's parents were very enthusiastic. Everyone stayed behind to eat together. Xiaoqian intentionally or unintentionally mentioned the divine monument in the Yellow River at the entrance of the village. As a result, he really obtained a useful piece of information. An old man of the same generation as his uncle said, "It's really strange. Those immortals who can fly in the sky have been searching in the Yellow River in front of our village for a very long time. They even went door to door to inquire about the whereabouts of that divine monument." Xiaoqian was startled when he heard this, and asked, "Did they find it?" "No, they returned empty-handed. It's really strange, everyone in the village knows that the divine monument is at the bottom of the Yellow River at the entrance of the village. They also investigated clearly and sent a lot of people to search for it. In the end, they didn't find anything even after spending several months." Xiaoqian was also a little puzzled. Why did the divine monument disappear? It wasn't found by outsiders. Could it be that it flew away by itself? Or did it hide itself? It was extremely possible, the divine monument's power was unfathomable. At the same time, he also thought that the ancient monument suppressing the Yellow River was a little different from the two divine monuments he saw in the world of Immortals. One must know that no matter if it was the huge monument on the Dragon Island or the divine monument in front of the Lost Paradise, they were both very intimidating. However, the ancient monument on the Yellow River was very different. Back then, he touched it with his own hands. The villagers even used water to wash away the mud on it, burned incense and kowtowed to it. Nothing dangerous or terrifying happened. Xiaoqian spent a few days peacefully, either accompanying his parents or chatting with his friends. These few days, Xiaoqian didn't take a step out of the village. Every night, he would cleanse his parents' marrow and clear their meridians. He infused his life essence into their bodies. In just a few days, he could clearly feel that his parents' wrinkles were getting lighter. They became more spirited, and there were even some black hair growing out from their white hair. On the 7th day, Xiaoqian told his parents that he was going to meet some friends. He only left the village after he returned at night. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, he soared into the sky. At the same time, the bones all over his body made a crackling sound. Although the weapon fusion divine ability was already crippled, Xiaoqian's martial body was much stronger than before. He easily changed his appearance. He followed the Yellow River upstream and flew straight towards the ancestral dragon platform. He had to change his appearance. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, the villagers would be implicated. Xiaoqian landed in the distance and walked towards the majestic ancestral dragon platform. More than 100,000 slaves were moving huge rocks, working in full swing. Xiaochen saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Wasn't that Suing from the neighboring village? That old master's daughter could be said to be a beautiful flower in the surrounding villages. When Xiaochen was learning from the old master, the little girl could be said to be Xiaochen's little tail. She loved to follow him everywhere. After they grew up, Xiaochen used his martial arts to travel the world and left the Yellow River. When he returned at the age of 19, he heard that the lively and energetic talented girl got married at the age of 18. His companions told Xiaochen that Suing had been waiting for Xiaochen for a few years, but he didn't come back. She threw a tantrum and refused to get married. When she was 18, she could not wait any longer. She married a talented scholar from her hometown. From the beginning to the end, Xiaochen treated her as his younger sister. When he heard that she was already married, Xiaochen specially went to see if that scholar was compatible with her and if he treated her well. Enough. In the end, Suing burst into tears the moment she saw him, scaring him away. He never had the chance to meet that talented scholar. Some people are destined to miss out. Some people are destined to miss out. But I still want to cry. Xiaochen still clearly remembered that the last time he saw Suing, she said these words while crying. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little disappointed and frustrated. But, at that time, he really treated her as his younger sister. His body was stained with mud, and his face was covered with dust. Suing was still as delicate and pretty as before. The years didn't leave many traces on her face. Didn't she go to another place with that talented husband? Why did she appear here? His childhood companion, the little tail that fell behind, the talented girl of the past was actually doing labor here. How could Xiaochen not care? Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes wide. He saw two ruffians actually making a move on Suing. They actually dared to do this in front of so many people at the Yellow River's bank. At the same time, more than 10 energy waves came from upstream of the Yellow River. More than 10 people flew downstream on their flying swords. 2 middle-aged men were leading them. The rest were all young men and women in their 20s. More than 10 true cultivators, Suing cried out in alarm. This attracted those people's attention. The middle-aged man who was leading them swept his gaze over. He glared at the two ruffians for a moment, then he didn't stop and continued to fly downstream. Let me go, immortal elder, save me. Suing also saw more than 10 true cultivators and shouted for help. But these people didn't stop at all and flew away. Xiaochen's anger surged. These people were really not good people. Xiaochen's incomparably powerful divine sense swept out in a flash. The two ruffians felt as if they were struck by lightning. They let out their last cry for help in fright. Save me. Those true cultivators who left felt something was wrong. The moment they turned their heads, they discovered that the two of them were powerlessly waving their arms. Their figures flashed. The two in the lead brought more than 10 young men and women back at high speed. This made Xiaochen furious. They turned a deaf ear to a weak girl's cry for help, but the cry for help from two ruffians actually called them back. This made him feel angry. The life of the two ruffians was quickly depleting. Xiaochen controlled their bodies and jumped into the Yellow River. At the same time, Xiaochen soared into the sky and blocked the path of these cultivators. With a flick of the telepathic sword wave, the destructive sword wave smashed the bodies of the two young men and women into pieces with a bang. 2 bloody mists drifted away with the wind. Who is it? The 2 middle-aged men in the lead were gobsmacked and hastily turned around to face each other. So it is a martial artist who can fly. How rare, there is actually such an expert in the human world. Amazing. However, haven't you heard of the orthodoxy? The true cultivators are the kings among the practitioners. You are just a puny martial artist, can you contend against us? True cultivator? Did you guys cultivate to the point of dogs? With your temperament, are you even fit to talk about true cultivators and immortal cultivators? Xiaochen hit them mercilessly. Audacious! You dare to speak to master like this, I will kill you. 2 young men flew over on the spot. At the same time, 2 beautiful women also flew over. They rode on their flying swords and their clothes fluttered in the air. They looked very confident and at ease, as if they were immortals. This is called audacity? They are your masters, not mine. I will let you see what is called audacity. Xiaochen stood in the sky and completed the Aquarius seal. A huge crystal Aquarius appeared above his head and instantly emitted an incomparably terrifying divine radiance. The two men in the front turned pale with fright. One of them hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a scarlet sword. A blood-colored flying sword slashed forward. At the same time, the other man took out a rope from his waist and threw it out. It quickly enlarged and flew towards Xiaochen to bind him. However, all of this was futile. Facing the overwhelming divine radiance of the Aquarius seal, the blood-colored flying sword was shattered and the rope was torn apart inch by inch. The divine radiance burst forth. Boom! Not a single trace of the human figure in the sky remained. The two young men in front were instantly turned into ashes. The two women who flew over turned pale with fright. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Xiaochen's cold and emotionless voice seemed to come from the netherworld as he shouted, "Space interruption." This was the space divine art he had grasped a year ago. A space prison appeared out of nowhere and specks of light flickered. A blue spherical space instantly confined the two women. Then, a huge light blade flashed between the blue sphere and the power of space severed them on the spot. The blue prison shattered and blood light soared into the sky. This is space divine art. The two middle-aged men in the front were astonished and cried out, "You are not a martial arts practitioner, you are a divine arts practitioner?" "I am a martial arts practitioner." "Impossible, I saw it." "That is the legendary space divine art. It is known as the king-level god rule among the divine arts." One of the middle-aged men sneered, "But what a pity, the true cultivators are the kings among the cultivators. Divine arts practitioners and martial arts practitioners are all eliminated. You are definitely going to die today." Xiaochen looked at them indifferently and said, "I, as a martial arts practitioner, want to see how outstanding you true cultivators are. You two can make your move. If I let them make their move, they will only be sending themselves to death." Xiaochen faced 10 odd immortal cultivators alone. He did not show any fear as he looked at them indifferently. A formless killing chi lingered around him, shocking everyone's soul. "Young man, you are very arrogant. Have you ever heard of the phrase die young?" The two middle-aged immortal cultivators stared at Xiaochen. Although their words were very calm, their killing intent was very obvious. Xiaochen smiled coldly. Finally, he said coldly, "You are very talkative. If you want to kill me, then do it. There's no rush. Delicacies need to be savored slowly. It's very rare to see a divine arts practitioner of your level in the human world. It's truly a pleasant surprise. We can take our time and kill you slowly." At the end of his sentence, his killing intent soared to the sky. Another middle-aged cultivator said in an awe-inspiring tone, "Divine arts practitioners shouldn't normally appear in this world. The human world is mainly made up of low-level martial arts practitioners. I'm very surprised by your appearance." Regarding this, Xiaochen snorted coldly. His eyes emitted 2 merciless rays of light. He was extremely disgusted by these cultivators belittling the mortal realm. Don't be unconvinced. Warriors have indeed been completely eliminated and have withdrawn from the stage of history forever. Now, pure warriors have been completely extinct. Not even one can be found. Xiaochen did not say anything. Since the other party looked down on cultivators so much, he felt that there was no need to say anything more. Only action would be the best answer and proof. "It's a pity. Your aptitude is not bad. If you could have become a disciple of a cultivator, it would have been much better than those unbearable body techniques and divine abilities you practice." Seeing that Xiaochen was about to make a move, a middle-aged cultivator stopped him. "Young man, don't be rash. Being rash is the devil. You guys are really annoying. Let's do it." Xiaochen did not want to hear them spout nonsense. As he spoke, he flicked his finger and sent out a sharp spirit sword wave, heading for the 2 middle-aged men. A destructive sword wave rippled out in the sky. Although it looked gentle, everyone's expression changed. There was a bloody example just now. The 2 young cultivators didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry before their flying swords were shattered by the sword wave and their bodies were shattered. They were instantly annihilated, and not even a single drop of blood or flesh remained. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. However, everyone felt that the sword wave was terrifying. At the same time, she hated Xiaoqian's arrogance. They actually attacked the two middle-aged cultivators at the front at the same time. This was blatant contempt. One of the middle-aged men snorted coldly. A dazzling purple-golden shield appeared in his body. At first, it was only the size of a palm. After flying out of his body, it expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as a millstone. The purplish-golden light continued to flow. It emitted bursts of multicolored light. It spun around. It blocked the incoming destructive sword wave. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The purple-gold shield collided with the sword wave that was coming from the front and the back. It stirred the yellow river underground and rolled up huge waves. There was even a burst of resplendent purple light. It shot straight into the sky. It blocked the telepathic sword wave. The middle-aged cultivator withdrew his purple-gold shield. They blocked Xiaoqian. Don't be in such a hurry to act. I have something to ask you. Earlier, Xiaoqian had only sent out a sword wave. He already knew what to do. He was no longer in a hurry to act. He looked at the middle-aged cultivator indifferently. Are you from the world of immortals? I feel that no matter what, it's impossible for a divine arts practitioner like you to appear in the human world. Obviously. The middle-aged cultivator tried to get more information out of him. He asked for the information he was interested in. Why do you ask like this? Xiaoqian's killing intent didn't decrease, but his tone was very calm. The world of immortals is the world of divine arts practitioners. Most of the top-notch divine arts practitioners come from there. Speaking until here, he stared at Xiaoqian suspiciously, as if he wanted to see through his inner thoughts. The world of immortals is the world of divine arts practitioners? While Xiaoqian's heart was filled with killing intent, he also had this kind of doubt. That's right. There are psychics, spell masters, martial artists of the later generations, and qi practitioners. However, they are all different paths leading to the same destination. In the end, they will all walk on the path of divine arts practitioners. Xiaoqian was speechless. All of the cultivation systems in the world of immortals could really be summarized with one word: divine arts practitioner. There were already no pure martial artists in the world of immortals. When the martial artists of the later generations reached a certain realm, they would also gradually evolve their divine arts. They had already deviated from the original martial path. Moreover, no matter if it was psychics, spell masters, qi practitioners, or other practitioners, it was the same. But when they reached the later stage, they would also evolve their own divine arts. Xiaoqian had already seen psychics and spell masters. Comparatively speaking, he wasn't familiar with qi practitioners. However, he had seen many big shots in this field, for example, Tong Tian, Primordial Lord of Heaven, Laozi, Daoist Xuanti, and so on. Pure martial artists have already been completely annihilated. The divine arts practitioners came into being. That middle-aged cultivator looked at Xiaoqian and seemed to have recalled the past. He said, "It can be said that the divine arts practitioners were evolved from the martial artists of the later generations as well as some weak cultivation systems." You said the pure martial artists are gone? Then what is the war race? Xiaoqian asked. The war race is a very ancient race. They can no longer be considered as pure martial artists. They are a race that was in the transition period from martial artists to divine arts practitioners. Speaking until here, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "You really came from the world of immortals. Otherwise, how could you know about the war race?" The other middle-aged cultivator sneered and said, "Capture him and interrogate him. We must find out how he came to the mortal world from the world of immortals. Do you guys think I am already a meat on the chopping board?" Xiaoqian looked at the two middle-aged men in front of him. "You are only a divine arts practitioner. Even if you have grasped some top-notch God's laws, what kind of storm can you create when facing the cultivators?" Moreover, this is the mortal world. There are only some low-level martial artists here. Who can help you now? The attitude of the two middle-aged cultivators in the lead was looking down on the mortal world from a high place. It made Xiaoqian feel extremely disgusted. It was as if the cultivators were the true kings. The other cultivation systems were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, not worth mentioning. Are you guys done? So what if I told you that I came from the world of immortals? Only a dozen of you cultivators heard it. Do you think you can spread the news? Xiaochen was incomparably calm, but his killing intent was boundless. He said, since you guys want to kill me, then let me send you on your way. What an arrogant brat. Today, I am going to refine your soul and seal it into a magic treasure that is currently being refined. The middle-aged man said in an awe-inspiring manner. You talk too much nonsense. Xiaochen shouted loudly and made his move as fast as lightning. Since he already found out the information he wanted to know, there was no need to waste any more time. He clasped his hands together and attacked decisively with the seal of the fearless lion. Roar! A lion's roar shook the heaven and earth. The silhouette of the golden lion king appeared. The golden divine radiance soared into the sky, the blazing radiance was everywhere. The three-headed lion pounced forward and went straight for the two middle-aged cultivators. The two middle-aged cultivators' complexion changed. This time, Xiaochen's power seemed to be far greater than the sword wave from before. The purple golden shield was summoned and crashed into the golden lion king. At the same time, they spat out their flying swords. One purple and one blue, two streaks of light shot out and slashed towards Xiaochen. Boom! The purple golden shield collided with the golden lion king. The seal of the fearless lion was broken, but the purple golden shield was also sent flying. At the same time, the two palm-sized flying swords had already arrived in front of Xiaochen. The murderous aura was threatening. The purple and blue radiance soared into the sky. It was so cold that snowflakes actually floated in the sky above the yellow river. But just at this time, the golden divine radiance in Xiaochen's right hand soared into the sky. A divine halberd appeared in his hand. Although there were cracks all over the halberd and it looked like it would shatter at any moment, it still emanated an extremely terrifying wave, causing the waters of the yellow river to churn up huge waves. The instant he held the golden halberd, Xiaochen's entire body seemed to be set ablaze with the soaring golden divine fire. His entire body was submerged in the overflowing golden flame. His black hair fluttered chaotically, and his eyes were so cold that it was threatening. The divine halberd in his hand swept out horizontally. Clang! Clang! The golden divine halberd firmly struck the two flying swords. Beyond everyone's imagination, the divine halberd that seemed to be on the verge of crumbling actually chopped into two halves of the glittering and translucent flying swords. The purple and blue flying swords were chopped in half and fell from the sky. PFFF. PFFF. The two middle-aged cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated violently. They looked at the tattered golden halberd in Xiaochen's hand in disbelief. What is that? It actually chopped my flying swords in half? This is a martial artist's weapon. Today, I, a low-level martial artist, will take a look at the brilliance of the so-called king of cultivators. While speaking, Xiaochen quickly pounced over. Eightfold extreme speed was unbelievably fast. Xiaochen appeared in front of them in a flash and brandished the golden halberd in his hand. The two cultivators turned pale with fright. A purple gold shield and a blue glowing hammer were summoned at the same time and smashed towards Xiaochen. Clang! Clang! Without any suspense, the golden divine halberd directly chopped the purple gold shield in half and the blue glowing hammer in half. The two treasures were destroyed and fell into the yellow river. Even though the golden divine halberd was damaged beyond recognition and couldn't display its true power, it was still a peerless weapon after all. Just based on its toughness and sharpness, it was definitely not something an ordinary treasure could resist. The two middle-aged cultivators flew back again. They shouted, "What kind of ability is relying on treasures? Do you dare to fight us for real?" "I'm relying on treasures? Don't tell me your flying swords and purple gold shield are not treasures?" Xiaochen didn't stop. He quickly rushed over and chopped down with the divine halberd again. The resplendent divine radiance soared into the sky. The vast energy wave shattered the void, causing the 10 cultivators' expression to change. Only now did they realize that Xiaochen was hiding his strength. He was even more powerful than they had imagined. The two middle-aged cultivators gave it their all. Divine radiance shot out from their bodies. flying swords, bronze hammers, dragon-trapping chains, and all kinds of treasures smashed towards Xiaochen at the same time. In the dazzling golden divine radiance, Xiaochen continuously brandished the divine halberd. Clang! The divine halberd chopped all the treasures as if they were tofu. The sky was overflowing with light. One by one, the treasures were destroyed and fell into the surging yellow river. In the surroundings, the hundreds of thousands of slaves and the villagers nearby were all dumbfounded. This person was too terrifying. He actually shattered the treasures of the Immortals and defeated the Immortals. They were dumbstruck. The shore of the yellow river was absolutely silent. At first, Suing revealed a doubtful expression. She looked at the silhouette above the yellow river in silence. Then, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Is this the king of cultivators? Nothing more than this. Xiaochen's disdain was not concealed at all. This kind of attitude and tone could be said to be giving them a taste of their own medicine. If you didn't have the golden divine halberd, you would have been beheaded by our flying swords a long time ago. Cultivators are unrivaled in the same realm. The 2 middle-aged cultivators' complexion alternated between green and white. They were unwilling to admit defeat. Unrivaled in the same realm? Truly boasting shamelessly. Not many people in this world dare to say that. Xiaochen put away the golden divine halberd and said, even if I don't have the golden halberd with me, killing you two is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Because, you two are too weak. If measured by the cultivation realm of the world of immortals, although the 2 middle-aged cultivators were also at the demigod realm, they were at least 3 celestial layers lower than Xiaochen. Therefore, what Xiaochen said was not false. Seeing him put away the golden divine halberd, the 2 middle-aged cultivators shouted loudly. They actually shot out 2 streams of energy from their mouths. The energy condensed into flying swords and shot towards Xiaochen. Without the slightest change in expression, Xiaochen's telepathic sword wave was sent out. This time, it was no longer a finger. Both of his hands shook continuously. The terrifying sword wave rippled out like a ripple. Without a sound, the flying swords formed by the 2 middle-aged cultivators spitting out their spiritual essence turned into ashes. Immediately after, they were horrified to discover that both of their legs had disappeared and turned into a bloody mist. PFFF. PFFF, with 2 crisp sounds, the top of the 2 middle-aged cultivator skulls were shattered. 2 palm-sized babies soared into the sky. That was a nascent soul. Xiaochen recalled those ancient legends. When a cultivator reached a certain realm, they could form a nascent soul inside their body. When the physical body suffered a devastating injury, the nascent soul inside their body could escape and regenerate in the future. Furthermore, their cultivation didn't seem to be affected much because all their power was condensed in the nascent soul. Stop him, stop him. When the 2 nascent souls saw Xiaochen soar into the sky, they screamed at those disciples. The 2 cultivators screamed at the disciples. The 2 cultivators were indeed terrified to the extreme. In their knowledge, cultivators were definitely stronger than martial arts practitioners and divine arts practitioners. However, the youth that they had met before their eyes, whose cultivation was similar to theirs, was evil to the point of being terrifying, causing them to be terrified to the extreme. Those disciples were a little hesitant, but some of them still rushed towards Xiaochen. Those who block me will die. Xiaochen shouted loudly. The telepathic sword wave was unleashed with all its might once again. PFFF. PFFF. A bloody mist burst out in the sky. Those young men and women whose strength was equivalent to Historia level 1 or 2 were shattered by the sword wave unceasingly. They turned into a bloody mist and drifted away in the sky. Is this a cultivator? Xiaochen shouted from the sky, this is the king of the cultivators? Wait until you meet a true cultivator. You will kneel down. When the 2 nascent souls in front saw all the disciples were killed in an instant, they shouted furiously. Before that, let me kill you guys first. Xiaochen used the 8-fold extreme speed to block their path in an instant. He executed the spatial ability and instantly crushed a nascent soul with the power of space. Just as he was about to kill the second nascent soul, he suddenly retracted his power and allowed him to leave. Then, he leisurely followed behind. His nascent soul swam against the yellow river and quickly flew towards a dead bridge that was under construction hundreds of miles away. The moment he arrived, he immediately screamed, "Senior brother, save me." A middle-aged cultivator overseeing this place was patrolling with some disciples. He asked in shock, "What happened to junior brother? Someone is chasing after me." "What? Could it be those low-level martial artists who want to hold the sword meet on Mount Hua and secretly hold the martial world grand meet to deal with us?" "No, it's..." Before the nascent soul finished, Xiaoqian's eightfold extreme speed caught up and shattered it on the spot. "Who is it?" A middle-aged cultivator in the sky led a few disciples to block Xiaoqian's path. "The ones who will kill you." Xiaoqian didn't say anything. He needed to take action now. He wanted to set an example for the practitioners of the human world. The legendary space Ren chop, all the young cultivators were chopped in half at the waist on the spot. After that, he shouted again, "Dimensional chop." The power of space fluctuated. A blue arc of death appeared. The dimensional chop appeared and shattered the middle-aged cultivator's flying sword on the spot. Then, it chopped his body and finally shattered his nascent soul. Xiaoqian didn't stop at all. He followed the yellow river and flew upstream. Today's operation would not stop there. For the sake of his little tail, for the sake of his sentimental little sister, Xiaoqian killed the cultivators on the yellow river, killing 3 demigod realm practitioners. Xiaoqian did not stop. He followed the yellow river upstream. Hundreds of miles away, a group of extremely grand and magnificent palaces sat on the bank of the yellow river. They occupied an extremely vast area, and one couldn't see the end of it. Many slaves were doing hard labor, and the vast palace complex was only less than half completed. Xiaoqian held the golden divine halberd and flew above the palaces. He did not say anything unnecessary and raised the divine halberd high up. Then, he chopped down at the palaces that were already built. The resplendent golden divine light was like a raging sea, surging with thousands of waves, covering the sky and covering the earth, instantly submerging a large part of the palace. Boom, a large part of the palace collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Dust and sand filled the air. The sudden destruction of a large part of the palace complex immediately attracted a few cultivators out. 5 figures rushed into the sky. There were cultivators patrolling the vicinity of every huge civil engineering project to prevent accidents from happening. It could be seen that they attached great importance to these huge projects, and their plans were not shallow. Xiaoqian smiled coldly. The reason he destroyed the palaces was to lure the cultivators here out. Among the 5 cultivators, there were 2 middle-aged men and 3 young men and women. They did not expect Xiaoqian to be so tyrannical. However, they were very straightforward. They did not say anything and immediately activated their flying swords. 5 beams of light chopped down at Xiaoqian. The dazzling flying swords were filled with killing qi. They were cold and oppressive. They were like 5 shocking rainbows, exceptionally dazzling. In their opinion, the cultivators of the mortal world were nothing more than this. There was no need to say anything more. Those who dared to provoke and cause trouble, directly arrest and interrogate them. After that, he could kill them at will. However, the 5 of them had clearly underestimated Xiaoqian. It was the same as the previous 2 batches. He had suffered a great loss right from the start. The golden divine halberd shone brightly. The golden radiance was like a meteor shower streaking across the starry sky. Sweep towards them. Clang sounds rang out continuously. The 5 flying swords instantly turned into scrap metal. They were all smashed by the divine halberd. The 5 of them turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Xiaoqian's speed was beyond imagination. In an instant, he rushed over. The golden divine halberd lashed out like a bolt of lightning that could destroy the world. Puff, puff, puff. Blood light soared into the sky. 3 young men and women were instantly beheaded. It wasn't that they were slow. It was because Xiaoqian was too fast. Compared to the 8 phases extreme speed, even a cultivator who was known for his speed would pale in comparison. In a sense, cultivators, no matter from the perspective of battle prowess or other aspects, both of them had great advantages. However, the person they had met today wasn't an ordinary divine arts practitioner. The 3 young men and women had yet to cultivate their nascent souls. He died on the spot. The two middle-aged men were infuriated. They roared in unison and used their respective methods. Cultivator treasures flew everywhere in the sky, and rays of multicolored light illuminated the sky. However, in an instant, they were speechless because the sky had been sealed. Xianxia executed a magic skill. No matter how strong the magic treasures were, they would not be of much use. All kinds of glowing treasures were frozen in midair. This was the result of absolute strength. In terms of cultivation, Xianxia was already a fourth celestial layer of demigod realm, and the two middle-aged cultivators were only at the first celestial layer of demigod realm. Xianxia's battle prowess far surpassed theirs. With the help of the magic skill, he was able to seal this space without any mishap. The corner of his mouth revealed a ruthless sneer. Xianxia didn't show any mercy. He clasped his hands together, and in that instant, all kinds of dazzling magic treasures in the sealed space were crushed by the power of the magic skill. After that, the cracks slowly spread out, and in the end, they were completely shattered. The physical bodies of the two middle-aged cultivators were one step ahead of the magic treasures, and the moment their nascent souls escaped from their physical bodies, they were also crushed by the power of the magic skill. Not a single drop was left. The power of the magic skill gradually receded, and the seal was opened. Endless dust fell from the sky. Those were the magic treasures of the two middle-aged cultivators. All of them had turned into dust. They were completely destroyed. Xianxia didn't feel it was cruel. The hundreds of thousands of slaves below were doing hard labor. The root cause was these cultivators who invaded the human world. Kill them. The immortals in the eyes of the slaves were killed. It immediately caused a huge commotion at the bank of the Yellow River. All the slaves had the thought of escaping. Xianxia didn't stop and continued to fly upstream. Just like that, he passed through 2 more trials and killed a few demigods. He already had a rough idea in his heart. The cultivators guarding the bank of the Yellow River didn't seem to be as scary as he had imagined. However, just as he relaxed a little, he felt a peculiar fluctuation. There seemed to be someone fighting fiercely above the torrential Yellow River. Xianxia exerted the 8-fold extreme speed to the extreme. It was as if he was passing through space and arrived in an instant. By the time he arrived, the battle had already ended. A young cultivator dressed in blue. Although he didn't look handsome, his otherworldly temperament gave him a different kind of charm. It was as if he was truly an immortal descending to the mortal world. He was clearly injured. There was a little bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. He stood quietly in the sky on a flying sword as he gazed at his opponent. On the other side was a middle-aged cultivator. He was standing on a golden divine shield. There was a bloody hole on his shoulder, as if he had been stabbed by a sword. His complexion was a little pale as he stared at the young cultivator in front of him. Those who commit unjust actions bring about their own destruction. The blue-clothed youngster looked at the middle-aged cultivator and said, "You people brought disaster to the secular world and forced countless people to do hard labor. Do you still look like a cultivator?" The middle-aged cultivator sneered, "What do you know? You don't understand what we are trying to do. If it was someone from any sect who came to the mortal world, I'm afraid they would do the same." The blue-clothed youngster didn't say anything else. He rode on his flying sword and soared into the sky. Just at this time, Xiaoqian's figure appeared from the darkness and said, "I thought everyone in the cultivation world was like you. Fortunately, you guys are just scum." Xiaoqian ridiculed the middle-aged cultivator in front of him without any trace. Seeing Xiaoqian appear without a sound, the middle-aged cultivator was startled. He stared at Xiaoqian and asked, "Who are you?" "The person who will collect your corpse." "Martial artist or divine arts practitioner?" The middle-aged cultivator looked at him in astonishment. "In any case, I am not a cultivator." Xiaoqian sneered, "It seems like the cultivators are not as united as a piece of iron. They are actually fighting among themselves." "Humph, that is because that brat doesn't know any better. Otherwise, all the cultivators would support us." "Then I have nothing else to say. Let's take your life." "You." "Humph." The middle-aged man sneered and said, "Countless years ago, during the incomparable war between cultivators and martial artists, the martial artists were the weakest. Martial arts practitioners are the worst system, and the divine arts practitioners that developed later aren't any better. Oh, is that so? Unfortunately, I, a martial artist and divine arts practitioner, have already killed 20 cultivators today. If you were included, I would be the 21st. Arrogant. The middle-aged cultivator took out a golden chain and lashed it at Xiaochen. The chain quickly became longer and thicker. It was like a golden divine dragon as it coiled around Xiaochen. Spatial rend. Xiaochen shouted coldly at the same time. A blue arc of death was drawn out. The power of the space tore a huge twisted crack. It was as sharp as a blade. The blue spatial rend struck the golden divine dragon. Clang! The golden divine dragon was broken, and the golden chain fell from the sky. Spatial imprisonment. Xiaochen shouted coldly again. He wanted to seal this space. In that instant, the middle-aged cultivator was indeed frozen. However, he immediately moved again. A purple light was spouted out from his mouth. It actually created a spatial tunnel and allowed him to escape. Spatial divine arts practitioner? After the middle-aged cultivator escaped, he looked at Xiaochen in bewilderment. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. This cultivator seemed to be very powerful. After a fierce battle, he still had the ability to escape from the spatial seal. He was really not ordinary. What is that purple light? Humph. The middle-aged cultivator sneered and said, "Don't think that you are unparalleled just because you have some top-notch divine arts. Cultivators are the true kings among cultivators. They can refine the corresponding treasures for all kinds of divine arts. This is the sky-piercing sword. It is specially refined to deal with the so-called spatial divine law controller." Speaking until here, his whole body shone brilliantly. A set of battle armor appeared from his flesh and enveloped his body. Moreover, the nascent soul in his body also put on a set of cultivation treasures. "You seem to be somewhat different from those cultivators?" Xiaochen was a little surprised. "That's nothing. If a truly powerful cultivator appears in front of you, you won't be able to defeat him. If a truly powerful cultivator appears in front of you, you will be even more shocked." The middle-aged cultivator sneered and said, "Even their hair can be refined into treasures. Our refining level is not something you can imagine." Regarding this, Xiaochen didn't say anything more. He knew too little about cultivators. This body refiner seemed to be really out of the ordinary. "Unfortunately, you are seriously injured. Otherwise, if I wanted to kill you today, I'm afraid it would be a little difficult." What Xiaochen said was the truth. The opponent's cultivation level was not lower than his, but his current combat power had clearly declined to the lowest point. Swish, Xiaochen left an afterimage at his original position. He rushed over. The eightfold world divine art was displayed. 8 different worlds rotated. The cultivator was enveloped within. Sky-piercing sword. The cultivator keenly felt that something was wrong. He spouted out a purple light from his mouth, wanting to break the space and escape. However, the 8 worlds rotated. He escaped from one world and entered another space. He wasted most of his spiritual power, but he still couldn't break out. And just at this time, Xiaochen's spatial rend was unleashed again. Blood splattered everywhere. It could be said that this cultivator's death was very unjust. If he was not seriously injured, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Xiaochen. The spatial rend shattered everything. In the end, only a palm-sized purple sword was left in the sky. This was the sky-piercing sword mentioned by that cultivator. Xiaochen once again used the power of space to slash. The purple sword slowly cracked and then collapsed. He revealed a smile. The sky-piercing sword was not as powerful as he had imagined. It posed no threat to his spatial divine art. At this point, Xiaochen turned around and no longer continued to challenge the cultivators upstream. Of course, he wouldn't give up so easily. On this day, the surging yellow river. Every few hundred li, there would be a place where smoke and fire soared to the sky. The continuous chain of palaces, the majestic heavenly death bridge, and the majestic ancestral dragon platform were all ignited one after another. The raging fire soared to the sky and smoke filled the air. It shocked the world. The orthodoxy spent a lot of manpower and money to build all kinds of huge civil engineering projects on the banks of the Yellow River. Unexpectedly, 4 to 5 of them were destroyed in one day. This was really messing with the Tai Sui. It must be known that in the past 2 years, the orthodoxy had pressured the cultivators of the human world to the point of suffocation. Even now, there was still someone who dared to provoke this unimaginably huge power. It really required a lot of courage. Because of this incident, the sword meet at Mount Hua that the cultivators of the human world were about to hold had to be postponed for fear of attracting the attention of the orthodoxy. The imperial capital of the 9 provinces. The orthodoxy's hierarch was furious. He immediately dispatched experts to fly towards the Yellow River. The strongest cultivators were dispatched. They wanted to capture the culprit. It had already been a few days. Xianxia didn't care at all. He had already helped everyone in Su Ying's village get rid of the hardship of labor. If he only rescued Su Ying, he was afraid of leaving a loophole, so he came to the entire village to get rid of labor. Of course, the magistrate office was once again fed to its fullest by gold, silver, and jewels. He really wanted to rescue all the slaves on the banks of the Yellow River. However, he didn't have that kind of strength yet. He could only rescue the people close to him. Su Ying naturally couldn't recognize Xianxia. However, that day, when she saw Xianxia fight against the cultivators in the sky, she couldn't help but open up her dusty memories. In that distant past, there was also a person who helped her. At that time, that person was still a youth, but he was bathed in blood and killed a group of ruffians who wanted to take advantage of her. Looking at that figure in the sky, she once again recalled the past. She couldn't help but feel sad. Xianxia didn't go to see Su Ying. He didn't want to disrupt her life. Some things were destined to only become memories. The only thing he could do was to protect and help her in secret. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Many cultivators came to the Yellow River. Some of their performances, even from afar, would make Xianxia feel an extremely strong desire to fight. However, he didn't act blindly without thinking. Because those people were really very powerful and terrifying. Moreover, there were a lot of them. They weren't people he could fight against. And this was only on the surface. It was unknown how many more terrifying experts were hiding in the dark. The orthodoxy mustered a large force in order to catch the culprit, but the culprit disappeared without a trace. There was basically no way to find him. This matter made the practitioners in the mortal world extremely excited. Someone finally stood up for them. This made them see hope. They looked forward to even more experts entering this turbid world. They didn't want to continue to roam free and unfettered in this world. Xianxia took care of his parents, the villagers, and Su Ying's matters. He was sure that he could finally leave for a period of time without worry. Yes, he wanted to go to a distant place. He wanted to go to some places. Otherwise, he would be deeply lost for the rest of his life. Ruoshui, how could he forget this name? His parents were his biggest concern, and Ruoshui was his lifelong regret. Trapped in the world of immortals, even during the most difficult times, he persevered in bitter training. All for the sake of returning to see his parents and Ruoshui. When he was in the world of immortals, he had asked himself time and time again, would he still be able to see his parents? Would he still be able to see that girl from before? 8 years passed in a hurry. He finally came back. He saw his parents. But that girl from before, where was she now? Did she really become someone else's bride? The past. Before he came back, he had already thought of all the possibilities. If he could really return to the mortal world one day, the girl he once loved might have already become someone's wife or mother. Now, he really had to face this kind of reality. How could he endure it? Unknowingly, he had already arrived at his first stop. A small valley in the Amei mountain range. Ruoshui once stayed here for a short period of time. The valley was filled with fragrance. Fresh flowers were in full bloom. A thatched cottage was already a little dilapidated. It was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time. He gently pushed open the door. The table and chairs were covered in dust. This place had been abandoned long ago. As Xianxia thought back to the past, he remained silent. Suddenly, the wooden table caught his attention. He took a step forward and blew away all the dust. 2 lines of graceful small characters appeared on the wooden table. If life is only like the first time we met, why does the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? If life is only like the first time we met, reading it out in a low voice, Xiaochen felt as if his throat was blocked. It was as if his heart was ruthlessly torn apart. His eyes were actually a little moist. If only life was like the first time we met, Xiaochen stood in front of the window and looked at the mountains through the window. Back then, he left Kunlun's red dust peak and entered the world of Immortals. Many things deviated from their original path because of this. When he saw a line of words on the wooden bed, Xiaochen felt like he was struck by lightning. Everything starts anew. Youth was fleeting, beauty was fleeting, fate met and separation. There were too many unsatisfactory things in this world. Everyone had a lot of helplessness, but they couldn't change it. Xiaochen stood there silently for a long time. Then, he calmly walked out. He took one last look at the cottage and left resolutely. Some things were destined to be unchangeable. There was no need to think too much. He came here to let go of his sense of loss. He wanted to use great perseverance to ask himself to completely cut off the past. After all, what was gone was gone. It couldn't be changed, and there was no need to change. Xiaochen decided to cut off his mortal ties. Is my heart already cold and hard? Xiaochen asked himself in his heart. Why did he seem so heartless? He actually wanted to completely cut off the past. If time could go back 8 years. If the same thing happened. Maybe he was already incomparably heartbroken. But at this moment, other than a trace of sorrow, even the moisture in his eyes quickly disappeared. He inadvertently looked back. He looked at his former self. He felt that now was very different from the past. Maybe he was more determined. Maybe he really became somewhat heartless. The wind blew gently. The fallen petals danced, blocking Xiaochen's eyes. He suddenly soared into the sky. He rushed to a mountain peak. Mount Amei had beautiful scenery. He looked into the distance. The peaks were green and the valleys were green. The clouds drifted. It was poetic and picturesque. Mount Amei had many legends of sword immortals. Although that was already something from countless years ago. Xiaochen understood that the so-called Earth Sword Immortals were definitely cultivators. Now, they had already left the human world. They entered the legendary cultivation world. Suddenly, Xiaochen saw a figure flying in the sky in the distance. That was a cultivator. A unique sword-controlling technique. It was very easy to distinguish. Why did they come to Mount Amei? All of a sudden, Xiaochen thought of a certain possibility. He moved stealthily through the mountain range without making a sound. Rumble, a huge mountain in front of him was blasted open. The momentum was very shocking. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain was actually chopped off a 100-meter-tall section of the mountain by a sword light. What a powerful flying sword, Xiaochen revealed a shocked expression. At this moment, he truly began to take cultivators seriously. The mountain peak was cut off, and the inside was actually hollow. It was so dark that one couldn't see the bottom, like an extinct volcano. The legend is true. Those people who entered the cultivation world from the human world didn't lie. Their long-browed ancestor was indeed overseeing this place in the past. I just don't know if the last martial arts successor is sealed inside. At that time, that martial artist's successor had already been killed, and what was sealed was only his corpse. Now, I'm afraid even his bones have melted away. While speaking, the dozen or so cultivators continuously activated their flying swords, slashing horizontally and vertically on the hollow mountain. Rumble, the sound was incessant. A mountain peak was actually shattered by their powerful strength. In the end, a sealed door appeared in the lower part of the mountain. Only then did they stop moving. That's right, this is the seal of a cultivator. I didn't expect that after so many years, the seal's energy fluctuation is still so strong. If we didn't find the method to break the seal, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to open the seal. The dozen or so powerful cultivators moved together. One moment they cracked the 5 elements, the next they cracked the 8 trigrams, the next they cracked the 9 palaces. After spending no less than 2 hours, they heaved a sigh of relief and said, the long-browed ancestor from back then was already so powerful. He really is a character. I hope we didn't come here in vain. We didn't just dig up a pile of rotten bones. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the broken mountain completely collapsed. Even the surrounding mountains shook violently, and it took a long time for them to calm down completely. The dozen or so cultivators flew back from afar with dusty faces. Each and every one of them had disheveled hair and dirty faces. Their clothes were tattered. Just now, they received a very strong impact. All of them revealed an astonished expression. What a powerful earth energy. The long-browed ancestor was really a powerful person. And that sealed martial artist's successor also seemed to be an extremely powerful character. Fortunately, he was completely dead back then. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The mountain disappeared, revealing a huge stone platform. It looked like an ancient sacrificial altar, about 300 feet tall. A crystal coffin was placed on top of it. Under the illumination of the sun, it emitted a soft glow. What was surprising and eerie was that there was actually a flying sword nailed to the crystal coffin. Bright red blood was dripping from the cracks on the crystal coffin. The dozen or so cultivators gasped. What they saw in front of them was really too eerie. Wasn't that person killed long ago? After being sealed for so many years, the corpse should have already melted. But why was there bright red blood dripping from the crystal coffin? A cultivator gathered his courage and threw out a magic weapon. A black gold hammer quickly enlarged and smashed towards the crystal coffin like a small mountain. Boom! The crystal coffin shattered. Nothing terrible happened. A white skeleton was revealed inside. False alarm. It seems that this martial artist was really terrifying back then. After being sealed for so many years, the white bones are still here and the blood hasn't completely melted. It's very scary. Of course. It's said that back then, many powerful cultivators were killed and sealed here. Bad luck. Except for the flying sword stuck in the crystal coffin, there's not a single treasure. Be content. We came here for this flying sword. It's lucky that we got it. While talking, they walked over and took away the dazzling flying sword that was flowing with powerful energy waves. One of them kicked the skeleton with all his might. At that moment, something shocking happened. The white skeleton suddenly sat up. With a bang, a pair of bone palms solidly hit the man's legs, crushing them on the spot. With a scream, the upper half of the cultivator's body flew into the sky. His whole face was distorted as he screamed miserably. The others retreated at the first moment and used their flying swords to hack at the white skeleton. Dang, 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 sparks flew in all directions. The flying swords could cut a huge mountain in half. When they hit the white skeleton, they actually made a series of trembling sounds. They couldn't damage it at all. This phenomenon stunned the dozen or so cultivators on the spot. Could it be, the martial artists of the past were really powerful? How is this possible? If he is still alive, how terrifying would he be? Fortunately, there are no more pure martial artists in this world. The dozen or so cultivators felt that this place was very strange. They couldn't destroy the white skeleton even after exhausting all their strength. They thought that the reason why the white skeleton suddenly sat up was because of a grudge. The thing happened just now because the resentment of the martial artist hadn't dissipated yet. In the end, the dozen or so cultivators cut off a mountain and pressed the white skeleton under it. They left in a hurry. Only when the dozen or so cultivators were completely gone did Xianxia reappear in the distance. He couldn't help but admit that the dozen or so cultivators just now were not something he could handle. They were really very powerful. Xianxia waved the golden halberd. After cutting open the mountain that was pressing on the white skeleton and clearing away the crushed rocks, the white skeleton was revealed once again. As well as some bloodstains. The last successor of the martial cultivators had actually fallen. Even though Xianxia had grasped a divine ability, he had always considered himself a martial cultivator. When he saw the skeleton in front of him, his heart was in turmoil. He felt sad for the martial cultivators. Swish, the white skeleton suddenly sat up straight. A weak spiritual fluctuation rippled out. The scarlet blood on the ground all floated up. It gathered towards the white skeleton. You came, the person who inherited the martial imprint is finally here. Xianxia was very shocked at first, but he quickly calmed down and stood quietly in front of the white skeleton. The martial imprint will never be destroyed. Martial artists are the strongest. They spent so much effort to exterminate us because they are afraid of us. The weak spiritual fluctuation seemed like it would be cut off at any time. Are they referring to the cultivators? In this kind of situation, Xianxia appeared very calm. He didn't have the slightest fear or shock. No, they included the cultivators. All the people of the cultivation system joined hands to exterminate the martial artists. Xianxia asked calmly, they said that martial artists are the weakest and were eliminated by history. Nonsense. Slander. History is always in the hands of the victors, they can tamper with it. The weak spiritual fluctuation was cut off. After a long time, it said, Martial. We are indeed at a disadvantage in the early stages, but once we have some achievements, we are invincible against cultivators of the same level. The so-called cultivation treasures are like scrap metal, unable to withstand a single blow. Our bodies surpass all the treasures in the world. I, a half-martial ancestor, exterminated 7 half-martial ancestors of various cultivation systems. Xianxia listened quietly and didn't interrupt. The reason why we were exterminated is because our ancestral god accidentally fell. All the cultivation systems attacked us together. At this point, tears actually rolled down the white bone's eyes. This was really too strange. It was clearly just a white bone. Where did the tears come from? Xianxia felt a kind of despair and sorrow, and his emotions fluctuated. It was as if tears were about to roll down his cheeks. Despair, loss, grief, intertwined together. There is no time. I can't say any more. I am just a strand of resentment that won't disperse. I persevered until now, all for the sake of personally igniting the battle blood of the inheritor of the martial imprint. Speaking till here, the blood that had gathered on the white bones suddenly exploded and rushed towards Xiaoqian's body. At this moment, Xiaoqian suddenly felt his blood surging, and his heart was filled with lofty aspirations. The dormant martial bloodline was awakened, and his battle blood was boiling. He had an impulse to roar at the sky. At this moment, he felt that everything in the world was in his hands, and he had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Yes. A true martial artist needs to have this kind of aura, to look down on the world and look down on the world. Martial will never be extinguished. The true battle saints are us. The weak mental fluctuation was completely cut off. That white bone instantly turned to dust. Xiaoqian calmed down only after a long time. Then, he personally chopped down countless boulders and buried this nameless half-martial ancestor here. The sorrow of Martial, the elegy of Martial, the desolation of Martial. The final ending of martial artists came to an end. Xiaoqian felt that it might be time to truly cultivate the martial imprint. Through the martial imprint, Xiaoqian knew that if he wanted to become a supreme martial artist, he needed to have a firm heart. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Cutting off the love of the past and forgetting everything in the past. This might be the first test for him, to forcefully erase a person's figure from his heart. 3 days later, Xiaoqian appeared in Jinling. In front of the teacher's temple by the Qinhuai River, he left behind a smiling picture of him and Ruoshui. Xiaoqian came here to reminisce, to say goodbye to the past. Since he could no longer start over, he decisively chose to forget. This final memory would be the sharp sword he used to cut off the past. Only by truly facing the past could Xiaoqian truly cut off everything in the past. The front of the teacher's temple was bustling with people. Xiaoqian felt like it was a lifetime ago, the laughter of the past. The bits and pieces of the past seemed to be right before his eyes as he walked around aimlessly. When the confusion on his face faded, the determined light in his eyes grew stronger. He cut off everything in Jinling. 3 days later, Xiaoqian arrived at Yanjing in the north. He ordered a table full of specialty snacks in a bustling street. Some were his favorites, while some were Ruoshui's favorites. He sat here alone for an entire day. That figure in his heart slowly faded away. Xiaoqian forgot everything in Yan capital. Yes, Xiaoqian truly erased everything here. He was not lying to himself. Instead, he used unimaginable willpower to cut off everything in his heart. Several days later, Xiaoqian arrived at the northernmost prairie. He rode on the Earth Horse King that he subdued from a herd of wild horses. As he galloped through the boundless prairie, he recalled the past. Just as he was about to cut off the past in the prairie, he felt pain in his heart. A thought flashed through his mind, could it be that I have already become very heartless? My former lover actually became a cauldron for me to advance on the supreme martial path. I cut her off mercilessly to test myself. Will there be a day when I regret it? Riding on the dragon horse, Xianxia roared toward the sky. In the end, he resolutely cut off everything here and erased it from his heart forever. In the following 3 months, Xiaoqian's figure appeared in many places in the 9 prefectures. He returned to the places he went with Ruoshui. Facing the past, cutting off the past, today, he was going to the last stop, Yellow Crane Tower. Completely cut off everything in the past. The figure in his heart was almost completely erased. Xiaoqian seemed to have completed a transformation. He calmly walked up to Yellow Crane Tower. Xiaoqian, at a table by the window on the 5th floor, one of the young men and women stood up in shock. When they looked at Xiaoqian, they revealed an expression of disbelief. Xiaoqian turned around and recognized that person. It was his old friend, Chen Feng from the One-Word Sword sect. Xiaoqian walked over in large strides and met them. It's really you, Xiaoqian. Where have you been for 8 years? Ruoshui has been waiting for you for an entire 7 years. Who is Ruoshui? You, Chen Feng pointed at Xiaoqian and was speechless. In the end, he roared furiously, how can you be like this? A girl at the side stopped the furious Chen Feng. She actually had a 3rd vertical eye. Although she couldn't be considered very beautiful, she had an extremely special temperament. It was as if she could purify a person's soul and make them feel incomparably tranquil. When the 3rd vertical eye opened and closed, specks of gentle radiance spilled out. She heaved a sigh and said, this is a heartless man, a man who makes one's heart ache. Just now, I vaguely saw a scene. He swung his sword and cut himself off. It's a pity that he is too powerful, I can't see the truth. At this moment, Xiaoqian completed the final transformation in an almost heartless manner. He swung his sword and completely cut off Ruoshui's figure. When the last trace of her figure was completely erased by Xiaoqian, he felt as if he had fallen from the sky. His heart was empty to the extreme. He felt that he had completely thrown away a very precious thing in his life. But immediately after, his eyes once again emitted 2 deep rays of divine light. He was brimming with confidence. He swung the intellectual sword and cut off the fetters in his heart. He didn't forget, but completely cut off. He cut off his former lover. This required an unimaginable amount of perseverance, and he really succeeded. Martial, this word appeared in his heart. He felt that his entire body was brimming with power. He was going to march on the supreme martial path. He swept his gaze over the few people in front of him and asked calmly, who is Ruoshui? Who is Ruoshui? When Xiaoqian calmly asked this question, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. A crystal-like statue flickered with a dreamlike radiance. In that instant, it shattered in the deepest part of his heart. It turned into specks of dreary radiance and gradually faded away. At the same time, he seemed to see the deepest part of his heart dripping with blood. A heart riddled with scars was torn apart and then reformed in an instant. The heart was still the same heart, but it seemed to have gained some coldness and ruthlessness. The indelible shadow of the past was completely erased from his heart. Chen Feng was enraged. He could not understand how Xiaoqian became like this. How could he be so heartless? How could he forget just like that? How could he say such words? You, he pointed at Xiaoqian with a trembling finger and said, how heartless, I misjudged you. If I had known that you were such a person, I would not have chosen to leave. I would have competed with you to the end. Xiaoqian appeared somewhat confused. He had a confused expression as he said, Chen Feng, what are you talking about? I do not understand. Do you still have to do this now? Chen Feng was so angry that his body trembled. He looked like he wanted to fight to the death with Xiaoqian. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Speaking up to this point, Xiaoqian revealed a doubtful expression. He said, I seem to have recalled something. However, I keep feeling that someone is missing from those scenes. You. Very good. Chen Feng was so angry that he laughed. After disappearing for 8 whole years, you came back and simply said that you forgot about me, and you've gotten rid of everything in the past. Today, I'm going to fight you. The three-eyed woman at the side couldn't be considered pretty, but she could calm one's heart. Her vertical eye shot out a gentle radiance as she stopped Chen Fang and said, "Don't blame him. He isn't lying." "Fairy Qingyun, what are you talking about?" Chen Fang suppressed his anger. She said, "You don't know his past. How could he do this? Please believe me when I say that he can read minds. This thaumaturgy will not deceive me. Although this man was very powerful, I can hardly see his inner world. However, I could tell that he wasn't lying. I vaguely saw it. Just now, he had destroyed a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it was the ruashui you mentioned. But it was his bleeding heart that was injured." "Fairy Qingyun, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Chen Fang looked at the woman in front of him in amazement. Then, he glared at Xiao Chen. "I am saying that your friend may have some difficulties which he has to bear." With unimaginable willpower, he forcibly destroyed some of the past people and events in his heart. Fairy Qingyun was currently sizing up Xiao Chen. "Why is this happening? You actually severed the ruashui in your heart?" Chen Fang had a look of disbelief on his face. She stared fixedly at Xiao Chen. Then he roared, "You are so cruel. How heartless. Did I do that?" Xiao Chen revealed a pondering expression. "You did. You are a bastard." Chen Fang grabbed Xiao Chen's collar. Fairy Qingyun and a few other young men and women hurriedly separated them and forced Chen Fang to sit on his seat. Chen Fang looked out of the window. Since the others could not say anything, they fell silent for a while. After a long time, Xiao Chen said to Chen Fang, "Tell me about the matter between me and her. Since you have already decided to sever the past, why bother asking?" Chen Fang replied coldly. "That's right, there is indeed no need to ask." Xiao Chen nodded his head seriously. Chen Fang really wanted to throw a punch, but in the end, he slowly and powerlessly withdrew his fist and started talking. She was originally a girl who did not know how to do needlework, but for the sake of a certain bastard, she pricked her finger countless times with silver needles. In the end, the clothes on that bastard came from her hands. She was originally an extremely intelligent girl. But one time, she did something stupid. When a certain bastard was seriously injured and on the verge of death, she foolishly used a taboo method to transfer her life essence to that bastard. In the end, that bastard recovered as if he was a dragon or a tiger, but she almost withered like a flower. Everything was said in a few words, but it pointed out what kind of girl she was. She used to be an extremely lively woman, but after a certain bastard disappeared, she became taciturn. I was depressed every day, and I never laughed again. I waited foolishly for many years. After saying that, Chen Fang didn't say anything else. What a good girl. I'm touched. The story itself didn't move Xiao Chen, but the deepest part of his heart throbbed for some reason. It made the corners of his eyes flicker. He rubbed the corners of his eyes and said, "It's a very strange feeling, it actually made me cry." "How rare." TMD. You're the bastard in the incident, and I'm talking about your business. Chen Fang was furious. Oh. I forgot, this is not a story, this is the real past. After saying all this, Xiao Chen nodded calmly before shaking his head. You are really cold-blooded and heartless. Chen Fang clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes spat out rage. He stared at Xiao Chen and said, "If only I had competed to the end back then. Even if I could not defeat you, I would have chased you away. You are not worthy of Ruashui." "Oh, I remember now, we seem to have fought over something." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "In the end, you left dejectedly, but our friendship was not destroyed because of that. It's good that you know." Chen Fang clenched his fist tightly, and the veins on it were throbbing. They fell into silence once again. This place was very quiet. After a long time, Chen Fang opened his mouth and asked seriously, "Why did you do this?" Xiao Chen remained silent for a long time. After thinking for a long time, he said, "All kinds of people have all kinds of ups and downs. Everyone has their own helplessness. There is no turning back in life, we need to move forward, and not stare at the past. Since we have already missed each other, why should we let ourselves sink into the past? Let go of the past and start a new life. That moment of cruelty is the best choice for ourselves and her. You are so calm that it's almost cruel. The previous you was not like this. Because this is no longer the past. She should have a new start. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made this kind of choice. She already left. She wanted to start a new life. From then on, no one saw her again. Speaking until here, Chen Fong grabbed his long hair in pain and said, "Why didn't I stay close to her to protect her?" Oh. So it's like that. Since that's the case, we only need to silently wish her well from afar. Don't disturb her new life. If we can really meet again, if she needs help, we will do everything we can to help her. Your calmness makes me feel afraid. Chen Fong stared at Xiaochen and said, "If I had your great willpower and ability, I would definitely kill you in my heart. I don't want to have a friend like you." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Don't say such angry words. We were friends in the past, we are friends now, and we will be friends in the future. We will always be friends." He raised his cup towards Chen Fong and said, "Cheers to our reunion." The other people at the table also raised their cups and followed suit to dissolve the unhappiness between the two of them just now. Chen Fong forcefully clinked his cup with Xiaochen, then drained it in one gulp. He stared fixedly at Xiaochen and said, "Now that you killed Rua Shui, will you also kill us, your friends, or even your relatives one day? Cleanse the 7 emotions and 6 desires one by one." "I won't. I am a person of flesh and blood. I won't sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires. I will only sever my former lover. As a friend, I hope you won't walk on a path of no return." Chen Fong looked at Xiaochen seriously. "I won't." Fairy Qingyun at the side said, "That moment of cruelty might not be the true heart." At that moment, I really saw a bleeding heart. Even though it was reconstructed and healed, and returned to its cold and lonely state, I still believe that he won't be heartless. Xiaochen was very calm. He smiled and didn't say anything else. Let it go, willing. In the past few months, he had completed a transformation, and his martial body had become even more tyrannical. Now, even if he didn't use his divine powers, his strength was already strong enough. Martial had caught up to his divine powers, and he was looking forward to becoming even stronger. The few people present cleverly changed the topic. Chen Fong introduced a few young men and women to Xiaochen. Apart from the outstanding figures of the younger generation of 9 states, the 3-eyed woman and the other 2 were actually rogue cultivators from the outer seas. It was said that in the depths of the sea outside the 9 states, the islands were scattered like stars in the sky, and some loose immortals lived in seclusion on the immortal islands amidst the boundless blue waves. In history, many of the top experts in the 9 regions, after becoming invincible, would choose to go to the sea to meet the immortals. Sorry for the disrespect. So it's a peerless expert from overseas. Xiaochen smiled and performed a cupped fist salute to Fairy Qingyun and the others. I don't deserve to be called a rogue cultivator from overseas. It would be more appropriate to call me someone from my master's generation. Fairy Qingyun smiled and said, "Compared to Brother Xiao, we are nothing. Brother Zhao's strength is unfathomable." "Xiaochen, where have you been all these years?" Chen Fong had always been brooding over this matter. It's a long story. Xiaochen was really rueful. He had never mentioned the matters of the immortal realm to anyone. It was too bizarre and dazzling. Even his parents didn't know about it. It doesn't matter. These friends are not outsiders. Chen Fong explained. I went to the immortal realm. What? What? It immediately caused a few cries of surprise. These few young men and women all revealed an incredulous expression. Listening to Xiaochen's unhurried narration, they couldn't help but feel shocked. The Dragon Island, the Ghost Town, the Taboo Ocean, the Southern Desolate Land, the Celestial City, the Boundless Nation, the Demon Plains, the Ancient Gods Desert. There was also the Dragon Race, the Phoenix Race, the Barbarian Race, the War Race. Everything was like a dream. It was inconceivable. It was like a dream. The snow-white little critter Kiki, 10x, the 3 skeletons, Ching Ching, seemed to be right in front of him. Xiaochen didn't know if he could see them again. Although Xiaochen only explained it briefly, because some things could only be buried in his heart forever. Even if it was like this, everyone was speechless for a long time after hearing it. It was too shocking. In the end, Fairy Qingyun broke the silence and asked Xiaochen, "Are you at the Zephyr realm? How do you know the standard of the immortal realm?" Because according to legend, the standard of the immortal realm is no different from the immortal realm. Xiaochen looked at her doubtfully and said, "Could it be that some people have successfully returned from the immortal realm and are hiding overseas?" It was easy to imagine that the immortal realm's rogue cultivators were powerful enough. They might not be any weaker than the people of the immortal realm. I don't know about the specific situation either. However, there are indeed a lot of powerful practitioners overseas. Fairy Qingyun nodded and said, "The spiritual energy of the 9 regions is almost exhausted. It is very difficult for practitioners to achieve anything in the 9 regions. But it is different overseas. There are still a lot of immortal mountains and divine veins. They are still the holy land for training." Speaking until here, Fairy Qingyun felt a little emotional and said, "I have to say, some people are truly worthy of being called outstanding throughout the ages. Some people were truly worthy of being called heroes throughout the ages." Goddess Lan Nua was able to break through the void in such a harsh environment in the 9 states, which was truly admirable. If she was overseas, I think she would have been able to shatter the void when she was in her teens. Chen Feng also sighed with emotion. In the past, he was not much weaker than Xiaochen, but now, the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Chen Feng, Fairy Qingyun, and the others gathered together for a common purpose. They were going to Mount Hua to participate in the sword meet. During these days, the practitioners of the human world were extremely excited. Previously, there were mysterious people fighting against the practitioners at the bank of the Yellow River, setting the ancestral dragon platform and the heavenly death bridge on fire. Then, there were foreign practitioners entering the 9 regions. Finally, the suppressed practitioners of the human world saw a glimmer of hope. "I will go with you guys." Xiaochen decided to go to Mount Hua for the sword meet. This was a gathering of practitioners since ancient times. In the distant past, it was the gathering of the strongest. But now, were there still any peak experts in the human world? Since they had enough time, they didn't hurry on their journey. They only arrived at the foot of Mount Hua after 20 days. Mount Hua was majestic and dangerous. Moreover, the mountain was steep and the cliffs were thousands of meters high. The peaks were beautiful and famous for their precipitousness. Since ancient times, there were sayings like Mount Hua is the most dangerous mountain in the world and the most dangerous mountain in the world. It was already close to the date of the meet. Therefore, many people came to the foot of the mountain. Many people even prepared their own food and went up the mountain in advance. Fairy Qingyun said, "The practitioners are so powerful. Now that the practitioners of the human world are going to have the sword meet at Mount Hua, I'm afraid that there will really be a peerless expert in the 9 regions. This will probably be the first major clash between the practitioners of the human world and the cultivators of the human world." Both Chen Feng and Xiaochen agreed with this. It had to be said. Some businessmen were very quick-witted. They hired a lot of rock climbers to transport food, water, tents, and other daily necessities to Mount Hua. This caused many practitioners to start climbing the mountain in advance. When Xiaochen and the others arrived, they found that Mount Hua was already very lively. Not only were there many practitioners, but there were also many merchants hawking their goods. The whole mountain was filled with people. A huge flag had already been erected on the peak. There were 4 big words written on it, "Sword Meet at Mount Hua." Those 4 words would definitely make the practitioners of the human world excited. In the distant past, the meaning of those 4 words was far too extraordinary. It was a meeting of the peerless experts at the peak. But now, they were suppressed by the practitioners. Just thinking about it made them feel humiliated. There were countless practitioners on Mount Hua, and it was very noisy. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. 6 figures arrived on flying swords. They laughed from far away and said, "What a joke. Do you really think this is the peak era when the 5 supremes fought for hegemony? The declining human world will only become a laughing stock if they hold such a meeting. The day is in 3 days. So many people have come today. Are they here to look forward to it or to reminisce about the past?" Swish, swish, silhouettes flashed continuously, and 6 silhouettes appeared at the peak of Mount Hua. They glanced at the crowd in disdain and said, "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, not to mention the people here, even the entire Mount Hua might collapse. Go away, you are not welcome here." In the face of the cultivators, many human cultivators shouted loudly. "Oh, are you telling us to get lost?" A practitioner pointed at the crowd. Seeing that some people backed off, he immediately laughed. However, his face immediately darkened. This was because a slightly childish young man took a step forward and said loudly, "Go away, you are not welcome here." The people beside him looked ashamed and followed him. "You have some guts," the cultivator said in a deep voice. "I wonder if you have that kind of strength." At this point, a sword light spat out from his mouth and slashed at the crowd like a shocking rainbow. Of course, the first target was the slightly childish young man. The blood-colored sword light flew over like a waterfall. It was about to touch the young man's neck, as if blood could already be seen splashing out. Cough. However, at this moment, a heavy cough was heard. Not far away, a sloppy old madman climbed up from the hillside and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. With a dang sound, it hit the blood-colored flying sword heavily, causing it to fall to the ground. The cultivator seemed to have been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He reluctantly retracted his flying sword and took a closer look. He was immediately dumbfounded. On the palm-sized blood-colored flying sword, there was a shocking hole. The invincible flying sword was pierced by a mouthful of thick phlegm. What kind of strength was this? The 6 cultivators immediately surrounded the old madman, whose hair was messy and whose clothes were full of patches. "Good job, old hero. Good job, old hero." The crowd was excited and applauded. They knew that this must be an unimaginably powerful hermit. "Who are you?" The 6 cultivators stared at the old madman as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "I forgot, hee," the old madman laughed foolishly. His cloudy old eyes looked at the bright clothes of the few cultivators, revealing a look of envy. Then, he actually began to pick up lice on his dirty clothes out of boredom. "Do it!" one of the 6 cultivators shouted. The 6 flying swords suddenly struck like lightning, like 6 starlights streaking across the sky. The momentum was overwhelming. To everyone's astonishment, the old madman did not dodge. He directly rubbed a ball of dirty mud from his black body, rubbed it, and quickly shot it out. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clanging lingered in the air. The 6 flying swords were all broken. The dirty mud from the old madman's body broke the 6 flying swords. "Good job, old hero. Amazing skill. Good job." The spectators all applauded. "I remember now. When my grandfather's grandfather came to Mount Hua for the sword tournament, he also met this old madman. Is it the same person? How old must he be to have lived until now?" People were talking about it. The 6 cultivators' faces were ashen. They could not accept the fact in front of them. At this moment, in front of a row of snack vendors, a white and tender child walked over with a stick of candied haws in his mouth. He looked no more than 8 or 9 years old. He frowned at the old madman and said, "You only know how to fool around." To everyone's surprise, the sloppy old madman immediately knelt down and cried, "Master, I was wrong." Then he jumped up and ran. The crowd was in an uproar. The 6 cultivators' faces were pale. Without saying a word, they soared into the sky and ran away. They didn't stop until they were dozens of miles away. "Are you sure that we are in the human world? It makes me wonder if we were hallucinating just now." At this moment, the 6 of them heard someone sneeze from below. Then, they felt a strong gust of wind blowing towards them. In an instant, they were blown away by a gust of wind that carried the smell of bad breath. Vaguely, they saw a rascally-looking young man mumbling to himself, as if saying that he had caught a cold again. The 6 cultivators were both shocked and furious, but they didn't say a single word. They were truly terrified to the extreme, and they fled into the distance with their tails between their legs. The 6 cultivators were scared out of their wits. They didn't stop until they were dozens of miles away. They looked at each other in fear. "Are you sure we were blown away by a sneeze?" "I think so." That's terrible. Is this the world of mortals or hell? Even now, their hearts were still thumping wildly. Was this still the legendary world of low-level martial artists? It looked like a strange place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Dozens of miles away, a rascally young man was walking leisurely. He looked like an unscrupulous teenager in the marketplace, muttering as he climbed up Mount Hua. I can't believe they let me sleep on the snowy peak in the western regions. They didn't even wake me up when the party was over. Achoo. I feel like I've been sleeping for hundreds of years. Damn it. At this moment, the people on Mount Hua were in an uproar. The crazy owl was amazing, but the white and tender child was even more stunning. Was this the legendary rejuvenation? Such an old madman who had lived for who knew how many years actually called a little brat master. It was so strange that it was almost demonic. Indeed, there was always a higher mountain and a higher sky. Many people gathered around, but to everyone's surprise, not only did the crazy old man disappear, even the fair-skinned child who was chewing on the sugar-coated haws disappeared in front of everyone's eyes like a flower in a dream. A master. A peerless master. He saw it all clearly. He didn't chase after him. Such a master's behavior was unexpected. He probably didn't want to be disturbed. He didn't want to offend such a person. Chen Feng, Fairy Qing Yun, and the others were all very surprised. They were surprised by the crazy old man's means. They were shocked by the kid's identity. They were looking forward to the sword competition on Mount Hua. In the next 3 days, there were more people on Mount Hua. And the cultivators also came as they expected. 3 days passed quickly. Finally, it was the day. Under everyone's expectant eyes. Some famous people walked out. They presided over the event. But at this moment, something terrible happened. A sword light came from the distant sky like a flying immortal. 1,000-meter-long sword was like a silver dragon bearing its fangs and claws. It tore the sky apart. A violent impact. The momentum was terrifying. Rumble, the entire Mount Hua began to shake. Majestic waves of energy swept down from the sky. The giant sword plunged straight down. Chi. The 1,000-meter-long giant sword was stabbed into the peak of Mount Hua. It shone with a cold light amidst the splendid morning glow, emitting a demonic and oppressive power. This was an extremely serious provocation. The sword discourse tournament on Mount Hua had just begun, but a cultivator had already stabbed a giant sword into the peak of Mount Hua. It was obvious that he was trying to ruin the event. This indeed stunned many people present. 1,000-meter-long giant sword. Who could stop him if he used it to sweep through all 4 directions? One could imagine how powerful and terrifying this cultivator was. The scene was dead silent. It was extremely quiet, but at this moment, a young man who looked like a hooligan sneezed at an extremely inopportune time, instantly breaking the dead silence. Ah. Achoo. He rubbed his nose and walked toward the giant sword in a sloppy manner. He muttered, "People say that when someone sneezes, someone misses me. Who misses me? Could it be Chang'e? Let's go take a look at the moon tomorrow. Oh, what a huge piece of scrap metal. I guess it can be exchanged for a lot of wine money. I'll reluctantly accept it." What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. He walked up to the giant sword and slapped it with his palm. A dazzling light burst out, and the 1,000-meter-long giant sword shrank by several hundred meters in an instant. Then, he kicked the sword hard. A loud metallic sound came from the body of the sword, and a dazzling sword aura shot into the sky. However, that incomparably sharp sword light couldn't hurt him at all. The rascally young man yawned, stretched his waist, and lazily leaned on the flying sword. With such a lazy look, he actually managed to refine the 1,000-meter-long giant sword to less than 10 meters long. The body of the sword shone brilliantly with thousands of auspicious colors, illuminating the entire summit of Mount Hua. A cold snort came from afar, and the 10-meter-long giant sword soared into the sky. It also brought the hooligan-like young man up. The moment the giant sword soared into the sky, it turned into a giant dragon, turned around, and roared as it tore at the hooligan. Humph. The hooligan-like young man let out a cold snort. His entire temperament changed drastically in an instant. The previous dejection was swept away, and his entire body erupted with a shocking aura. Then, he punched the head of the silver dragon fiercely. Clang, the sound shook heaven and earth, and the surrounding mountains seemed to tremble. The silver dragon was sent flying, and it turned back into a flying sword. Then, with a flash of light, it rushed into the distant sky. In the sky, an illusory figure of an old man appeared. He stepped on the giant sword, like an old immortal riding on a sword. His clothes fluttered, and he looked like an immortal. His otherworldly temperament was indescribably elegant. "Bastard, where are you from? Is it the cultivation world, or did you run away from Mount Amay?" It had to be said that this hooligan-like young man was too much like a hooligan and a ruffian. He actually spoke like that. Everyone was stunned. They thought that this expert with amazing combat power must be a highly respected senior. They didn't expect him to act like this. The old man standing on the giant sword snorted and said, "Don't play dumb. Who are you? Is there something wrong with you? I asked you first." "Alright, I'll tell you first. I'm a saint." "What about you?" "I'm from the cultivation world." The old cultivator had the demeanor of an immortal, and he had an otherworldly appearance. His eyes emitted 2 rays of purple light as he shot towards the ruffian. "Don't show off this kind of swordsmanship in front of me. Isn't it just condensing spiritual energy in your eyes and shooting out sword rays? It's just a small trick. If I want to, I can even shoot out sword chi from my pores." With a sloppy look, he opened his mouth and sneezed, "Ah. Achoo." A violent wave of energy swept across the sky like a hurricane. It was like the destructive astral wind outside the 33 layers of heaven. In an instant, it scattered the 2 beams of purple light. The aftermath of the attack hit the cultivator and blew the soil and rocks on a distant mountain into the sky. "Who are you?" The old cultivator finally revealed a trace of solemnity. "You asked for my real name? It's fine to tell you. I'm called Sky Beyond Heaven." The hooligan-like human expert casually said to the old cultivator, "Did you refine this sword in the Yellow River? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard. But let me tell you, if you want to get your hands on this ancestor dragon, you better give up. Even if no one cares about you, no matter how greedy you are, in the end, you'll still die." "You know?" The old cultivator's expression changed. "What kind of secret is that?" He smiled indifferently. "There aren't many experts in the human world. They can't stop the cultivation world. But the things in the human world aren't easy to touch. If you want to be greedy, you'll pay a heavy price. Looks like we've underestimated the human world." The old cultivator heaved a sigh. The hooligan laughed and said, "Underestimate? You'll have time to cry. If the seal of the 9 provinces is accidentally released, the cultivation world will die." The old cultivator was a bit angry. The human world is already finished. What's the point of talking about destroying the other worlds? I can't be bothered with you. If the seal of the 9 provinces is released, you won't be able to understand it. The hooligan had a look of disdain. He didn't have the demeanor of a senior expert at all. He said like a hooligan, "I advise you to run away as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one will be there to collect your corpses. Also, don't be so noisy today. You're so annoying. Get out of here as soon as possible. If you want us to leave today, that's fine. Let the juniors fight for 10 rounds. If we lose, we'll leave immediately." The old cultivator didn't get angry. Just as he said that, more than 20 cultivators flew over. 10 of them lined up. "Fine. No problem." The hooligan agreed immediately, then shouted to the people below, "Outsiders, come out and chase away all these swordsmen. Pa, Sky Beyond Heaven, don't try to take advantage of me. I'm half a generation older than you." A white and tender child flew up to the sky with a candied fruit in his mouth. The hooligan-like Sky Beyond Heaven glanced at him and said, "You're just a brat. Fighting them is perfect." "Nonsense." Outsiders glared at him fiercely and said, "Let my disciple take care of him." The white and tender child shouted down, "Come up the mountain, help me drive away these swordsmen who think they're flying immortals from beyond the sky." Crazy Ol quickly flew up to the sky. As soon as he appeared, all the spectators were dumbfounded. Then there was a lot of discussion. On the other hand, the 10 cultivators who were preparing to fight turned pale with fright. They had heard that there was a very terrifying old madman. If this guy fought with them, the result could already be imagined. He was a freak. The old cultivator snorted coldly and said, "I said it's a fight between the younger generation. He's probably hundreds or even thousands of years old, right?" The hooligan Sky Beyond Heaven and the child spread their hands and said impatiently, "Then what should we do? The true inheritance of the human world is intermittent. Among those who can show themselves, he's already the youngest. You don't want us to send those people, do you?" Saying that, they pointed to the crowd below and said, "They don't even know how to fly. How can they fight against you?" Of course, this is not their fault. This is a problem in the 9 regions. It's hard for them to improve their cultivation. Why don't we wait for the rogue cultivators from overseas to fight against you? Crazy Old chuckled foolishly and said, "I'll go find someone." Whoosh, with a flash of light, he disappeared from the sky and suddenly appeared beside Xiaochen. He patted Xiaochen's shoulder with his dirty hand and said, "Brat, pay your debt." Xiaochen felt a little strange because they didn't have any interactions before. Moreover, he had changed his appearance at this moment. "Why did you come back from the immortal realm?" The crazy old man's words immediately subdued Xiaochen. "Oh, haha," the crazy old faced upwards and laughed heartily. He patted Xiaochen's shoulder with his big black hand, leaving a dirty handprint on his moon-white clothes. "Who are you? What do you know?" Xiaochen looked at him vigilantly. He actually knew that he was in and out of the world of immortals. This was no small matter. "I am the master of your benefactor, haha." 2 rays of light shot out of the crazy old's murky old eyes and said, "Do you still remember how you entered the world of immortals? If it wasn't for my good disciple, would you be able to break through the void with your current cultivation? Would you be able to advance by leaps and bounds in just 8 years? You are Lan Nua's master?" Xiaochen was really subdued. Could it be that this filthy and deranged old man was the master of that otherworldly and exceptionally beautiful goddess? That was the goddess that was known as the hero of the ages, and this old man. The contrast between the two was really too big. "What, can't I?" The crazy old rolled his eyes and said, "My disciple is tender and smooth. Does the master have to look like a gigolo? Without the vicissitudes of life like mine, how can she show off her otherworldly elegance?" Lan Nua doesn't have a master. Xiaochen recalled the rumor that Lan Nua became a god by herself. It seemed like she didn't have a master. That's because outsiders don't know about it. "Do you know where the divine guidance she practiced came from?" "I secretly put it in her room." "If that's the case, she is my good disciple." Oh, Xiaochen seemed to have understood something and said, "When Lan Nua was 20 years old, she challenged the whole world with her sword. Later on, because she practiced the legendary divine guidance, she almost died. She sealed herself in the snowy valley for 13 years before she broke through the void and left. So it was caused by you, old man. You still have the face to say that you are her master? You wasted 13 years of her life." Crazy Ol showed an embarrassed expression, which was rare for him. "I saw that she was born with a celestial bone, so I wanted to take her as my disciple. I didn't expect that there would be an accident." "Old man, you are completely more of a hindrance than a help. That means you are not her master at all." Humph, although they didn't acknowledge each other, that divine guidance had benefited her for the rest of her life. It is the most perfect combination of martial arts and divine abilities. It can be said to be a supreme treasure. He finally knew the identity of this crazy old man. It would be impossible for Xiaochen not to be shocked. An invisible master of a goddess. His background was really frightening. It was empty all around. The surrounding people seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, they were standing in the void. Xiaochen felt how terrifying the old lunatic was. It was actually able to isolate space. They talked in the dimensional space. 8 years have passed. You can still recognize me? Xiaochen looked at the old lunatic. Sigh. Back then, I had never met that little girl. She shattered the void and left. When I got the news, it was too late to stop it. I just happened to see your backs as you disappeared. I've already memorized your soul fluctuations. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Oh right. Speaking of this. Crazy Ol asked gravely, how did you come back? That should be impossible. It was sucked back by a spatial CI. Xiaochen did not know what the actual situation was. He briefly described the situation at that time. Then he asked in bewilderment, you wanted to stop Lan Nua from entering the world of immortals. Is it not a good idea to go there? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Go help me fight the enemy. Without any explanation. The old lunatic grabbed Xiaochen. Then the two of them left the dimensional space. They directly appeared in the sky. He laughed heartily, now I've finally found an orthodox successor who's younger than me. He. In the sky, many cultivators looked at Xiaochen. The sky beyond sky and the human outsider also stared at him for a moment. They all nodded and showed an approving expression. Being praised by a hooligan and a fair-skinned child gave Xiaochen an extremely absurd feeling. But it was not good for him to express it. After all, they were truly unparalleled experts. The old cultivator looked at Xiaochen, then looked at the sky beyond sky and the human outsider. Is it just him? That's right, it's just him. One junior is enough. The sky beyond sky replied without a care. Xiaochen felt very speechless. It seemed like he was really an obedient brat, while the hooligan and the child in front of him were virtuous and respectable elders. Hey! Brat, what's with your eyes? The hooligan sky beyond sky glanced at Xiaochen and said, Brat, perform well. You will be rewarded in the future. Old hooligan. Xiaochen muttered in dissatisfaction. He flew to the front and faced the many cultivators. The old cultivator said, we don't want to make things difficult for you today. We don't want to start a massacre here. If you can gain the upper hand in the 10 matches, we will immediately retreat. What are you talking about? The sky beyond sky crossed his arms and said, you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, let's spar. I just don't want to start a war in advance. To be honest, there will be a day where blood will flow like a river, but I just don't know which side will bleed. Speaking until here, his temperament changed greatly. He emitted a threatening aura like a sharp divine sword. Good, it's useless to say more. Let them fight. The old cultivator sneered and retreated to the back. Xiaochen stood calmly in the sky and said to the 10 cultivators, all of you can come at me together. When these words came out, not only were all the cultivators angry, even the hooligan sky beyond sky, the brat, and the old lunatic Shan Weishan revealed a surprised expression. They could see through Xiaochen's strength, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. And the human practitioners below were in an uproar. In the past 2 years, the cultivators had been oppressing the human practitioners to the point that they couldn't even breathe. Once the flying sword appeared, the experts of the human world would be beheaded. But now, such a person actually appeared. It was as if he was treating the cultivators as scarecrows. Such an attitude completely overturned their previous impression. Good, as expected of the orthodox successor of the human world. This is how it should be. Cultivators are nothing. Back then, when our generation roamed the world, we killed our way out of thousands of cultivators. What flying swords and magic treasures, those are just a pile of scrap iron, they are nothing compared to a bird's feather. Brat, beat them ruthlessly for me. Don't be afraid of your life. If you die, we will catch you. The sky beyond sky was becoming more and more like a hooligan. They didn't have the demeanor of a senior expert at all. His words made many human practitioners below blush. However, everyone was secretly shocked. It seemed like he had a great background. He actually dared to boast shamelessly about killing his way through the cultivator army. Perhaps he wasn't lying. You are too arrogant. The 10 cultivators glared at Xiaochen. Let me fight you first. One of them rushed out and threw out a handful of golden sand with all his might. Just at this moment, the sky above Mount Hua immediately darkened. A violent wind blew and thunder shook the sky. The golden sand was like a sky full of stars. It flickered in the dusky sky and then turned into a blazing radiance as it collided with Xiaochen. Looking from afar, it looked like dozens of meteors streaking across the sky and crashing into the ground. The momentum was extremely astonishing. Xianxia, who was in the dusky sky, didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. He slowly raised his right palm and shook towards the sky. Boom, with a loud sound, the entire Mount Hua seemed to be shaking. The energy waves in the sky surged violently. Dozens of meteors were destroyed at the same time. They shattered into nothingness in the sky. The violent wind stopped in an instant. The sky regained its tranquility in the blink of an eye. That cultivator held his chest with his hand as he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Everyone was very shocked. A few cultivators immediately rushed over to protect him. Cough, he coughed unceasingly. There was actually a broken heart mixed in the blood. He couldn't say a single word at this moment. That was because his internal organs were completely shattered. The cultivators sucked in a cold breath. The spectators below even cried out in surprise. One hand to break the sky. The old cultivator at the back revealed a shocked expression. Even the hooligan Sky Beyond Sky was a little surprised. He cheered, "This is the method of the ancient martial artists back then. One hand to break the sky, nothing can stop it. You fiendish demon. I will kill you." A female cultivator was extremely furious. She seemed to have a close relationship with the dead cultivator. She rode on her flying sword and charged over. 13 flying swords were like a waterfall. They interweaved into a sword net in the sky. One after another, the sword light was dazzling. The momentum was extremely shocking. Around the sword net that was filled with murderous aura, there were huge lightning bolts that shook the sky until it was shattered. One could imagine how powerful and frightening the sword formation was. The crisscrossing sword chi and the countless lightning bolts interweaved and reflected each other. It was as if there were countless divine lights interweaving between heaven and earth. They wanted to crush Xianxia into pieces. The sword formation covered Xianxia. The murderous aura lingered around the summit of Mount Hua. It made the spectators below feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. A chill ran down their spines. However, the result was unexpected. Xianxia was like a demon god. He was like an unstoppable person in the sword formation that was crisscrossing. He waved his hands casually and shattered the incoming sword chi. Those lightning bolts couldn't even get close to his body. Snap! Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Xianxia grabbed one of the flying swords in the sword formation and crushed it in an instant. It was as if it wasn't a cultivator's artifact at all, but an exquisite porcelain. The ones who received the biggest shock were the numerous cultivators on Mount Hua. Many martial arts experts couldn't even retaliate against the flying swords. Many martial arts experts had their heads chopped off by the flying swords. The impact of what they saw was too great. The legendary unstoppable flying swords were so easily crushed by someone. It shook their mind. Xianxia was like taking a leisurely stroll in the sword formation. The heart-palpitating shattering sound rang out continuously. The 13 flying swords were all broken by his bare hands. The resplendent sword chi dimmed in an instant. The sword formation was completely destroyed. "I want you to die," the female cultivator shouted. The instant the sword formation was destroyed, she quickly pounced towards Xianxia. She spat out a bloody light from her mouth. That was the blood sword that was condensed from all the essence in her body. Xianxia snorted coldly. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He struck out with his left palm and instantly shattered the blood sword. After that, his body rushed past the female cultivator like a ray of light. His right hand made a light cut on her neck. A beautiful head flew diagonally. Blood spurted high into the sky. The headless corpse fell from the sky. He was ruthless. Xianxia was very calm. After killing 2 cultivators in a row, he calmly stood in the sky. A gleam flickered in the eyes of the old cultivator at the back. The Sky Beyond Sky and the outsider also looked at each other. The fair and tender outsider muttered in a low voice, "Could it really be that at #yen %hand? Can you really do it?" 3 cultivators rushed over and surrounded Xianxia. "You are so ruthless." Xianxia couldn't be bothered to say anything about this kind of opinion. However, even if he didn't say anything, it didn't mean that others wouldn't say anything. Many of the cultivators below started to shout. Have you ever thought of this when you used your flying swords to kill the martial artists? You only think of this when it concerns yourself? Although the three cultivators in the sky surrounded Xiaochen, none of them rushed over. Each of them took out their own magic weapon. One of them held a huge flag and started to wave it. The demonic aura surged out. Another person threw out a huge net to envelop Xiaochen. The third person took out a huge drum and started to beat it. It wasn't sound waves. Instead, it was purple lightning. The surging demonic aura, the boundless huge net, and the violent purple lightning trapped Xiaochen in the sky. In the eyes of the bystanders, it was a hopeless situation. However, Xiaochen was calm and collected. He opened his mouth and said, "What's the use of this? Do you really think you can kill me?" He took a step forward in the sky and casually waved his right hand. The demonic aura was scattered, the purple lightning was dispersed, and the huge net was shattered. "Kill!" The three cultivators roared. They spat out their flying swords and fought with their lives on the line. Xiaochen never showed mercy to his enemies. Being merciful in a battle to the death was the stupidest thing to do. He rushed over indifferently and punched. The flying swords were shattered and a cultivator's head was crushed at the same time. The speed was too fast, it was impossible to dodge. The eightfold extreme speed surpassed the speed of the cultivator's flying swords. Xiaochen turned around and sent out a palm saber. A scarlet light spurted out as his palm shot out a 30-meter-long beam of light. The second cultivator was instantly chopped in half at the waist. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Just as the third cultivator wanted to escape, Xiaochen had already rushed over with extreme speed. He punched with his left fist. A huge fist made of light the size of a millstone smashed out fiercely. Pfff. That cultivator's entire back was smashed and turned into a pile of meat paste. All of this happened in just a short moment. 3 cultivators died tragically. Could it be that he really managed to restore that kind of ancient martial arts? Beyond Heaven, who was like a gangster, showed a rare serious expression. She stared at Xiaochen's palm, which was emitting specks of golden light. The outsider also revealed a bewildered expression and said, "Very similar." Of the 10 cultivators who participated in the duel, there were only 5 left. 3 of them were about to rush forward together, but they were immediately stopped by the other 2. The 2 shook their heads and said, "You are not his match. Let's go." Xiaochen looked at them calmly. These 2 looked to be close to 30 years old, but he felt that their real age was slightly older than their appearance. Clearly, they had already entered the nascent soul realm. It was also the demigod realm corresponding to him. One should always leave some leeway. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of heaven by acting so mercilessly? The 2 of them looked at Xiaochen coldly. Will God punish me? Xiaochen looked up at the sky. He said indifferently, "If you want to punish me because of this, feel free to come. We will punish them on behalf of the heavens." After the 2 spoke to this point, they took out a treasure bottle together. It gave off a resplendent light as they aimed it at Xiaochen. Thousands of rays of light shone, and the peak of Mount Hua was shrouded in auspicious colors. From afar, it looked like a fairyland. "Be careful!" The crazy owl shouted at Xiaochen from the outside of the mountain. A powerful gravitational force pulled Xiaochen towards the treasure bottle. The treasure bottle was actually enlarging, it wanted to swallow Xiaochen. All of this happened in an instant. Xiaochen was pulled near the mouth of the bottle by a huge force. He was about to be sucked in. "Put you in the blood bottle. 6 hours is enough to make your soul scatter and turn into a pile of blood." The 2 cultivators sneered. But the moment Xiaochen approached the mouth of the bottle, his palm suddenly became as white as jade. Then, he forcefully slashed forward. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a loud boom, and the huge bottle actually shattered. The sky was filled with energy waves. The 2 nascent soul realm cultivators, which was also the demigod realm, were heavily injured on the spot. They suffered a backlash from the power of the treasure bottle and vomited blood unceasingly. The treasure bottle was shattered? How is this possible? This is a magic treasure personally refined by Master. The 3 cultivators at the back turned pale with fright. Xiaochen was like a ruthless god of death. At this moment, he was cold and emotionless. He didn't say a single word and directly extended his hand of death. Like a beam of starlight streaking across the sky, he slashed open a cultivator's body with a palm strike, splitting it in half from the top of his head to the middle of his legs. Blood splashed everywhere, and he rushed past the two halves of the corpse. Even the nascent soul had no time to escape and was smashed into pieces. His speed was unbelievably fast. Everyone seemed to have seen Xianxia pass through the cultivator's body. They were so shocked that they cried out involuntarily. Although the other cultivator was also heavily injured, he was clearly a bit stronger. He drove his flying sword like a ray of light, wanting to escape. But Xianxia's speed was immeasurable. The eightfold extreme speed was equivalent to passing through space. He blocked the cultivator's path in an instant. His right hand flickered with a bewitching radiance. Anyone could see that his palm was extremely terrifying. The spotlessly white palm shattered the flying sword in an instant. Then, it continued to slash downwards, chopping off the cultivator's head and half of his body. Blood spurted high into the sky. The palm-sized nascent soul screamed and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. But how could Xianxia give it the chance? He stretched out his right hand and a huge force tore the nascent soul back. Pfff. The milky white nascent soul exploded in Xianxia's palm. 2 first celestial layer nascent soul cultivators were killed just like that. The remaining 3 cultivators turned ashen. They didn't dare to go forward. They hadn't reached the nascent soul realm yet. If they went forward, they would die even faster. At the back, the old cultivator shouted, "You guys come back, stop the competition. That is an ancient martial art. It is a pure martial art that should have disappeared." Even the rascally sky beyond heaven was moved. They looked at each other in dismay. He really restored that kind of ancient martial art. It seems to be the legendary Hand of Heaven. That's right, the Hand of Heaven has indeed reappeared in this world. Even a divine artifact couldn't block the Hand of Destruction. Could it be that ancient martial art will reappear in this world one day? Below, the crowd was already in an uproar. Such a clean and efficient killing of the cultivators made the crowd excited. Many people cheered thunderously. Xianxia. Just at this time, Chen Fang rushed towards Xianxia and shouted anxiously. His face was filled with shock and fear. He pointed at a cultivator in the sky and said, "The jade bracelet on that person's hand belongs to Ruo Shui. You gave it to Ruo Shui back then." Xianxia neatly killed 7 cultivators. Regardless of gender or age, they all cheered loudly. The summit of Huashan was in an uproar. But amidst the noise, there was a commotion. Chen Fang's anxious and terrified voice could still be heard clearly by Xiaoqian's ears. He could clearly see the panic on Chen Fang's face. It was filled with incomparable worry and fear. "The jade bracelet that I personally gave to Ruo Shui back then." Xiaoqian turned his head to look. Not far away from him, a young man in snow-white clothes who looked like a distinguished and elegant man. He stood next to the elderly cultivator in the lead. His posture was tall and straight. He had an elegant temperament. On his left wrist, a purple jade bracelet was shining brilliantly. It was as if there was a purple water ripple flowing on his arm, even though it was half covered by his sleeves. But the purple splendor still rippled out. Half of his pure white clothes were dyed with a layer of intoxicating dreamy color. It was as if a small magical world had enveloped that place. Anyone could tell that it was a treasure at first glance. It was definitely carved out of the most perfect chalcedony. And it was definitely the most essential part. It wasn't rare for male cultivators to wear bracelets and rings. Because this was definitely not a feminine accessory. These could all be top-grade magic treasures. For example, jade bracelets were often refined into spatial bracelets. They could be used to store artifacts. This was a refining method that made the practitioners in the mortal world extremely envious. To possess such a magic treasure. It was as if he possessed a moving space. I remember now. That's something passed down in my family. Although Xiaoqian killed Ruo Shui in his heart, but he didn't forget everything related to it. He had a deep impression of this jade bracelet. His parents had once told him about it. It could only be given to his future daughter-in-law. It couldn't be lost. This was their family heirloom. He could still remember it now. The purple hell bracelet had already been given away. But who exactly did he give it to? He had no impression at all. Whoosh, Xiaochen left an afterimage on the spot. He rushed over. He stood in front of that young cultivator with an outstanding appearance and temperament. She looked at him quietly. I want to know where the jade bracelet in your hand came from. Sky beyond sky, human beyond world, and mountain beyond mountain all flew over. They were afraid that something might happen to Xiaochen. After all, that old cultivator was right in front of them. If he suddenly launched a killing attack. He wanted to destroy this good seedling who could restore ancient martial arts combat techniques. Then it would be too late for regrets. The two giants, realm beyond Avalon and human beyond, were approaching. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. The youth in snow-white clothes looked at Xiaochen. Then, he looked at the elderly cultivator beside him. Then, he chuckled. Aren't you meddling too much? Is there a need for me to account for my own magic treasure to you? Because, it used to be mine. Xiaochen looked at him. Later on, I gave it to a friend. I want to know how you got it. And how is my friend now? Haha, it's mine now. I have the right not to answer. Speaking of this. The cultivator in white smiled frivolously. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. This is a gift from my lover. Xiaochen didn't say anything. But Chen Feng on the summit of Mount Hua was already furious. Pointing at the cultivator in white, he said, You, shameless. What do you mean by shameless? The cultivator in white looked at Chen Feng below coldly. He looked down on those low-level martial artists from the bottom of his heart. He said coldly, talking nonsense will kill people. You'd better apologize to me. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Although Xiaochen looked very calm. But he gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was the unique momentum of martial artists. It was completely different from the elegance of a cultivator. Extreme martial artists always gave people a majestic sense of oppression that could swallow the mountains and rivers. Just now, 7 young experts on the cultivator's side were killed. They had a bellyful of anger. At this moment, it was just a vent. The cultivator in white said, I'm a reasonable person. Don't you want to know the details? I won't say it. Speaking until here, he glanced at Xiaochen disdainfully. Don't tell me you want to use force recklessly? You are indeed very strong. The younger generation here seems to be no match for you. But in terms of overall strength, you are still far from it. The cultivation world is not something your human world can compare with. Such words. It made some of the cultivators at the side feel that they had greatly vented their anger. Below, Chen Feng was anxious and frightened. It could be seen that he cared a lot about Ruo Shui. He was afraid of hearing a bolt from the blue. It was hard to accept the unexpected grievous news. He shouted, You're talking nonsense. Ruo Shui would never give it away. She herself would never easily wear it on her wrist. In the sky, Xiaochen was not angry. He looked at the old cultivator calmly. I didn't mean to provoke you. The jade bracelet is indeed my family's ancestral treasure. I just want to understand. Because this concerns the safety and whereabouts of a friend of mine. The old cultivator nodded. He was as old as the earth. It was impossible for him to act on impulse. He turned his head and asked the young man beside him. How did you get it? It was indeed given to me by a woman, the white-cloaked cultivator replied. This seems to be a defensive treasure. Just now, I wanted to join the battle. So I wore it on my hand. Saying so, he raised his left wrist. But just at this time, the sunlight shone down. A speck of yellow light suddenly flashed from the purple jade bracelet. The old cultivator keenly sensed it. Give it to me. Let me see. The young man flew in front of him. He raised his wrist and showed it to the old cultivator. Keep it well. The old cultivator revealed a trace of emotion. Then he faced Xiaochen and said, You already know. The jade bracelet was given by someone else. It was very obvious. The purple jade bracelet attracted the old man's attention. He wanted to immediately let this matter go. Wait a minute. Let me see. The hoodlum Sky Beyond Sky took a step forward. His sloppy appearance didn't have the slightest demeanor of a senior. The fair-skinned and plump child also came forward. Since this is Xiaoqian's family heirloom, just give it back to him. A gentleman should help others achieve their goals. No one could have thought the sword meat of Mount Hua would become like this. After the duel, a small jade bracelet actually caused a dispute. Humph. The old cultivator snorted coldly. No matter who this jade bracelet belonged to before. But now, it is indeed in our hands. It already has an owner. Don't tell me you want to snatch it by force? What a joke. The wimpy kid acted like an old man. This is clearly someone else's ancestral heirloom. How could it belong to you? Don't tell me it belongs to whoever holds it in their hands. Fine. I will snatch it right now. Hold it in my hands. Swish swish swish, the figures in the sky were flying. It was as if hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts were violently striking. Just at this moment, the light in the sky was incomparably glaring. The wimpy kid and the old cultivator seemed to have clashed hundreds and thousands of times. Then the two separated. The old man was calm and composed. Don't look down on your numbers. But it's useless. Today, we must keep this jade bracelet. On the other side, the hoodlum-like figure Sky Beyond Sky was also yawning. He walked lazily in the void and pressed forward. Tell your men to come over. Don't hide like a coward. You bunch of old things, come at me together. The sound of air being pierced transmitted from the distant sky. The figures flashed continuously. Another 8 old men appeared at the same time. From the first old man wielding a 1,000-meter-long sword, one could imagine the strength of these 8 people. The 9 old men trapped the old man, Sky Beyond Sky, and Mountain Beyond Mountain who was charging over. You think you're amazing just because you have more people? Cultivators are nothing. The ruffian habits of Sky Beyond Sky were acting up again. He muttered without a care in the world, throw out all your scrap metal. Today, Laozi is going to start a massacre. At this point, he let out a wild roar. His entire temperament changed greatly. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. The flying sword that was slashing towards him was instantly shattered. His figure moved like a gust of wind sweeping through the sky. The entire sky shook violently. He fiercely charged towards an old cultivator. He shouted, when Laozi shook the world back then. Your ancestors are still sucking on their mother's milk. Today, even if I don't remove the seal, killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. He did what he said, his speed was unbelievably fast. He charged straight towards the old cultivator who slashed at him with a flying sword. In the process, he destroyed 13 of the old man's cultivation treasures. He rushed forward. He stretched out his right hand. Blood burst out. Puff. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sky Beyond Sky directly tore apart an old cultivator. A nightmarish scene appeared in front of the cultivators. The cultivators on Mount Hua were even more shocked. They witnessed what was called unparalleled sharpness. Unstoppable, Sky Beyond Sky, who looked like a hooligan. When he went berserk, he was terrifying to the point of being evil. It gave people an extremely terrifying feeling. Huff, an elderly cultivator was killed in an instant. Sky Beyond Sky was panting heavily. He muttered, Motherf ****. Damn 9 provinces seal. The mountain-like domineering aura instantly receded like the tide. He seemed to have returned from his peak state to his original appearance. He looked like a young ruffian again. However, this move had stunned everyone. After a long silence, the peak of Mount Hua finally boiled. But all the cultivators' faces were ashen. Even the old cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. What? Still not satisfied? Then I'm going to start a massacre. The hooligan from Sky Beyond Heaven glanced at those old cultivators with disdain. Seal. One of the old cultivators calmly shouted, he only has 1 axe, that's all. Seal them with the formation. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. The ink waves were monstrous. The originally clear sky instantly changed color. As the 8 flags stood in the sky, The entire world seemed to be drowned by a terrifying power. Sky beyond sky, human outsider, and mountain beyond mountain were all trapped inside. Although the iron blood flag is terrifying. But you can't trap us with just you. It would be better if your ancestors were here. The old voice of a brat came from inside. Stop boasting. You're finished. The rolling dark clouds pressed down. They completely engulfed the three experts inside. Thunder rumbled. Blood-colored lightning wildly danced. In the space sealed by the flags, one could see the void constantly shattering. A terrifying power surged violently as the 8 flags swayed. It seemed like the inside was about to be annihilated. Xiaochen, kill all their disciples and grand disciples for me. The voice of Sky Beyond Sky came from the world sealed by the 8 flags. Of course, only Xiaochen could hear it. This was a very advanced sound transmission technique. The voice rumbled in his ears, "We're here. These old fools who waved the iron blood flag can't free themselves. Go and snatch back your family heirloom. I highly suspect that it might be a jade bracelet related to the 9 provinces seal. It's most likely discovered by these old fools." Xiaochen didn't respond. He silently pressed forward. Although he cut off Ruoshui from his heart. But he learned some past events from Chen Feng. Ruoshui must be protected and helped. Now he had to ask where she was. And the jade bracelet must be retrieved. That was his family heirloom. Stop him. The cultivator in white waved his hand. Instantly, a dozen cultivators rushed over. It was obvious that he had a certain status. I don't want to kill. Xiaochen indifferently looked at the numerous cultivators that surrounded him. You don't want to kill. We want to kill. These people were filled with hatred. Xiaochen had killed 7 people in front of them just now. Even if they put away their killing intent, it was hard for them to forgive him. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill Xiaochen with so many people. One must know that there were several nascent soul realm cultivators among them. They didn't say anything. Xiaochen rushed over. Without the slightest hint of fear. He stretched his body in the sky. A spinning Vajra ring. It flickered with a glaring light. It vaguely tore open a crack in the sky. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation rippled out. It struck towards Xiaochen's chest. It contained a tremendous force. Even an iron monument would be smashed to pieces. But in the face of all this, Xiaochen was calm and composed. He stretched out his left hand. His index finger and middle finger separated slightly. He accurately and powerfully clamped the Vajra ring. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The dazzling cultivator's magic treasure was crushed by Xiaochen's 2 fingers in an instant. Such terrifying physical strength. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. Xiaochen was expressionless. His eyes emitted 2 rays of cold light. Facing dozens of attacking magic treasures. His figure was like lightning. As fast as the wind. The sound of shattering resounded unceasingly. His body was comparable to fine iron. His palm was like an invincible heavenly blade. In an instant, he had already broken 7 to 8 magic treasures. He rushed to the front of one person at the speed of 8 elements. His palm slashed. The bloody head immediately flew out diagonally. The corpse fell from the sky. Blood gushed out. Then, Xiaochen didn't even turn his head. He gave a backward kick. Pfff. It directly pierced through one person's chest. It shattered the corpse in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. Kill him. The eyes of all the cultivators turned red. The corner of Xiaochen's mouth revealed a sneer. His body spun like a top. He soared into the sky in an instant. Several cultivators were closing in on him in the sky. Then, his right leg swept out. Pfff. Pfff. Terrifying sounds rang out unceasingly. That was the sound of bones and flesh breaking. The 3 cultivators were chopped in half at the waist by his right leg with the momentum of sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Whoosh, a light flashed. Xiaochen rushed out of the bloody rain with 8-fold extreme speed. He appeared in the crowd out of thin air. His palm slashed diagonally. PFFF, 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 the sky turned blood red. Blood gushed out. The sound of death made people's souls tremble. Another 4 people were beheaded by his palm slash. Xiaoqian's speed was really too fast. It was so fast that the cultivators couldn't dodge at all. 8-fold extreme speed surpassed the limit. Moreover, it restored the terrifying hand gestures of the Paleo martial arts. Nothing could stop it. Nothing could stop it. It was really like the unparalleled palm of God. The magic treasures were no better than scrap metal in front of this palm of flesh and blood. Stop him. The cultivator in white revealed a frightened expression. Because he found that Xiaoqian was already closing in. Snap. The sound of a flying sword breaking rang out. Xiaoqian mercilessly slashed apart the figure in front of him. The 2 halves of the corpses fell from the sky. PFFF, 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 Xiaoqian mercilessly made his move. The palm slash shattered 3 heads. White brain matter and red blood splattered everywhere. The corpses collapsed in the air. Blood mist pervaded the air. He was like the Grim Reaper coming out of hell, mercilessly harvesting lives. There was no emotional fluctuation. He made his move like lightning. The hand of God was unstoppable. It was like the hand of a ruler had entered the world. Those who didn't want to kill were slaughtering. Those who said they wanted to kill were being killed instead. In the end, Xiaoqian used 8-fold extreme speed to catch up with the cultivator in white who wanted to escape. He cut off his path. Speak. Where did the jade bracelet come from? What happened to the original owner? Xiaoqian's voice seemed to come from the netherworld. It was so cold that it made people's souls tremble. Xiaoqian relied entirely on his physical strength. He did not control the essence of heaven and earth, nor did he rely on anything in the outside world. His strong body broke through all obstacles. The flying swords and various treasures of the cultivators shattered unceasingly. They were like scrap metal under Xiaoqian's palm. He blocked the white-clothed cultivator with extreme speed. His voice was incomparably cold. No comment. The white-clothed cultivator's expression changed again and again, but he still said these 4 words so unyieldingly. Xiaoqian's strength spoke for itself. The white-clothed cultivator was definitely not a match for him, but he did not want to surrender without putting up a fight. The purple jade bracelet on his left wrist flickered with a dreamy radiance, and a purple light shield quickly formed. This caused Xiaoqian to frown. The jade bracelet was his family heirloom. However, in the past, he never knew that the bracelet was a defensive weapon. He did not hesitate and sent out a palm strike. Now, his palms were even more terrifying than divine weapons and sharp blades. The hand of heaven truly lived up to its name. There was nothing it couldn't break and nothing could stop it. However, he didn't want to break his family heirloom. The moment he got close, his arm quickly changed direction like a dragon and slashed at the white-robed cultivator's neck. However, contrary to his expectations, the purple jade bracelet emitted thousands of rays of light, emitting a wave-like purple light. It formed a light barrier around the white-cloaked cultivator, blocking Xiaoqian. When the palm knife cut the purple light curtain, it actually made a crisp ding sound. It did not break, let alone hurt the cultivator in white. Even though Xiaoqian did not use his full power, it was clear that the jade bracelet was extraordinary. The white-clothed immortal cultivator withdrew the horrified expression on his face. Earlier, when Xiaoqian approached him, he felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was a killing god. The powerful aura unique to martial artists was oppressing him, causing him to feel incomparable fear. Unexpectedly, this jade bracelet blocked Xiaoqian. This was out of Xiaoqian's expectations, especially since this was a family heirloom. He could not help but reveal a mocking smile. Humph. Xiaoqian snorted coldly. The cultivators behind him had arrived. His palms shone brightly. He slashed continuously in the sky. Clang, clang, several flying swords were broken on the spot. There were also 6 or 7 cultivation treasures that were shattered by him. The hand of heaven was crystal clear. It shone with a bewitching light. It was almost demonic. Whoosh, Xiaoqian temporarily abandoned the white-robed cultivator. He dashed towards the pursuers. The speed of the 8 phases was inconceivably fast. It was as if he had only swayed a little. He rushed to the front of the enemy. At this moment, Xiaochen was cruel and merciless. He didn't have the slightest bit of mercy in his heart. The hand of heaven mercilessly attacked. Pooh! In the blink of an eye, half of the head of a cultivator was chopped off. White brain matter mixed with blood spurted out. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Many female practitioners were so shocked that they screamed and closed their eyes. This was the cruel and real world of practitioners. People died every day. There were similar battles every day, but no one could completely describe them. When the hand of heaven shone with a sparkling radiance, it shattered a bronze statue that was about 3 meters tall in the sky. Xiaochen soared into the sky and charged towards the practitioners who took out their magic treasures. With a flash of light, Xiaochen's speed was as fast as a dream. His entire body streaked across like a saber light and cut that person in half. Not even a drop of blood splashed on his body. Xiaochen instantly killed several pursuers at an inconceivable speed. His eyes swept across the surroundings. His merciless methods shocked everyone. Those cultivators behind him all stopped in their tracks. No one dared to charge forward anymore. This was an absolute deterrence. He approached the cultivator in white, who was shrouded in purple light, step by step. A powerful, cold, and oppressive pressure seemed to make the sky tremble. It wasn't that the white-robed cultivator didn't want to escape, but he could already tell that no matter what, he couldn't be faster than Xiaochen's 8 phases extreme speed. If that was the case, it would be safer to stay with his fellow apprentices. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was this purple jade bracelet. He hoped that it would be able to withstand Xiaochen's attack. However, his hope was quickly dashed. Xiaochen used his full strength. The hand of heaven smashed down with all his might. Crack! The purple light barrier was shattered. That sparkling palm easily shattered the purple light barrier, which had an astonishing defensive power, as if it was shattering a piece of porcelain. This made the white-robed cultivator turn pale with fright. He was incomparably terrified. That palm was too terrifying. It was beyond his imagination. The purple divine shield formed by the jade bracelet was still there. The white-robed cultivator hurriedly blocked Xiaochen's palm strike. However, how could he block a cultivator who was famous for his physical skills at such a close distance? Xiaochen didn't want to really use the hand of heaven to shatter his family's jade bracelet. His fingers were extremely agile. He instantly clamped down on the purple divine shield and extended his other hand at lightning speed. He shattered the flying sword that the white-robed cultivator spat out and chopped at his neck with his palm. Blood splattered everywhere. However, Xiaochen didn't chop off the white-robed cultivator's head. This was because Xiaochen forcefully stopped his movements. He thought of a serious problem. If this white-robed cultivator really had a close relationship with Ruo Shui, and he was seriously injured, wouldn't that mean? Xiaochen grabbed the white-robed cultivator and descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. He appeared at the summit of Mount Hua and tossed the white-robed cultivator at Chen Feng and Fairy Qingyun's feet. There was a foreign loose cultivator here who had grasped the mind-reading technique. There was no need to interrogate him. With Fairy Qingyun around, he could get everything out of him. Chen Feng was extremely anxious. He was afraid that he would receive some unbearable news. Fairy Qingyun's third eye emitted a light. She then turned around and said, "It was indeed given to him by a woman." What? Chen Feng felt like he was struck by lightning. His body was on the verge of collapse. Xiaochen sighed. Even though he had killed that figure, he still felt a little emotional after listening to Chen Feng's story. Perhaps, this was the tragedy and comedy of life. They were clearly closely related to Xiaochen. However, at this moment, he was like an outsider, watching everything quietly. Impossible. Chen Feng's eyes turned red. He said, "What does that woman look like?" "I don't think she is Ruo Shui." Fairy Qingyun waved her hand and a figure appeared in the sky. A young and beautiful woman appeared. "That is not Ruo Shui." Chen Feng shouted excitedly. Chen Feng grabbed the dispirited white-cloaked cultivator by his collar and shouted, "Speak. What is going on?" "My junior sister gave it to me." The white-cloaked cultivator answered weakly. Where did your junior sister get it? The white-clothed cultivator yielded to the threat of death. She picked it up on Mount Lu. Fairy Qingyun executed the mind-reading technique again. Then, she nodded and said, he is not lying. She nodded and said, he is not lying. After asking about the situation in detail, Xiaochen said coldly to the white-clothed cultivator, scram. The white-clothed cultivator soared into the sky as if he had been pardoned. There is a killing intent in his heart. A bone-deep killing intent. Fairy Qingyun reminded Xiaochen. Xiaochen was not surprised. After all, he had killed so many cultivators. However, he immediately frowned. He did not care about these people. However, they were a threat to Chen Feng and the others. It's not easy to say that I will let you go. Xiaochen soared into the sky in an instant. He stretched out the hand of heaven and slashed at the white-clothed cultivator. Save me! The white-clothed cultivator yelled. The cultivators at the side made a move again to stop Xiaochen. At the same time, the white-clothed cultivator shouted, Senior brothers, help me. I am going to take out the golden pagoda. A yellow light flashed from the white-clothed cultivator's body. A golden pagoda rushed out. Then, all the cultivators exerted their strength together. The pagoda instantly enlarged and fell from the sky like a golden mountain, pressing down on Xiaochen. This was definitely a secret treasure. The white-clothed cultivator was the great-great-grandson of an old cultivator. His identity was not ordinary, so he was bestowed this treasure. It was too late to dodge. The golden pagoda had already enveloped Xiaochen. However, he did not panic at all. He raised the hand of heaven and slashed with all his might. Boom! The golden divine light shone brightly. The golden pagoda that was as big as a small mountain shook as if it was about to collapse. It was easy to imagine how much force it had to withstand. Senior brothers, let's work together and refine him into a bloody pulp. The white-clothed cultivator roared. There was no way out now. They could only survive by killing Xiaochen. Boom! The huge golden pagoda shook again. Tiny cracks had already appeared on the golden pagoda. How is this possible? All the cultivators cried out in alarm. This was a treasure refined by an old ancestor-level cultivator. Its might was incomparably huge. It could already be considered an immortal tool. But now, it was about to be destroyed. Just how terrifying was the so-called Hand of Heaven? Could it be that the palm of flesh was really comparable to an immortal tool? Boom! Xiaochen made his third attack. The sparkling and translucent Hand of Heaven ruthlessly slammed on the inner wall of the golden pagoda. A clear palm print was imprinted there. Cracks appeared all around. Crack! A terrifying sound resounded from the golden pagoda. The people outside could clearly see that the pagoda was cracking. It was on the verge of collapse. Retreat! Everyone realized that the situation was anything but reassuring. They wanted to run far away. However, at this time, Xiaochen attacked for the fourth time. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The Hand of Heaven shook the heaven and earth. In an instant, the golden pagoda that was as big as a small mountain was shattered. The entire sky was filled with resplendent golden light. The entire sky was filled with violent energy. The devastating energy crushed several cultivators on the spot. Even those who were fast suffered from the violent impact. They vomited blood on the spot and were on the verge of collapsing. The instant he rushed out, Xiaochen did not show any mercy. He was like a demon reaping lives as he weaved about in the sky. Everywhere he passed, there would be a rain of blood. The remaining 9 cultivators were all shattered by the Hand of Heaven. After the final attack killed the cultivator in white, Xiaochen flew towards the sky. Over there, dark clouds surged and ink waves overflowed the sky. It was exceptionally terrifying. Sky beyond sky, man beyond sky, and mountain beyond mountain had yet to rush out. They were temporarily trapped by the 8 Ironblood flags. Xiaochen didn't care about the rules with these cultivators. With a flash of light, the golden divine halberd appeared in his hand. He didn't say a single word and directly hacked at 100 zhang tall flag. Rumble, high up in the sky, the energy waves surged. The golden divine radiance collided with the black light, immediately causing the entire place to boil. A biting cold murderous aura was emitted and went straight for Xiaochen. He didn't stop at all. He directly soared into the sky at the speed of the eightfold extreme speed and escaped from the battlefield. His goal was only to harass them. He didn't really want to fight with those older generation figures. Haha. You've killed all those juniors. Alright, let's go out as well. The voice of Sky Beyond Sky resounded. It was as if a huge monster had awakened in the sky. A heart-palpitating pressure erupted without any warning. Following that, the flag crumbled. A huge palm appeared in the churning dark clouds in the sky. It was as big as a mountain. It crushed the 100-zhang-long flag with a single grab. The scene was extremely terrifying. Following that, the huge head of Sky Beyond Sky stretched out from the great formation. It was about to break free. Not good, retreat quickly. The old cultivators cried out in fear. Blood splattered everywhere. Several clouds of blood mist exploded in the sky, along with a few blood-curdling screams. After that, one after another light soared into the sky. The dark clouds surged, and gradually faded. Sky Beyond Sky, Man Beyond Sky, and Mountain Beyond Mountain revealed their true forms. Phew. Damn the seal of the 9 provinces. This is too annoying. Sky Beyond Sky, who looked like a hoodlum, was panting heavily. The little brat said pensively, the jade bracelet actually appeared at the Mount Lu waterfall. Could it be that the seal of Mount Lu is about to loosen? Sky Beyond Sky took the purple jade bracelet from Xiaochen's hand and looked at it seriously. The first layer of the seal on the jade bracelet has been undone. It can now be used as a defensive artifact. Speaking until here, he looked at Xiaochen. Is this really your family heirloom? Yes. Where is your family from? A place called Ancestral Dragon Village by the Yellow River. What? Both Sky Beyond Sky and Man Beyond Sky cried out in alarm. That is an extremely crucial location for the seal of the 9 provinces. The appearance of the jade bracelet immediately made the 2 big shots bewildered. They repeatedly looked at the purple jade bracelet against the sunlight. There is a golden shadow inside. It looks like a surging yellow river. Sky Beyond Sky put away his hoodlum expression and said solemnly, I suspect that this is one of the keys to unlocking the seal. After studying it for a long time, Man Beyond Sky and Sky Beyond Sky returned the jade bracelet to Xiaochen and said, since it is your family heirloom, I will leave it to you for now. But remember, don't lose it. Xiaochen nodded and was about to leave. This was because Chen Feng had accidentally called out his identity. He was afraid that those powerful cultivators would find out his true identity and implicate his parents. Don't worry. Mountain Beyond Sky, you go and oversee Ancestral Dragon Village. This village is too important. Sky Beyond Sky mumbled, there should be people guarding there. Looks like there was an accident. After Mountain Beyond Sky left, Sky Beyond Sky and Man Beyond Sky continued to stay. They shouted, the sword meet at Mount Hua continues. Xiaochen didn't want to continue. Although Mountain Beyond Sky was going to oversee Ancestral Dragon Village, he was still worried. However, he was still worried and decided to go back. Xiaochen, let's go to Mount Lu together. Chen Feng stared at Xiaochen. I need to make a trip home. You guys go first, I will catch up later. You really killed Ruoshui very thoroughly. Chen Feng sighed softly and didn't say anything else. Ancestral Dragon Village didn't change. However, there was now an old lunatic in the village. Xiaochen stayed at home peacefully for a month. During this time, he repeatedly studied the jade bracelet, but he couldn't find anything special about it. After confirming that Ancestral Dragon Village wasn't a threat, Xiaochen left again. His destination was that Mount Lu waterfall. When Xiaochen arrived at Mount Lu, Chen Feng had already been here for more than 10 days. To Xiaochen's surprise, Fairy Qingyun and the others actually followed Chen Feng here. There are no clues at all. Chen Feng looked somewhat haggard. This was because he didn't find anything in the past 10 days. The waterfall fell 3,000 feet straight down, and it seemed like the Milky Way had fallen from the 9th heaven. Ahead, purple clouds rose, and mist filled the air. A huge waterfall poured down, giving off a deafening rumble. The jade bracelet was found under the waterfall. This means that Ruoshui has been here. Xiaochen walked toward the pool step by step. Then, he went straight to the bottom of the waterfall that looked like the Milky Way. Just at this moment, the jade bracelet suddenly emitted waves of purple light. It was as intoxicating as a dream. Crack! The sound of a huge rock cracking could be heard. At the top of the Mount Lu waterfall, a huge rock protecting the waterfall shattered. A short old man with a head full of white hair and a hunched back walked out. He was no more than 1 meter tall, and his face was covered in wrinkles. It was hard to tell how long he had lived. Is this the will of the heavens? Why did they send the jade bracelet back after sending it away? An aged voice resounded above the Mount Lu waterfall. Who are you? Chen Feng, Fairy Qing Yun, and the others were bewildered. Xiaochen also had a strange feeling as he stared at the short old man. This old man is Tong Hu. The old man stood at the top of the waterfall and stared at the jade bracelet in Xiaochen's hand. He asked, "Where did you come from?" "To find someone." "There are no people here, only God," the aged voice resounded clearly above the waterfall. Even the thunderous sound of the waterfall couldn't be blocked. God? Clearly, Chen Feng and the others were stunned. Why was this old man so strange? He seemed unfathomable. Xiaochen asked calmly, "Senior, have you seen this woman before?" Speaking until here, he spread out his sleeves and revealed Rua Shui's portrait in the air. "I have always been in a deep sleep, how would I know?" "Then does Senior recognize this jade bracelet?" Xiaochen raised the purple jade bracelet. "I have been guarding this place for countless years. I have been woken up by this jade bracelet twice." The old man said, "A year ago, someone also came here with this jade bracelet. Wasn't it this woman?" Xiaochen unfolded the portrait again. "No, it was a man." "How is this possible?" Chen Feng cried out in shock and asked, "Where did that man go?" "Dead." The old man replied calmly. "Dead." Chen Feng was in slight disbelief. "How is this possible? In this world, who can avoid life and death?" The old man said in a rather experienced manner. "How did he die?" Xiaochen stared at the old man. "He chose death by himself. It's equivalent to suicide." "How could this be?" Chen Feng felt that the clue was cut off again. "Everyone has the right to choose death. I can't stop it." "Where is his corpse?" Xiaochen slowly soared into the sky and arrived beside the old man. He entered an illusory world. There is no corpse left behind. Is he dead, or did he enter an illusory world? Xiaochen keenly noticed the faulty wording of the old man. Entering an illusory world. In my opinion, it is equivalent to dying in the real human world. Because no matter if it is his soul or body, it is impossible for them to reappear in the human world. You are saying that he entered another space, and it is an illusory space? Chen Feng asked in bewilderment, "What the hell is going on?" The old man didn't say anything. And just at this time, Xiaochen seemed to have sensed something. He held the jade bracelet in his hand and lightly stroked the waterfall on Mount Lu. A seemingly illusory world suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. An eagle soars in the sky. No, it is a winged dragon soaring in the sky. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon roared, the tyrannical dragon faced upwards and roared. The undulating ancient mountain range was a savage scene. That is, the winged dragon soared in the sky. The divine dragon's body flickered with a dazzling light as it streaked across the sky like a dancing lightning bolt. However, the huge dragon's body seemed so small compared to the entire world. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon was incomparably malevolent, its dazzling dragon scales were circulating with splendor. When its huge body moved, the mountain forest and the earth shook. It was as if the mountains were shaking, as if the great river was changing its course. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was a royal descendant of the dragon clan, looked up at the sky and roared with an angry expression. It was as if he was questioning the heavens. Majestic dragon chi swept through the world, and an unparalleled domineering aura shook the void. It was as if it was transmitted through the screen to the waterfall of Mount Lu. In the distance, there was an endless sea of bones. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and an enormous heavenly steel towered there. Clouds and mist drifted about, and baleful aura surged into the heavens. It was a world of death, that was actually Dragon Island. How could he forget, Xiaochen had been trapped on the island for a whole year. He couldn't be any more familiar with this ancient desolate island. So many things had happened, it could be said that everything he experienced in the world of immortals had already left a cause on the Dragon Island. What, is that place? Chen Feng, Fairy Qing Yun, and the others exclaimed. An illusory world, an unreal place. Tonghu's aged voice reverberated in front of the Mount Lu waterfall. Xiaochen felt his body trembling slightly. He had lived in that space for 8 whole years. There were many things that he could not forget. How many 8 years could a person's life have? The world of immortals left a very heavy mark in his life. Yizhen, Solitary Sword Demon, Lawrence, Oxman, Yan Qingqing, Fairsnow, White Tiger Saint Emperor, one by one, their figures appeared in his mind. Former friends, former enemies. Goodbye. They might not be able to see each other again in this life. He would never forget 10x. They walked out of the Dragon Island together. That proud and aloof demeanor. That stubborn look. He couldn't erase it from his heart. He couldn't forget Ku. The babbling. She looked cute and innocent. How could he withdraw his memories? The battle of the southern wasteland. The celestial city was shaking. Forever fixed in his heart. Qing Qing must not be forgotten. Her eyebrows were full of charm. Autumn water contains the beauty of a poem. Pure and ethereal. When he was defeated and fled to the west. While recuperating in the Pure Land. That was a bowl of black sesame paste every day. Her long hair was dyed black. It was warm, but it was already cold and hard in front of the big crack in space. Was she also sucked into the space sea? Xiaochen did not know. There were many people and matters in the world of immortals. It was impossible to fade from his heart. How could he forget the world of immortals? That is the Longevity Realm's Dragon Island. Xiaochen fixed his gaze on that space. He could even recognize that the winged dragon fluttering in the sky was the holy dragon that was forced into the Dragon Island by the fallen angel. And its child was a silver-colored little dragon king, which was brought away by the female psychic Lanyu. And he was even more familiar with the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. He once refined an evil dragon egg. Another evil dragon egg gave birth to a young dragon king, which was taken away by light spell master Schroeder. You know, Tonghu, who was less than a meter tall, had a stooped body. Light flickered in his turbid eyes as he stared at Xiaochen. He asked, "How did you know?" "Because I had been there before." Tonghu looked surprised and said, "The seal of the 9 provinces is still there." "You've been there, how did you come back?" "I don't know either." Swish, Xiaochen waved the jade bracelet and made a light stroke. That world became even clearer, as if it was right in front of his eyes. He could clearly see the ancient beasts in the primitive mountain range. He could even smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers and plants. "Why did you say that was an illusory world?" Xiaochen asked. This was not the first time he heard about it. He was very puzzled. Tonghu was like an ancient fossil. He stood on top of the waterfall of Mount Lu and said unhurriedly, "Because everything will be destroyed in the end, the illusion will be nothing more than a fleeting flower." "What are you talking about?" Chen Feng asked, puzzled. Tonghu shook his head and said, "If you know, then you know. If you don't know, you won't know even if I tell you." Xiaochen thought silently for a while. He didn't want to get entangled with this problem. He asked, "This jade bracelet seems to be able to cut open the space, why is it like this?" "It is a key, it can break open many sealed lands. Mount Lu is connected to the Dragon Island." These words immediately stunned Xiaochen and the others. Chen Feng said with a stutter, "You mean we can enter the world of immortals now?" "That's right, the 9 provinces are sealed, the people who can break through the void are almost extinct, but with this key, we can enter another world." "Can we still come back?" Xiaochen asked. "If you have the key, you can, but I won't let you bring the jade bracelet into the world of immortals. The jade bracelet is one of the keys to break the seal of the 9 provinces. It will be very useful in the future." Chen Feng, Fairy Qing Yun and the others were dumbstruck. They didn't say anything for a long time. Xiaochen remained silent for a long time. Using the jade bracelet to cut open the space, the scenery on the Dragon Island changed unceasingly. Finally, he found the sacred mountain of the dragon race and saw that broken heavenly tree. That is, Xiaochen felt as if he was struck by lightning, his entire body was like a clay sculpture. He actually saw a speck of white light on that broken heavenly tree that was as thick as a mountain. The snow-white little critter, Kiki, the heavenly tree's broken root, was at least 1 to 2,000 meters tall. It was completely black, like a huge piece of black jade standing there. That was the place where Ku was born, the old home that it longed for. Xiaochen waved the jade bracelet with all his might, making the scenery there even clearer. It was infinitely closer to the sky-connecting tree. A snow-white little critter was standing pitifully at the edge of the broken tree, looking at the ancient mountain range in the distance. Its pair of big eyes were filled with confusion, and then it cried out sorrowfully, "Ya-ya-ya." It whimpered in grief, and then walked back to the center of the broken tree step by step. It curled up in the place where it was born, lying there like a pitiful little thing, as if it had suffered a great injury. A confused and injured little critter immediately made Xiaochen's heart tremble. How did Kiki return to the Dragon Island? He was petrified that day. Kiki was gone when he woke up. What happened that day? Could it be that the little critter thought he was dead? That's why it returned to the Dragon Island alone. What a worrying little critter. Xiaochen moved the jade bracelet, and the scene became infinitely closer. It was as if he could touch the little critter anytime he wanted. Shwa, a 7-colored radiance flickered. The little critter looked at the void vigilantly and shot out a 7-colored light screen. Tonghu said in a deep voice, "You are about to shatter the void. Have you thought it through before you enter that world? It will be very difficult to come back after you enter. From a certain point of view, it is the same as dying in the mortal world." Xiaochen was speechless. He really wanted to see the little critter, but what about his parents in the mortal world? He lightly moved the jade bracelet. The scenery gradually faded away. In a trance, he saw the snow-white little critter was looking at the void in a daze. "I want to bring that snow-white little critter back." Xiaochen looked at Tonghu hopefully. "Impossible, you can only come and go freely with the jade bracelet. However, that will lead to a serious consequence. You can go in, but you can't take the jade bracelet away." Speaking until here, the old man's aura rose abruptly. Although his appearance did not change, he was like an unreachable giant, giving people a very strong oppressive feeling. Xiaochen soared into the sky, then he moved the jade bracelet away. He wanted to barge into the world of immortals. However, there was no abnormality this time. Tonghu said coldly, "Only this waterfall is connected to the world of immortals, don't waste your strength." Hearing that, Xiaochen swooped down. His 8-fold extreme speed was inconceivable. However, when he got close to the Mount Lu waterfall, he was shocked to find that the entire waterfall had been sealed. The water flow had stopped, as if it was frozen. A bizarre power had sealed the waterfall. No one can cross the boundary. If you want to go over, put down the jade bracelet in your hand, I will grant you your wish. Otherwise, please retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Xiaochen snorted coldly. Thinking of the little critter's heart-wrenching appearance, it was hard for him to stop. He wanted to bring it back to the mortal world. He raised the hand of heaven and forcefully shook the Mount Lu waterfall. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire Mount Lu seemed to be shaking. Tonghu flew down and faced Xiaochen. He said, "Very good, the ancient martial arts have reappeared. If you can defeat me, I will let you pass. If you can't, please turn back." "That's not fair. How long have you been training?" "How long has Xiaochen been training?" Chen Feng shouted loudly. Although he did not understand why Xiaochen was like this, as a friend, he would support him unconditionally. The 9 prefectures have been sealed. There are no longer any unparalleled experts who can shake the world. If he can't defeat me, then he can't. It seemed like Tonghu did not want to compromise on this issue. Xiaochen did not say anything. He directly charged over. He chopped down with his palm blade. Tonghu was like the shadow of an azure dragon in front of the Mount Lu waterfall. He was also unbelievably fast, creating layers of dragon shadows. In front of the Mount Lu waterfall, it was as if many immemorial mountains were colliding. The sky shook and the earth trembled. The Mount Lu waterfall flowed in reverse, the waves swept in all directions, and the purple radiance soared into the sky. Xiaochen was sent flying. Traces of blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Apart from the hand of heaven that was unscathed, there seemed to be cracks all over his body. Even the martial physique could not withstand Tong Hu's impact. Try again when your martial physique is as strong as your hands. The premise is that the seal of the 9 prefectures has not been broken yet and I am still in this state. Tong Hu disappeared. Immediately after, the Mount Lu waterfall flowed in reverse and let out the roar of an azure dragon. The entire Mount Lu changed greatly and actually turned into a huge dragon. A huge stone dragon, the Mount Lu waterfall hung upside down in the mouth of the dragon. Xiaochen silently adjusted his breathing in the void for a long time before opening his eyes. This was the first time he was injured after returning to the human world to train his martial physique to the great success stage. It must be said that the strength of the martial physique was beyond imagination. He had already completely recovered in a short period of time. Xiaochen, are you all right? Chen Fang asked. I'm fine. Xiaochen looked at the greatly changed Mount Lu and said, Senior Tong Hu, is the seal of the 9 prefectures related to the other realms? Are there many regions that are connected to other realms? That's right, the complexity of the human world is beyond your imagination. Xiaochen stood in silence for a long time. He knew he couldn't force his way in. He looked at Chen Fang below, then faced the Mount Lu waterfall again and said, I want to know about the person who entered the world of Immortals not long ago. That person is very similar to you. Moreover, there seems to be a pair of eyes watching him enter the world of Immortals from a distant place. It seems to be a pair of woman's eyes. I have never seen a person with such a sharp gaze. It is 100 times stronger than the sword qi. I estimate she is at least 100 miles away from here, but I can still sense her. This, both Xiaochen and Chen Fang were gobsmacked. Although I haven't seen those eyes, if I were to reconstruct those sharp eyes, I feel that those eyes are very similar to the eyes of the woman in the portrait you showed me. Crash! Xiaochen instantly unfurled the portrait and faced the Mount Lu waterfall. Senior, you have to look carefully. That's right. That man is very similar to you. The pair of eyes in the dark is very similar to this woman. After leaving Mount Lu, Xiaochen and Chen Fang's mood was very complicated. They didn't speak much along the way. Fairy Qingyun said, it was obviously just to find someone, why did it become so complicated? It seems like, the seal of the 9 prefectures is about to be undone. I've heard a patriarch from overseas say that everything is an illusion, that everything is just a dream. Only when the gods wake up from their dream will the real battle begin. Xiaochen was stunned when he heard this. He muttered to himself, could it be that everything in the world of Immortals is an illusion? Could it be that I have been sleepwalking for 8 years? He kept asking himself, could it be that Qingqing is just a spiritual imprint and doesn't have a physical body in the mortal world? Otherwise, she entered the spatial CI with me, but why didn't she show up? Roar, an earth-shattering roar shook the heaven and earth. Xiaochen, Chen Fang, Fairy Qingyun, and the others couldn't help but look towards the north. This roar was vigorous and loud, as if it was ringing in one's soul. From afar, at the end of the sky, there seemed to be the shadow of a huge yellow dragon surging. The Yellow River. That's the Yellow River. Fairy Qingyun cried out in alarm. Xiaochen soared into the sky. He was about to rush towards the north. They were thousands of miles away, yet they could hear the roar and see the image. Something big must have happened to the Yellow River. Fairy Qingyun also flew up. Xiaochen, bring me along. I want to go and take a look as well. Chen Fang called out. Xiaochen looked back and unfolded the eightfold world. He swooped down like a beam of light and swept Chen Fang, Fairy Qingyun, and the others high into the sky. Then, he rushed towards the distant north like a bolt of lightning. On this day, all the living beings in the land of the 9 prefectures heard that loud dragon roar. It could be said that it shook the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. It seemed to be ringing in everyone's soul. Moreover, countless people saw a blurry yellow shadow surging at the end of the horizon in the distant north. From the nobles to the common people, everyone in the land of the 9 prefectures was extremely shocked. Xiaochen flew at the eightfold world's extreme speed. He could travel 1,000 miles in an instant and arrived at the ancestral dragon village at his fastest speed. Fortunately, nothing unforeseen happened in the village. However, something big really happened to the Yellow River. Countless cultivators gathered in front of the ancestral dragon village. There was no end to the crowd. More than half of them were cultivators in the mortal world. The rest were cultivators. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the sky in a daze. The yellow river on the ground had actually dried up, the water of the yellow river surged and roared. It was actually flowing in the sky. It was rushing towards the eastern sea. The turning of the ancestral dragon. It's the turning of the ancestral dragon. Some of the elders in the ancestral dragon village muttered to themselves. Xianxia paid special attention to this. He asked an old man, "What will happen to the turning of the ancestral dragon?" "The sky will change. The ancestral dragon might come back to life and break through the void." The old man seemed extremely terrified. At this moment, a cry of alarm rang out. In the direction of the eastern sea, the head of the ancestral dragon seemed to be shaking especially violently. Right then, a cultivator tore through the air on a flying sword and shouted, "Patriarchs, hurry to the East Ocean. Over there, a dragon's head has manifested and a gigantic steel that pierces into the world has appeared." The head of the ancestral dragon manifested in the eastern sea, and a giant tablet pierced through heaven and earth. The news brought by a cultivator from the East Sea shocked everyone. Could it be that the surging and roaring yellow river was really an ancestral dragon? It was actually coming back to life. This could be said to be earth-shattering news. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a deity ascension cultivator, they were all shocked to the extreme. In the sky, the yellow river was roaring like an ancestral dragon. The sound was deafening, and it was a terrifying scene. The surging yellow river did not flow on the ground, but in the sky. The long river surged violently, and the endless yellow water seemed to rush up to the 9 heavens. "It's alive, the yellow river is alive. That's a dragon, an ancestral dragon." The elders of Ancestral Dragon Village were talking to themselves in horror. They grew up on the banks of the yellow river and had heard many rumors from the older generation. Looking at the scene in front of him, he instinctively recalled the scene of the yellow river surging in the sky. The scene was too spectacular and terrifying. It could be said to be a terrifying scene that had never been seen since the beginning of time. The yellow river waves soared into the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were roaring and galloping, as if they were going to tear this world apart. Swish swish swish, cultivators kept flying into the sky. After receiving the news, they all chose to leave the ancestral dragon village and rushed to the east. Since the head of the ancestral dragon had manifested in the East Sea was the base. They had taken a great risk to enter the human world, and one of their main objectives was to get to the Yellow River. Now, at this critical moment, how could they not be anxious? Xianxia discovered that many practitioners in the mortal world also soared into the sky and flew towards the eastern sea. This made him exceptionally shocked. How is this possible? "Those are rogue cultivators from overseas," Fairy Qingyun said. "I see." Xianxia nodded. "Why is this happening?" Chen Feng watched all of this in shock. Xianxia did not immediately follow the cultivators and the loose cultivators to the eastern sea. Instead, he chose to return to the village. He wanted to know more about the situation from the elders in the village. Until now, he vaguely felt that the village was named Ancestral Dragon. There should be some meaning behind it. Perhaps the secrets were hidden in the legends. The more he understood, the more it would help him in the future. The Yellow River is the ancestral dragon. It was true. In the past, no one believed it. But now, it was proven. The words left behind by our ancestors are all true. These were the words of an old man in the village. Even though his old eyes were already turbid, his essence, qi, and spirit were almost withered. But at this moment, the old man seemed to be full of vigor. They kowtowed devoutly toward the Yellow River in the sky. "What else did our ancestors say?" asked Xiaochen. "Our ancestors once said that the Yellow River is an ancestral dragon that once occupied our village. This is how our village got its name." At the side, an old man over 100 years old actually shot out 2 very bright rays of light from his turbid eyes. He muttered, "Our village is a blessed land, to think that the ancestral dragon actually stayed here before. Future generations will definitely have great fortune." Xiaochen continued asking, are there any people, matters, or goods related to the ancestor dragon that were passed down? There's a jade bracelet. The old man who was over 100 years old pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "It's been too long. When I was young, I vaguely heard the adults mention it, but I don't have any impression of it. I only remember the word jade bracelet." Aside from this old man, no one else had any impression of it. However, the old man over 100 years old only knew about the jade bracelet. Regarding the bracelet, Xiaochen had asked his parents before. However, they only knew that it was an ancestral land and nothing else. Although he did not obtain any particularly shocking information, Xiaochen was already satisfied. He bid farewell to the villagers. After saying goodbye to his parents, Xiaochen left the ancestral dragon village. Behind him, Shushan was smiling foolishly at the village entrance. This made Xiaochen feel exceptionally at ease. The sky was deafening. The surging yellow river was surging. Fairy Qingyun and a few other young loose cultivators from overseas were preparing to go to the Eastern Sea. Xiaochen had the same intention as well. He brought along his good friend, Chen Feng, whose eyes were filled with hope. Although Chen Feng knew that he would not be of much help, Xiaochen still wanted to let him see the world. He wanted to lend a helping hand to a former friend. After seeing him, it would be easier for him to help him with his cultivation in the future. Many cultivators gathered above the vast Eastern Sea. The abnormality of the Yellow River not only startled the 9 prefectures, but it also shocked the cultivators and the loose cultivators from overseas. At this moment, there were many people at the mouth of the Yellow River. Although they were already mentally prepared, Xiaochen and the others still could not help but reveal a shocked expression. A huge yellow silhouette extended from the horizon toward the vast Eastern Sea. It was the body of a dragon that had almost manifested its true form. It was incomparably huge, like a majestic golden mountain range. It gave off an indescribably strong pressure. Yes, it was an absolutely shocking scene. The surging Yellow River started from the mouth of the Yellow River. The river water slowly extended forward from the horizon to the sea. The part that was submerged in the water was radiant with golden light. A huge dragon head was faintly discernible in the blue sea ahead. It was even taller and more majestic than a huge immemorial mountain. The ancestral dragon head was beyond imagination. The dragon head was even bigger than a mountain. The pair of dragon eyes were as big as a lake, but they were tightly shut as if it was still in a deep sleep. The dragon horns were forked and dazzling with golden light. The dragon whiskers were like 2 huge pythons swaying in the sea. The ancestral dragon head was bobbing up and down in the blue sea. It was as if it was cast from gold. The golden light soared to the sky and the blue sea was almost dyed golden. However, it seemed to be in a state of ignorance, allowing the waves to strike it, undulating in the sea. However, no one dared to approach it. The majestic draconic aura was unfathomable, making it hard for people's souls to calm down. Of course, the main reason was that there was a huge stone tablet standing between heaven and earth in the depths of the sea. Although it was faintly discernible due to the surging clouds, it was obvious that it seemed to be suppressing this part of the sea. With the heavenly tablet here, all the cultivators did not dare to act blindly without thinking. After all, according to legend, it was a heavenly item that could suppress the ancestral dragon. Otherwise, the cultivators might have already rushed over without any regard for their lives and set their sights on the sleeping ancestral dragon. It was really a dragon, the ancestral dragon that was 10,000 miles long in one day. If they did not see the scene in front of them with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Other than shock, there was nothing else. Although there were many practitioners in the Eastern Sea, no one was willing to stand out. They didn't want to act blindly without thinking. They were all waiting for the best opportunity. The ancestral dragon is dead, it had fallen for many years already. Even if it manifested its body, it would only be a dragon corpse. That's right. A huge dragon corpse, according to legend, it might be the ancestral dragon. The loose practitioners and cultivators of the bay were discussing in a low voice. No one dared to touch a living ancestral dragon, but if it was a dragon corpse, then it would definitely cause countless practitioners to flock over and fight over the essence left behind by the ancestral dragon. It would make many people fall into a state of madness. Even if the huge ancestral dragon had already fallen for countless years, the majestic draconic aura it contained was still unimaginable. If they could obtain even a little bit of it from its corpse, everyone would be able to benefit from it for a lifetime. Xiaochen had some doubts in his heart. Didn't the elders in the village say that the ancestral dragon would revive? Was the ancestors' words accurate? Soon after, he thought of the ancestral dragon of the world of Immortals. According to legend, the ancestral dragons would never meet each other. If the ancestral dragon of the Yellow River was revived, then could 10x and the other dragon kings evolve into an ancestral dragon? He entrusted Chen Feng to Zither Fairy and the others to take care of him. Then he left the blue sea where the ancestral dragon had manifested and flew towards the depths of the vast sea by himself. At a distant place, the faintly discernible huge heavenly monument was even more attractive to him than the ancestral dragon of the Yellow River. Everything he had originated from that heavenly monument. If there was no ancient monument, he wouldn't have his current cultivation. Although it didn't seem far, he actually flew for dozens of miles. He still couldn't get close to it. In the end, he discovered that the heavenly monument seemed to be moving. It was erratic in the sea, making it hard for people to get close to it. The more it was like this, the more astonished Xiaochen felt. He kept moving along with the heavenly monument. He discovered that the heavenly monument had never left the sea area. It seemed like it was really still suppressing the ancestral dragon of the Yellow River. One day and one night passed just like that. The Yellow River flowed in the sky. It shook the entire 9 regions, the whole world was in an uproar. And more people gathered in the Eastern Sea. Almost all the cultivators in the mortal world and the loose practitioners from overseas had arrived. Only until the second day did Xiaochen slowly approach the heavenly monument in the boundless Eastern Sea. At this time, the ancient monument seemed to have stopped drifting and slowly became still. As soon as he got closer, Xiaochen recognized it. This was definitely the heavenly monument in front of the ancestral dragon village. However, it seemed to be a lot bigger than before. It stood between heaven and earth like a huge mountain. The 4 words "forever suppress the Yellow River" on the front seemed to have blurred a lot. As if they were about to disappear. And what made Xiaochen gobsmacked was that the engraving on the back of the heavenly monument had completely disappeared. That was the first mental cultivation method he obtained. How could it disappear? This was hard for him to understand. What kind of power could erase the imprint on the heavenly monument? Perhaps the ancestral dragon was really going to break the seal. Because the 4 words on the front also faded and were about to disappear. Xiaochen finally came into contact with the heavenly monument. The feeling was somewhat different from when he was young. There was a sense of intimacy, but there was also a feeling that made his heart palpitate. That was the fluctuation of power. That's right, the heavenly monument was filled with a bizarre power. The power in his body came from the same source as it. Both of them seemed to be resonating. Xiaochen rushed up the huge monument and stood on it, feeling this kind of indescribable fluctuation. The mission of the heavenly monument seemed to be coming to an end. He didn't know where the heavenly monument would rush to after the Yellow River seal was broken. At this moment, he was quietly comprehending everything. Suddenly, Xiaochen saw a familiar figure. An incredulous expression flashed across his face. It was Xianxia. She was like a nimble fairy, a beautiful spirit. Her whole body was fluttering in the wind. She was elegant and ethereal, walking over from the depths of the sea. It's her, that's right, Xiaochen never thought that he would meet Xianxia here. When he was swallowed by the spatial sea, he had a feeling that Xianxia seemed to have come to the human world with him. However, he didn't see Xianxia even after a few months had passed. This made him feel very uneasy. He didn't expect that she would actually appear in the vast Eastern Sea. Without a doubt, she must have wandered overseas. Xianxia was different from the others. She didn't go to the ancestral dragon's place to wait for an opportunity. Instead, she went straight to the heavenly monument that others thought was extremely terrifying and dangerous. Xianxia, eh? Uncle, it's really you. The moment she saw Xiaochen, Xianxia immediately revealed a cheerful smile. She floated over like a cloud and quickly appeared in the vicinity of the heavenly monument. But just at this time, the heavenly monument trembled. A terrifying power surged out and blocked Xianxia, making it hard for her to get closer. Xiaochen also discovered the problem. The heavenly monument was actually like this. Could it be because he had practiced the cultivation method on the heavenly monument before? Could it be that he could only get closer because of the same energy fluctuation? After all, the current heavenly monument was already different from the heavenly monument of the past. It seemed to have a powerful force that prevented people from getting closer. Xiaochen rushed up from the heavenly monument and flew towards Qing. Qing's long eyelashes were gently blinking. She revealed a crafty smile and said, "Uncle who loves to stir up trouble, I finally get to see you again. I didn't expect that I would come to the human world with you. Sigh, I've left my hometown. I can be said to be a stranger in a different world now. Uncle who loves to stir up trouble, you have to take good care of me from now on." Her jet-black long hair was soft and glossy. Her jade-like cheeks were overflowing with a smile. Her black eyes were filled with spirituality. Her clothes were whiter than snow. She looked exceptionally elegant on the blue waves. Seeing Qing again, Xiaochen was happy from the bottom of his heart. He had been worried for a very long time. Now that he saw that she was safe and sound, he could finally relax. Everything in the world of Immortals was not a dream. Now that this lively and quick-witted girl was in front of him, it made Xiaochen recall a lot of past events in that world. The human world is actually very fun. There are many divine veins, immortal islands, and countless heavenly paradises in the sea. I have only visited a small portion of them. Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like he was worried for nothing. Qing didn't have the slightest bit of sadness from being stranded in a foreign land. She treated everything as a pleasant journey. She was really a cheerful and optimistic girl. However, I discovered a secret. There seems to be a passage in the sea that is connected to the world of cultivators. I saw a lot of cultivators overseas. Oh? You also know about the cultivators? Qing's news made Xiaochen rather surprised. I have been studying their training system these past few days and I have gained a lot of harvest. However, I was discovered by some of them and they wanted to cause trouble for me. I reluctantly introduced a few powerful cultivators overseas to them. As a result, the waves in that sea region surged to the heavens for a few days. How is it? Isn't it quite like Uncle's demeanor? I also accidentally became a troublemaker. However, I really didn't do it on purpose. Hee hee. Just at this time, a shout transmitted from dozens of miles away. In the horizon, that yellow dragon's shadow surged violently. The ancestral dragon's radiance in the sea became more and more intense. After that, a world-shaking dragon roar transmitted between heaven and earth. It seemed like the ancestral dragon of the Yellow River was about to awaken. Boom! The whole world shook violently. That 10,000 miles long Yellow River that was surging and roaring in the sky actually had the momentum to rush to the ninth heaven. The Yellow River was dancing wildly in the sky, and the eastern sea was flaring up even more. That huge ancestral dragon that was as big as a mountain and seemed to be cast from gold actually opened its eyes. After that, it fiercely charged towards the depths of the vast sea. Was it going to break through the sky or was it going to return to the sea? That was a huge golden divine light. It was like a golden mountain range surging in the sea. At the same time, the heavenly monument shook violently. A terrifying energy wave burst out, shaking the entire eastern sea and stirring up monstrous waves. The ancestral dragon has indeed fallen, but it left behind a dragon's soul. Now, it has left its body. All the cultivators rushed towards the depths of the sea. They were all coveting the boundless power of the ancestral dragon's soul. The vast eastern sea was filled with people. It was unknown how many cultivators and cultivators overseas had come. All of them came for the Yellow River ancestral dragon. This was extremely dangerous. If they really fought over it, it would definitely be an unparalleled war. A huge golden mountain pulsed towards the depths of the vast sea. The glaring golden light cut through the vast sea. It stirred up monstrous waves. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heaven and earth shook. There were thousands of thunderclaps. An unprecedented tsunami occurred on the vast sea. The waves directly rolled up to the sky. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the waves. There was water everywhere. The ancestral dragon's soul rushed into the boundless sea. The momentum was earth-shattering. It was hard to imagine. Countless cultivators and overseas rogue cultivators were fighting in the waves. They rushed towards the heart of the blue sea. They passed through one shocking wave after another. Everyone was rushing forward without any regard for their own safety. They all wanted to get a share of this feast. Xiaochen and Qingqing didn't move. They were guarding near the heavenly monument. They didn't participate. Whether it was the cultivators or overseas rogue cultivators, they all had powerful organizations. A super war could break out at any time. The two of them didn't belong to any sect, so they seemed to be alone. It was calm and peaceful near the heavenly monument. And the huge waves that rushed up to the blue sky were vast and mighty. In addition, there were those terrifying thunderbolts that connected heaven and earth. There was a sharp contrast between the two. This place was like a tranquil harbor. And outside, it was like the vast sea had collapsed. The vast sea was surging, Xiaochen keenly sensed it. The 4 words "forever suppress the yellow river" on the front of the heavenly monument were slowly disappearing. Finally, the 2 words "forever suppress" were completely obliterated. Only the 2 vague words "forever suppress" were left. The yellow river is no longer suppressed. But why didn't the 2 words disappear? Could it be that the heavenly monument is still suppressing something? Xiaochen revealed a strange expression. Qingqing smiled faintly. 2 cute dimples appeared on her cheeks. She said, "Recently, I often heard people talking about the seal of the 9 regions. Don't tell me the heavenly monument is also suppressing this land?" Xiaochen was enlightened by this sentence. He suddenly thought of the layers of monument shadows he saw in the ghost town on the Dragon Island. At that time, the forever suppress the yellow river heavenly monument in the human world had shown a shadow in the ghost town. The pattern on it was very special. High up in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. The rain poured down. A huge bolt of lightning tore through the void. Above the earth. The mountain collapsed. The ground cracked and caved in. Magma surged. The entire earth was shaking violently. In the ocean, tsunamis continued. Raging waves beat against the shore. The waves were monstrous. It wanted to sweep through the world. At this moment, the immensity sea seemed to have collapsed. And the rolling yellow river in the 9 regions seemed to be alive. He wanted to rush to the 9 heavens. The dragon's soul had already dived into the ocean. However, the ancestral dragon's body did not calm down. It was as if it wanted to shatter this world. He rushed into another world. The entire 9 states began to tremble slightly. Everyone was panicking. It felt like the end of the world had come. But at this moment, suddenly, huge beams of light rushed up from different places in the 9 regions. It shrouded the yellow river that wanted to soar into the sky. The huge light beams were as thick as mountains. Different colors. They rose from all over the 9 states. They exerted their strength together. In an instant, it stopped the surging yellow river that was about to leap into the 9 heavens. Then, the light became softer. The surging yellow river in the sky seemed to have calmed down. Finally, it slowly descended to the ground. Amidst the earth-shaking sound, the yellow river returned to the waterways on the ground. All kinds of flowing lights and colors disappeared. The 9 regions slowly returned to peace. It was as if nothing had happened. The fear in the hearts of the people in the 9 regions gradually receded. It felt like a dream. But at this moment, the vast East Sea became more and more violent. As if it was going to pour into the 9 heavens. Many cultivators had already been buried at the bottom of the sea in the monstrous wind and waves. At this moment, the heavenly monument suddenly shook. Then, it suddenly soared into the sky. It rushed toward the endless great void. Angry waves rose in the vast sea. The ancient monument originally stood between heaven and earth. It was inserted into the vast East Sea. It was even more magnificent than a huge mountain. At this moment, it rushed away. Its momentum was extremely shocking. It cut through the sky. Millions of lightning bolts burst out. The blood-colored lightning illuminated the East Sea. Seeing the heavenly monument fly away, Xiaochen felt lost. He suddenly turned his head and said to Qingqing, "Wait for me here." After saying that, he caught up with the clouds with the speed of the 8 phases. He followed the heavenly monument. He wanted to see where it was going to land again. It pierced through the clouds and mist. The heavenly monument flew to the sky of the 9 regions. The energy fluctuation was as vast as the sea. But at this moment, the heavenly monument suddenly disappeared. It disappeared silently in the sky of the 9 regions. Xiaochen could not understand this no matter how he thought about it. He searched in the vast sky for a full hour. He didn't find anything. Hey! Fluctuation. The fluctuation of the heavenly monument. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt the fluctuation of the heavenly monument again. It seemed that the whole world was rippling with that familiar power. The power of the same origin as him. Could it be that the heavenly monument has turned into nothingness? It has become one with all things in the world. Could it be related to the seal of the 9 regions? Xiaochen didn't want to give up. He calmed his mind and concentrated. He began to operate the magic art. Slowly, he blended into this world. One with the void. One with all things in the world. His figure gradually faded away. It seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. And at this moment, he finally saw the heavenly monument again. It stood in the sky of the 9 regions. At the same time, he also saw many broken walls. He saw many broken mountains. He didn't know why so many things appeared in the sky of the 9 regions. It seemed that a broken world had emerged. This greatly startled Xiaochen. However, just at the moment when his emotions fluctuated, all that was gone again. He could only barely catch a glimpse of a gigantic heavenly monument. Could there really be a vast and boundless broken ruins in the sky of the 9 regions? But no matter how hard Xiaochen tried, he couldn't see the broken world anymore. He didn't force it anymore. He relaxed his mind. He let the power in his body become one with the fluctuation of the heavenly monument. He felt everything quietly. One with the void. One with the heaven and earth. This was Xiaochen's current state. Suddenly, he felt a little fluctuation coming from his body. The broken stone man sitting cross-legged in his body had always been very quiet. But at this moment, it moved. He lifted his uninjured left arm. It pointed to the front. It was pointing at the huge stone monument. A dazzling light shot out from the stone monument. It rushed over in an instant. In the next quarter of an hour, Xiaochen found something strange. The stone man's body was imprinted with a tablet diagram. It was as if a stone monument was carved on the stone man's body. And it could move. The stone monument diagram slowly moved on the stone man's body. He looked at the huge heavenly monument in front. Then he looked at the stone man in his body. Xiaochen couldn't understand. He didn't know why it was like this. Xiaochen was puzzled. He returned to the eastern sea. The waves were still soaring high in the sea. Countless practitioners rushed into the depths of the sea to fight for the ancestral dragon soul. On the way back, Xiaochen found Fairy Qingyun and the others. Chen Fang was safe with their care. These people didn't want to take risks. They were always at the back. They followed slowly. Xiaochen didn't join them. He met up with Qingqing directly. Then he rushed into the depths of the sea. Both of them were extremely curious people. They didn't want to miss an unprecedented event. They wanted to see what kind of storm the ancestral dragon soul would cause. Qingqing was very surprised by Xiaochen's octave extreme speed. Her cultivation was much higher than Xiaochen's. But her speed was not as fast. The two of them chatted while flying. When they left the world of Immortals, Xiaochen had a lot of questions. Now he finally knew part of the answer. When Shinnong fought against the half-ancestors from the other world, the first batch of half-ancestors who went to help all died in battle. Ancestor god Shinnong used his vast magic power. In the end, he only managed to save Qiyu, Sun Wu, Laozi, Xianyuan, Buddha, and Zhuangzhou. The other half-ancestors completely disappeared. Primordial Lord, Zhuanti, White Tiger Saint Emperor, Tong Tian, Sun Divine God, Southern Wasteland Dragon, and the others pierced Xiaochen with their 24 swords. They blocked the ancestor god of the other world. The second batch of half-ancestors didn't fight the ancestor god head-on. they all escaped. None of them died. The reason why Qingqing knew all this was very shocking to Xiaochen. There was actually a half-ancestor in the Pure Land. It was the ancestor of the Turtle Elder who taught him the secrets of longevity. It was Old Turtle's ancestor who had taught him the secrets of longevity. Qingqing pointed ahead in shock. Qingqing pointed in front of her in surprise. They were already at the front. They could vaguely see millions of golden lights erupting in the depths of the sea. It seemed like the ancestral dragon's soul had collapsed. How can this be? Everyone was shocked. Millions of golden lights rushed in all directions. Millions of golden lights rushed in all directions. The huge golden mountain range disintegrated. The dragon's soul collapsed. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They all chased after different golden lights. The huge ancestral dragon soul was too majestic. They felt apprehensive. They didn't dare to act rashly. However, the collapsed dragon soul was different. Waves rushed to the sky above the huge sea. Cultivators and overseas loose cultivators flew. Fierce battles broke out from time to time. Cultivator magic treasures danced in the sky. It was dazzling. Cultivators died and fell into the sea from time to time. Blood flowed. The chaotic battle in the sky was extremely intense. In a short period of time, there were countless casualties. The most intense battle was in the south. That was because a resplendent golden sphere was floating in the sea. It was imprisoned by many cultivators and overseas loose cultivators. It was actually a dragon ball. A golden dragon ball the size of a lake. This was definitely a rare treasure that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. If they could refine it into a magic treasure, its might was unimaginable. The overseas loose cultivators and cultivators immediately confronted each other. Neither side gave way. They both wanted to take it for themselves. There is no need for us to get involved. Xiaochen and Qingqing went around the dragon ball. They chased after the scattered golden lights. Hey! So many golden lights. It seems that no one has caught up with them. This situation surprised Qingqing. She pondered. Then, she pointed at a golden light that was about to catch up with them. Look! It sank to the bottom of the sea again. The two swooped down. They rushed into the sea. They found that the golden light had entered the underwater world. It had melted into the depths of the earth. Xiaochen and Qingqing soared into the sky helplessly. After careful observation, they found that no one really got the golden light. The majestic dragon soul power that scattered in all directions disappeared without a trace. Uncle, did you notice? All the golden light seemed to have gathered near these overseas divine ranges and immortal islands. Indeed. At this moment, they were already far away from Jiuzhou. They had entered the territory of overseas loose cultivators. There were many divine ranges and immortal islands here. It seemed to be blessed by God. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth had gathered here. Even the shattered dragon souls were gathered in this vast ocean. Qingqing analyzed, I think these dragon souls will reunite sooner or later. Now they are scattered here. This overseas territory must be extraordinary. Xiaochen felt that what she said was very reasonable. There were countless immortal islands and divine mountains scattered in this sea that was even vaster than the 9 prefectures. The spiritual energy here was even greater than that of the immortal realm. It must be an extraordinary place. Battle cries shook the sky in the distance. A super war finally broke out. Many people were fighting for that dragon ball. That was the only ancestral dragon treasure that was sealed. They are fighting for the ancestral dragon ball. Why don't we go to their cave abode and plunder it? Qingqing chuckled. Although she had an extraordinary appearance. Elegant and refined. But no matter how he looked at it, it looked like a little devil was smiling. This made Xiaochen feel a little funny. This idea really coincided with his. Since the base camp of the cultivators in the human world was here. Then why not take advantage of the chaos to have a look, as the ancestral dragon soul disintegrated? The raging sea gradually calmed down. At this moment, suddenly, there was a sound of something piercing through the air. Someone was flying towards them on a flying sword in the distant sky. Little fairy, we meet again. It was an extremely handsome young man in purple clothes. He was as handsome as jade. There was also a trace of nobility in his elegance. He was definitely the kind of outstanding person who could be recognized at a glance even if he stood in the vast sea of people. This was the kind of person who had a promising future. At a glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Sooner or later, he would turn into a dragon and soar into the sky. Xiaochen's sharp senses told him that this was a very dangerous peer. This was the first time he had such a feeling since he returned to the human world. So it's the number one person of the younger generation of Shushan. Qingqing smiled very sweetly. Brother Dengyu, why don't you go and help your sect to seize the treasure? Why are you so carefree and uninvolved? I can't help much even if I go. It's better to watch from the side. Gain some knowledge. Dengyu smiled very brightly. He asked casually, this brother he is my friend, Chen Zhan. Qingqing introduced with a smile. Brother Chen has such a deep cultivation. Speaking of this. Dengyu gently pointed a finger. A purple sword energy condensed into a sword shape. It directly tore the void. It shot towards Xiaochen. Qingqing blocked in front of Xiaochen. Her slender jade-like finger flicked. A pure white lotus flower took shape. It was crystal clear. It flew out with a dazzling radiance. Puff. There was a soft sound. The pure white jade lotus collided with the purple sword energy and shattered. The petals were crystal clear. They danced in the sky. They flickered with a little luster. They completely blocked the aftermath of the sword energy. Brother Dengyu, what do you mean by this? Qingqing had a smile on her face. But there was a hint of reproach in her tone. You know that. My fellow apprentices all call me sword maniac. I always want to fight when I meet an expert. I'm sorry. I was impolite. Dengyu apologized sincerely. He behaved very sincerely. Brother Deng, come here quickly, a young woman in the distance transmitted her voice. Dengyu frowned slightly. Then he bowed to Xiaochen and Qingqing to bid farewell. Until Dengyu disappeared in the sea of people in the distant sky. Xiaochen said, this person is very scary. Yes. His cultivation is very terrifying. He is one of the strongest people I have seen among my peers. Qingqing said seriously, Uncle, you must not fight with him. You are now in a period of rapid progress. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Although Qingqing said it tactfully. She pointed out that Dengyu was very powerful. Xiaochen was not a match for him at the moment. I know. I won't act rashly. Xiaochen nodded. As far as I know. The cultivation world is divided into several major sections. He is the strongest descendant of Shu Mountain. Speaking of this. Qingqing smiled. He said, our next target is clear. Let's go to the immortal island occupied by Shu Mountain. Who told them to provoke me in the past? Now that guy has provoked me again. Looking from afar. The Shu Mountain immortal island was full of lights and colors. It was like a pearl embedded in the blue sea. The peaks were green and the valleys were green. The flowers were fragrant and the birds were singing. The immortal aura was lingering. When Xiaochen and Qingqing arrived, they heard shouts in the distance. It seemed that someone was attacking the island. Finally, a few young men escaped in a sorry state. Someone on the island shouted coldly, we don't want to fall out with the overseas individual cultivators. Juniors of the lunar sect, you're on your own. Don't hurt the relationship between the two sects because of you. Hee, in the dark. Qingqing smiled. He said, this is easy to handle. Someone took the blame for us. Those guys from the lunar sect are not good people. Last time, I went to the lunar immortal island to take some spirit herbs. I was almost tricked by them. This time, it's good. Hee, they will be the spendthrift. He discovered another side of Qingqing. Xiaochen laughed involuntarily. The take she was talking about must be steel. I've been to this island. This place is really full of spirit herbs. They collected a lot of treasures from overseas in the shortest time possible. Today, we will definitely have a great harvest. Xianxia smiled very brightly. At this moment, Xiaochen suddenly felt something strange in his body. The dilapidated stone man actually trembled. After arriving at the Xiaxia Immortal Island, the stone man actually trembled. This surprised Xiaochen. It trembled twice in one day. This was an extremely rare occurrence. Perhaps there was something related to the stone man on the island. Xiaochen was filled with anticipation. Xiaochen and Xianxia had already arrived at the island. The immortal aura was dense, and the emerald green divine trees were flickering with green light, as if they were carved out of green jade. The surroundings of the waterfall were filled with exotic flowers and plants. The fragrance of the flowers and the plants assaulted their nostrils. It was very refreshing. This was indeed a beautiful celestial island. There were many celestial mountains, and clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Moreover, there were multicolored lights flickering from time to time. On top of the mountains, the celestial palaces were faintly discernible. It was as if the celestial palaces had fallen into the world. Xianxia had once ventured deep into this place. Although she didn't obtain much the last time, she had already explored the path. Uncle, be careful. There's a 5 elements array in front of us. Even a moth that accidentally enters it will be instantly crushed. Next to a small river that resembled a jade belt, there were 5 pavilions that were very evenly distributed. Between them was a medicinal garden that was filled with lingering spiritual energy and bursts of brilliance. One could already see the spiritual garden on the periphery of the island, so one could imagine how abundant the treasures of heaven and earth were on the island. Even though this wasn't the herb garden in the central area, there were still peerless spirit herbs growing here. A dragon-tongue orchid bloomed quietly in the center of the 5 elements formation, giving off a refreshing fragrance that made one feel comfortable all over, as if all the pores on one's body had opened up. That's a top-grade immortal herb. It was transplanted here to provide spiritual energy for the 5 elements formation. In fact, there aren't many such spiritual herbs in the center of the island. Last time, if there weren't people guarding this place, I would have directly plucked it. Hee, this time I won't miss it. She had a sweet smile on her face, without the slightest shyness of a thief. The green leaves of the dragon-tongue orchid looked as if they were carved out of green agate, glowing with a green light. Xiaochen estimated that this peerless immortal herb could at least refine one of his acupoints. It was of peak quality. He plucked a blade of grass from the side. It shot towards the herb garden. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard, and the 5 pavilions shot out hundreds of sword cheese in an instant, instantly shredding the grass and leaves into pieces. Not even ashes were left behind. One could imagine the power of the 5 elements formation. Let me. Xianxia waved her hand. A pure white lotus blossomed on her fingertip, and then the sparkling petals danced in the air, shooting towards the 5 pavilions. The fluttering lotus petals seemed to have a special magic power. They sprinkled specks of clear light in the sky, and a soft light enveloped the 5 pavilions. It was a pure fluctuation of spiritual power. Imprisonment, Xianxia easily sealed the 5 elements formation and the 5 elements space. Then, it flew over gracefully. Her jade-like feet tapped on the various spirit herbs as if she was a fairy. With a light wave of her sleeves, the dragon-tongue orchid broke out from the ground and was picked up by her. Hee, I got it. Let's go. The 2 of them flew over 2 misty mountain peaks and finally entered the interior of the island. In front of them was a valley surrounded by flowing lights. Specks of light rippled out from the valley. He could clearly feel the waves of spiritual energy fluctuating. This was an important medicinal valley of the Xiaxia Immortal Island. It contained all sorts of spiritual essences that they had collected from overseas over the past 1 or 2 years. It could be said to be their largest medicinal herb garden. Apart from refining all kinds of magic treasures, cultivators were also good at refining medicine. The various spirit pills refined in the medicine cauldron were one of the most important aids in raising their cultivation. Sometimes, it even surpassed their own cultivation. Therefore, spiritual essences were especially important to cultivators. It was a major source of motivation for them to advance their cultivation. At this moment, the medicinal valley was very quiet. However, Xiaochen and Xianxia didn't dare to act rashly after sneaking in. That was because there was an extremely terrifying formation laid here. A little carelessness would trigger an attack from the immortal formation. It was obvious that the Shushan lineage attached great importance to the medicinal herb garden. Apart from the powerful formation, there were still 10 experts guarding the place during the fight for the ancestral dragon soul. Wow, that's the deity fruit. I didn't expect to see such a divine item in the human world. Xianxia was very surprised and said, I've only eaten less than 20 of them since I was young. This made Xiaoqian quite speechless. That was the king of spiritual essences, the deity fruit. According to legend, it was the fruit borne by a magical tree formed from the spiritual energy of a deceased deity. Each tree would only bear 3 fruits in its lifetime. The number of deity trees in the entire world could be counted. This was something that could be mentioned in the same breath as the amethyst moonwood fruit. The amethyst moonwood fruit that grew in the land of extreme negative energy could only bear fruit if it was at least 100,000 years old. Even someone as powerful as the founder of the demonic sect, Qiyu, could only find a dozen of them in the netherworld in order to repay his favor. The deity fruit and the amethyst moonwood fruit were both the king of spiritual essences. One could imagine how difficult it was to obtain them. Yet there were actually 2 heavenly deity trees growing within the medicinal valley, and there were 2 fist-sized rhombus-shaped heavenly deity fruits hanging from each tree. They seemed as if they were carved out of fine jade, and they flowed with brilliant light and emitted waves of fragrance that intoxicated one. The fact that the Shushan lineage could find the deity trees overseas and transplant them here meant that they had a big plan. They were preparing to guard the human world for a long time. The 2 of them were very happy. This kind of spiritual essence was hard to come by. They started to plot how to harvest it. In the end, they left this place quietly. Relying on Xiaoqian's 8-fold extreme speed, they set a palace in the center of the island on fire and quickly returned to the medicinal valley. The scripture pavilion is on fire. Someone come and put out the fire. Save the books. The shout spread throughout the island. At this moment, there were not many experts left on the island. All of them were fighting for the ancestral dragon soul. Without a leader, it immediately caused a commotion. The 10 people in the medicinal valley naturally heard the shouts and became anxious. A middle-aged man pointed at his subordinates in the valley and ordered, "The few of you go to the scripture pavilion to help. The few of you go to the pill hall immediately. I suspect that someone is trying to lure us away from the pill hall." In the dark, Xianxia muttered, "That's right. The pill hall has the most good stuff. That is the place to refine the spiritual essences into medicinal pills. We should really go there first." Xiaoqian shook his head and said, "The security there is definitely tighter. There's only one person left, but I feel that this person is very strong and not easy to deal with." Xianxia laughed, "His strength is about the same as mine, but we don't have to risk our lives against him. I have something good here that can restrain him." At this point, she took out a small and exquisite crystal pagoda that was only the size of a thumb. Waves of light rippled. It looked extremely exquisite, like a perfect work of art. Xianxia muttered an incantation, then took out the crystal pagoda. With a whoosh, the pagoda disappeared and suddenly appeared above the middle-aged cultivator's head. It quickly expanded and descended. Clear sky pagoda. How is this possible? The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still sucked into the pagoda in an instant. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the crystal tower shrunk to the size of a thumb. It flew back into Xianxia's hand. Xiaoqian was shocked. He did not expect the crystal pagoda to be so powerful. It was able to seal a powerful cultivator in an instant. However, no matter how one looked at it, the crystal pagoda looked like a cultivator artifact. Hee, there is no need to doubt it. This is indeed a treasure of the cultivator world. It was given to me by a strange uncle. Xianxia said half-jokingly, "A few months ago, I met a strange uncle on the sea. He insisted on taking me as his disciple, saying that I was born with the physique of a cultivator and wanted to nurture me into the strongest cultivator in history. I could not escape even if I wanted to. In the end, he left in a hurry because he had something to do. Before he left, he gave me the crystal pagoda." "A cultivator wanted to take you as his disciple?" "That's right. However, that uncle didn't seem to be a bad person. He was very different from those cultivators I met later on. Furthermore, his cultivation level was ridiculously high. When I faced him, it was like an ant looking up at a giant elephant. Ching Ching, what realm have you reached now? Oh, a little stronger than Uncle. However, don't be discouraged, Uncle. Your potential is limitless, there is a lot of room for improvement. Ching Ching spoke very vaguely and changed the topic. Let's hurry and pick the heavenly god fruit. The opportunity is fleeting. She was not just a little stronger. Xiaochen recalled that when he was recuperating in the Pure Land, Ching Ching's cultivation level seemed to be very unstable. It was very similar to the state of Nirvana realm where one's cultivation level fluctuated between high and low. Several years had passed since she dared to leave the Pure Land to train. It meant that her realm had already stabilized. If that was the case, she most likely had already entered the immortal realm. What a powerful little girl. An outstanding person that could be compared to Lan Nua. It was very obvious that the little girl had a clever heart. She didn't want Xiaochen's confidence to suffer a blow, so she spoke very vaguely about her realm. No wonder a mysterious and powerful cultivator wanted to take her as his disciple the first time they met, and threatened to nurture her into the strongest cultivator in history. This made Xiaochen a little rueful, but he did not suffer a blow in the slightest. The two of them entered the herb garden very cautiously. Even though they were proficient in some formations, they still triggered the attack of the immortal formation after they entered. A very terrifying formation. Thousands of sword chi swept across the sky and interweaved into a destructive and dense sword net. Xiaochen's eightfold extreme speed was displayed to the extreme, and he brought Ching Ching along to escape from that piece of sky. If they were a step slower, they would be swept by the countless sword chi. That space was simply insurmountable. Thousands of sword chi, each of them was as thick as a water bucket. They completely sealed off that piece of sky, isolating the medicinal valley from the outside world. This gave the two of them a little headache. It was not easy for them to get rid of those people, but now all their efforts were in vain. They were really a little unwilling. Let's test its power again. Ching Ching took out the crystal pagoda again. The pagoda soared into the sky and flew towards the immortal formation. The destructive immortal formation was activated once again. Not only were there thousands of sword chi as thick as a water bucket, there were also endless lightning and hellfire. It was an extremely terrifying formation. It was unknown how many times stronger it was compared to the five elements formation at the periphery of the immortal island. The misty chaotic radiance was emitted from the crystal pagoda, rippling out circle after circle of light. The sword chi that swept over were actually all shattered, the lightning was dispersed, and the flames were also annihilated. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Xiaochen was rather shocked. Ching Ching controlled the crystal pagoda to enlarge itself quickly and shrouded the space in an instant. It fell from the sky and swallowed and dissolved all the sword chi, lightning, and flames of destruction. The two of them didn't waste any time, they used the crystal pagoda to open the way and quickly rushed into the medicinal valley. Their target was the deity tree. For milky white fruits emitted a sweet fragrance. They were circulating with intoxicating radiance as they swayed gently on the verdant deity tree. It was exceptionally alluring. Xiaochen and Ching Ching each had 2 fruits. They quickly plucked the 4 deity fruits. According to legend, they were condensed from the spiritual energy of a deceased deity. As expected, they seemed to have a life of their own. Specks of radiance actually flowed out from their hands. The two of them didn't stop there. Multicolored light flickered in the medicinal valley. There were also many other spiritual herbs. They were all rare treasures, such as the amethyst jade grass, jadeite celestial lotus, 9-leaf jade zoysia. Seeing so many spiritual herbs, Xiaochen couldn't help but think of Kiki. If the little thing was here, she would definitely squint her eyes in happiness. After that, it would plunder everything and even beg Xiaochen to help it pack everything up. In order to escape the grief and sorrow of losing its loved ones, it returned to the Dragon Island alone. It seemed like it was sealing itself off. Ever since Xiaochen sliced open the space on Mount Lu and saw Kiki sobbing mournfully on the broken root of the heavenly tree, that scene was forever fixed in his heart. It made him feel very uncomfortable. He wished he could immediately bring that pitiful little thing to the mortal world. Now, he was frantically sweeping through the medicinal valley. Even Xianxia was dumbstruck. There was only one reason: he wanted to help the little thing gather enough spiritual herbs. "Uncle, don't be too excessive. You have to leave some for the master." It was an absolute bountiful harvest. The two of them left the medicinal valley in satisfaction. Before leaving, Xianxia took out the crystal pagoda and threw the unconscious expert into the valley. All of this happened in an instant. It could be said that the two of them were very efficient. Xiaochen and Xianxia didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, they chose to observe in the dark. The underground fire in the scripture pavilion was extinguished very quickly. After a while, a scream transmitted from the medicinal valley. Those experts who returned discovered that the medicinal valley was robbed. Very soon, more than 10 experts flew towards the medicinal valley. Xiaochen and Xianxia glanced at each other. They both felt that they should go to the most important pill hall to take a look. They approached it quickly. However, they retreated in an instant because there were at least 20 experts inside. This was the most important place among the important places. It was even more important than the medicinal valley. Furthermore, there were even more powerful and terrifying immortal formations laid there. With Xiaochen's eightfold extreme speed, he was already far away before the people in the pill hall noticed him. At this moment, Xiaochen's body trembled slightly. The stone man moved a little. Whoosh, Xiaochen and Xianxia stopped and stood on the back mountain of the immortal island. At this moment, they both felt a trace of abnormality. That is, there was actually a spatial door at the top of the mountain. There were specks of light inside. No one knew where it led to. Could it be that this was the passageway connecting the cultivation world and the mortal world? Cultivators entered the mortal world through this. However, why was there no one holding the door open? It seemed like they didn't care about outsiders discovering the secret. Just now, the stone man was obviously trembling because of the spatial door. Xiaochen decided to go in and take a look. Xianxia dissuaded him. "Uncle, don't take the risk. The people from Shushan had designs on me in the past. That guy called Deng Yu wasn't friendly to you either. However, we have already collected the interest just now. There's no need to continue taking the risk. Wait for me here. With my speed, I can retreat immediately if there's any problem." Xiaochen didn't want to give up. The stone man in his body was too mysterious. The thing that it sensed must be something extraordinary. Whoosh, Xiaochen disappeared in a flash and rushed into the spatial tunnel. Not long after, he realized he had entered a strange space. There were some energy ripples in the blue sky. There was no sun, but the light in the space was very gentle. The space wasn't very big. It was less than 10 miles in circumference. It seemed to be a sealed void. There were lush green plants inside. Other than the lack of spaciousness, it looked no different from the real world outside. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Xianxia also rushed in. "Xianxia, why are you here?" "I'm worried about the troublemaking uncle. I'm prepared to send a beauty to save uncle at the crucial moment." Xiaochen and Xianxia walked forward together. Not long after, they stopped at the side of a clear lake. The lake was filled with specks of multicolored light. The lotus leaves were boundless green. The lotus flower reflected in the sun was exceptionally red. Among the green leaves, there was a huge lotus flower that was beyond imagination. It was as if a towering tree was standing in the middle of the lake. Under the cover of the dark green lotus leaves, there was a 12th grade lotus platform floating quietly in the middle of the lake. Many intelligent fish were swimming around in the surroundings. Some of the colorful fish were actually spitting out demonic pearls. They seemed to have gained a little bit of cultivation. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. That sparkling and resplendent lotus platform actually gave the fish in the lake the possibility of becoming a demon. It was easy to imagine how abundant the spiritual energy was. At that time, Kiki had once stolen a 9th grade lotus platform from the Celestial City's spiritual treasure palace. It was only the size of a wash basin. At that time, it was already regarded as the Celestial City's top-notch treasure. And the one before them was actually a 12th grade lotus platform. Moreover, it was as big as half a house. One could imagine its grade. It had already surpassed the category of spiritual purity. It could already be considered a treasure. This lotus platform was too similar to the 12th grade lotus platform of the Buddha. It was also flickering with brilliance. It was as sparkling and translucent as a jade carving. Whether it was in terms of size or the ripples of spiritual chi, it was far superior to the Buddha's treasure. I dare say that this 12th grade lotus platform is not inferior to the Buddha's treasure. Xianxia was the most qualified to speak. That was because he had controlled the Buddha's lotus platform for a very long time. However, it was very hard for him to understand why there was another unimaginable lotus platform in this place. Moreover, it was still growing. Just at this time, the stone in his body moved again. However, it was absolutely not because of the 12th grade lotus platform. What caused the stone to tremble was actually a seemingly ordinary stone bridge on the small lake. In Xiaoqian's body, the broken stoneman had already slowly raised its intact left hand and pointed at the stone bridge in front. Qing saw Xiaoqian abandon the 12th grade lotus platform and flew up to pay attention to that ancient and crude stone bridge. She also flew over and sized it up attentively. On the surface of the stone bridge, there were 4 blurry ancient characters. It was unknown how many years they had been through. Eh? Those seemed to be the most primitive divine characters. Qing was incomparably shocked. You recognize them? Xiaoqian was even more shocked. I've learned a little. The 4 characters seem to be the Heavenly Death Bridge. What? The Heavenly Death Bridge? Xiaoqian turned pale with fright. Cultivators had once ordered people to build the Heavenly Death Bridge by the Yellow River. It turned out that there was actually a real prototype. Uncle, look, that bridge seems strange, as if it is connected to another world. Qing pointed at the dark and lightless hole in the bridge in astonishment. The light in this space was gentle, but the bottom of the bridge was pitch black. Even the heavenly I couldn't see clearly. Just at this time, the 12th grade lotus platform in the lake suddenly trembled. It rippled with an incomparably powerful energy. Immediately, Qing and Xiaoqian felt their hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. Not good, I feel that the 12th grade lotus platform is nurturing a life. Qing cried out in fear, Uncle, let's retreat quickly. Xiaoqian also understood in an instant. No wonder there was no one guarding the spatial gate. There was no need to worry about any problems even with the Heavenly Death Bridge inside. It turned out that there was another treasure, the 12th grade lotus platform, guarding everything. Qing activated her powerful spiritual sense and said in shock, there is an unimaginably powerful woman in the 12th grade lotus platform. She is about to awaken. Xiaoqian hurriedly pulled Qing and charged into the space tunnel with 8-fold extreme speed without even looking back. Their extreme speed was equivalent to constantly traversing through space. Every step they took was a few kilometers. Xiaoqian and the others quickly rushed out of the space gate, and then instantly escaped from the Immortal Island. They only stopped when they were more than 20 kilometers away from the Immortal Island of Mount Shu. But just at this time, 2 incomparably sharp and terrifying light beams instantly swept over, forcing them to fly several tens of kilometers away again. It's that woman. It's her, she opened her eyes. Ever since they met, Xiaoqian noticed that this was the first time Qing revealed an incomparably serious expression. Did she chase after us? No, she is still in that void, still being nurtured in the lotus platform. But I have a feeling that she opened her eyes and is watching us. The light in her eyes? Xiaoqian was shocked. The light in her eyes was actually even sharper than the sword qi, and it was so far away. Suddenly, he recalled Tong Hu's words of Mount Lu. There is a pair of eyes watching us from afar. It seems to be a pair of woman's eyes. I have never seen a person's eyes that can be so sharp. It is 100 times stronger than the sword qi. I estimate that she is at least 100 kilometers away from here, but I can still sense her. Although I haven't seen that pair of eyes, if I were to reconstruct that sharp gaze, I think that pair of eyes is very similar to the eyes of the woman in the portrait you showed me. Thinking of this, Xiaoqian was immediately shocked. How could this be? Qing, did you capture that woman's face with your spiritual sense just now? I vaguely saw her. She is very beautiful, almost bewitching. Hearing this, Xiaoqian took out a scroll from his sleeve and unfolded it. He said, Is it the woman in this painting? Qing was very surprised and said, "Eh? Very similar, very similar." Whoosh, just at this time, two cold light beams swept over from the distant sky. They were 100 times sharper than the sword Qi and could shake people's souls. Tonghu's words were confirmed. Xiaochen shouted that the situation was not good. He hurriedly pulled Qing and fled far away. Who is that? Why is it like this? Xiaochen's heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that it was really Ruo Shui? But how could it be? How could it be? A bone-piercing chill enveloped Xiaochen and Qing, as if two exceptionally sharp swords were pressing against their backs. How could the power of a person's gaze be so terrifying? This was truly unimaginable. One could imagine how powerful that woman was. Suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the sky and chased after him. It was actually a human figure. The light gradually calmed down, and a woman appeared in the hazy light, standing in the sky above the sea. When Xiaochen saw that woman's appearance clearly, he stopped. She was actually exactly the same as the woman in the painting. It was as if she was the Ruo Shui that he had killed in his heart. Qing pulled on the corner of Xiaochen's clothes and said softly, "The girl in the lotus platform did not come. This is formed from her essence." Xiaochen nodded. Even when facing this woman who looked exactly like his former lover, his heart did not waver in the slightest. It was as if he was an outsider. He calmly asked, "Who are you?" The woman made of essence energy was as proud and aloof as a cold fairy. She ignored Xiaochen and stared at Qing as she said, "Follow me from now on." Without any superfluous words, she tore open space and passed through a space channel. Her slender jade-like finger pointed at Qing. This startled Xiaochen. He had not expected this woman to attack just like that. The strength of such a person was unfathomable. Based on her aura, she was probably no weaker than a half-step martial ancestor. With a shake of his hand, he smashed the black metal engravings out. Then, using the extreme speed of the eightfold symbols, he brought Qing along and soared into the sky once more. The dark iron seal had once killed a half-martial ancestor. Even though it was now cracked and close to shattering, unable to unleash much of its power, it was still enough to frighten others. After all, its grade was enough to move even a half-martial ancestor. Xiaochen and Qing moved 50 kilometers in an instant. Some people could not be defeated head-on, they could only flee. However, a moment later, the woman traversed through space and caught up to him. It could be said that there were not many people who could catch up to the 8 phases extreme speed. However, this woman could do it. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. Whoosh, light flashed. The woman cut off their path. He stared at Qing and said the same thing, "You will follow me from now on." "Beautiful sister, why do you want me to follow you?" Qing asked. The woman did not reply. He looked at Xiaochen, whom he had been ignoring. "Get out of the way." And only at this time did the cracked jet-black metal engraving fly back to Xiaochen's hand. A few more cracks appeared on it. "Why? Are you taking her away?" Xiaochen blocked in front of Qing. The golden divine halberd appeared in his hand, and the black iron engraved seal floated in front of him. "Get lost." The woman replied coldly. She waved her long sleeves forward. She was condensed from essence energy, so her sleeves were naturally made of pure essence energy as well. Even with the protection of the golden divine halberd and the dark iron engravings, Xiaochen was still knocked back several hundred meters in an instant. Fortunately, the woman did not kill him. She only wanted to make him retreat. Although this girl looked very much like Ruo Shui, Xiaochen had already discarded her from his heart. Therefore, he didn't feel any different emotions, only doubt and anger. Qing quickly rushed over and supported Xiaochen. Then, she faced the girl that followed them like a shadow and said, "Pretty elder sister, I'll go with you. However, don't make another move." "All right." The girl nodded proudly and did not even look at Xiaochen. And at this moment, Xiaochen could already confirm that this girl was definitely not Ruo Shui. Because her proud and aloof eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was definitely not something a young girl should have. Qing squeezed Xiaochen's palm hard and stopped him from saying what he wanted to say. Xiaochen discovered that there was a thumb-sized crystal pagoda in his hand. He instantly understood what Xianxia meant. "Uncle, you have to take care of yourself." These were the last words Xianxia said before she was taken away by that girl. Xiaoqian felt disappointed and frustrated. At the same time, he felt a sense of humiliation in his heart. He could only watch helplessly as Xianxia was taken away, but he did not have the strength to stop her. The exquisite crystal pagoda in his hand was warm and sparkling. Its surface was overflowing with light. Xiaoqian gently rubbed it. He knew what Xianxia meant. She wanted him to use this pagoda to seek help from that powerful and mysterious strange uncle. He soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The chaotic battle was still going on in the depths of the vast sea. The huge dragon pearl actually shattered and broke through the seal like a dragon's soul. It shot out in all directions. The cultivators fighting on the ground and the rogue cultivators from overseas used their magic power to plunder it. However, they all ended up empty-handed. The shattered dragon pearl penetrated every nook and cranny and sank into the sea. It rushed toward the immortal island that was densely dotted with stars. It's just as the old ancestor predicted. We can't take it by force. We can only take it slowly. The cultivators from Shu Mountain sighed. The chaotic battle gradually calmed down. The figures that filled the sky gradually dispersed. Many corpses floated in the sea. The blood attracted schools of sharks. Soon, those cultivators who died in battle were divided up and eaten. How could he find that powerful old man? Xiaoqian sank his spiritual sense into the crystal pagoda and unexpectedly found a spiritual imprint that explained how to use this treasure. "Hee, brother Qinzhan, we meet again." A figure rushed over from the distant sky. The newcomer was as handsome as jade. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind. It was the strongest cultivator of Shu Mountain's younger generation, Deng Yu. "Nice to meet you." Although Xiaoqian did not have a good impression of him, he did not want to fight with him now. "Where did Fairy Xianxia go?" Deng Yu had a smile on his face. "She had something to do, so she left first." "What a pity, I missed her again." Speaking until here, he looked at Xiaoqian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Brother Chen's cultivation is superb. Why don't we have a spar? Now that Xianxia is not stopping us, we can have a good exchange." Xiaoqian sensed a hint of mockery in his words. He frowned and said, "I'm not your match. You should find someone else to spar with. Now that Xianxia is not here, no one will stop us from fighting." "Brother Chen, don't be so humble." The mockery was very obvious. "Are you trying to say that since Xianxia is not here, there is no one to protect me?" Xiaoqian looked at Deng Yu calmly. "If that's what you think, it's not impossible." A mocking expression flashed across Deng Yu's face. "Xianxia is not here now. You better bring out your true abilities. Otherwise, you might get seriously injured." "You are in the Nirvana realm?" "Yes, but we call it the Tribulation Fire realm here. Foundation Building, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Calamity Fire, and Flying Immortal were the 5 great realms of Immortals. Just like martial arts practitioners and divine arts practitioners, each realm was divided into 9 heavens. In reality, the realms of cultivators could be completely interlinked with those of divine arts practitioners and martial arts practitioners. Before breaking through life and death, there were 5 great realms. Foundation Building corresponded to shedding mortality, Jingdan corresponded to Historia, Yuanying corresponded to Zephyr, Tribulation Fire corresponded to Nirvana, and Flying Immortal corresponded to longevity. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Deng Yu closed in on Xianxia. A purple flying sword that was only half a foot long floated in front of him. He smiled coldly and said, "Whether you live or die will depend on your luck and strength." Xiaoqian did not fly away. Instead, he smiled coldly and was about to take out the clear sky pagoda. Although he had just found out how to use it, he believed in the might of this treasure. Chi, the purple sword tore through the air, leaving behind a long trail of purple light. It slashed down like a purple rainbow. The thumb-sized crystal pagoda was as smooth as jade. Xiaoqian sent his spiritual sense into it. It soared into the sky. Dang! When the clear sky pagoda enlarged to a foot long, it collided with the purple sword ruthlessly. A misty primal chaos pervaded the air. The clear sky pagoda immediately knocked away the purple sword that was radiating light. This was the first time Xiaochen used it, so he could not control it accurately. Otherwise, he would have kept the flying sword away. It would not be like this. It was only able to unleash part of its might. Deng Yu was bewildered and asked, "What treasure is this?" Great waves appeared in his heart. The purple sword was the most valuable treasure of Shushan, yet it was knocked away just like that. It was easy to imagine how great the origin of the pagoda was. Xiaochen did not reply. He controlled the clear sky pagoda to envelop Deng Yu. Deng Yu hurriedly took out a piece of green jade and unfolded it in the wind. A jadeite mountain appeared in the air and blocked in front of him. Dang! Xiaochen was still very unskilled. The clear sky pagoda crashed into the huge jadeite mountain again and directly shattered it. The broken jade fell into the sea. A misty primal chaos aura rippled out. The clear sky pagoda spun in the sky and grew larger. Xiaochen finally grasped the trick to controlling it. Just as the primal chaos aura spread out, Deng Yu's expression changed. He soared into the sky and shouted, "Let's part ways today. We will fight again next time." "You want to fight and leave as you wish? It's not that easy." Xiaochen controlled the clear sky pagoda to chase after him. However, in that instant, he started laughing loudly. He put away the clear sky pagoda and said, "The Nirvana realm really makes people happy and worried. Your strength fluctuates unpredictably. Now, you actually..." Haha. Xiaochen directly rushed forward and caught up to the tottering Deng Yu. His right fist made an intimate contact with the right side of Deng Yu's face. Pooh! Deng Yu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell into the sea. He soared into the sky in a sorry state and glared at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled coldly. In disdain. The 8 phases extreme speed instantly appeared and punched again, making an intimate contact with the bridge of Deng Yu's nose. Gotcha! The straight bridge of Deng Yu's nose immediately broke and blood flowed. Deng Yu was both shocked and furious. At the same time, he felt incomparable fear. He had never expected that his cultivation would fluctuate at the crucial moment because he was in the tribulation fire realm. He knew that he was affected by the primal chaos aura that the clear sky pagoda gave off. Otherwise, based on his previous experience, he would need another half a month or so before he would fall into a trough. Bang! Xiaochen's right leg swept across Deng Yu's abdomen, and he immediately flew back while screaming miserably. Brat, you! Deng Yu felt extremely sullen. He actually dropped the ball at the crucial moment, getting beaten up by someone with a lower cultivation than him. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Pa! Xiaochen swung his arm and sent Deng Yu flying with a slap. Then, he soared into the sky and stomped on Deng Yu's body several times. This was a blatant abuse, beating up a tribulation fire realm immortal cultivator. Light flickered, and a layer of battle armor appeared on the surface of Deng Yu's body, even covering his head. Is there any use? I just didn't want to kill you earlier. Xiaochen smiled coldly and raised his right palm, attacking mercilessly with the hand of heaven. Bang! His palm landed solidly on Deng Yu's chest. Gotcha! Gotcha! Cracking sounds rang out, and Deng Yu's battle armor shattered. He revealed an incredulous expression. This was a defensive treasure armor. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen, whose cultivation was far lower than his, shattered it so easily. Stop! Sonic booms came from the distance, and 2 middle-aged immortal cultivators flew over. Xiaochen did not even turn his head. He simply pressed down on Deng Yu's body. In that instant, all the bones in Deng Yu's body gave off cracking sounds. At the same time, the yuanying in his body shattered. Deng Yu screamed miserably. It was like Deng Yu's essence, qi, and spirit were all sucked out of his body. He collapsed weakly in the air and fell towards the sea. Xiaochen took out the clear sky pagoda and put him away. The 2 middle-aged immortal cultivators were enraged. They let out thunderous roars and arrived in an instant. They had not expected Xiaochen to be so decisive and ruthless, to actually attack without hesitation. I never show mercy to my enemies. I will not leave behind any future troubles for myself. Xiaochen was now confident. The clear sky pagoda was very powerful and could deal with the 2 people in front of him. One of the middle-aged immortal cultivators arrived in an instant, and sword chi filled the air. Xiaochen did not panic at all. He directly took out the clear sky pagoda. Now, he had completely grasped how to use this supreme treasure of his sect. The crystal pagoda spun, and resplendent multicolored light illuminated the surroundings. It quickly enlarged and fell down. A primal chaos aura covered the sky and ground. The middle-aged immortal cultivator turned pale with fright. He discovered that he could not resist that terrifying energy and was immediately swallowed up by the pagoda. There was a flash of light, and the clear sky pagoda instantly shrunk to the size of a thumb. It flew back to Xiaochen's hand and gave off a dreamy glow. That is, the legendary clear sky pagoda? The other immortal cultivator was shocked. He revealed an incredulous expression and said, "How is that possible?" After saying that, he actually fled without looking back. He shouted, "The clear sky pagoda has reappeared." Xiaochen wanted to take out the pagoda and seal him as well. However, he changed his mind in an instant and decided to borrow his mouth to spread the news. If that mysterious and powerful old man was still in the human world, he would definitely take the initiative to look for him. What he needed to do now was to find a secret place to hide and wait for his reinforcements to sense the spiritual imprint in the pagoda. Xiaochen did not know the origins of the clear sky pagoda, but many people in the cultivation world knew that there was such a holy item. The news spread very quickly. Xiaochen waited on a deserted island for half a month before he finally saw the master of the pagoda. Although they had never met before. However, Xiaochen was certain that the old man was definitely the earthly monster uncle that Qing had mentioned. The old man was laughing and joking. He seemed to be a very optimistic old urchin. His white hair was messy and he was dressed very carelessly. It was impossible to estimate his cultivation. It was as if he was boundless like the vast ocean, but also as empty as a vacuum. "Young man, you spent so much effort to lure me here. Did something happen to my disciple?" The old man's eyes were filled with wisdom. This astonished Xiaochen, but he did not say anything. The old man seemed to have guessed it. This saved him a lot of time and effort, and he could tell everything directly. "How did I provoke her?" The old man frowned. He muttered to himself, "Not many people in the cultivation world dare to provoke her." Xiaochen was somewhat disappointed. "It doesn't matter. Let's go find her and get my good disciple back." The old man waved his hand and said, "If she is unreasonable, I will exchange a few moves with her." The old man could be said to be very powerful. He stretched out his hand and opened up a spatial tunnel. He pulled Xiaochen into it and appeared in the sky of an immortal island in an instant. "This is not the Shushan Immortal Island." "I know." The old man led Xiaochen into the depths of the immortal island and said, "There are a total of 9 islands with spatial gates that connect to the dimensional space where that woman is." "How can this be?" Xiaochen was very confused. The 9 immortal islands represent the 9 great sects of the cultivation world. That woman has a very scary origin. She is guarding the heaven bridge, ensuring that the cultivation world and the human world are connected. While speaking, they stepped into the spatial gate on this island. After that, with a flash of light, they appeared in the dimensional space where the 12th lotus throne was located. She actually found the 12th lotus throne. It seems to be even better than the treasure of that Buddha in the immortal world because it is still growing. I know, she wants to use the 12th lotus throne that is still growing to nourish the 4 legendary swords. Just at this time an incomparably cold voice came from the 12th lotus throne, "You are right." At this moment, in the beautiful sapphire lake, the azure lotus that towered into the sky was in full bloom, the tender and beautiful flowers sparkling and translucent like colorful jade. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, and the huge lotus leaves were like a huge umbrella that could hold up the sky. It blotted out the sky and the sun. The 12th lotus platform was like fine jade. It was faintly discernible between the huge lotus leaves. It flowed with a dreamy brilliance. Spiritual energy rippled, and the entire space seemed to be filled with specks of radiance because of its existence. It was incomparably holy. "Has the goddess always been well?" The old man chuckled and cupped his hands in the direction of the giant lotus. "What are you doing here, you old barbarian?" The huge green lotus let out a cold and arrogant voice. "Hee, this old man has come for my disciple. Goddess, please let my disciple go. If there's anything else you need, I'll do my best to help." "Your disciple?" She's the girl that was captured by the Holy Daughter today. Whoosh, with a flash of light, multicolored lights shot out in all directions around the huge lotus flower. The lotus leaves that were like giant umbrellas parted to the sides, revealing the surface of the lake behind the giant lotus. There. Brilliant lights and vibrant colors. A peerless beauty was lying on her back on a lotus leaf that seemed to be carved out of green jade. It was as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. It was Xianxia. Around her, heavenly deity fruit, 9-leaf jade zoysia, dragon tongue orchid, purple gold ginseng king, and other spiritual treasures of heaven and earth released rays of light, all of them floating beside her. This space was illuminated by a myriad of colors. Spiritual energy flowed out of those spiritual essences at an exaggerated speed. They quickly gathered toward Xianxia's body. It was like 100 rivers converging into the sea. Rays of multicolored light flickered with a dreamy and beautiful radiance. You are talking about her. The woman's voice was somewhat cold. He said, her body is rarely seen throughout the ages. I want to take it one step further. The old man chuckled and cupped his hands together. Thank you for your kindness, goddess. I thank you on behalf of my disciple. Humph, old barbarian, there's no need to thank me, because I'm planning for myself. This body is really too perfect, it suits me very well. Hearing this, the old man put away his smile and said, is the heavenly lady so heartless? I've already said it. That's my disciple. The woman laughed coldly. His tone was very conceited. He said, if you don't have a disciple, you can take another one. This time I will remember your favor. Do you think I will let you down in the future? Besides, who knows if she's your disciple? She's clearly not a cultivator. Speaking of this, her words were cold as she condensed her voice into a single line. A thunderous voice resounded in Xiaoqian's ears, brat, you called for reinforcements? Hearing this, the old man's face sank and he said coldly, Holy Lady, you are going too far. She is clearly this old man's newly accepted disciple, why are you so overbearing and unreasonable? Do you really have to take over her body? Why? Haha. Do you still not understand? You are one of the few people in the cultivation world who have seen my true form. The old man stared at the green lotus for a long time before sighing, so that's how it is, I understand. I can now call you Goddess Azure Lotus. The lake was a riot of colors. The green lotus, which was like a towering tree, trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a beautiful woman with features as clear as water. Her appearance was like water, like a fairy walking out of a painting. The only flaw was that her eyes were incomparably sharp, as oppressive as a resplendent sword ray. This was an incomparably powerful woman. Below her jade feet was a 12th lotus platform. Precious splendor flickered. In her hand was a lotus flower with specks of multicolored light. The lotus petals were sparkling and moist. Her green dress was like jade, transformed from a green jade-like lotus leaf. Although she was incomparably beautiful, her aura was oppressive. This is too out of my expectations. The old man sighed with emotion. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the Holy Lady would actually walk a path that ordinary people don't dare to walk. Even at the heavenly connection realm, the body doesn't transform into a human. In the end, the body is cultivated into a treasure, sacrificing the primordial spirit into her body. The woman snorted coldly and said, since you already know, you should have understood that I need a perfect body. It doesn't matter if this girl is your disciple or not. Count it as me owing you a favor today. You should leave quickly, don't waste my time. You have already obtained a body that is almost perfect. You should let my disciple go. Humph, this old barbarian has taken a fancy to this girl's body. Please let her go. Goddess Azure Lotus, don't force me. She is my new disciple. How can I just watch her disappear? The old man's face also turned cold. Don't push me too far. Hearing this, Xiaoqian gradually understood. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt some pain in his heart. He roared furiously, you old witch. You killed Ruoxue, and took her body? The goddess Azure Lotus completely ignored him. At her level of cultivation, she could completely look down on all living beings in the world. He could look down on all living beings in the world, treating them like ants and treating him like air. The old man stood in front of Xianxia. His eyes emitted two divine lights. He stared at the goddess Azure Lotus and said, "Goddess, please let go of my disciple." "Impossible. Goddess Azure Lotus, since you are bullying me like this, I won't be polite anymore." After saying these words, the old man's aura suddenly changed. He was no longer as easygoing as before. He was as oppressive as a giant piercing the sky. "Old barbarian, do you want to taste the power of my four swords?" The goddess Azure Lotus's voice was very cold. "I would like to experience it." After saying this, the old man waved his hand behind him. The thumb-sized crystal pagoda on Xiaoqian's body appeared. It flew into the old man's hand. He pointed it lightly. The crystal pagoda flickered with brilliance. Then, it shook continuously and broke the 9 layers of seals. It emitted an incomparably majestic power and slowly spun up. It floated above his head, and a hazy primordial energy spread out, making people's hearts tremble. At this moment, the pagoda released its origin power. It had been sealed before. The goddess Azure Lotus revealed a serious expression and said, "The legendary clear sky pagoda swept through the cultivation world in the past. Blood filled the sky. It destroyed 5 sects and sealed 3 half-step ancestors. I'm fortunate to see it today." Xiaoqian finally knew why those cultivators were so terrified when they recognized clear sky. It turned out that this pagoda actually had such a glorious past. Light soared into the sky. 4 ancient swords appeared beside the goddess Azure Lotus and guarded the 4 directions. The dazzling sword light soared into the sky. Xiaoqian was shocked. These 4 swords were the same as the 24 swords he saw in the immortal realm. They definitely came from the same source. 2 rays of cold lightning shot out from the old man's eyes as he stared at the 4 swords. "You are looking for the 12th stage lotus throne." He wanted to nourish the sword. "All of this is because of the smoke you released. Your original body is a green lotus, and you have a peerless lotus throne. You are unwilling to transform because you have been using your original body to nourish the sword." The green lotus goddess smiled proudly, but her voice was incomparably cold. She said, "The legendary battle swords can only be unleashed when they are all gathered, but I will slowly break the curse in my hands." "Looks like you've gained quite a lot." The old man had the clear sky pagoda above his head, and his entire body was shrouded in misty primal chaos energy. "More or less, I have comprehended a thing or two." "Then do you know how many swords have been lost in the various realms?" Goddess Green Lotus sneered, "The Dian number is 50, and there are 9 out of 40, so we can deduce the number of battle swords." When the old man heard this, he laughed and said, "Looks like you'll never be able to gather all the swords." "Why?" "The Dian number represents the Khanate universe." "What do you think will happen?" "No wonder it is rumored that even half-martial ancestors cannot estimate the might of the war sword." "Humph, let's do it." Goddess Green Lotus did not want to say any more. She rushed forward on her 12th lotus throne. The 4 swords were dazzling, and they sent out streaks of chaotic sword chi. The old man did not show any weakness. The clear sky pagoda above her head shot out beams of light, covering the sky and covering the earth. They surged towards Goddess Green Lotus. Boom! The violent tremors were like tsunamis. The dimensional space was pierced in an instant, and the moment the void above shattered, it directly revealed the blue sky outside. The 2 experts rushed out. Outside was the vast sea. The 2 fought fiercely above the sea. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The blue sea surged, and the vast sea churned. The seawater poured into the 9 heavens, scattering the clouds in the sky. Xiaoqian clearly saw all this through the open spatial tunnel in the dimensional space. He was extremely shocked. Without a doubt, these 2 were half-martial ancestors. Such a battle could be said to be earth-shaking. Looking at the unconscious Qing, Xiaoqian wanted to carry her on his back and escape this place. But just at this moment, Goddess Green Lotus's cold voice came, "If you don't want her body to collapse, don't move." At the same time, the old man's voice came down from the outside world. "Don't touch Qing. Guard her there." Xiaoqian flew to the exit of the dimensional space. He looked up at the battle in the sky. The ability of the half-martial ancestor was unfathomable. She destroyed the space with a wave of her hand. The cultivators in the distance wanted to come closer to watch the battle. But when they were still several miles away, they were turned into ashes by Goddess Green Lotus's inadvertent wave of her sleeve. Hundreds of people disappeared into thin air. Xianxia was silent. No wonder Goddess Green Lotus regarded all living beings as ants. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this time, he felt an indescribable grief. Ruoxue was killed by that old witch. He roared in his heart. The four swords in the sky were extremely sharp. The sword light was as thick as a mountain. Every attack tore the whole world apart. The primal chaos sword light was unimaginably terrifying. The clear sky pagoda was worthy of being a treasure that could intimidate the cultivation world. It floated above the old man's head and vibrated continuously. Beams of light covered the sky and covered the earth. All the primal chaos sword light that was rushing over were shattered. However, Goddess Green Lotus clearly had the upper hand. Because in addition to the four swords with unparalleled attack power, she still had the 12th lotus platform. That was a defensive treasure. The brilliance circulated and protected her tightly. It combined attack and defense. It made her braver as she fought. There were also 9 lotus leaves flickering with green divine light on her body. She also made her move at this time. The sparkling lotus leaves flew out continuously. They slashed at the old man above the sea. Although the clear sky pagoda was powerful, it was a treasure that combined attack and defense. But at this moment, he could only defend. The old man didn't dare to let it fly out to collect the 4 swords. Because the opponent had 3 treasures, the 12th lotus platform and the green jade lotus leaf. He was too passive. The old man was hit by the 4 intertwining primal chaos sword light. His eyes were wide open in anger. With a long roar, he waved his hands continuously. The boundless sea surged with angry waves, at this moment. Countless mountain-like sword lights soared into the sky. They swept toward Goddess Green Lotus. Then, a divine mountain rose from the sea. Brilliant light. Shattering the sea. Crashing into the sky. There were many immortal islands and divine mountains overseas. The old man temporarily pulled up the divine mountains from the bottom of the sea, refining them into magic treasures. Attacking the enemy. Such a method was enough to shock the world. Although he didn't have that many magic treasures, there were plenty of refining materials here. Uprooting mountains and rivers, refining the blue sea. Turning everything in the world into magic treasures with a wave of his hand. Taihao, you are indeed a different kind of cultivator. Or you can say that you are a Qi practitioner. Cultivators were born from the ancient Qi trainers in the first place. I'm just a transitional person between Qi trainers and cultivators. Cultivators were actually born from the immemorial Qi practitioners. Xianxia was very surprised. The ancient martial arts department and the Qi practitioner department were cultivation systems that gradually disappeared after the immemorial era. And what shocked him even more, the old man was actually the legendary Taihao. Let me see how strong you are as a Qi warrior, Xianxia said. Goddess Qinglian sneered. Her murderous aura soared to the sky. Although she was a beautiful woman, she was even more domineering than the ancient giants. The 4 swords turned into 4 rays of light that were thousands of meters long. They formed a sword formation in the sky and slashed at Taihao. Waves surged in the blue sea. Huge sword rays as thick as mountains kept rushing up. That was the energy of the earth drawn by Taihao from the veins of the earth. It barely blocked the 4 swords. The sword chi collided and shattered the void, completely submerging the space. There were dazzling lights everywhere. The murderous aura made all the practitioners in the sea tremble with fear. Although the yuan chi of the earth was endless, it was still difficult to truly withstand the 4 swords. That terrifying rainbow light that seemed to pierce through the heavens continuously hacked down. If it wasn't for the clear sky pagoda's heaven-penetrating might, it would be very difficult to withstand that peerless sword edge. The Haotian pagoda floated above Taihao's head, constantly vibrating. Chaotic qi permeated the air, covering the sky and earth. Taihao's figure was hazy, as if he was standing in an ancient time, blocking the peerless sword qi with a world-shaking force. At this time, the 9 green jade lotus leaves also flew over. Each leaf was boundless and covered the sky like a green cloud. Every time they trembled, the divine mountains that rose from the bottom of the sea would shatter into pieces. Although Taihao had been grabbing tens of miles-long divine mountains from the underwater world with his spiritual power, refining them into magic treasures and launching them into the sky, he still couldn't fight against the 9 lotus leaves that pressed down like mountains. The vast waves were boundless and majestic. It was as if all the stars in the sky were falling down. This made Taihao feel a great pressure. The divine veins that stretched for dozens of miles were constantly shattered. Although the divine mountains were densely packed, they couldn't resist the pressure of the 9 jade leaves. The mountains in the sky crumbled, and the boulders flew everywhere. The broken mountains that were crushed by the unparalleled power in the sky kept falling into the sea. Taihao was getting more and more exhausted. The number of ancient mountains that rose from the bottom of the sea and soared into the sky decreased. Gradually, he couldn't resist the 9 lotus leaves. Taihao, the old man was actually Taihao. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He felt it was a little unbelievable. Wasn't Taihao a Fushi? Fushi was then crowned as the first of the 100 kings. The head of the ancient emperors. He was revered as the ancestor of humanity. He was truly one of the elder gods. Clearly, Taihao was not an elder god. Hearing the goddess of green lotus call him an old barbarian. From this, it could be deduced that he and Fushi were not the same person. He recalled the historical records and myths. There seemed to be 2 voices at all times. In the reliable ancient records of the Qing dynasty, Taihao, on the other hand, did not speak of Fushi. He talked about Fushi but not Taihao. Taihao had nothing to do with Fushi. Xianxia was born at the end of the Warring States period. In the Jingluan Pian, he mentioned Taihao, and in the Qingxiang Pian, he mentioned Fushi in the same book. He wasn't alone. There were records of that period in the ancient books. Taihao was the ancestor and leader of the ancient Dongyi tribe. Then, he thought about the legends from that period. Because of the vast sea to the east, Taihao had a close relationship with some of the ancient qi refinement cultivators. He had mastered the peerless qi refinement art. He was also proficient in the new cultivation techniques. It could be said that his magic power was boundless. According to the reliable historical records, the earliest mention of Taihao and Fushi as one was written by Lu Xian during the last years of the Western Han dynasty. Recalling the historical background of that time, Xianxia was speechless. It was very obvious that Lu Xian started from the political needs of the last years of the Western Han dynasty. She broke through the traditional system of ancient emperors and mentioned Fushi and Taihao as one. And since then, all kinds of ancient records gradually mentioned Taihao and Fushi as one person. Fortunately, the ancient records of the Qing dynasty were not completely destroyed. Otherwise, the elder god would have been confused. Xianxia was shocked when he deduced the truth in an instant. That was the legendary ancient Taihao, the ancestor of the Dongyi tribe, the source of the glorious Shang dynasty. Qi, the light of the 4 swords in the sky became brighter and brighter. They destroyed the thousands of sword rays that were as thick as mountains. The soaring sword rays controlled by Taihao were cut off from the surface of the sea. The 4 swords broke down from the sky. Dang, 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 dang. They clashed head-on with the Haotian pagoda, causing the sea to pour into the sky. The waves scattered all the clouds in the sky. At the same time, the 9 jade lotus leaves completely shattered all of the ancient mountain ranges that soared into the sky. The sky was a mess. The shattered divine mountains and broken ancient veins continuously shattered, falling into the sea. Taihao was knocked away. Although he was not injured, his expression was very unsightly. The Azure Lotus goddess was definitely an exception in the cultivation world. Every half-ancestor only had one treasure. However, she had even more. She could be said to be the most difficult half-ancestor in the cultivation world. The Haotian pagoda was one of the strongest treasures in the cultivation world. Otherwise, how could it seal 3 half-ancestors in the ancient times? However, in the face of the 12 lotus platform, the 4 swords, and the 9 divine green jade leaves, it seemed to be a little difficult to deal with. Senior Taihao, catch! Xianxia shouted at the exit of the dimensional space. The golden halberd and the black iron seal were shining brilliantly. Xianxia tossed out the two weapons, which upset the two demonic treasures and made them grumble angrily. Two beams of intense light shot out from Taihao's eyes. He immediately opened a spatial tunnel and grabbed the two treasures. However, he frowned immediately. Although the two demonic weapons were of astonishing quality, they were already damaged beyond recognition. It was impossible for them to bring out their original might. Indeed, the Haotian pagoda above Taihao's head immediately retreated the instant he charged out with the two demonic weapons. The golden halberd nearly shattered under the impact of the swords. The black iron seal nearly shattered under the light of the 12 lotus platforms and the 9 lotus leaves. The two demonic weapons howled and shattered space on their own, returning to Xiaoqian's hand. Mother ***, it hurts so much. Damn it, the spirits of the two demonic weapons were not sealed. This shocked Taihao and the Azure Lotus Goddess. Old barbarian, unless you also have a sword, you are not a match for me. The Azure Lotus Goddess snorted coldly and did not attack again. It was very difficult to kill people of their level unless they were sealed. However, Taihao had the Haotian pagoda. It was impossible for him to be suppressed by her. Taihao was silent for a long time. He did not want to give up on Qing, but he lacked a treasure that could restrain the swords. Xiaoqian used to have the 24 war swords, but they were all sealed in the immortal realm space. In addition, there was an even more mysterious treasure in his body. That was the broken stone man. However, he could not control it at all. He could not even move it out of his body. What kind of power could he borrow to deal with a strong half-martial ancestor? Xiaoqian was very anxious. He did not want anything to happen to Qing. Suddenly, Xiaoqian thought of Qi Yu, Tong Tian, Buddha, and the others in the immortal realm. In an instant, he had a crazy idea. Borrow troops from the immortal realm, kill this old demonic woman. She caused Ruoshui's death. Thinking of Ruoshui's death, Xiaoqian felt sorrowful. This was a strange feeling. It was the pain from the deepest part of his heart. It made him feel very uncomfortable. He had already killed Ruoshui in his heart. Why was it like this? It was impossible to explain. Xiaoqian looked at Qing reluctantly and flew out of the dimensional space. He shouted at Taihao, "Senior, let's go." Taihao looked at him in surprise. He did not want to give up on Qing, but he could tell that Xiaoqian had other ideas. He hesitated for a moment and walked towards him. "Old barbarian, you are sensible. It is just a disciple. You can take another one in the future." The Green Lotus Goddess smiled conceitedly and said, "I will remember this favor." Xiaoqian looked at that familiar yet strange face. He felt a sharp pain in the deepest part of his heart. He went far away with Taihao in an instant. "Senior, that old demonic woman took over the body. Is the original person completely dead?" Taihao had already guessed what had happened from Xiaoqian's earlier performance. He nodded. And said, "She must have erased the original spiritual sense. Otherwise, how could she take over that body? The original person is completely dead?" Although he had forgotten everything, Xiaoqian still felt very uncomfortable. It was as if a ray of light flashed in the depths of his heart and opened up a wound temporarily. Taihao remained silent, tacitly agreeing to all this. "I want to kill this old demonic woman." Xiaoqian clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white and blue. "Do you have any ideas? Otherwise, Qing will also be in danger." "I have a way. But first, I need Senior to follow me to the 9 prefectures to deal with someone." "The 9 prefectures," Taihao frowned and said, "that place is sealed. In the 9 prefectures, people above the immortal realm will lose a lot of power. It will be difficult for them to bring out their original strength." Although he was unwilling to set foot in the 9 prefectures, for the sake of Qing, Taihao still rushed towards that sealed area without any hesitation. The two could be said to be extremely fast. They appeared in the sky above the 9 prefectures in a short time. Taihao's pressure had obviously decreased a lot. It was easy to imagine how great the seal was. "What is your idea?" "I want to enter the immortal realm to borrow troops." Taihao frowned and said, "How can you enter and leave the immortal realm freely?" With this, Xiaoqian shook the jade bracelet on his wrist. Eh? This is a key. Xiaochen nodded and said, use it to cut open the Mount Lu waterfall. I can enter the immortal realm. No need to go through so much trouble. If you can really use it to come back, I can directly break open the space and send you into the immortal realm. Xiaochen shook his head and said, no, I have tested it with someone before. The jade bracelet can't be brought into the space passage if we break the space in other places. There is a power that prevents it from crossing over. The seal of the 9 prefectures. Taihao knitted his brows. He seemed to have thought of something and said, Mount Lu is a gateway. Then let's go quickly and try to force our way in. The person guarding the gateway of Mount Lu is very powerful. Only someone like Senior can stop him. Taihao was worried that something might happen to Qing. He and Xiaochen appeared at Mount Lu at the fastest speed possible. A waterfall hung in the distance. It was 3,000 feet downwards. Hazy mist lingered in the air. The thunderous sound shook the mountains and rivers. In front of the majestic waterfall, Taihao appeared out of nowhere. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and instantly pointed at the huge wall in front of him. He said in a deep voice, come out and meet me. The sound of the huge rock cracking could be heard. Tonghu appeared in the stone wall. His body was still stooped. He looked like he had one foot in the grave. It seemed like he didn't have long to live. Who are you? Tonghu was very knowledgeable. He could naturally tell that Taihao was unimaginably powerful. Taihao didn't answer. He directly took out the clear sky pagoda. Hazy primal chaos energy covered the sky and earth. The pagoda emitted a myriad of auspicious lights and enveloped everything. Clear sky pagoda? Tonghu let out a cry of surprise and did his best to resist. At the same time, Xiaochen made his move. The eightfold art was unimaginably fast. He rushed to the front of the Mount Lu waterfall. The jade bracelet in his hand tore open the space and the Dragon Island appeared. He immediately rushed into the space passage. Naturally, he heard Tonghu's voice. This old man didn't seem simple. If that was the case, then wouldn't the stronger beyond heaven and the outsiders be even more powerful? Had he already reached the half-martial ancestor realm? If that was the case, perhaps he didn't need to enter the immortal realm. However, he couldn't afford to gamble. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Senior, I might be gone for a very long time. During this period of time, you must delay that woman. Don't let anything happen to Qing. Taihao nodded and said, don't worry, I won't let her get her way. Light flickered in the space passage. Tonghu's angry roar transmitted from behind. But the voice disappeared soon after. The passage was already sealed. In front of him, a hazy light was emitted. Xiaochen was pushed forward by a force that was like a torrential flood. Time seemed to have stopped, but it also seemed to be passing very quickly. There was a feeling of space-time disorder. Finally, the light in front became brighter and brighter. He could vaguely see the exit. A great desolate aura rushed over. That's right, that's the aura of the Dragon Island. Xiaochen was very familiar with it. After all, he had lived here for more than a year. Shua, with a flash of light, Xiaochen was pushed out of the space passage. It was as if he was really rushing along a river that couldn't be reversed. Roar, an ear-splitting dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. The surging sound waves surged in the vast sky. Xiaochen, who had just appeared in the sky, almost had his eardrums shattered. Below, the primitive mountain range was towering. The forest was lush and green, the cries of apes and roars of tigers could be heard. It was the scene of the uncivilized era. Vaguely, he could see a tyrannical dragon was devouring a huge mutated elephant in the primitive forest ahead. The scene was extremely bloody. The 10-meter-long elephant was struggling. Blood splashed everywhere from the sky. Its ghastly white bones could be seen. The huge elephant was torn apart by the tyrannical dragon. The moment he entered the Dragon Island, Xiaochen felt something was wrong. The power in his body was flowing away at a rapid speed. He was instantly reduced from a demigod to the 9th celestial layer of Historia realm. The Dragon Island had the power to suppress the deities. Even someone as powerful as the demon Qiyu could only display the power of a demigod on the Dragon Island before he completely awakened. Xiaochen quickly rushed down from the sky to avoid being discovered by the dragons or ancient beasts in the primitive mountain range. Standing on top of a cliff, Xiaochen muttered to himself, "Dragon Island, I'm back." Xiaochen borrowed the power of Taihao to barge into the Mount Lu gateway. It was not only to save Qingqing, he also had an equally important wish. That was to save Kiki. Ever since he found out about the snow-white little critter's condition, Xiaochen's heart had never been at peace. The little critter was too lonely and pitiful. That mournful appearance made people worried. In a trance, he heard the little critter's sorrowful cry again. "I must bring the little critter away, I can't let it suffer anymore." Xiaochen flew cautiously in the primitive forest. He didn't dare to be careless on the Dragon Island. That was because regardless of whether it was in the sky or on the ground, there were extremely terrifying ancient beasts. A little bit of carelessness and he might be consigned to eternal damnation. In addition, there should be an extremely dangerous person here. He had to be cautious. In the distance, in the boundless forbidden sea, it was lifeless. Although it was a golden ocean that looked very special, there was no aura of life at all. Not even a ripple could be seen. The vast and boundless sea. It was like a kingdom of the dead. Forbidden ocean, trapped Dragon Island. The dragon horse was completely isolated from the outside world. Along the coast, the tall ancient trees were emerald green. Xiaochen descended from the cliff. Flying through the dense forest, they headed towards the depths of the island. He wanted to find Ke as soon as possible. Suddenly, he found a pile of ashes in the forest. It seemed to have been left there a few months ago and had been washed away by the rain. There were also some beast bones scattered around. That person once appeared here. Xiaochen dived down from a low altitude. He wanted to find some clues. Chi-chi, the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. There was a pile of rocks in the depths of the forest. A huge silver centipede with the thickness of a bowl and several meters long stood up like a human. It sprayed one after another silver light at Xiaochen. At the same time, a white mist rushed over and corroded this part of the mountain forest to the point that it withered in an instant. Deadly poison. Xiaochen had seen this silver centipede 8 years ago. Many people who entered the dragon horse died in its mouth. Things were different now. Xiaochen's cultivation had far surpassed what it was 8 years ago. The eightfold art broke through the limitations of space and instantly moved several dozen meters away. He waved his right hand lightly and unleashed the spatial ability. A green light flashed and sealed the silver centipede inside. The spatial rend slashed out mercilessly. The green ball of light instantly shattered into pieces. The giant centipede inside was chopped into several pieces. The appearance of the silver centipede reminded Xiaochen that there were many great desolate and ancient beasts here. There were even ancient savage beasts no weaker than the tyrannical dragon. He needed to be careful. He continued to advance deeper into the Dragon Island. Along the way, they dodged several dreadful dragons, as well as several tens of unimaginable ancient beasts. Roar! The 2 tyrannical dragons faced the sky and let out a long roar. It was as if they were angrily asking the heavens why they were so unfair. They wanted to break the shackles of the divine monolith and restore the glory of the dragon race. Shake off the chains of fate. On the way to the depths of the Dragon Island, Xiaochen discovered several piles of ashes along the way. Seeing this, he was a little worried. The innocent little critter wouldn't encounter that person, right? He was deeply worried and quickly rushed toward the dragon tribe's sacred mountain. He had to find Ke as soon as possible. 8 years ago, he needed several days to enter the central region of the Dragon Island. Now that he was flying at top speed, it only took him a short period of time to arrive. From afar, he could see the heavenly tree, its broken roots towering majestically. His entire body shone with a bird's light. Compared to the surrounding mountains, it was exceptionally eye-catching, as if it was carved out of black jade. This place was very close to the Dragon Clan's sacred mountain. There were many prehistoric beasts in this area, and their loud roars seemed to pierce through the clouds. The earth rumbled. Many huge creatures appeared in the forest. Other than the tyrannical dragon, the stegosaurus, and the 8-clawed tyrant dragon, the ancient beasts that dared to gather near the dragon race's sacred mountain were all kings. Ordinary dragons were not willing to compete with them. Xiaochen used the spatial ability and the octatic extreme speed to evade the eyes of many beasts. He flew to the bottom of the heavenly ancient tree and soared into the sky. At this moment, he was a little excited. He could finally see the little fellow again. He wondered what kind of expression the little pitiful girl would have when she saw him. Whoosh, Xiaochen appeared on top of the broken tree in a flash. He raised his eyes and looked forward. His expression immediately froze. The broken part of the heavenly ancient tree was empty, there was no trace of the little thing. How could this be? Where did Ke go? Xiaochen's heart was thumping hard. Could it be that something unexpected happened to the little guy? The Dragon Island was not a good place. He moved like the wind and lightning. He quickly searched this area, hoping to find Ke. The little thing must have gone to look for food. He comforted himself like this. However, Xiaochen searched the area around the heavenly ancient tree for more than an hour, but he still couldn't find any trace of Ke. And he couldn't call out to her. If that's the case, it was very likely to alert the other person on the Dragon Island. Roar, roar, in the depths of the primitive mountain range. A few young tyrannical dragons, saber dragons, and 8-clawed tyrant dragons were fighting fiercely. Xiaochen saw a bloody scene from afar. A few little dragons were fighting with their lives on the line. They didn't show any mercy in the chaotic battle. Not long after, a young 8-clawed tyrant dragon was brutally torn apart. Blood flowed everywhere. The corpses gradually stopped moving. The young dragon kings had already left, but there were still more little dragons on the island. They were still fighting with all their might. They wanted to evolve into a dragon king. This was the reason why the dragon race had always stood at the peak of the race. The battles never stopped, the evolution never stopped. In this primitive mountain range close to the dragon race's sacred mountain, Xiaochen found a few more little dragons' corpses. After that, he found a few dozen little dragons riddled with scars. These should be the dragons that were born in the recent years. An ominous premonition welled up in Xiaochen's heart. The living conditions on the Dragon Island were so cruel. Ke couldn't have. He didn't dare to imagine. It wasn't impossible. After all, there were a lot of ancient beasts, the young dragons couldn't hurt Ke. It didn't mean those powerful savage beasts couldn't hurt it. Suddenly, Xiaochen found a white shadow. He rushed over as if he was flying. Among the thistles and thorns in the desolate forest, a white beast skin with dried bloodstains was so glaring. The specks of black blood on the snow-white fur seemed to be telling a miserable story. Xiaochen almost fainted. He felt his vision was a little dark. He rushed over with one step and grabbed that little snow-white beast skin with his palm. "This is not the little critter's territory," Xiaochen shouted loudly. His voice was trembling. He wanted to tell himself that this was fake, but he could feel Ke's aura on that little snow-white beast skin. It had already been more than a year. The little critter should have already transformed into a physical body. Could it be that the miserable thing really happened to Ke? Xiaochen clenched his fists in pain. He could really feel Ke's aura on this incomplete snow-white beast skin. Why did it turn out like this? Everything was so real. There was no mistaking that kind of aura. Xiaochen had never felt so regretful before. If only he could become a dragon horse a little earlier. The little critter was so cute, but it lost its parents and was isolated on the dragon horse all by itself. Furthermore, such a miserable thing happened to it. Even if Xiaochen's heart was as firm as iron, he still had a feeling of collapse at this moment. At this moment, his body was very taut, the veins on his arms burst. Blood flowed continuously. It dyed his clothes red. No one hurt him. He felt sorry for that beast. Although it was a beast, it was more powerful than many people. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped Xiaochen. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. It was as if the gates of hell had opened up for him. He suddenly turned his body around and looked behind him. A huge creature silently approached less than 100 feet away from him. It was like a huge cyan mountain. The dozens of huge bone spikes on its body stood upright, flickering with bone-piercing cold light. That was a rarely seen saber dragon, one of the royal descendants of the dragon race. Its powerful and terrifying soul fluctuation made people tremble. Two cold glints shot out from its cold eyes. It locked onto Xiaochen. Roar, the mountain-like saber dragon's eyes shot out two rays of bloody light. With a roar, the smell of blood assaulted Xiaochen's senses. That was definitely the unique baleful aura that tore apart tens of thousands of living beings. The mountain swayed, the forest trees snapped, leaves swirled in the air. Xiaochen soared into the sky in an instant. After dodging that brutal attack by a hair's breadth, the mountain-like saber dragon crushed that part of the mountain forest with one claw. It was currently staring at the sky coldly. Could it be the murderer? Xiaochen stood in the sky above the woodland. All of a sudden, a huge shadow shrouded the sky. A huge silver-winged dragon swooped down. Divine multicolored light flickered. The wingspan was at least several dozen meters, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. A berserk astral wind was stirred up. A pair of huge dragon claws the size of a house tore towards Xiaochen. What's going on? Xiaochen keenly sensed that the dragon race's spiritual sense was much stronger than 8 years ago. To think that he was able to discover his tracks so easily and force his way to his front. He didn't have much time to think, he hastily used octatic extreme speed to escape from this place. Only when he rushed into the distant primitive jungle did he get rid of the swift and violent winged dragon. Xiaochen was very disappointed. This was the first time he felt disheartened. Squeak. Squeak. He vaguely heard the little thing's tender voice when he first met her. It was as if he saw the scene of Kiki doing her utmost to save him that night in the celestial city. Xiaochen absent-mindedly walked on the desolate mountain. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of the dragon race's sacred mountain. The majestic sacred mountain towered into the clouds. Its entire body was reddish-brown, as if it was dyed in blood. It gave people the feeling that it came from a long time ago. The top of the mountain was hazy. There was no vegetation. There were no birds or beasts. It was deathly still. He could see many dilapidated and magnificent historical sites. One after another, the magnificent palaces might have experienced too many years. Many of them had already collapsed and shattered. He walked to the foot of the mountain unknowingly. Xiaochen's body suddenly trembled. The dilapidated stoneman slowly raised its broken right arm and pointed at the sacred mountain ahead. If it was any other day, Xiaochen would definitely be very happy. That was because there might be something related to the stoneman here. It was very likely that there would be a great discovery. However, he didn't have any thoughts at this moment. He walked on in disappointment and frustration. He advanced towards the sacred mountain according to the stoneman's directions. Suddenly, it was as if he was facing an abyss. Xiaochen felt that the surrounding light had all disappeared. It was as if he was about to fall into eternal darkness. He woke up with a start. The dragon race's sacred mountain was a strange place. The vicinity of every dilapidated palace seemed to be connected to a ghost town in hell. If he approached it rashly, he would disappear from this world forever in an instant. Swish, a light flashed. He suddenly appeared on the surface of the earth again. He returned from the darkness that led to the abyss of hell. It was actually that dilapidated stoneman that allowed him to escape from the eternal darkness. There was no energy fluctuation. There was no radiance flickering. The stoneman in his body only raised its broken right arm. The continuous stretch of dilapidated palaces in front of him let out a rumbling sound. It moved several hundred meters horizontally and opened up a path. The stoneman had helped Xiaochen once in the Cypress furnace. And this time, it was the first time it truly displayed its inconceivable power. Xiaochen completely woke up with a start. He was no longer at a loss. Even if Kiki really encountered misfortune, he couldn't be dispirited right now. That was because the human world was still waiting for him to send reinforcements. Xiaochen looked at the sacred mountain doubtfully. In the end, he chose to continue forward. Perhaps there would be a fortuitous encounter here. The stoneman seemed to want him to go up the mountain. Rumble. He advanced according to the direction pointed by the stoneman. One after another, the ancient palaces that were on the verge of collapse flashed past the two sides unceasingly, emitting a grand and distant sound. Xiaochen advanced with large strides. After an unknown amount of time, he discovered that he had already arrived at the waist of the sacred mountain. There was actually an oasis here. The vegetation inside was emerald green. The fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the scenery was like a poem or a painting. It was a very strange feeling. When he looked up from the foot of the mountain, there wasn't even a bit of greenery. And this place was truly full of vitality. Suddenly, Xiaochen heard the growl of a young dragon, as well as a burst of draconic aura. He very cautiously stepped into this inconceivable oasis. The wisteria intertwined with each other inside, the beautiful trees were verdant and verdant. Many unknown wildflowers were in full bloom, and there was even a stretch of ancient trees that reached the sky. When he arrived here, he could clearly hear the growl of a young dragon. When he was very far away, he saw the indistinct shadow of a dragon in the oasis. That was a young dragon king. It didn't seem to have been born for long. It was only 1 meter long. It was as big as the young dragon king from 8 years ago. Its whole body was flickering with golden light. The head of the ancestral dragon, the body of the monarch lion dragon. And on the other side, there was actually a young dragon king. It was transformed from a tyrannical dragon. It was also only 1 meter long. Its whole body was flickering with silver light. It was besieged by more than 10 young dragons. This might be a secret of the dragon race. It was to prevent the young dragon king from running into misfortune after leaving the dragon island. They left behind a portion of the most outstanding bloodline inheritors. What shocked Xiaochen the most was, under a towering ancient tree not far away, a skinny old dragon was lying on the ground. It was paying attention to the battle of these young dragons. Xiaochen had seen many dragons on the dragon island, but none of them could be this peaceful. He was like a quiet and wise man. However, it was really too old. The dragon horns on its head had already fallen off. The dragon scales on its body had also fallen off. Its wrinkled old skin was tightly wrapped around its bones. It was simply like a skeletal dragon. Its body was not very big, it was curled up like a snake. It was lying under the huge tree. Its overall size was about the size of 3 houses. Its turbid eyes occasionally revealed a kind radiance. This was an old dragon with 1 foot in the grave. The old dragon slowly turned its head around. It gazed at Xiaochen's hiding place. Just at the moment it turned its head around, Xiaochen was like a clay sculpture, as if he was under a spell. Behind that old dragon's neck, a furry little guy was sleeping soundly. Xiaochen looked at the snow-white beast skin in his hand. Then he looked at the snow-white fur ball behind the old dragon's neck. He couldn't help but shout, "Kiki!" roar. Not far away, the 2 young dragon kings were startled. They rushed over with nearly 30 young dragons. They surrounded Xiaochen in an instant. The old dragon was very calm. It looked at this place without any ripples. Why was the little guy sleeping on the old dragon's back? Xiaochen was incomparably excited. He shouted loudly, "Kiki, wake up quickly. I'm here to pick you up." Squeak, the little thing turned over on the old dragon's back and began to murmur incomparably languidly. "I brought you the Inmu ginseng fruit, the deity fruit, the 9-leaf Ganoderma." Squeak, squeak, the snow-white little critter sat up with a whoosh. It felt a little inconceivable the moment it saw Xiaochen. After rubbing its confused big eyes, it transformed into a streak of white light and rushed over. Squeak! Squeak! Keek's pair of big bright eyes were filled with joy. Its long eyelashes fluttered unceasingly as it pounced onto Xiaochen's shoulder. One of its snow-white, furry little paws grabbed a lock of Xiaochen's long hair tightly, afraid that it would disappear if it let go. Like a lost child in the desert, it suddenly saw a sea of people and found its loved ones. The little critter's joyful mood was indescribable as it babbled unceasingly. A few months ago, the little critter could be said to be very pitiful. It stood alone on a broken tree and gazed into the distance while sobbing. After that, it curled up on the broken tree with tears in its eyes and sobbed until it didn't have the strength to fall asleep. Now that they suddenly met again, the little critter had completely recovered its former lively nature. The dejection of the past few months was swept away. In the surroundings, when the 2 dragon kings and close to 30 young dragons saw that the snow-white little critter and Xiaochen were familiar with each other, they all stopped their attack. However, their hostility was still there. Xiaochen originally thought he had received grievous news, but now he found out the little critter was safe and sound. It was as if he had stepped into heaven from hell in an instant. He took out a deity fruit with a smile and waved it in front of Kiki. The fragrance immediately circulated in the forest. The rhombus-shaped deity fruit was surrounded by dense light mist. It looked like it was carved out of fine jade, the radiance was flowing around unceasingly. Squeak, the snow-white little critter hugged it in its bosom and took a bite happily. Its obsidian-like big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon shape, it was filled with an intoxicated expression. The moment the young dragons in the surroundings saw the deity fruit, they couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. Although these little critters might be powerful enough to make the deities tremble in the future, they were still very immature at the moment. The distant old dragon actually acted like a human and coughed lightly. All the young dragons retreated like the tide and returned to the old dragon's surroundings. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then he walked forward with large strides. He arrived at the empty space in front. He was filled with doubt when he faced the old dragon that looked like a bag of bones. The old dragon that had one foot in the grave was obviously not ordinary. Otherwise, how could it stay on this terrifying sacred mountain? One must know that when he came to the sacred mountain for the first time 8 years ago, the strong monarch lion dragon failed to barge into the sacred mountain. This skinny old dragon who had lost its horns and scales had appeared on the mountain with nearly 30 dragon whelps was definitely out of the ordinary. It gave off an unfathomable feeling. However, Xianxia was not worried because Kiki seemed to be doted on by the old dragon. Otherwise, how could he sleep soundly on its back? Greetings, Senior. Xianxia bowed respectfully. He believed that the old dragon definitely possessed more divinity than bestiality. It was able to understand his words. True enough. The old dragon nodded silently. 2 weak rays of light flickered in its turbid eyes as it stared at Xiaoqian's chest. This greatly startled Xiaoqian. That was where the broken stone man was sitting. It could actually sense it? This was a little unusual. After all, even a half-step martial ancestor could not detect the existence of the stone man. He only knew that Xiaoqian's body was somewhat strange. Xiaoqian quickly understood what was going on. The dilapidated golem was trembling, and the old dragon was also trembling slightly. After that, it stretched out a dragon claw, and a stone arm emerged from that tightly closed dragon claw. Xiaoqian was gobsmacked. He was startled by the old dragon's claw. That was actually an ancestral dragon's claw. Secondly, there really was an artifact related to the stone man on the sacred mountain. It must have been kept by the old dragon. It must have sensed the existence of the dilapidated golem because of the trembling of that severed arm. Like a wise and far-sighted old man, the old dragon held the stone arm and pondered for a moment. After that, it let go of the dragon claw. Without any sound, that small arm flew towards Xiaoqian and entered his body in an instant. He could vaguely hear a kacha sound. The right arm of the stone man reassembled completely. The 4 limbs of the stone man were gathered just like that. The 4 limbs were connected by the dim mist. It sat cross-legged with both hands holding the stone diamond and the stone ball. It seemed as if it had never moved before. It was like a statue that had existed since ancient times. However, Xiaoqian had a strange feeling. The dilapidated golem seemed to be different from before. He could actually establish an extremely weak connection with it. That's right, it was definitely different from before. It was a kind of mysterious feeling that was hard to describe. This made Xiaoqian very excited. If he could command the golem to fight, he didn't know how powerful it would be. He always felt that the golem seemed to be even more mysterious than the 24 war swords. Senior, do you know the origin of the golem? The old dragon shook its head. It seemed to be a little tired at the moment. The tiredness on its face was very obvious. The 30 young dragons in the surroundings all revealed a worried expression as they surrounded the old dragon. And Kiki, who was holding the deity fruit, was also a little nervous. It quickly rushed to the front of the old dragon. After that, it lightly waved its little paw to summon the rainbow-colored sacred tree and planted it on the ground. Multicolored light immediately flowed in this place. Extraordinary colors flickered. The dense spiritual energy enveloped the old dragon. Squeak, the snow-white little critter raised the deity fruit and offered it to the old dragon. It could be seen that it had a lot of feelings for the old dragon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to offer the deity fruit. The emaciated old dragon shook its head. it didn't accept it. It stretched out its dragon claw and rubbed the little critter's head dotingly. Xiaochen was a little amazed. The old dragon didn't seem to have much longer to live. Its life had already come to an end. He could feel that it was like a dried-up lamp. Inadvertently, he saw the scenery in the oasis behind the old dragon. He was gobsmacked. That place was actually a graveyard. The shadows of the trees danced in the air. He could vaguely see that those graves were abnormally huge. There were no tombstones erected, but a pair of huge dragon horns was erected in front of every grave. There were only 7 or 8 graves, but they occupied a very large area. It was easy to imagine that the identity of the dragons buried here was no small matter. After all, the number of dragons was not small, but only a few of them were qualified to be buried here. Could it be that the old dragon foresaw that it wouldn't be long to live and wanted to bury it here? This made Xiaochen even more certain that its identity was out of the ordinary. On that day, when the Dragon Island's ghost town appeared, a dragon horn once crashed into the ghost town. It was unknown whether it was inside the dragon horn in the graveyard or not. Looking at those huge dragon horns, Xiaochen was quite envious. Those were definitely top-notch treasures. It would be strange if the artificers in the world of cultivation didn't go crazy after seeing them. The auspicious radiance emitted by the rainbow-colored sacred tree was gradually absorbed by the old dragon. That tired expression of his gradually disappeared. He seemed to have become a lot more spirited. All of a sudden, it stared at Xiaochen's left arm. It was completely different from its previous calmness. Its eyes revealed an astonished expression. "What is that?" It actually let out an aged voice. Xiaochen was moved. He took off the jade bracelet on his arm and said, "I came from the human world's ancestral dragon village. Someone said that this is the key to unlocking the seal of the human world." Ancestral Dragon Village, the old dragon revealed a doubtful expression. The moment its huge claw touched the jade bracelet, a golden image of the ancestral dragon actually leaped out from the purple bracelet. One golden light after another shot out from the old dragon's body. Roar, a loud dragon roar rang out from the oasis, and the entire sacred mountain of the dragon race shook violently. The old dragon's imposing manner was too astonishing. At this moment, it was as if countless primordial giants had descended together. It was world-shaking. The dragon roars could be heard from all over the Dragon Island. The roars of ancient beasts rose and fell one after another. The Dragon Island was in an uproar. Other than Kiki, there were also those 2 young dragon kings in the oasis. The other dragon whelps were very frightened. The golden image of the dragon disappeared in a flash and returned to the bracelet. The old dragon's roar stopped. It seemed to have undergone a great change at this moment. It was as if it had received the nourishment of life essence. It was a lot more spirited. "It seems like I don't need to enter the graveyard. Perhaps I can persevere until the day the seal is broken." The old dragon's aged voice echoed in the oasis. After that, it lowered its head and looked at Xiaochen. It said, "The jade bracelet contains the essence of the ancestral dragon. Thank you for extending my lifespan. This is nothing to me. I am also grateful to Senior for gifting that stone arm to me." Could it be that Senior really doesn't know its origin? The old dragon shook its head and didn't say anything. After a long time, it said, "It was left on the island by an ancestral god." Xiaochen saw that it didn't seem to be willing to talk too much, so he didn't ask any further. So, he asked another question: why were the dragons sealed? What's going on with the ghost town? What exactly happened in the ancient times? When the old dragon heard the word ancient times, it gradually revealed an incomparably pained expression. It muttered to itself intermittently. Rather than saying it was sealed, it would be more accurate to say that it was because it was on the Dragon Island that it was implicated. Xiaochen's heart was thumping hard. He was finally going to touch upon the ancient secrets. Even Kiki and the other dragon whelps at the side revealed a focused expression. The old dragon seemed to be talking in a dream. It sank into the painful memories and said, "Humans, dragons, ancestral gods, they all went mad, they all died. The ghost town, no. It should be called the evil abyss. You can't open it, you can't open it." Xiaochen didn't really understand. Why did the desperate and crazy war happen in the ancient times? Was the evil abyss referring to the ghost town or the demonic well under the heavenly monument? He had a lot of questions, but the old dragon sank into silence and didn't say anything else. After a long time, Xiaoqin couldn't help but ask, if we don't open the evil abyss, how are the dragons going to break the seal? When an even more powerful ancestral dragon appears, it will break the dragon's curse. The old dragon said desolately. What exactly is going on? Xiaoqin really wanted to know. However, the old dragon sunk into silence again. Which experts died in the ghost town? Countless humans, deities, and dragons. Almost all of them died in there. 7 of the 2 generations of dragon kings died. Little Qiyu died, and the evil incarnation of the little monk Buddha died. Xian Yuan, who had the potential to become an ancestral god, was crippled. Shenong. Oh, he brought along a dozen people who were on the verge of death and escaped. Yu Chao fell into the evil abyss, Xirenqi's whereabouts are unknown, and it seemed that only Shenong brought along a dozen people and escaped. Countless immortals and deities died in the evil abyss. Xiaoqin was really stunned. He didn't know what to say for a very long time. Why did it turn out like this? The old dragon shook its head and sank into silence. What race is Kiki? Xiaoqin suddenly asked. He finally discovered this living fossil old dragon. He had too many questions to ask. Hearing his question, the snow-white little critter blinked its big eyes and stared at the old dragon. You don't need to know. Or, you can just treat it as a dragon. Dragon? Xiaoqin was very dissatisfied with this answer. Squeak, the little critter scratched its head in a daze. Why do the people of other worlds say that the world of immortals is illusory? The old dragon's expression turned sluggish. After a long time, it said, perhaps the world of immortals will be destroyed in the end. But, how would they know that the world of immortals isn't the only one that will be destroyed? Xiaoqin stayed in this oasis for an entire night. He realized that the old dragon was really quiet. He asked a lot of questions, but the old dragon only answered a few of them. And during this process, Xiaoqin finally knew what was going on with the snow-white beast skin in his hand. Keek's physical body was reborn on the Dragon Island. It started from the rainbow-colored jade shell again. However, a small interlude occurred during this process. A 9-tailed spirit fox coveted the power within the jade shell, but it was unable to break it. After guarding it for a long time, it was naturally stained with the aura of the rainbow-colored jade shell. Unfortunately, it attracted a few powerful dragons. The 9-tailed spirit fox was a sacred beast, but it couldn't withstand a single blow from an adult dragon. Naturally, it was killed and eaten by the young dragons. The reappearance of the rainbow-colored jade shell attracted the old dragon's attention. However, the speed of the egg cracking this time was much faster than when Kiki was born for the first time. I already know a few things about the Immortals mainland from Kiki. I want to ask you for a favor. Early in the morning, the old dragon finally opened his mouth to speak again. Senior, feel free to instruct me. If I can help, I will do my best to help. You have seen that dragon king from the southern wasteland, and you have also seen a white-shelled little tortoise. Sigh, they are blood brothers, but they actually sealed their own brother into a tortoise. This is too vicious. Xiaoqin was gobsmacked. That little tortoise was actually, really a dragon. Furthermore, it was the brother of the southern wasteland's old dragon. This was really unexpected. He took out the black chain that was used to seal the white-shelled little tortoise from the divinized acupoint. The 49 divinized acupoints were like 49 bizarre spaces. It could seal any object. The old dragon took the chain and looked at it. He frowned and said, a very vicious sealing technique. Fortunately, it was broken when it was stained with that tough little dragon's blood. Speaking until here, it flipped its dragon claw. A very small, but sparkling and translucent dragon horn appeared out of thin air. It said, if you have the chance to see that little tortoise, give this to it. It can help it recover. In the end, the old dragon heaved a sigh and said, tell the tough little dragon to stay away from that dragon king from the southern wasteland. I don't like it. The tough little dragon was actually worthy of the old dragon's attention. This made Xiaoqin a little surprised. As if it had seen through his doubts, the old dragon said to itself, I was the one who watched that stubborn little guy being born." In the end, the old dragon slowly stretched out that skinny claw. With a light push, it actually opened up a spatial passage. It directly brought the 30 young dragons and Xiaoqian to the foot of the mountain. Xiaoqian was incomparably shocked. Wasn't the dragon race sealed? The old dragon, not only could it speak, it could also display such a terrifying divine ability. It was really unfathomable. "You guys can go." When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the old dragon stopped. Kiki seemed to be reluctant to leave this place. It ran to the front of the old dragon and squeaked a few times. After that, it very generously gave the spiritual essence on Xiaoqian's body to the 2 young dragon kings and those ordinary young dragons. This made the unruly little guys a little embarrassed. They only accepted it after the old dragon nodded its head. Rumble, the earth was shaking. Many powerful dragons ran over from a distant place, including the tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, saber dragon, thunder dragon, 8-clawed tyrant dragon, and so on. All the huge dragons knelt down as if they were paying homage. This scene was really spectacular. The hill-like dragons filled the foot of the sacred mountain. There were even a lot of ancient beasts that were not weaker than the dragons. They also knelt down, as if they were worshipping. Xiaoqian was really shocked to the extreme. When they left with Kiki, there were no dragons to obstruct them, and no ancient beasts to make things difficult for them. Xiaoqian and the others smoothly left the sacred mountain. Using the 8-fold extreme speed, Xiaoqian brought Kiki to the center of the Dragon Island. The boundless white sea of bones stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiaoqian had an indescribable feeling. Everything about him started from the heavenly monolith. After that, all kinds of things happened around the heavenly monolith. Could it be that his fate was related to the heavenly monolith? Black fog lingered around the heavenly monolith in the sea of bones. Was the evil abyss below it? Xiaoqian didn't have any time to waste. After gazing at it for a short while, he soared into the sky with Kiki and flew towards the seaside. The golden taboo ocean sealed the trapped Dragon Island. How could they leave? Xiaoqian continuously carved on the beach. He still clearly remembered the 9 underworld formation left behind by the demon. He wanted to summon the sovereign kingship again, but he didn't know if he would succeed. However, just at this time, Kiki's performance made him dumbstruck. The little critter stood on the seashore in high spirits. It surveyed the sea and began to squawk, squeak. 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 It was just like the time when it stirred up trouble with the 11 dragon kings to summon the ancestral dragon divine ship together. Although its voice was immature, it clearly reverberated between heaven and earth. As if it had cut through time and space, it transmitted its will to the depths of the taboo ocean. An incomparably vast and ancient aura began to spread in the depths of the taboo ocean. It was as if an unknown mysterious power began to respond to Kiki. What made Xiaoqian feel inconceivable was, a vast dragon roar actually transmitted from the boundless golden sea. It was like a majestic heavenly sound transmitted from the ancient times. It made people tremble from the bottom of their soul. This was really shocking. The little critter could actually summon the divine ship by itself. At that time, was it Kiki who summoned the divine ship, or was it the 11 dragon kings who summoned the divine ship? Xiaoqian felt that it was very hard to speculate. The divine ship made from the ancestral dragon's bone and the heavenly wood had always been wandering in the taboo ocean. It had already drifted for countless years. It could freely enter and exit the taboo ocean. According to legend, it required at least 9 dragon kings to gather together in order to summon the legendary divine ship. Or, if it was summoned by the real little ancestral dragon, it alone was enough to fight against 9 dragon kings. Kiki was not a dragon, but how could it summon the divine ship by itself like the little ancestral dragon? Xiaoqian was very shocked. Could it be that the little critter was really comparable to the little ancestral dragon? Squeak. 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 The little critter puffed out its chest and squeaked with all its might. A huge dragon ship blossoming with 7-colored radiance rode the wind and broke through the waves. It appeared on the surface of the golden sea out of nowhere. It seemed as if it really came from the ancient times. The taboo ocean was flickering with 7-colored radiance. That huge divine ship was as majestic as a small mountain. It was like a real ancestral dragon. It was cutting through the golden ocean. It was getting closer. It was indeed a divine ship in the shape of a huge ancestral dragon. The radiant mist illuminated the entire taboo ocean. Because of its appearance, the thousands of miles of sea area fluctuated violently. However, the divine ship was still moving steadily. It didn't sway at all. It was getting closer, getting closer. The legendary ancestral dragon divine ship had finally reached the shore. A seven-colored divine radiance transformed into a rainbow bridge, connecting the divine ship to the shore. At the same time, an ancient aura seemed to have traveled through time and space from the ancient times to the shore. It made Xiaochen have an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although the divine ship was summoned last time, Xiaochen and Kiki didn't have the chance to board it. Now, the little critter couldn't wait any longer and rushed up the mountain. Xiaochen followed behind with a smile. The ancestral dragon ship was overflowing with radiance. It was as if they had entered a dreamlike world. It was able to absorb energy from the golden ocean, making the mountain-like huge ship's body filled with a peaceful aura. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. The divine ship slowly left the shore and sailed towards the depths of the ocean. Well done. Xiaochen smiled as he rubbed Kiki's head and praised it without hesitation. It was really comparable to the little ancestral dragon. Xiaochen couldn't see through this little critter anymore. The little critter had already recovered its lively nature. It proudly stuck out its chest. After that, it happily took a big bite of the deity fruit in its embrace. Its mouth was filled with fragrance. It had a happy and satisfied expression. Squeak! Suddenly, Kiki's expression was filled with astonishment as it pointed at the shore behind Xiaochen. Xiaochen hurriedly turned his head to look. That's... His pupils immediately contracted. He saw a figure quickly flashing through the coconut grove on the golden beach. The figure was extremely similar to him. The moment that person turned his head, Xiaochen felt as if he was struck by lightning. He seemed to have seen himself. It's the ground. That person's appearance could be said to be exactly the same as him. How could it be like this? Why, even the expression was extremely similar. It should be the person he wanted to be on guard against. He didn't meet him on the dragon horse and only caught a glimpse of him when he left. The snow-white little critter scratched its head in confusion. It rubbed its eyes and mumbled softly, as if it thought it was seeing things. Xiaochen was not worried at all. He was prepared to ferret out this person on the dragon horse after he returned from the Immortals mainland. He won't be able to fool your senses. You should be familiar with my soul fluctuations. The little critter nodded on the deck. Critter sat on the deck and happily began eating the deity flame fruit. Kiki happily climbed up and down of deity god fruit. Red Flame King Divine School. Again as, the King Sea. On. Xiaochen had nearly fallen into the Forbidden Sea several times, causing him to worry several times. Ku was so happy that she almost fainted. She rolled back and forth in a big pile of spiritual essences. This was what Xiaochen had preserved for it. The 49 divinized acupoints were like 49 spaces. They could store any kind of item. The demonic demon. By Chi read as dragon as he, dragon as he. As. And as demon of, demon mountain, as, sea. Xiaochen also started a new round of training. Although Kiki had distributed a lot of the amethyst fruit, there were still some rare amethyst fruit left. However, he still had some rare spiritual herbs left. At this moment, he was refining another heavenly god fruit. The spacious taboo ocean was deathly still. There was no sign of life. In the next 10 days, Xiaochen sat cross-legged and cultivated. The deity fruit was worthy of being called royal-grade spiritual essence along with the Imu ginseng fruit. These days, Xiaochen's entire body was surrounded by a milky white radiance, as if there was a jade liquid circulating around his body. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, he discovered 4 of his acupoints had been divinized. It was all thanks to that deity fruit. Kiki at the side didn't feel monotonous at all. As long as there was a familiar relative beside him. In addition, there was enough spiritual essence to enjoy. It felt that it was the happiest thing. These days, its little belly had clearly become plump. It felt both happy and miserable. Seeing Xiaochen wake up. It lifted up an amethyst fruit and signaled Xiaochen to eat it. "I'm not eating, this is for you." Xiaochen thought of something and took it from one of the divinized acupoints. "I'm not eating, this is for you." Xiaochen pulled an amethyst moonwood tree. It looked like an old tree carved out of a purple diamond. There was also a ginseng fruit hanging on it. It was obviously different from Keek's. It was not growing on the treetop. It was growing on the root. Radiance circulated around. It was sparkling and glistening. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. This was what Xiaochen found himself. It was found on the huge mountain that Kongxian cut off in the Cypress furnace. The snow-white little critter immediately squeaked and gestured. It told Xiaochen that this was the amethyst moonwood fruit king. One of them was equivalent to several ordinary ginseng fruits. "Since it is so special, I will help you seal it up first." The little critter shook its head firmly. It pushed the pile of amethyst moonwood fruits in front of it over. It insisted on Xiaochen eating a few. In the end, Xiaochen refined the 2 purple diamond inwood ginseng fruits. Then, he stored them away. Just like this, another 8 acupoints were divinized. The vitality in Xiaochen's body reached a terrifying level. The network of divine veins in his body was perfected one step further. A complete circulation system was gradually approaching perfection. Although his cultivation did not advance because of this, Xiaochen did not feel that it was a waste. With so many spiritual essences divinized, so many acupoints, it would erupt sooner or later. Perhaps. This time was not far away. The Nirvana realm was the most important checkpoint in a cultivator's life. It could let a person undergo a qualitative change. That was an unimaginable sublimation. Perhaps the accumulated experience would be fully reflected in the Nirvana realm. All of a sudden, a long mournful cry that made one's scalp go numb resounded in the deathly silent forbidden ocean. The sound was so miserable and desolate that it made people feel despair. Xiaochen and Kiki were immediately startled. They looked towards the bow of the ancestral dragon divine ship. They only saw a huge black skull floating in front of them. It cut through the golden ocean and charged towards them. That was the Sovereign King's ship. Xiaochen and Kiki were not unfamiliar with it. It seemed like it was really carved from a huge skull. It was incomparably gloomy and terrifying. Black baleful aura lingered around it. It was less than 100 zhang away from the ancestral dragon divine ship. The 2 ships confronted each other. They were motionless on the golden ocean. A terrifying energy fluctuation was surging violently. Just like that. It was completely silent. Only after 6 hours did the 2 ships stagger. An earth-shaking dragon roar and the mournful howl of an evil spirit resounded at the same time. The trembling forbidden ocean surged violently. It raised a huge wave. When the ancestral dragon divine ship left the forbidden ocean, Xiaochen did not want to delay any longer. He directly soared into the sky with Kiki and flew towards the Immortals' mainland in the north with the speed of the 8-fold extreme speed. The vast ocean flowed backwards. The islands flowed backwards at lightning speed. Xiaochen streaked across the vast sky. On the same day, he arrived at the southern wasteland that he had been away from for a long time. The boundless southern border. Boundless and boundless. The endless primitive forest was verdant and deep. It was like the great earth of the primitive era. After passing through one primitive desolate mountain range after another and flying past countless old forest areas, Xiaochen finally arrived at the celestial city in the evening. This towering giant city had stood towering for God knows how many years. The vicissitudes of life could be felt from far away. He arrived at this place once again. Xiaochen sighed ruefully. So many things had happened here in the past. The memory was still fresh in his mind. He took large strides and entered the city. He didn't want to stay any longer. He only wanted to pass through the city and be a passerby. He didn't know if he would have the chance to come here again. He walked past the bustling plaza. Stepping into the spacious street, Xiaochen suddenly saw a familiar figure. That was the solitary sword demon. Under the setting sun, the solitary sword demon and a graceful girl were walking side by side. Their shadows were long and drawn by the afterglow of the setting sun. And in front of them, there was a small figure that was walking unsteadily. This should be a family of 3 taking a stroll after dinner. This was a heartwarming scene. Xiaochen couldn't bear to disturb them. The solitary sword demon was actually already married and had a child. Such a thing actually happened to that man who took the sword as his life. It was as if he sensed something. Although the distance was still very far. The solitary sword demon suddenly turned his head around. The instant he saw Xiaochen, he was dumbfounded. Immediately after, 2 dazzling divine radiance shot out from his eyes. You are still alive, the heavens still have eyes. He was still a man of few words like gold in the past. Only after a long time did he say such a sentence. The woman beside him also turned around. Xiaochen's expression immediately turned sluggish. That was Frosty, Aqua's younger sister, the beauty from the western border. Her beautiful face had the unique charm of a young married woman. Xiaochen smiled. He strode over and said, "It's been 4 years since we last met. It seems like many things have happened." The solitary sword demon changed. Although he still didn't speak much, he was no longer as cold as before. When he looked at Qin, there was a hint of warmth between his brows. Meeting an old friend so suddenly, Frosty was a little shy at first. However, she soon calmed down. It was obvious that she was a happy little woman. The toddler of 2 or 3 years of age behind. She was as beautiful as an exquisite piece of porcelain, blinking her big eyes. She looked up at Xiaochen and called out in her childish voice, "Uncle." "Hello, Uncle, what's your name?" Xiaochen crouched down. "My name is Xianxia. Dugu Xianxia. The most beautiful Xianxia." Although Xianxia's speech was still not very fluent, it was not a big deal. However, she wasn't shy at all and waved her delicate little hands. She touched Xiaochen's cheeks. A hint of gentleness flashed through the solitary sword demon's eyes. He pulled his daughter's hand. Fearing that she might fall, Frosty crouched down even more dotingly and protected her from behind. Looking at this warm family of 3, Xiaochen was deeply moved. That cold man who swept across the southern wasteland with his iron sword back then had actually become such a good man. The change was really too big. "Uncle. Uncle, hug." The jade-like Xianxia smiled happily and stretched out her little hand. She stretched out her little hands and interrupted Xiaochen's momentary absent-mindedness. "Come, let Uncle hug you." Xiaochen carried her up. The solitary sword demon opened his mouth and said, "Let's go. Let's get drunk tonight." Just at this time, Kiki, who was in a daze, stretched her head out from the bag behind Xiaochen. This immediately made the solitary sword demon and Frosty startled. They were deeply aware of how extraordinary this little thing was. "Hug, hug, hug." Little Xianxia stretched out her hands towards Kiki. The solitary family's ancient castle was very different from the past. It was no longer as lifeless as before. Now, it was full of vitality. The courtyard was filled with flowers and plants. The spring under the stone bridge also began to have clear water flowing. There were a lot of colorful fish in the pond. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The pure white moonlight sprinkled on the solitary family's courtyard. Xiaochen and the solitary sword demon were drinking under the moonlight. A row of wine jars was already placed on top of the stone table. "Solitary sword demon, can you still hold a sword with your hand?" "Yes, I have more strength than before. Because I have more responsibility." When Frosty heard these words at the side, her expression was immediately filled with happiness. At this moment, she was only a little girl. She was no longer the female practitioner who roamed the world in the past. "I also want to train with father." Although Xianxia couldn't speak clearly, her pretty little face was filled with a serious expression. Hearing these words, Dugu Jianyan rubbed Xianxia's head dotingly and said, "My daughter will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman in the future." "Yeah, Xianxia is the most beautiful, the strongest." The little girl nodded seriously. The solitary sword demon let out a soft sigh. Xiaochen was a little flabbergasted. "Do you still remember Rowena?" The solitary sword demon asked. "Of course I remember. That's my elder sister." This, Xiaochen was very surprised. "I only found out about it recently." Outsiders have always found it strange that our solitary family didn't give birth to a girl. How could they know? Girls and those with slightly inferior aptitude can't step into the solitary family. Only by obtaining the recognition of the inheritor can they step into this ancient castle and practice the ancestral sword. I don't want my daughter to leave me. Soon, I will bring the mother and daughter far away from the ancient castle. I will no longer be the solitary inheritor. Xianxia is with father. Xianxia smiled sweetly and opened her little hands. A gentle expression flashed in the solitary sword demon's eyes. He carried her on his lap. Was this still the cold and emotionless solitary sword demon from before? Xiaoqian discovered that he had really changed. His heart was no longer cold and hard anymore. It was even a little soft. He seemed to have guessed what Xiaoqian was thinking. The solitary sword demon said, "My heart has indeed softened, but my strength has become even more powerful. For the sake of the mother and daughter, I will leave the solitary castle. Maybe I will go even further on the path of cultivation." On this night, the solitary sword demon said a lot of things. He was already drunk. He kept recalling the past events of his childhood. He kept thinking of his mother who was no longer in this world. I don't want my children to go through the bitter and lonely road that I have walked on. I want them to grow up in front of their parents. I want them to have a warm family and not a heartless and gloomy childhood. I don't want them to only have an ice-cold sword. I want them to grow up happily. Frosty sent the solitary sword demon away. Xiaoqian sat alone under the moonlight. He felt that the power of time was really unparalleled. It could actually make a person undergo such a big change. It's late at night. Xiaoqian, don't sit in the courtyard. Frosty walked over. No matter. I want to calm down. You guys already know that I came to the world of Immortals to invite someone. Time is pressing, I might set off at night. I won't bid farewell to Brother Solitary. I wish you all happiness. That Qing must be a good girl. Don't miss it again. As for Ruoxue, since she is already no longer here, don't blame yourself. Frosty went to take care of Xianxia. Xiaoqian was silent. Blame himself? He had already forgotten everything that happened in the past. He couldn't even recall the warm past even if he wanted to. At this moment, there was only emptiness in his heart. He stared blankly under the moonlight. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was like water. It lightly rippled in the courtyard. Xiaoqian stood up. He pushed open the gate of the ancient castle and walked on the desolate street. The cold moon elongated his shadow. He walked towards the outside of the city with large strides. The snow-white moon illuminated the earth. Why is my heart so empty? Xiaoqian felt empty in his heart. Whoosh, a streak of white light flashed through the bottom of his heart. A corner of that long-ago memory that was destroyed was revealed. A gentle and beautiful figure appeared. That was Ruoxue. A heartwarming scene. The touching scene, the sorrowful scene of parting, appeared one after another. Xiaoqian looked at these memories quietly. It was as if he was looking at a tragedy. As if it was someone else's. And not his. At this moment, he was so calm that even he was afraid of himself. The Ruoxue in the scene was using her own life essence to prolong his life. Why, was he actually able to recall it so calmly? If there is a day. If you and I walk towards a wordless end, I will leave by myself. Everything will start anew. I will find someone who likes me and marry him. Ruoxue's words resounded clearly in his ears. Very soon, he saw the words left behind in the thatched cottage behind Mount Amay. Everything will start anew, he understood in an instant. This was what happened after disappointment. Was it because of the memory destruction? Xiaoqian was absent-minded. How could he be so cold-blooded and heartless? When he recalled the past, he found that he was really heartless. Why did it turn out like this? Even if there was a myriad of reasons, he shouldn't have destroyed Ruoxue's memory. However, although he blamed himself, but he was horrified to find that his damned rationality was still reminding him that what he did was not wrong. At this moment, Xiaoqian felt incomparable fear. His emotions and heart had deviated from each other. How could such a terrifying thing happen? He felt as if something bad had happened to him. Otherwise, how could it be like this? The original him was not like this. The once cold-blooded and heartless solitary sword demon had become sentimental. He who once trained painstakingly in the world of immortals for the sake of meeting that girl in the mortal world became heartless. How could it be like this? Could it be that the cold-blooded and heartless solitary sword demon was weak in the deepest part of his heart, and he who trained painstakingly for the sake of his parents and the girl he liked was cold and heartless in the deepest part of his heart? Walking in the primitive mountain forest outside the city, the moonlight made the forest snow-white. But Xiaochen felt his whole body was ice-cold. All of this is because you are an incomplete soul. Just at this time, the golden halberd inside Xiaochen's body suddenly made a sound. Following that, the jet-black engraved also transmitted a spiritual fluctuation. A part of your soul is still sealed in the stone statue in the deepest part of the desert of ancient gods by the 24 war swords. F***CKU, Xiaochen shouted loudly and quickly flew towards the northwest. Kiki, who was sleeping soundly, immediately woke up with a start. She scratched her head suspiciously. After that, she fell asleep in a daze. Although it was several tens of thousands of miles away from the pure land of the jungle tribe and the barbarian race, it was nothing in front of the eightfold extreme speed. The sky had not even brightened yet. Xiaochen already arrived at the familiar pure land. This place was like a divine garden. The fresh flowers were rippling with an intoxicating fragrance, the divine tree was swaying gently with a green radiance. Small wooden houses were dotted around. It was so natural and harmonious, spiritual energy lingered in the air. "It's you?" The old turtle grandpa just happened to push open the door. He saw Xiaochen. "Old man, I am here to ask for reinforcements to save Qingqing. Hurry up and ask that old man of yours to come out." "What happened to Qingqing?" "It's a long story." In the process of Xiaochen's explanation, a group of old people surrounded him. Especially Qingqing's grandfather, Old Man Yi. He even squeezed himself to the front. "Is that so? Then quickly go and ask the old ancestor of the black tortoise. Let's go to the human world while we are at it." "Ah. You guys, are all going?" Xiaochen was a little dumbstruck. "Qingqing is in trouble, how can we not go? At the same time, I really want to see what the human world is like. In any case, we can shatter the void and come back at any time." This was the truth. It was very difficult to go to the human world here. But as long as they had the power of Immortal Realm, they could enter the world of immortals from the human world at any time. Perhaps no one would have thought that the old ancestor of the black tortoise lived in seclusion in the Pure Land. This was a very amiable old man. He didn't seem to have anything special, just like an old man from a farmer's family. Simple and amiable. He chuckled and said, "The human world is so nostalgic." "Nostalgic? That's where I come from. Since I have the chance to go back, I will definitely save Qingqing and take a good look at it." "That's good, senior, don't pass first. I still have to go invite someone. I will come back here to welcome you at that time." Xiaochen soared into the sky. This time, he directly flew towards the clouds, towards the outer space. The demon had once branded a mark in his heart. Inside it was the exact route to find that divine horse from outer space. The hazy starlight flickered. Xiaochen flew against the sky. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles he had flown. A divine island floated in front of him. Looking from afar, it was full of vitality. It was no longer as desolate as the first time he came. At this time, two beautiful figures rushed out from the island. Two 11 or 12-year-old tender Lolas rushed out. "Ah. It's really. I'm not seeing things right, the handsome big brother is here. It's you guys, it's us. This is too surprising. Big brother Xiaochen, you are actually alive. Didn't you turn into a stone statue? Is the founder here?" "Yes." The two little Lolas very close fluttered in the wind. Their complexion was as fair as jade. They were tender and cute, their dimples were faintly discernible when they smiled lightly. Two pairs of big eyes flickered with a crafty glint as they giggled and stared at the snoring Kiki. That kind of expression was as if they wanted to snatch Kiki away. "Hee hee. I am the most intelligent little fairy, Ling Long. Hee hee. I am the most beautiful little demon girl, Bunny. It was as if they had discovered a new continent. Together, they introduced themselves to the sleepy little critter that was woken up. Then, they rushed over together. Xiaochen didn't want to waste any more time. He quickly rushed into the Divine Island. He left them behind. I didn't expect you to escape. The demon sex founder quietly floated in the sky, gazing at the approaching Xiaochen. It has already been more than a year since I escaped. This time, I specially came to ask for help. What's the matter? Squeak. Squeak, Kiki had just woken up. It used its unique language to explain for Xiaochen. Xiaochen found the little critter was very smart. Perhaps only its favor would make Chiyu make a move. Is that so? Let me think about it. Chiyu pondered. Xiaochen waited quietly. What if Chiyu didn't agree? He began to ponder. Just at this time, Chiyu opened his mouth and said, I will definitely go to the human world, you don't need to worry about this. I want to personally rescue an old friend of mine who was sealed in the human world. I was thinking if we can make a plan. If we want to make a ruckus, let's turn the world upside down. Perhaps he could even pull in those half-martial ancestors who had shattered the void from the human realm. This time, we can make a move against the world of cultivators. Hearing about Taihao's appearance, Chiyu raised his brows. That was definitely a powerful Qi practitioner. If Qi practitioners like you the Great and Hui also appeared, would they be friends or foes? With the help of Great Emperor Xianyuan, Chiyu recalled some past events. After pondering for a moment, he decided to look for Laozi and a few other Qi practitioners to go to the human world. These people were all Qi practitioners of the immemorial era. Some entered the world of cultivation, some entered the world of immortals. After all, they were acquainted with each other. If they really met, it might save some effort. Chiyu was an all-powerful expert during the ancient times. Recalling the glorious years of the past, his heart that had been calm for a long time was stirred up again. You can go visit some friends these few days, I will go invite them now. Chiyu tore open the space and disappeared from the Divine Island. Go see an old friend? Xiaochen didn't want to complicate matters, but when he thought that he might not be able to step into the world of immortals in this lifetime, he had an impulse to go see his old friend. Wow, we finally caught up. Such a cute little critter. The two cute Lolas looked at Kiki, their big eyes lit up. They were itching to give it a try. The snow-white little critter didn't realize how powerful it was. Its long eyelashes blinked and looked at the two cute Lolas doubtfully. It tilted its head and sized them up curiously. I want a hug. Let me hug first. No. You go hug the handsome big brother, I will hug the cutie first. The two little Lola's skin was as translucent as jade, they were incomparably delicate. At this moment, they actually started to fight. Kiki was so shocked that she directly swept out a rainbow-colored radiance. It locked them in place. After that, it curiously jumped onto their shoulders and pinched their nose. Then, it pulled on the rabbit's ear and squeaked before returning to Xiaochen's side. This was actually the Yellow Emperor's youngest daughter, Xiaochen smiled. He walked over and messed up the two little Lola's long hair just like before. After that, he brought the snow-white little critter and soared into the sky. The Immortals' mainland was boundless, looking for someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. When Xiaochen unexpectedly obtained a piece of information, everything became relatively easy. Before Xianxia left, he had sent a message to the continent for all the sects to select outstanding young practitioners. He would be put in an important position in the future. When this news came out, the entire Immortals mainland was in an uproar. The primitive Chan sect, the heaven-reaching Jia sect, the Buddha's Buddhism, the Sun Holy God's solar sect. Almost all the outstanding disciples of the half-ancestor sect had signed up. A large group of outstanding young disciples were sent to the Great Xia Kingdom's Mount Xianxia in the north of Middle-earth. Although Xianxia didn't show himself, he had carved quite a few cultivation techniques onto the cliffs of Mount Xianxia, and many of the younger generation had gathered here. The towering Mount Xianxia was magnificent and beautiful. Young practitioners gathered under each precipice. This place had become a holy place for cultivation. Xiaochen's expression froze. Isn't that fairs now? She wore a floral dress. She had a colorful phoenix hairpin in her hair, bright and beautiful. She was surrounded by a large group of young practitioners, who surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. They seemed to be discussing the unique skill on the stone wall together. It could be seen that her status in the Hu family had greatly improved. She was very different from before. Her graceful and luxurious bearing was even more confident. She had a sweet smile and beautiful eyes. She had truly become the young phoenix of a major aristocratic family. Eh? That's... Xiaochen was startled. Less than 100 meters away from that gorgeous fares now, another familiar figure entered his line of sight. Isn't that Crisis? This assassin under the sunlight had a deadly earnest look on his face. He was earnestly studying and comprehending the technique on the other side of the precipice, as if he had gained some enlightenment. He would nod his head from time to time. Xiaochen smiled. This wretched guy was really good at pretending. He was probably eyeing fares now. This tiger butcher most likely wanted to make a move again. He was merely pretending to spy on fares now. Wretched guy, Xiaochen transmitted his voice secretly. It immediately startled Crisis. He suddenly turned his head around, and was dumbfounded the moment he saw Xiaochen. He appeared in front of him with a few flashes. I haven't seen you for several years. Your cultivation has increased by a large margin again. You're still alive? Crisis was incomparably shocked. He stammered, you've killed so many half-martial ancestors, and you're still living so leisurely. You're truly a scourge will live for 1,000 years. Like two wisps of light smoke, the two of them arrived at a high peak and began to chat about the past. In the past few years, the wretched man had been doing very well. Now, he had become the brightest star in the assassin organization. He was already on the verge of becoming the young leader. After knowing everything about Xiaochen, the vulgar man was tongue-tied as he said, SSS actually can CC cross realms to play. TT this time, when I go with you to the human world, you must bring me along. There are so many CCC cultivation magic treasures that can be snatched. It's really makes one yearn for it. Do you want to be cannon fodder? I came to the immortal realm to invite a half-martial ancestor. Even 10,000 people like you wouldn't be enough to kill me. Xiaochen mercilessly attacked. I am not going to provoke a half-martial ancestor. I am going to rob them. Then aren't those young cultivators so arrogant and domineering? They really need someone like me to teach them a lesson. Crisis was as vulgar as before. His eyes were filled with a thieving light. Xiaochen thought for a while and felt that there was no harm in letting him go. If this fellow cultivated outside the 9 provinces, he would definitely reach the immortal realm one day and be able to shatter the void and come back. What is this? Is this a little white tiger that you're raising? Tonight, we'll have a fight between dragons and tigers. Let's do it. Just as the vulgar man finished speaking, the vexed Kiki threw a rainbow-colored radiance at him. He was immediately covered in dirt and fell to the ground. This. This is the lost paradise from back then, it was rare for him to be so excited. He was dumbstruck. Crisis was not the only one at Mount Shenong. Not long after, he brought another old friend to Xiaochen, Oxman. The charmingly naive little fatty Oxman's eyes occasionally flickered with radiance. It showed that his cultivation had already reached an extremely high level. When he found out about Qing Qing's current situation, he pointed at the sky and cursed, if something happens to Qing Qing, I'll curse you to give birth to a child without an asshole. Oxman's temperament was the same as in the past. He looked very naive, but he was actually very astute. Xiaochen unexpectedly got a piece of good news from Oxman. Lawrence, who had been missing for many years, had appeared. He also came to Mount Shenong with Buddhist-Asian. Lawrence, he is still alive? Xiaochen was astonished and happy at the same time. I'll go look for them. Oxman shook his huge bull horns and disappeared. Not long after, a spatial passage appeared on the mountain peak. Not long after, a spatial passageway appeared on the mountain peak. Oxman and Asian walked out first, and the person behind them was precisely Lawrence, whom they had not seen for 8 years. His pale complexion was the same as 8 years ago, he looked a little sick, but it couldn't conceal his handsome and heroic spirit. Lawrence, where have you been all these years? Xian and Lawrence were also very excited when they saw Xiaochen. Lawrence sighed and said, "I have been hovering between life and death for the past 8 years, because the Dragon King was being coveted." Lawrence's soul was almost scattered 8 years ago. He only woke up 8 years later. Why do I feel that your cultivation has already reached a very terrifying level? You still have such achievements even after being unconscious for 8 years. Xiaochen was very surprised. I am a psychic. Even though it was hard for me to move for the past 8 years, my mind was always in a state of cultivation. I fought with my life on the line. The improvement of the spiritual realm is the most important way for a psychic to advance. I trained day and night. Naturally it didn't delay the advancement of my cultivation. There was another point, and that was Lawrence's grandmother had been activating Lawrence's bloodline all day long. Using the powerful and pure energy to temper his body, not only did his body not shrink in the past 8 years, it became even stronger instead. It was not like a psychic's physique at all. Lawrence had been missing for 8 years, and Xiaochen had been missing for 4 years. Xian became the successor of Buddha. Everyone had endless things to talk about as they talked about their own experiences. In the end, after they understood the situation of the mortal world and the purpose of Xiaochen's trip, they all requested to follow him to the mortal world. That was because they didn't need to worry about not being able to return. They wanted to broaden their horizons and compete with the cultivators to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Standing on the mountain peak, the few of them talked about the past. Suddenly, Xiaochen saw a beautiful figure flapping the undying divine wings on a precipice in the distance. That was Yan Qingqing. He wanted to greet her, but he suddenly recalled the unfriendly relationship between the two of them. He stopped again. Some people should just slowly fade away along with their memories. When Xiaochen, Lawrence, Xian, Oxman, and Crisis arrived at the extraterrestrial divine island, they got a huge shock. There were a few blurry figures standing in the void, as if they had merged with the heaven and earth. These few people had once appeared in the lost paradise. Laozi, Buddha, primordial lord of heaven, Skirich, Xuanti, Sun Wu, Zhuangzhou, and Qi Yu, the 8 half-ancestors were standing there. It was really shocking. Didn't Qi Yu have a grudge against primordial lord of heaven? How could he invite him here, but the yellow emperor didn't appear? Xiaochen was very surprised. At his side, the snow-white little critter already opened its big eyes wide. It didn't have the slightest favorable impression towards these half-ancestors. Obviously, other than a limited number of people, the others didn't go there to help. They had some other purpose. If that old man in the Pure Land was included, the arrival of 9 half-ancestors would definitely cause a huge commotion. Qi Yu said, "Everyone, let's meet at the Taboo Ocean outside of the Dragon Island 3 days later." The figures of the other 7 half-ancestors slowly faded away and completely disappeared. And just at this time, Xiaochen and the rest received an earth-shattering news. The few half-ancestors were not only going to the human world by themselves, they were also going to bring along their disciples. Those people were going to summon their disciples right now. What made them even more astonished was, those young talents gathered at Mount Shinnong were also going to be sent to the human world. Qi Yu vaguely revealed that this was Shinnong's wish. The world of immortals might really be destroyed in the future. A group of people were going to retreat to the human world and leave behind the seeds of hope. 3 days later, there were many figures outside the Taboo Ocean. Other than the disciples of the 9 half-ancestors, there were even more practitioners floating in the sky. Squeak! Squeak! Along with the snow-white little critter's call, a rainbow-colored divine ship broke through the waves in the golden ocean. The vast draconic aura fluctuated violently. Xiaochen knew that the human world was really going to be in chaos. His action of helping actually caused such a huge wave, he really didn't know if it was a blessing or a disaster. The ancestral dragon divine ship was approaching. A vast draconic aura covered the entire sky. Everyone was in awe of it. The 7-colored divine light shone. It illuminated the entire vast sea. The surface of the sea was like a dream. However, there were too many people. It was like moving across worlds. Even though the ancestral dragon divine ship was as big as a mountain. However, it was unable to accommodate all the densely packed figures in the sky. The Buddha was the first to move. He chanted a Buddhist name. 3 sariras floated behind his head. Thousands of golden lights burst forth. Then, a paradise appeared above his head. All the bodhisattvas, 500 arhats, all the Buddhist disciples flew in. The primordial being wore a purple gold crown. He wore a yin-yang Taoist robe. He waved his sleeves. The astral wind shook the sea. All the disciples of the Chan sect soared into the sky. Even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were swept into his sleeves. The Tongtian sect leader also used his divine ability. A huge hand tore the sky apart. It froze the space. All the disciples were taken in. They were refined into a light spot and flew into the immortal extermination formation. All the half-martial ancestors used their divine abilities. They kept their disciples in a small world. More than half of the figures in the sky were gone. Why are there still so many people? Qiyu frowned. There were really too many people. It was beyond imagination. At this moment, Zhuangzhou arrived in the form of a butterfly. The butterfly wings flapped. A series of ripples spread out. That was a spiritual fluctuation. Xiao Chen and the 9 half-martial ancestors heard his voice transmission. Ancestor God Shenong hopes to bring more people away. Because no matter what, the human world will not be destroyed. Hearing this, the 9 half-martial ancestors fell silent. The ancestor God sensed danger. He hoped that the fire seed of this world would be preserved. Xiao Chen frowned. He did not want to become a sinner of the human world. If he brought disaster to the human world, he would not be able to atone for his sins even if he died 100 times. She seemed to notice his worry. Qiyu patted him on the shoulder. He transmitted his voice, "Don't worry. These half-martial ancestors were all from the mortal realm. He wouldn't cause any trouble. On the contrary, he will become the guardian of the human world." Everyone entered the ancestral dragon ship along the Rainbow Bridge. When Yan Qingqing flew over and saw Xiao Chen, her expression changed. Zhang Xian's expression froze. Clearly, he did not expect Xiao Chen to still be alive in this world. He didn't watch for too long. She boarded the divine ship. Apart from the ancestor god, many people did not know why they had to enter the human world. Everyone boarded the boat in silence. The mountain-like ancestral dragon divine ship carried everyone away. However, Xiao Chen, Kiki, Buddha, Laozi, and Qiyu stayed behind. Because there was still a large group of people who were about to leave the immortal realm. We need them to coordinate. This was truly an army. Xiao Chen originally came to ask for help. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Xiao Chen was not afraid of wasting time. This was because the second batch of people would board the sovereign king ship summoned by Qiyu and leave. There was no need to wait for the ancestral dragon ship to return. He looked at the immensity sea behind him, passing through the heavy mist. It was as if Xiao Chen was looking at the ancient and majestic continent of immortals. Even the people of the world of immortals were about to enter the mortal world. There was no need for him to come again. This time, he entered the world of immortals. He had yet to meet some of his old friends. How could 10x forget? How could Qing Wang Wang, Yanluo Wang, and Luanhui Wang disappear from their memories? "Senior, would you be willing to travel with me? I'm going to pick up some friends," Xiao Chen said to Qiyu. Since the world of immortals might be destroyed in the future, Xiao Chen hoped that he could bring 10x to the human world. "I don't want anything to happen to it. It would be too dangerous for him to face the southern wasteland dragon alone with Ku. He needed a half-step ancestor." Sure. There was no need to doubt his strength as a half-martial ancestor. Qiyu directly opened up a spatial tunnel. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the deepest part of the southern wasteland from the boundless ocean. For normal Xiuzha, there were too many mysteries here. Almost no one dared to set foot in it. The ancient mountain range was vast and boundless. The ancient primitive forest blotted out the sky. All kinds of prehistoric ancient beasts roamed about. Make this place extremely dangerous. Heavenly music played. The barren mountain moved. The mountain in front of them was like a door that separated into two sides. A magnificent world was revealed. The multicolored clouds were everywhere. The divine tree was swaying gently. The exotic flowers were blooming. The waterfall was flowing. The clouds were faintly discernible. One after another, the jade palaces were floating in the air. It was a dreamy scene. This was the real southern wasteland dragon vein. It wasn't as scary as the outside world imagined. It looked like a peaceful paradise. Haha. A distinguished guest has arrived. The southern wasteland dragon flew out while laughing heartily. The black dragon armor on his body was flickering with metallic radiance. It made him look tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and inviolable. The moment he saw Xiaochen, his expression turned sluggish. He didn't expect the sealed youth had actually escaped. After that, he took a deep look at the snow-white little critter. Nothing else. I am here to pick up a little guy. Chio's words were very concise. Who? 10x. Xiaochen said. The southern wasteland dragon immediately knitted his brows. He is an outstanding disciple of our dragon race. Why are you looking for him? Xiaochen didn't want to talk too much with him. He really didn't have a good impression of this old dragon. He immediately took out a sparkling and translucent dragon horn from his bosom. An old man wants to see 10x. He is still alive? The southern wasteland dragon was obviously stunned. He was at a loss for a moment. Xiaochen didn't say much. He looked at the southern wasteland dragon quietly. All right. The southern wasteland dragon didn't say anything superfluous. He lightly waved his right palm. A huge mountain at the side split apart with a rumbling sound. Behind it was an endless lush primitive mountain forest. The old dragon let out a long roar. Swish, swish, swish. Light flickered unceasingly. 11 or 12 years old youngsters rushed over at lightning speed. The one in the lead was precisely 10x. One look and you could tell he was that kind of stubborn and aloof youngster. It had been 4 years since they last met. He had grown a lot taller. His face was as sharp as a knife. He looked very resolute. His gaze became even sharper. Xiaochen, 10x revealed an astonished expression. It had gone to the continent to train before. It had heard a lot of rumors. It thought Xiaochen was no longer in this world. It was pleasantly surprised to see him again. Squeak, Kiki muttered in dissatisfaction. Kiki, 10x, who rarely smiled, revealed a rare smile. After that, it was like a magic trick. A huge parcel appeared in his hand. There were all kinds of southern wasteland spirit herbs inside. It flickered with resplendent light. The snow-white little critter's dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. The crowd cheered. Among the 5 Dragon Clan youths. When that green-clothed youngster next to 10x looked at Xiaochen, he revealed a hopeful expression. That was Lawrence's Azure Dragon King. Longting had brought him to the southern wasteland. Xiaochen recognized the little Azure Dragon King. Senior, please grant me my wish. Let me bring the Azure Dragon King away as well. The old southern wasteland dragon nodded. Sure. This time, he did not hesitate. He agreed without hesitation. 10x and the Azure Dragon King quickly rushed over. Old friends meet again. There was no sense of unfamiliarity. There was only warmth. Chiyu looked at the southern wasteland old dragon. Aren't you going to send some dragons into the human world? Some of them have already been sent away. The old southern wasteland dragon did not hide anything. Farewell then. I won't see you out. The conversation between half-martial ancestors was very simple. There were no empty words. When he wanted to find King Qingguang, King Yanluo, and King Luanhui, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The last time Xiaochen met them was at the Demon Plain. At that time, the 3 skeletons told him that they were going to do an extremely important thing. In the end, they did not show up during the fight for the 24 war swords and the Lost Paradise. This made Xiaochen feel strange for a very long time. No one knew what they were doing during the chaos. The prison at this moment was completely empty. There was no sign of life. All the skeletons had been completely crushed and melted. Only a desolate remnant was left behind. He returned empty-handed. He arrived at the outside of the Taboo Sea again. At this time, the human figures here were boundless. There were practitioners everywhere. Qiyu knitted his brows. Not only the 9 half-martial ancestors entered the human world. It was the same as the first batch. There are half-martial ancestors hiding their identities here. Qiyu's cultivation was no longer the same as before. With the help of Great Emperor Shenyuan, he had almost returned to his peak state back then. He even had the tendency to make further progress. At this moment, summoning the sovereign kingship was no longer as strenuous as when he was on the Dragon Island. He directly carved the Heavenly 9 underworld formation in the void. In a short moment, a scalp-numbing ghost howl resounded in the distance. The black skull that was as big as a mountain was closing in on him at lightning speed. The baleful aura soared. The demonic cloud rolled. Endless black fog lingered above the golden sea. It immediately made everyone's heart tremble. Many people looked at each other. They didn't dare to move at all. Buddha chanted the name of Buddha. He opened the pure land of ultimate bliss again. He took in a large number of practitioners. Otherwise, no matter how big the sovereign kingship was, it couldn't accommodate much more practitioners than the first batch. Laozi took out the Taiji diagram. The huge treasure diagram rotated. It took in a large number of practitioners. Qiyu also made a move. He opened up a space. He took in a large number of practitioners. The remaining group of people were not taken into the space by the 3 half-martial ancestors. Because Laozi, Qiyu, and Buddha all sensed it. There were half-martial ancestors among these people. It was not good to commit such a sin. The gloomy huge skeleton floated on the surface of the sea. Everyone boarded the ship one after another. Fair Snow's long dress fluttered. She was surrounded by a group of outstanding young talents. When she saw Xiaochen standing together with Qiyu, Buddha, and Laozi, she was dumbstruck. As far as she knew, Xiaochen was already dead. She couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't have the time to think too much at this moment. She hurriedly boarded the ship. When almost everyone had boarded the ship, an anxious shout came from the distant sky, "Wait a minute." A single-horned sacred beast with a body as white as jade. It came riding on the waves. On its back sat a young girl dressed in snow-white clothes. Extraordinary and refined. She could be said to be a beauty that could topple a city. She seemed very excited. She waved her jade-like arms unceasingly. Xiaochen recognized her at a glance. It was actually the imperial angel Zhao Lin. The news of her returning to the human world. How could she not be excited? Wait a minute, there are still people behind. When they approached, Zhao Lin was shocked to see Xiaochen. But then she leapt on the horse and flew up. She rushed onto the sovereign king's ship. She was afraid there would be no space. Behind, the vast sea was filled with angry waves. The vast sea was surging. The first to appear were 500 Sun Knights. Everyone was riding on beasts that could tread on the waves. There were huge lions baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. There were flying divine leopards with wings. There were even dragons with thick scales. The 500 knights all had solemn expressions. Each and every one of them was like a god of war. They were dressed in iron clothes and bronze armor, flickering with a cold glint. Every set of armor was carved by swords and sabers, flowing with the mark of time, recording their former glory. This was definitely not the diplomatic group Xiaochen saw in Yingdu. This was the genuine Solar Knights. They had once slain gods and exterminated demons in the ancient times. They had once made the whole world tremble. In that era, the Solar Knights represented a kind of glory. Even the Buddha was moved. He sighed, "This is the strongest fighting force of the Solar Sect." Back then, 500 knights united as one. They could fight against a half-ancestor. Among these 500 people, at least 100 of them were knights back then. The Solar Sect was basically moving half of their family into the human world. After arriving here, a few old knights held up the space. 500 people disappeared in an instant. A few elders boarded the sovereign king's ship. The sea continued to surge. The 3 holy spirits, True Lord, Satan, and other Western half-ancestor sects arrived one after another. This time, the sovereign kingship could accommodate far more people than the ancestral dragon divine ship. Woo, an ear-piercing ghost wail pierced through the vast sky. The sovereign kingship set sail. Xianxia stood on the deck and frowned. This time it was really big. They were supposed to come to ask for help. In the end, they attracted this kind of army. The human world might not be peaceful anymore. Piercing through the clouds and mist, the sovereign kingship stirred up endless waves in the taboo ocean. It slowly sailed in the direction of the Dragon Island. I am a Bodhi tree. My heart is like a mirror. Wipe it frequently. Don't let dust stir. The Buddhist voice suddenly resounded from the taboo ocean, as if it was filled with endless magic power. It came again and again. It was like a great bell that made people wake up. It was a very strange scene. Black clouds and mist surged. A headless monk with clothes whiter than snow. Stepping on golden waves, he arrived. Although he had no head. But that corpse was elegant and out of this world. It was indescribably agile. It was as if a banished immortal had descended to the world. Untainted by any worldly aura. Headless. Black mist lingering. Agile and terrifying coexisted. This was a corpse that was contradictory yet harmonious. It made people feel inconceivable. Many people looked at the Buddha. Many people guessed the identity of the headless corpse. Without a doubt, he must be the legendary Buddhist Almighty, in Buddhism. Only the records of Buddha's words and deeds could be called sutra, and there was only one exception throughout the ages. That was the sixth ancestor of Zen, Huaining. The records of his words and deeds were also called sutra. His magical power and virtue were faintly second to Buddha. And when it came to Huaining. But it reminded people of another genius, Xianxia. It was precisely because Xianxia, who was as handsome as jade, was too amazing. That made the sixth ancestor shine even more brilliantly. Their competition made the sixth ancestor shine brightly. Xianxia's sharpness was suppressed. He was reduced to a green leaf beside a red flower. I am a Bodhi tree. Heart is like a mirror. Wipe it frequently. Don't let dust stir. It came from the sixth ancestor Huaining. But it came from Xianxia's talent. Huaining was the second Buddha. And that Xianxia was someone who could compete with him. The headless monk in front of him could be said to be able to surpass many bodhisattvas. He was definitely a rare almighty in Buddhism. Boundless magic power. Otherwise, how could the mutilated corpse appear outside the forbidden sea? The Buddha frowned. He said, so he's here. He pointed with his hand. A ray of Buddha's light rushed out. He wanted to stop the headless Xianxia. The vast sea became violent. The headless monk waved his hand fiercely. It was as if the sky had turned upside down. The golden forbidden sea outside seemed to be about to turn over. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia was indeed a mighty figure who could compete with the second Buddha. He actually blocked the Buddha's light. The Buddha frowned. Suddenly, his voice was like thunder. He shouted 3 times, Xianxia. 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 The headless monk stopped moving. He slowly calmed down. The Buddha pointed with his hand. The 12th grade lotus platform appeared. It floated into the forbidden sea. The headless monk hesitated for a moment. He stepped forward. The lotus platform took him back. Swish, except for the half-ancestor. The other cultivators immediately retreated. They made way for the headless monk. Xianxia didn't do anything extra. He stood quietly beside the Buddha. Woo-woo, the sovereign kingship let out a ghostly howl. It rode the wind and broke through the waves. Under the control of the powerful magic power of the half-ancestors. The huge ship moved forward as if it was flying. The demonic fog dyed the sea black. One day later, they finally arrived at the Dragon Island. Xianxia was very excited. He was about to return to the human world. He wanted to see when the 9 half-ancestors appeared in front of goddess Qinglian. What kind of expression would she have? Boom! The moment they approached the Dragon Island, everyone turned pale with fright. The sound of the sky collapsing could be heard. The entire Dragon Island seemed to be shaking. They are attacking the divine steel. Qiyu said in shock. Laozi, who was the calmest, also showed a shocked expression. It's primordial lord and Tong Tian. How can they be so reckless? At this moment, a vast white sea of bones appeared above the Dragon Island. A huge and gloomy castle loomed above it. The Buddha looked up. He sighed softly, I'm afraid we have to make a move too. Sob, brothers, please don't blame me for updating so late. I just got back to my place and wrote all of this on the plane. I uploaded it as soon as I got back. At the center of the sea of bones, the heavenly monument was shaking. Baleful energy rushed into the sky. The ancient castle floating in the sky was not a ghost town, but it was similarly incomparably sinister and terrifying. The Buddha chanted the name of Buddha. He was the first to step out from the sovereign king's ship and onto the Dragon Island. The three relics behind his head emitted millions upon millions of rays of multicolored light. The pure land of ultimate bliss opened up. The bodhisattvas, arhats and the rest all flew out. The headless Xianxia was speechless and followed the Buddha quietly. The Buddha's disciples looked at him with inexplicable surprise. After that, Laozi and Qiyu also tore open the space and released many practitioners. When everyone on the ship also walked onto the Dragon Island, the sovereign king's ship let out a mournful whistle. Ghostly figures lingered around it as it sailed towards the depths of the taboo ocean, until it disappeared. Laozi, Buddha, and Qiyu, the three half-ancestors tore through space and disappeared in an instant. They turned into blurry figures in the distant horizon. The people on the shore were overwhelmed with shock. That was because their cultivations had all dropped below the half-god realm, or had barely reached the half-god realm. As for the half-martial ancestors, they did not seem to be affected much. The oppressive might they were emitting was still as oppressive as before. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There was a difference of several realms, and the difference in strength was unimaginable. The cultivators did not stop for long. They all rushed towards the center of the island. They wanted to witness the half-martial ancestors' bold feat of shaking the heaven steel. At this point, half of the people couldn't fly anymore. However, they either rode on the savage beasts or advanced with the help of others, so they didn't fall behind too much. A large black mass rushed towards the center of the Dragon Island. The practitioners that blotted out the sky and covered the earth advanced together. Even the savage beasts on the Dragon Island had no choice but to shut up at this moment. This was a sea of practitioners from the Immortals' mainland. They were all gathered together. Its aura was so vast and boundless that even the oppressive might of a half-martial ancestor would pale in comparison. Countless figures gathered at the center of the sea of bones. At this moment, Primitive's hair was disheveled. The purple gold crown on his head had already cracked. He waved the jade rui in his hand, and rays of green light that were as thick as mountains shot out. He glanced at the divine monument. Tongtian's Taoist robe was also torn. The four immortal slaying swords shot out streams of chaotic sword energy. He slashed the divine steel. The quasi-earth Taoist's wondrous tree of 7 treasures kept on brushing. Tens of thousands of rainbow lights landed on the heavenly steel. The ancient heavenly steel was as heavy as a mountain. It stood motionless. However, the boundless black fog rolled out. Straight up into the clouds. It resonated with the mysterious castle in the sky. Buddha, Laozi, and Qiyu soared into the sky. He flew towards the death-ancient castle in the sky. The hazy black mist surged. Everyone could only feel the eeriness of that place. Evil and terrifying. Then, it gradually began to blur. He couldn't see what was going on. What exactly happened? Why would a half-martial ancestor want to shake the heavenly steel? The second batch of people who arrived were confused. They were all terrified. Xiaochen, come here, little fatty oxman called out softly. He, Lawrence, Buddhistesian, and Crisis were waving at him from the deathly still forest beside the sea of bones. Xiaochen brought Kiki, Tenex, and the others and quickly rushed over. When Lawrence saw the humanoid Azure Dragon King, he was immediately bewildered. Then, he gradually revealed an excited expression. He felt that familiar soul fluctuation, and said with a trembling voice, "Little Azure Dragon." The Azure Dragon King was an 11 or 12 years old youth at the moment. His appearance was extremely handsome. The pair of faintly discernible dragon horns in between his green hair indicated that he possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. He nodded his head heavily and walked over. Is it really the little azure dragon? Lawrence was incomparably pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he felt a little bitter in his heart. 8 years ago, he was heavily injured, and the little azure dragon's divine sense was also injured. He originally thought he would never be able to meet again in this lifetime. An 11 or 12 years old youth also walked out from behind Buddhist Xian. He wore a jade green battle armor, and a pair of faintly discernible dragon horns in between his long green hair. A youth in black clothes walked out from behind Oxman. He seemed to be 13 or 14 years old. His physique was abnormally robust, his eyes were like lightning, and he carried a simple and unadorned sacred sword on his back. 10x beside Xiaochen wore a silver battle armor. It looked incomparably stubborn and aloof. It also stepped forward with large strides. The Azure Dragon King, Jade Dragon King, Dark Dragon King, and 10x, the 4 Dragon Kings reunited on the Dragon Island after being separated for 8 years. They looked at each other. There was battle intent, hostility, and also a trace of kinship between brothers. Crisis was very unhappy. He stammered, "No, no, no. Isn't it just a 4-headed dragon? How can they be as obedient as this mount of mine?" While speaking, he pulled out the mystical little white donkey. He said, "Let me tell you guys, it is the legendary number 1 celestial horse. However, it hasn't completely transformed yet. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Everyone smiled, no one took his words seriously. Why did Primordial Lord, Skirich, and the others attack the Divine Monument? Xiaochen asked in puzzlement. These few old bastards are the type that are looking for a beating. Oxman looked at the few people in the sea of bones and said they sensed something left behind in the ghost town and wanted to break the seal. As a result, they couldn't back down, the heavenly monument locked onto them. Oxman knew Xiaochen had a grudge with the half-ancestor, so he naturally sided with Xiaochen. He shook his huge horn and said, "We should really let the heavenly monument seal them." Quiet. Xiaochen hastily stopped the little fatty. The half-ancestor possessed remarkable abilities. It would be a huge disaster if they heard it. Just at this time, a light laughter transmitted from the deathly still forest. 2 little Lolas stepped on the treetops and flew over while giggling. They were actually Emperor Xuanyuan's youngest daughter, Linglong and Bunny. "You guys, why are you here?" Xiaochen was startled. These 2 little Lolas' identity was not ordinary, but no matter how he looked at it, they were stowaways. "Big brother Xiaochen, we have decided to follow you to the human world." "You guys," Xiaochen frowned slightly, it was better to let Qiyu worry about it, he didn't want to provoke this pair of Lolas. "Little critters, come here quickly." The 2 mischievous little girls glanced at Ku at the same time. The snow-white little critter felt a little scared after being stared at. With a whoosh sound, it arrived in front of the 4 little dragon kings. The vulgar Crisis immediately recognized that these 2 11 or 12 years old Lolas were the 2 7 or 8 years old little girls from 4 years ago. He laughed mischievously and said, "I'll die." The 2 Lolas were shrewd. They immediately beat Crisis up after hearing those words. Wretched. Despicable. Use the 3 realms pouch to store him and feed him to Ah Huang. Not far away, Ku's heart skipped a beat. Just at this time, Xiaochen keenly felt that someone was spying on them. At the same time, Lawrence, Xian, and the others also noticed it. The vulgar Crisis got rid of the 2 Lolas. He pulled out the large kitchen knife and disappeared into thin air. As an assassin, he was best at detection and concealment. Clang, sparks burst forth from the depths of the jungle. The vulgar man used the snow-white butcher's knife to chop out a white-shelled little tortoise. The little tortoise's eyes were shifty as it threw 3 punches at Crisis's face. Although the vulgar man dodged at the first possible moment, he was still incomparably amazed. The little tortoise's speed was unbelievably fast. "It's it," Xiaochen was very shocked, it was definitely that white-shelled little tortoise from the Celestial City. He didn't expect it would also sneak in with them. Seeing it, Xiaochen could fulfill one of his wishes. He stopped Crisis and took out the sparkling jade-like dragon horn from his bosom and shook it. As if it was struck by lightning, the white-shelled little tortoise was petrified in an instant. After that, it rushed over like a white lightning. With a swish, it snatched away the palm-sized sparkling dragon horn and held it in its bosom with all its might. An old dragon of the sacred mountain asked me to give this to you. Now that you've arrived at the Dragon Island, I'll give it to you. Why not take a look at it? The white-shelled little tortoise seemed to be very excited. There were glistening teardrops in its eyes as it went far away in an instant. 10x and the others also heard Xiaoqian's words and looked over at the same time. Since you guys are back, you should go and see that old man as well. The four youngsters soared into the sky and flew towards the dragon's sacred mountain at high speed. Kiki also followed closely and escaped without a trace. It was a little restless when faced with the fiery eyes of the two Lolas. Although the dragons possessed the power to stand at the peak of the world, they were a cursed race. If the curse couldn't be lifted, it would be difficult for them to regain their former glory. Oxman was deeply aware of how terrifying this kind of curse was. His ancestors suffered a lot after they were sealed on the Dragon Island. If it wasn't because they used the life force and the blood of the 9 newborn dragon kings to break their curse, they wouldn't dare to leave the Dragon Island even if they summoned the ancestral dragon ship. Otherwise, they would die for sure. Rumble, the sound of the sky falling and the earth splitting resounded. A large amount of rubble actually fell from the sky. Laozi, Gautama, and Qi Yu, the 3 powerful experts, smashed a corner of that ancient castle in the sky. However, the 3 of them were also forced back by the murderous aura and fell towards the Sea of Bones. Other than the black tortoise old ancestor from the Pure Land, Laozi, Skirich, Suanwu, Primordial, Gautama, and the rest of the 8 half-ancestors shook the divine monument together. That is, everyone was shocked. The broken corner of the ancient castle that was floating in the bone forest became incomparably bright red. Soon after, blood actually flowed down, filling the sky like a huge waterfall. A vast expanse of blood. The blood poured onto the divine monument. This scene was extremely terrifying and bloody. It made everyone's heart tremble. The blood flowed down for 3 kilometers, it wasn't water waves, it was real blood, the entire sky was dyed red, it was scarlet red. Under the divine monument, a ghost town was faintly discernible. Countless skeletons were creaking, it was as if the boundless ancient battlefield had reappeared. The baleful aura soared into the sky. The mighty power of the divine monument became even stronger. Primordial's hair was disheveled, his eyes were wide open in anger. He directly rushed to the front of the divine monument and moved forward step by step against the enormous pressure. He actually wanted to rush into the ghost town that was gradually emerging. What exactly was there that attracted him so much that he was willing to take such a huge risk? Sect leader Tongtian's hair was also disheveled, his Taoist robe was tattered. The 4 immortal execution swords slashed horizontally to resist the terrifying blood light released by the divine monument. He pressed forward step by step and gradually approached the illusory ghost town. It could be seen that sect leader Tongtian was also throwing caution to the wind. He completely disregarded the consequences and rushed forward as if there was an irresistible temptation that made him move forward. Taoist Xuanti held the wondrous tree of 7 treasures in his left hand and the exorcism pestle in his right hand. He forcefully resisted the huge blood light that the divine monument kept striking down. Similarly, he also approached the edge of the ghost town that was faintly discernible. A streak of blood had already flowed down from his forehead. Everyone was very shocked. The half-ancestor was actually this crazy. He dared to challenge the divine monument that sealed the entire Dragon Island. Even if they had boundless magic power, they might still have to die with a grievance. The 3 relics behind the Buddhas had emitted beams of golden light, illuminating a bright and blissful world. He also walked forward slowly. And that headless monk Xianxia, who was comparable to the second Buddha, also followed closely at his side. They resisted the destructive blood light of the divine monument together. The illusory ghost town gradually became clear. That huge city gate that was more than 100 meters tall slowly appeared in front of the divine monument. Everyone was shocked to see what the Buddha was trying to do. It was actually for that huge Dharma wheel embedded on the city gate. At a distant place, Xiaoqian was shocked and incomparably doubtful. Even if these half-ancestors' magic power reached the heavens, it would still be difficult for them to open the Dragon Island seal. Just what kind of restriction did they touch that caused the ghost town to appear again? All the half-ancestor displayed their might. Sun Wu held the earthly paragon dagger that was once conferred by the ancestor god. He forcibly hacked open a crack in the bloody curtain and rushed up to the city wall of the ghost town. Just like a sharp knife, the few half-ancestor at the back also followed and rushed up. The half-ancestor was putting his life on the line. The Buddha chanted the name of Buddha. The 12 lotus platforms revolved around the huge Dharma wheel embedded on the city gate. The Buddhist voice was vast and resounded between heaven and earth. It wanted to guide that Dharma wheel back. Something that made everyone astonished happened. A Taoist actually walked out from that Dharma wheel. That was, "Guide, why are you still not returning to your position?" The Buddha shouted loudly. At the same time, Xiaochen felt like something was happening to him. He felt like a great opportunity was about to descend. This was a kind of mysterious intuition. He couldn't explain it clearly, but he could clearly feel it. Hee, an abrupt sneer resounded. The peerless fairs now surrounded Xiaochen's group under the accompaniment of a few middle-aged men from the Tiger clan and some young talents. "Do you want to stop my opportunity?" Xiaochen was startled awake from his contemplation. These people wanted to harm him, but he was not afraid. At this moment, no one could stop him. Fairs now could be said to be extremely charming. Her purple dress added a hint of nobility to her. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind as she gracefully stood at the top of the tree. She was like a coquettish fairy, a fallen angel, tempting the hearts of men. The sneer on her pretty face carried a hint of charm, and even more a bit of decisiveness and ruthlessness. A few middle-aged tiger family members were protecting her in the surroundings, and there were even many young heroes of the Immortals mainland following her left and right. These people unknowingly emitted a powerful killing intent. It put Xiaochen, Lawrence, Xian, Oxman, Crisis, and the others in a dangerous situation. Xiaochen frowned. Could it be that the ancestor of that white tiger was here as well? Otherwise, why would they dare to be so fearless when they saw that Qiyu had once been with him? "If you want to deal with me, you better be prepared to pay a heavy price." Xiaochen remained very calm, maintaining a cold expression. At the same time, he began to speculate. If the White Tiger Saint Emperor was here as well, could he have already vaguely guessed that he would have a great fortune, so he sent people to stop him? "Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket." A demigod from the Tiger clan looked at Xiaochen malevolently. It could be said that he hated Xiaochen to the bone. Many people from the Tiger clan had died in Xiaochen's hands. Such contempt could not enrage Xiaochen. After experiencing too many things, he could remain unmoved by such provocations. He said indifferently, "In that case, why don't you come and give it a try?" Oxman, Lawrence, Xian, and Crisis, who had yet to reveal his identity, were also prepared for battle. "Little dog, I'll kill you," the demigod of the Tiger clan shouted. He was no ordinary demigod, and his strength was close to the 6th level of the levitation realm. Compared to the demigod First Firmament Tiger clan expert that Xiaochen killed earlier, this was much more brilliant. A fierce wind blew in the deathly still forest. He let out a roar and swept out a streak of white light. It shattered countless trees and swept toward Xiaochen. Just at this moment, Xiaochen's eyes emitted 2 cold glints. He used the 8-fold transformation's extreme speed to the limit. Instead, he chose to charge forward. The hand of heaven rose up. It was spotlessly white like jade, sparkling and translucent to the point of almost being transparent. It was like a heavenly blade as it sliced through the boundless white energy waves. Extreme speed. It was beyond everyone's reaction. A shadow flashed and disappeared. A wave of blood soared into the sky. Xiaochen stopped not far away. In his hand was a head dripping with blood. Instant kill. "As you said. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket." Xiaochen snorted coldly. With a shake of his hand, he threw away the severed head that was dripping with blood. The demigod of the Tiger clan died with everlasting regret. He was nearing the 6th firmament of the airborne realm. He was killed in an instant. Carelessness was just one aspect. Strength was another aspect. Xiaochen was already at the 4th celestial layer of the levitation realm. The eightfold extreme speed and the unstoppable hand of heaven. Even though there was a difference of 2 heavens between them, it also had a terrifying advantage. The few demigods in the Tiger clan exploded. Some of the young talents surrounding Xianxia also sucked in a breath of cold air. But soon after, a group of people surrounded Xiao Chen, wanting to destroy him. Be obedient and stay here. Xiaochen shouted coldly, appearing almost emotionless, you all want to go to the mortal realm. However, with such conduct, how can I allow you to enter? I have decided to trap you all on Dragon Island forever. Who do you think you are? A young prodigy shouted coldly with a trace of ridicule. Xiaochen didn't say anything else and directly used the jade bracelet to cut open the space. That person was immediately enveloped inside and was drawn into a spatial passage. Senior Tong Hu, you are the protector of Mount Lu. There is a guy who wants to sneak in, do as you see fit. Xiaochen transmitted his voice. Boom. A tyrannical energy wave rushed into the spatial passage. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream resounded. That young prodigy instantly turned into a bloody mist. Not long ago, Tong Hu was obstructed by Taihao, causing Xiaochen to barge into the world of immortals with the jade bracelet. These days, he was very depressed. When he heard that someone wanted to sneak in, his temper flared up. He was directly killed. The moment the space was sealed, Xianxia was in a daze. The demigods of the Tiger clan and those young prodigies were petrified. The key to entering the mortal realm was actually on Xiaochen. Their hearts were in turmoil as they worried about their future prospects. All of a sudden, a huge pressure enveloped them. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. That should be a half-ancestor. The White Tiger Heavenly Emperor seemed to have really arrived on Dragon Island. Could it be that he wanted to snatch the jade bracelet? However, Xiaochen was not afraid at all. Because he knew that the Black Tortoise ancestor from the Pure Land didn't attack the Heavenly Monolith. As expected, another huge pressure surged over like a raging sea and resisted the first pressure. After confronting each other for a moment, the powerful pressure from both sides receded like the tide. Xianxia didn't delay any longer. She turned around and left. The surrounding people followed closely behind and quickly retreated. Haha, Crisis laughed unbridledly. At this moment, he surprisingly didn't stutter at all. Of course, perhaps because they were speaking the same word, even if he stuttered, he wouldn't be able to tell. Those people retreated far away. Xiaochen also temporarily bid farewell to Lawrence, Oxman, and the rest. He soared into the sky. He felt that there was something in the sky that was calling him. The 12th lotus platform flew back to the foot of the Buddha. On the wall of the ghost town that was 100 meters high, the huge wheel flickered with a bewitching radiance. A Taoist with disheveled hair and ominous glint in his eyes stared coldly at the Buddha. He didn't say anything, but that kind of power wasn't concealed at all. This was definitely a half-step ancestor-level expert. How could he be an ordinary person who dared to oppose the Buddha without falling into a disadvantageous position? The huge wheel let out a loud dong sound. The sound spread throughout the entire Dragon Island. The wheel embedded on the wall that was filled with the aura of death shook violently. After that, it broke free. The wall seemed like it was about to collapse. Drops of black blood gushed out from the cracks on the wall. Taoist, are you still not going to return? The Buddha shouted with the supreme lion's roar. He wanted to subdue that disheveled evil Taoist. Buzz, the reply to the Buddha was a deafening metallic sound. The huge wheel rotated and shrunk rapidly. It was held in the evil Taoist's hand. Still not going to return? What are you waiting for? The Buddha shouted continuously. According to legend, the Buddha's roar of the lion's roar could cleanse a person's spiritual sense. It could even make the unparalleled demon king get rid of his evil aura and become a Buddha. The Buddha's 3 roars could make all the evildoers in the world turn over a new leaf and turn to kindness. It was the pinnacle realm of compassion. However, the 3 roars were over. The evil Taoist was still cold and emotionless. On the contrary, it was as if he was enlightening the Buddha. He opened his mouth and said, "Brother Buddha, you are mistaken." After a short moment of silence, the Buddha opened his mouth and said, "You are me, and I am you. What's the difference between us?" "Wrong, you are the Buddha." I am the Taoist of Jiayin. You are you, and I am me. The gods and Buddhas are the same as all living beings. Everyone has one true self. The evil Taoist opened his mouth and called himself the Taoist of Jiayin. In the distance, the spectators were incomparably shocked. Wasn't the Taoist of Jiayin the first cult master of the Western sect during the Battle of God Conferment? Taoist Junti was the second cult master. How did the Buddha relate to the Taoist of Jiayin? The Buddha had a compassionate expression on his face as he said, "Return to one." 3 relics shot out from the back of his head. They went straight for the Taoist of Jiayin. 3 rays of golden light that were comparable to billions of stars streaked across the sky. It was gorgeous and magnificent. The great Tao is natural. Brother Buddha, you have left a trace. The corners of the Taoist of Jiayin's mouth curled into a cold smile. He seemed to be mocking, but he also seemed to be somewhat disdainful. An iron horsetail whisk appeared in his hand as he swept it forward. The might of the battle between half-ancestors was unfathomable. The relics and the iron horsetail whisk formed a destructive domain that annihilated the space, forming a black hole there. It looked normal. However, the spectators all knew how terrifying the black hole was. Even gods and demons would be destroyed in body and soul if they entered. The Buddha and the Taoist of Jiayin controlled the power just right. They didn't let the excess energy spread, but they displayed the most terrifying killing aura. Even if a half-ancestor was swept into the black hole, he would lose half his life. This space seemed to be fine, but the dimensional space connected to the black hole had already collapsed. This time, they were evenly matched. The 3 relics flew back and spun behind the Buddha's head. There were thousands of rays of multicolored light and tens of thousands of auspicious colors, reflecting a pure land of bliss. The Buddha didn't stop there. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The 12th grade lotus platform flew forward. It was sparkling like warm jade. Although the light wasn't dazzling, the rippling energy made people feel reverence. It was so much so that they couldn't resist. This was a pure, peaceful, and vast power. The Taoist of Jiayin sneered. The Dharma wheel in his hand soared into the sky. Then, it turned into the size of a house. It flickered with black light and crashed into the 12th grade lotus platform. The energy of this Dharma wheel had already turned completely dark. Its attribute was the complete opposite of the 12th grade lotus platform. The power of the dark attribute made people's hearts palpitate. It was full of pressure. The sparkling and translucent light collided with the flickering black light. The 12th grade lotus platform and Dharma wheel shook at the same time. Radiance shot out in all directions. That place became the eye of the storm. The 2 saint artifacts were both sent into the dimensional space. The eye of the storm had an unimaginable devouring power. It actually made the distant mountains shake. It was as if they were going to be uprooted and torn into the dimensional space. Not to mention the spectators. Many people had already left the ground and rushed toward the eye of the storm like moths to a flame. They were about to turn into ashes. The Buddha chanted and sighed softly. He stretched out his hand and the 12th grade lotus platform was pulled back by a gentle power. At the same time, the Taoist of Jiayin also withdrew his hand with a sneer. The eye of the storm disappeared. Thank you for coming and bringing me back to life. The Taoist of Jiayin was incomparably indifferent. He said, in the ancient war, you left alone while my soul flew here. Now, we don't owe each other anything. In the distance, everyone was puzzled. The only half-ancestor who didn't make a move, the black tortoise-old ancestor from the Pure Land, sighed softly. The Destiny Twin divine ability is indeed peerless. As soon as these words came out, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They immediately thought of a serious problem. Could it be that the Buddha and the Taoist of Jiayin were really the same person? Could it be that he was actually an almighty expert proficient in the Destiny Twin? The Destiny Twin divine ability had always been known as a rare divine ability. However, it was very difficult to find an absolutely top-notch expert in history who could show disdain for the whole world. Who would have thought that this dense fog would be unraveled today? Even the Buddha was one of the Destiny Twins. The Taoist of Jiayin and the Buddha were the representatives of this divine ability. How could they not be powerful and terrifying? The Taoist of Jiayin was obviously the evil one. Even though his soul was scattered back then, as long as the good one was still alive, he wouldn't truly perish. Now that the Buddha broke through the strange blood screen and arrived in front of the Dharma wheel, he made the Destiny Twin divine ability reappear. Thus, the evil one was resurrected. The Taoist of Jiayin's voice was very cold as he said, "In the heavens and on the earth, only I am supreme." The I here refers to all living beings and also refers to everyone's true self. You and I both have a true self. From now on, we will be two people. After he finished speaking, he held the Dharma wheel in his hand and actually forcefully broke through the blood screen created by the heavenly monument and flew out of the ghost town. The Buddha sighed. After that, he became silent and also rushed out of the blood screen. The headless Xianxia followed closely behind him. On the other side, something even more shocking happened. Primordial Lord of Heaven and the others were crazily tearing down the city wall. It seemed like they wanted to destroy the 100-meter-tall ghost town. Even though their magic power was boundless, the city wall's sturdiness was beyond imagination. Even if they bombarded it with the power of a half-ancestor, it was still difficult to truly collapse it. They could only make a part of the wall crack. Just at this time, an aged sigh transmitted over. That awe-inspiring huge wall actually started to sway, as if there was a pair of invisible hands trying to lift the city wall. Everyone cried out in alarm. That black city wall that was as tall as a mountain range was actually slowly rising from the ground. Even the heavenly monument was also rising from the ground. It seemed like it was about to break away from the Dragon Island. What happened? Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Even the half-ancestor like Primordial Lord of Heaven and the others were bewildered. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm and said, "That is, an old dragon, it is carrying the city wall and the heavenly monument." No one knew when, but an old dragon that was beyond recognition arrived at the ghost town. The dragon's horns and sharp claws had already fallen off. The dragon's scales were even more so completely gone. The wrinkled skin was incomparably dull. However, it actually carried the mountain-like city wall on its back, as well as the heavenly monument. This was simply inconceivable. Just how powerful was this unprepossessing old dragon? That was the power only ancestor gods possessed, right? The sealed dragon race, the cursed dragon race, the strongest race that was almost forgotten by the people, actually had such a matchless expert. Primordial Lord of Heaven, Taoist Xuanti, Qiyu, and Laozi all flew down from the city wall and rushed towards the foundation. Clang! A trembling sound transmitted over. Taoist Xuanti actually dug out a 7-colored ominous sword from the foundation of the ghost town. He hastily used his strongest magic power to pull out the sword. He wanted to take it out. And Primordial Lord of Heaven was even more excited. He found an ancient staff under the foundation of the desolate era. He couldn't wait to unseal it. On the other side, Qiyu dug out an iron spear. He was so familiar with this place that he was trembling in excitement. Grandmaster Tong Tian dug out an ancient shield. He revealed a joyful expression and wanted to break the seal on the foundation. Just at this time, the old dragon that was carrying the city wall and pulling the heavenly monument with its claws let out a shrill cry. The entire Dragon Island began to shake. It looked like it was about to turn the ghost town upside down. But just at this time, a vast ocean-like fluctuation descended. A phantom of the heavenly monument appeared beside the Dragon Island's heavenly monument. Soon after, another phantom of the heavenly monument appeared. The uprooted heavenly monument of the Dragon Island fell down again. Even the mountain-like city wall was also slowly descending. The old dragon carried the ghost city with his own strength. Even a half-ancestor was dumbfounded. The heavenly steel shook violently, and phantoms kept appearing in the sky. 2 huge monument shadows flew over from the sky and landed in the ghost town. They lined up with the dragon horse heavenly monument and suppressed the ghost town together. The city wall was falling, and the old dragon was enduring great pain. It was a bit difficult for it to hold on. Primordial Lord of Heaven, Tong Tian, Quasi-Dao Man, Qiyu and the others each unleashed their great divine abilities. All of them wanted to break the seal on the foundation. He wanted to retrieve the treasure that was left behind in the ghost town. Boom, another heavenly steel image appeared in the sky, emitting a vast and mighty pressure. It instantly arrived before the Dragon Island's heavenly tablet. Primordial Lord of Origin, Qiyu and the others cried out in alarm. All of them did their best to help the old dragon, but even if they joined forces, they would not be able to do so. It was difficult to resist the power of the heavenly steel. Block it. The Tongtian sect leader was anxious. Looking at that familiar bronze ancient shield half buried in the ground, he wished he could immediately dig it out. The attack power of the 4 celestial execution swords was incomparably strong. If added with the bronze divine shield that he refined with his heart's blood back then, it would really be both offensive and defensive. It would be unstoppable. Qiyu was even more unwilling. Taigu was right in front of him. It was within his reach and he wanted to hold it in his hands again. Priest Xianxia and Primordial Being were even more excited. They looked at the 7-colored ominous sword and the ancient staff respectively. "Everyone, come and help me." A few half-ancestors shouted. They wanted those half-ancestors who had smuggled into the Dragon Island and were hiding in the dark to help. High in the sky, Xiaoqian nearly petrified. He blended in with the void around him, and his figure was faint. His mind seemed to have flown to the row of stone tablets below. The Dragon Island's heavenly steel truly existed. The other 3 heavenly steels were illusory, but they were like real steels. Through the black fog, one could vaguely see the engravings on the steels. Xiaoqian raised the power of his spiritual sense to its peak. His eyes were about to burst. Even though the complex and abstruse engravings almost caused him to lose his mind and even go berserk. But he still tried his best to watch. Enduring the possibility that he might go crazy at any time, he finally saw the engravings on the heavenly monument clearly. At this moment, he did not seek to understand. He used a kind of imprint method to engrave those ancient tablets and heavenly diagrams into his heart. Even so, it still made him feel like he had a mental breakdown. The moment the mark entered his body seemed to move along with the heavenly diagram of the ancient tablet. Enduring the danger of his mind collapsing, he glanced at the other divine monument. This was a great opportunity. It was extremely likely that he would be able to completely comprehend the heaven steel ancient technique today, allowing his cultivation method to reach perfection. Below the ghost city, the old dragon carrying the ghost city let out a long roar towards the sky. Its voice shook the entire starry sky and made the Dragon Island tremble. The waves of the deathly silent forbidden sea soared into the sky. 6. Daos. Reincarnation. At this moment, the aged voice resounded through the universe, shaking the heavens and the earth as it reverberated through the boundless earth. His voice even reached the Immortals' mainland. This shocked some Xianxia. 4 words came out. The sun and moon lost their light, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Heaven and earth changed drastically. A misty fog lingered. No one could clearly see what happened in the ghost town. Everyone could only feel a vast power blasting towards the heaven steel. The slowly sinking ghost city was immediately stopped. The power released by the heaven steel was isolated. Everyone turned pale with fright. This old dragon was unbelievably powerful. What was the 6 Daos reincarnation? That was one of the supreme divine abilities. It had only appeared in legends throughout history. But now, everyone was witnessing it with their own eyes. The Dragon Island that had been sealed for countless years was undergoing a transformation. The vast primitive mountain range was shaking violently. The demonic energy in the sky above the Dragon Island surged. The vast fluctuation spread in all directions. The great pressure was like the stars falling from the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Apes cried and tigers roared, birds soared into the sky, beasts fled, huge dragons roared. It was a huge mess. Primordial Lord of Heaven, Xianxia, Qiyu, Tong Tian and the rest immediately took action and bombarded the ghost city's foundation. Haha, Xianxia was the first to laugh heartily. He held the wondrous tree of 7 treasures in his left hand and a 7-colored ominous sword in his right. He took a large step forward and slashed the blood veil in the surroundings. He obtained the treasure that was lost here. The wondrous tree of 7 treasures had an astonishing defensive power. Now that the 7-colored ominous sword that was in charge of killing had returned, his strength immediately rose to a whole new level. Fellow Daoist, congratulations. The Daoist who came to help from outside the ghost city congratulated him. The Buddha at the side remained silent. Roar. Qiyu let out a loud roar. He had the strength to pick up mountains, his aura was matchless. His black hair stood on end. His eyes were like cold lightning. He held a spear filled with demonic energy and walked out in large strides. Following that, Primordial Lord of Heaven also rushed out with an ancient staff in hand. And Tong Tian let out a long whistle excitedly. The 4 immortal execution swords opened the way, the bronze ancient shield flew around him as he rushed out of the ghost city. The half-ancestors came out one after another and bowed to the old dragon that unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation in unison. Thank you for your help, Senior. We will definitely help the dragon race in the future. At this time, the old dragon seemed to have exhausted all of his power. The 6 paths of reincarnation was forcefully stopped. An energy fluctuation that made the half-ancestors' hearts palpitate was swept back. The terrifying power was unimaginable. Even the half-ancestors felt like ants looking up to a mighty master in front of it. Legend. When the 6 paths of reincarnation was unleashed, at the very least, it could destroy a world. And even though the fluctuation released by the old dragon was powerful, it was far from being as terrifying as the legends. It was obvious. It had deteriorated to an extremely terrible state, it was simply unable to unleash its original power. Boom, another 2 sky steels flew over from the sky. The 6 sky steels lined up side by side. The old dragon spat out blood and shouted, "I can only do this for the next generation of ancestral dragon." A mournful dragon roar soared into the sky. Blood rained down. The old dragon's body began to crack. Senior, Tong Tian, Qiyu, Xuanti, Buddha, Jiayin, Laozi and the others all cried out in alarm. At the same time, everyone made their move. They charged towards the ghost city in an attempt to save the old dragon. The weak old voice floated in the air, "The ancestral dragon has not met for a long time, my power has long since been depleted. I really shouldn't have struggled at death's door for so many years, I should have freed myself long ago. So that a new generation of powerful ancestral dragon could come to this world earlier." Roar, a mournful dragon roar shook the sky. With determination and sorrow, the old dragon shattered a towering mountain range of city walls. At the same time, his body was crumbling. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. "With my blood, I will dye a path of life for my descendants." The lower half of the old dragon's body was completely destroyed. The upper half of the broken body danced and dashed towards the divine monument. A weak and sad voice sounded for the last time, 6. Tao. Reincarnation. Boom, the heavens shook, and the earth fell into darkness. Stars appeared in the sky. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. This caused all the giant dragons on the dragon horses to howl in grief. Blood rained down from the heavens and the earth, and lightning struck one after another. It was the Immortals' mainland that was tens of thousands of miles away. There were also fallen petals in profusion. The heavens and earth wept with sorrow. Half of the old dragon's body was shattered into a bloody mist in front of the heavenly monument. The pair of dragon claws that disappeared in the end erased the word dragon from the 4 words "Dragon Horse of Eternal Suppression" on the monument. At the same time, he also pulled out the divine steel. He placed it on top of the well. The ancestral dragon had fallen. Rumble, the sky shook and the earth trembled. The sky was filled with falling petals. The falling flowers were like a rain of tears. At a distant place, Kiki, Tenex, the Azure Dragon King, the Jade Dragon King, and the Black Dragon King were shedding tears unceasingly. The sorrowful cries of the dragons resounded throughout the starry sky. "It was you who killed the old man," a white-shelled tortoise bellowed. It streaked across the vast sky and flew over. After landing on the ground, it transformed into a white-clothed middle-aged man. Primordial Lord of Origin said, "It was that old man who told us to attack the divine steel. He said he would help us retrieve the treasure. We will definitely repay the dragon race generously in the future." The matter was clear. The old dragon was determined to make way for the next generation ancestral dragon. It wanted to shed its last blood for the dragon race, and at the same time establish a good relationship with the dragon race. Above the sky, Xianxia almost collapsed. The ancient monument that sealed the Yellow River, the ancient monument that sealed the Lost Paradise, and the ancient monument that sealed the Dragon Island were all familiar to Xianxia. He had already engraved the techniques on them in his heart. Before he collapsed, He finally managed to completely engrave the engravings on the other 3 divine steel in his heart. He had gathered all the techniques on the 6th divine steel. He didn't know if there was still the 7th divine steel, but this was already enough. The ghost town slowly disappeared. The boundless white sea of bones emerged. The divine steel collapsed. The demonic clouds on the horizon dispersed. The ancient castle had already disappeared. In the following 3 days, the Dragon Island was filled with the sorrowful cries of the dragons. Although Xianxia was anxious to return to the human world. But because of Kiki and 10x, he was delayed for 3 days. The old dragon was respectable, but he also felt sorrowful in his heart. In these few days, he traveled all over the Dragon Island. But he didn't find any trace of the person who looked exactly like him. That was definitely the person Tong who saw entering the world of Immortals from the Mount Lu waterfall 1 year ago. What was his purpose? Xianxia didn't know. In the end, he found a clue on the beach. There was actually the 9 underworlds formation carved there. Qiyu looked at it. He confirmed that there was no mistake. That person should have left with the sovereign kingship 20 days ago. That person actually went to the Immortals mainland. Xianxia quietly thought for a long time, but he still couldn't find any clues. He was finally going to leave the Dragon Island. Xianxia used the jade bracelet to cut open the void. Other than Qiyu and Laozi who were standing at Xiaoqian's side, the rest of the half-ancestors were clearing the way in front. After all, the protectors of Mount Lu were not something ordinary people could resist. In front of the Mount Lu waterfall. When Tonghu saw the Taoist Jiayin, Taoist Xuanti, and Buddha flying out, he immediately flew up to Mount Lu. He didn't have any intention to stop them. He understood the strength of these people all too well. The army of the world of Immortals was vast and mighty. After entering the human world from the Mount Lu waterfall, the sky and earth were covered by a dense mass of people. The 12 golden Immortals of the Chan sect have returned. I, the Taoist of many treasures, have returned. I'm back. I'm back to my hometown. Many people were shouting excitedly. At the spatial passage of the Dragon Island, Xiaoqian was keeping a lookout. He wanted to keep a certain group of people here. He wanted to trap them on the Dragon Island forever. However, in the end, he still didn't find anyone from the Tiger clan. Qiyu said, "No need to wait, the White Tiger Divine Emperor must have taken them away. If a half-ancestor wanted to blend in with the crowd, even we would have a hard time finding them." When they left, the snow-white little critter's eyes were brimming with tears. 10x and the others were also incomparably sad and reluctant to part. They looked back 3 times with every step. Qiyu and Laozi also flew into the human world. Xiaoqian who was walking at the back vaguely heard a voice. So that place really does exist. The battle has just begun, death is not the end, it is merely a new beginning. That was the voice of the old dragon. How could this be? Xiaoqian looked at the Dragon Island in shock. However, he didn't find anything. A new beginning, where was it going? After flying out of the spatial passage, Xiaoqian asked Qiyu and Laozi for guidance. How many worlds are there exactly? Qiyu answered, outside the human world. There are 4 worlds. It seems like they are really in the 4 corners of the human world. That is the martial realm, the curse realm, the chi realm, and the soul realm. The 4 corners of the human world. There are 4 corners of the human world? As the name suggests. The martial realm is the world of martial artists, the curse realm is the world of the curse practitioners, and the chi realm is the world of the chi practitioners. The soul realm is the world of the soul. The martial realm has already evolved into the world of Immortals. Because of the disappearance of pure martial artists, this place has become a world where many small cultivation systems coexist. In the end, they reach the same destination by different means. The chi realm has already evolved into the cultivation world. As for the soul realm and the curse realm, it's hard to say how they are now. The soul realm is a big cultivation system that specializes in the cultivation of the soul. The curse realm is the origin of the current curse masters and psychics. Xiaoqian felt very confused. The cultivation system in the past was completely different from the current one. It seems easy to confuse them. Qiyu sneered, no matter how it changes, it's still the origin power of the 4 worlds in the end. divine arts practitioners, spell masters, psychic knights, true cultivators. There are also other small cultivation systems that can be divided into 4 big systems. Laozi nodded and said, any system is fine. Martial, incantation, qi, and soul are the 4 major systems. Qi replied with certainty, sooner or later, these 4 major systems will become the dominant ones. Xiaochen thought for a long time before asking, after an ancestor god dies, does his spiritual sense disappear? Ancestor god indestructible, at this point, Qiyu fell silent again. It wasn't just 1 or 2 elder gods that had perished in the lifelong realm. Didn't the ancestor dragon perish just now? Laozi was unperturbed, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean. He said, there's a legend that the death of the ancestor god isn't the end. It's just a new beginning. Chiyu's eyelids twitched as he said in shock, you're saying that the ancestor god will self-destruct as long as he's indestructible? To walk into. Where should I go? Xiaochen urgently wanted to know. However, he asked a few times, but Laozi and Qiyu did not say anything. They seemed to be deep in thought. Legend has it that above the 4 realms, there's a primordial heavenly realm. That place is. Qiyu stopped abruptly at this point. It seemed like he had touched upon some taboo topic. Xiaochen was shocked. He accidentally learned about the 4 realms, and now, he asked about another secret. There was still a realm above the 4 realms. That seemed to be the goal of the ancestor god. Compared to those people, he was far too inferior. He put away his distracting thoughts and shouted in the sky, seniors, please help me. Let's go to the overseas. Buddha, Xuanxi, Xuanti, Sun Wu, Primordial Lord of Heaven, Tong Tian, Laozi, Qiyu, Old Ancestor Black Tortoise, and even that Taoist guide were standing here. The promise of the half-ancestor would not be voided. Primordial Lord of Heaven walked out and said to Xiaochen, I'll make a move for you. I might get into trouble with the world of cultivators. This way, it can be considered as completely repaying your kindness. The 9 half-ancestors and the Taoist guide all nodded. Soon after, they flew into the distance. They each gave instructions to their disciples. They told them to leave first. The 10 half-ancestors and Xiaochen flew towards the east of the 9 prefectures. Very soon, they arrived at the boundless sea. They had gone to the lifelong realm to ask for reinforcements. Xiaochen didn't know if Taihao had stalled Goddess Azure Lotus. He prayed that nothing unexpected happened. At the same time, the 10 half-ancestors, who were eager to fight Goddess Azure Lotus, arrived. Even if Goddess Azure Lotus's magic power was heaven-defying, it would be difficult for her to resist. He really wanted to see Goddess Azure Lotus's expression. The Jade Sea was vast and boundless. For ordinary people, the winds and waves were ferocious. If they were not careful, they would be buried at the bottom of the sea. In this world, humans were too insignificant. Facing the sky, facing the vast ocean, they were like a grain of sand in a vast desert, insignificant. However, weak humans could continuously transform and reach the peak of glory. When they reached half-martial ancestor level, they could move mountains and drain seas, shatter heaven and earth. Their bodies were still small, but the power they could gather was already unimaginable. The 10 half-step martial ancestors traveled together with Xiaochen. The surging waves and dark clouds quickly calmed down due to the strong might and pressure of the half-step martial ancestors. Now, it looked like a huge sapphire. The blue sky looked like it had been washed, and the sky and sea merged together. After traveling thousands of miles in the boundless East Sea, the spiritual energy gradually became stronger, and it was no longer as scarce as it was in the 9 regions. Is that Palai Immortal Island? Laozi, who rarely spoke, said as he gazed at the hazy island in the distance. It was a moving island, flying at top speed in the sea. The immortal island of Palai had been in the human realm for countless years, but not many people could find it, including immortals. It was because it was constantly moving. There are treasures up there. Tong Tian looked tempted, but he didn't give chase. He just let the island disappear. You can't force it. The Buddha chanted the name of Buddha. Taoist Jia-in snorted coldly and said in a tit-for-tat manner, you have to fight for everything in this world. I'll show you in the future. In the depths of the boundless ocean, the ripples were clear and crystalline. Dragonfish leaped about, giant flood dragons streaked across the sky, and waves surged about. One after another, immortal islands appeared in the blue sea. They were overflowing with light and vibrant colors, looking like a fantasy. The overseas immortal islands could be said to be a true immortal realm. Chiyu looked down at the archipelago from the sky and said, I have a premonition that we might meet some powerful old friends. Figures like you the Great and Hoi will probably appear again. In the depths of the sea, Xiaochen slowly calmed down. He was no longer as anxious as before. They were only 1,000 li away from the Shushan Immortal Island. Everyone moved at top speed. It could be said to have arrived in an instant. Shushan Immortal Island. Green peaks and green valleys. The spiritual energy was dense. Divine spring water splashed everywhere. Immortal birds danced in the air. A scene of peace and tranquility. Boom, there was a loud noise. The void above Mount Shu was pierced through. The amiable and down-to-earth old man Taihao was shaken out. If not for the vast heaven pagoda above his head. The misty primal chaos energy protected him within. He might have been injured by the 4 sword rays that came from behind. Old barbarian, you're so annoying. If you come and spoil my plans again, don't blame me for being merciless. I won't rest until you're dead. A cold voice came from the dimensional space. Xiaochen relaxed. He knew that Taihao had stalled the Azure Lotus Maiden. He didn't let her succeed. Taihao laughed heartily and flew towards Xiaochen and the others. Goddess Qing Liantian's consciousness was as vast as the ocean, and she had already sensed that someone was approaching. However, because the 10 half-martial ancestors had restrained their auras, she did not sense the true strength of these people. An extremely cold voice rang out from the space that had been pierced through, "You're courting death." The 10 half-martial ancestors were not angered. They calmly looked at the spatial exit, quietly waiting for her to appear. Taihao was acquainted with these people and had even fought with some of them in ancient times. He flew in front of the Buddha with a smile and seemed to want to reach out to touch the Buddha's bald head. In the end, his hand was blocked by the light emitted by the Saraira. Xiaochen was rather speechless. This Taihao was really unscrupulous. Chiyu, you're not only here for the Azure Lotus Maiden, but also to help your brother escape, right? Taihao looked at Chiyu, who was surrounded by demonic chi and holding an iron spear. Chiyu nodded and said, that's right. There was a sound of something tearing through the air. The Azure Lotus Maiden appeared, wearing a lotus dress. She was surrounded by auspicious lights, and her beauty was unparalleled. There was a 12th lotus platform under her feet, which was sprinkling with fragmented jade light. There were 4 sharp swords in the 4 directions, and her killing intent sword. She held a lotus flower in her hand, which was flickering with multicolored light. The moment she appeared, the Azure Lotus Maiden felt that something was wrong. The people on the other side were calm, treating Taihao, who was a half-martial ancestor, as an equal. They did not show any respect at all. She was from the cultivation world and had never been to the human world before. Naturally, she did not know Chiyu and the others. However, the moment she saw the Buddha, she felt that something was wrong. Bald head, 12th lotus platform. It was enough to prove the identity of the person who came. How could the people on the same level as him be ordinary people? There were 10 people with the same status. At this moment, the Azure Lotus Maiden was deeply shocked. She shouted, "Oh no!" At this moment, she was even a little stunned. 10 half-martial ancestors came together. This was somewhat unimaginable, it was too exaggerated. How could 10 half-martial ancestors come together? What did that mean? This power was unimaginable, it was impossible for her to fight 10 half-martial ancestors at the same time. The Azure Lotus Maiden found it a little unbelievable. From the Buddha to Laozi, and then to the Taoist, she sized them up one by one. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Good. Good. Good." 10 half-martial ancestors came together. "Do you really want to lower your status and attack me together?" Then, she looked at Xiaochen with hostility. In the past, she did not bother to look at Xiaochen. She always looked at him with contempt. Now, she hated this brat to the core. He was just an ordinary half-god. How could he have the ability to invite 10 half-martial ancestors? Old witch, let go of Qing Qing and give me back my water-like body. Xiaochen looked at the Azure Lotus Maiden coldly. The Azure Lotus Maiden was furious, but she soon calmed down. After all, she was a half-martial ancestor. Her mental state was far from that of an ordinary cultivator. She recovered her composure and ignored Xiaochen. She looked at the 10 half-martial ancestors and said, "Do you want to come at me one by one, or do you want to come at me together?" The Buddha did not say anything and directly stepped forward. The 12th lotus platform under his feet glowed with light. It was almost identical to the Azure Lotus Maiden's lotus platform. This might be the reason why he wanted to make a move. The Tongtian sect leader also stepped forward with the killing immortal sword formation above his head. 4 ominous swords guarded the 4 directions. He looked at the Azure Lotus Maiden's 4 swords fervently. If he could use those 4 swords to replace the killing immortal, ending immortal, and trapping immortal, his combat prowess would increase significantly. Do you two want to come at me together? Then come at me together. Goddess Qing Lian's phoenix-like eyes were filled with killing intent. Her robe fluttered and her murderous aura soared into the sky. At this moment, the might of a goddess that ruled over the world was completely displayed. The entire sea instantly froze, and the temperature plummeted. More than 3,000 li was frozen. The Tongtian sect leader and the Buddha did not step forward, but they did not retreat either. At their level of cultivation, they disdained fighting as a group. It was impossible for them to fight the Azure Lotus Maiden by themselves. Since Brother Buddha and Brother Taoist are being modest, let me experience the Azure Lotus Maiden's supreme technique. The disheveled Taoist Jiayin stepped forward with a wheel in his left hand and an iron horsetail whisk in his right. He ignored the Tongtian sect leader and the Buddha and directly walked over. He said to the Azure Lotus Maiden, "I am the Western sect leader, the Taoist Jiayin." He was 6 meters tall and had a yellow complexion. He looked benevolent, but his eyes emitted a ferocious glint. As he slowly stepped forward, countless millstone-sized lotus flowers floated down from the surrounding 1,500 kilometers. However, they were all pitch black like they had been infected by demonic qi. The ice layer of the vast sea melted, and the seawater surged into the sky. Even the sun started shaking. End of chapter 308. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.